Fool, do you not know that you are no longer human? What are you saying? How could that be possible? 3 days ago, a message suddenly appeared in my mind. God sequence 001 undercover. Ever since that message appeared, I have felt very hungry, no matter how much I eat, even to the point of vomiting. I cannot feel a shred of fullness, until one day, I encountered what is supposedly my kind. On a late autumn night, in the open-air camp behind the ancient city, a group of students is celebrating the 18th birthday of the campus beauty, Lee Sit-on. She looks especially beautiful tonight, and the boys' eyes are filled with excitement, but I sit in a chair, looking at her with a strange gaze. 3 days ago, the message God sequence 001 undercover suddenly appeared in my mind, and I did not know what it meant. Ever since it appeared, I have felt that Lee Sit-on has a special aura, as if a wild beast has caught the scent of its kind. Besides that, I have felt very hungry for the past 3 days. No matter how much I eat, even to the point of vomiting, I am still overwhelmed by the fatigue brought on by hunger. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said there was no problem. Tonight, I ate a lot of barbecue, but I still felt exhausted just sitting, unable to muster any energy. I roughly understand that perhaps it was that piece of information that caused some change in me, but no matter how I explore, I have no thoughts at all. Everyone raised their glasses together, wishing the class monitor a happy birthday. Forever 18. My eyes felt weak as I lifted the beer glass and took a small sip. The chilled beer entering my mouth made my head feel a bit cool, but the next second, a sharp pain shot through my stomach, as if Sun Wukong had entered my sister-in-law's belly. I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of my classmates, so I quickly got up and rushed to a dark place far away, bent over, and vomited with a wow, causing a wave of sighs from the crowd. Qin Xiao, are you okay? You drank one sip of alcohol and ended up like this. Didn't I hear you bragging about your drinking capacity while looking towards the sea? When I returned, a boy was trembling in front of Lee Sit-on, signing for the good person card. Sorry, Sue Cohen, I have no intention of dating yet. You're a good person, and besides, there are only a few months left until the college entrance examination, so I should focus on studying. Sue Cohen, who was rejected, looked like a frostbitten eggplant, but he still wouldn't give up. Lee Sit-on, I really like you. As soon as he finished speaking, I let out another dry heave and quickly turned back to run towards the darkness. Sue Cohen took a deep breath, and a deep resentment flashed in his eyes as he looked at me. I felt like what I had drunk was not beer, but sulfuric acid. A few minutes later, things calmed down a bit. Suddenly, a bottle of water was handed to me. I looked up and saw it was Lee Sit-on. I opened the cap and gulped down a couple of sips. You idiot. Lee Sit-on's voice had changed. It was no longer sweet and charming as usual, but rather like a queen wielding a whip. Don't you know we can't drink alcohol? I was taken aback. At that moment, Lee Sit-on seemed to have completely transformed into a different person. Before I could understand her words, a cold voice came again. How many days have you been hungry? I was stunned. She actually knew how long I had been hungry. I wasn't sure what was happening to me, but I was certain she must have also become like me, hungry for 3 days regardless of what we ate. Nonsense. We won't be full no matter how much ordinary food we eat. Lee Sit-on paused, her gaze strangely circling around me. You seem to not realize what has happened to you. I was taken aback. Lee Sit-on must know something. I wanted to figure everything out quickly, but the words undercover were on the tip of my tongue, and I swallowed them back. A slight misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. Lee Sit-on smiled faintly. It's okay. Once you eat enough, you'll understand. How do I get full? I couldn't help but ask, even though this question might be dangerous. If I didn't fill my stomach soon, I might starve to death. Lee Sit-on didn't answer directly but instead revealed a meaningful smile. Don't leave after it's over. I watched her back as she walked from the darkness back into the light, transforming again into that pure and sweet school goddess. A sense of ominous premonition suddenly surged in my heart. What exactly had happened? What is undercover? What is the way to fill my stomach? What does we mean in her words? Time quickly reached 11 o'clock. The birthday party ended successfully, and everyone returned home. Following Lee Sit-on's advice, I secretly stayed hidden in the dark. A severe hunger made me not want to move at all. If I didn't eat something soon, I might not survive the night. About 20 minutes later, Lee Sit-on finally arrived. The first thing I asked, unable to contain my eagerness, was, how can I get full? Qin Xiao, can you be my boyfriend? Under the faint moonlight, Lee Sit-on blinked, her eyelashes long and her eyes big. I was taken aback by her words. First tell me how to get full. Promise me and I'll let you eat your fill. Okay? At that moment, I couldn't care less. If I didn't eat enough, my life would be in danger. Lee Sit-on showed a sweet smile, her expression a bit playful. Then from now on, you will be my boyfriend, and you have to listen to me. Alright, I'll listen to you, right now. All I can think about is filling my stomach. Lee Sit-on chuckled. Then wait for me here, and remember to hide well. I wanted to ask her what she was keeping secret, but she had already turned and left. Lee Sidong stood on the silent, deserted road, stamping her feet against the cold wind, rubbing her hands together while huffing out breath. Even from a distance, she still looked beautiful. After a while, a young man walked quickly down the road. It was Soo Koon. I, hiding around the corner, focused my gaze and thought, how could it be him? You came, Lee Sidong said, with her hands in her pockets, her tone light and airy. Soo Koon nodded, his voice trembling with nervousness. You asked me to stay alone to meet you. Does that mean you want to be with me? Lee Sidong said nothing, just shyly lowered her head, seemingly acquiescing. I, hiding in the shadows, was taken aback, thinking that the plot development didn't seem right. You asked me to be your boyfriend, and then you flirt with other boys right in front of me. My heart tightened, and I felt a wave of panic wash over me. I don't want to be with you. A few minutes ago, Qin Xiao already accepted my confession. Lee Sidong raised her head to look at Soo Koon, her tone casual. What? Soo Koon, still in shock, staggered back a step, his eyes filled with disbelief. I, hiding in the shadows, nodded in satisfaction, feeling a bit more comfortable inside. Are you with Qin Xiao, or did you confess to him? Soo Koon's eyes were first filled with shock, then with raging anger. After his goddess rejected his confession, she actually turned around and confessed to his rival, and even specifically told him about it. He felt humiliated. Then why did you call me back? Soo Koon could no longer suppress his anger and roared out. Lee Sidong said softly, I want to know how much you really like me. Like, very much. A glimmer of hope flashed in Soo Koon's eyes, his tense voice trembling. He was sure that Lee Sidong was not with Qin Xiao, and that it was just a prank. Lee Sidong smiled wickedly. Thank you for liking me. Suddenly, a black tentacle shot out from Lee Sidong's mouth and plunged into Soo Koon's neck, blood gushing out. My head felt heavy, my pupils rapidly constricted, and the scene unfolding before me deeply shocked my unguarded heart. It wasn't until a few seconds later that I reacted and turned to run, but I didn't know if it was because I was too hungry or scared. As soon as I took a step, I collapsed to the ground. So delicious. I haven't been this excited in a long time. Lee Sidong looked at me, lying on the ground, breathing heavily, her expression almost insane. Come here and hold me. I thought to myself, what is going on? A mask of pain squeezed out on my face, my scalp tingled, and I tried to push myself away from Lee Sidong with my hands on the ground, but after crawling less than half a meter, a tentacle wrapped around my leg and dragged me back. Lee Sidong grabbed my collar, licked the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth, and with a cold gaze said, I just asked you to come over and hold me. Why didn't you come? I trembled and opened my mouth. Do you think I dare to come over in this situation? Lee Sidong suddenly smiled wickedly. Don't be afraid, dear, I won't hurt you. You still don't realize what has happened to you, but soon you will know. Let's eat first. I looked at Soo Koon, who was unrecognizable, and felt a wave of nausea in my stomach. Lee Sidong frowned. What's wrong? Can't you eat? She affectionately wiped the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth with her thumb and brought it to me. Aren't you very hungry? Eating this will make you no longer hungry. Just try it once, and you'll know how happy you are right now. Saying this, she tried to shove her finger into my mouth. I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye and saw a security guard patrolling near an ancient city not far from the road. My eyes moved, and I was about to call for help, but the words caught in my throat. The guard exuded the same familiarity as Lee Sidong. He was one of my kind. The guard stood a few meters away, glanced at Soo Koon's corpse, and looked at us expressionlessly. Do you two understand the rules? Is this your territory to mess around? Lee Sidong stood up, smiled apologetically, and said, Sorry, uncle, my boyfriend is just too hungry. The guard took a puff of his cigarette, glanced at the fresh corpse on the ground, and seemed to have a little thought. Leave now, and I won't hold it against you. We'll leave right away. Please take care of this place, Lee Sidong said, then dragged me away to a 5-star hotel. While Lee Sidong was checking in, I looked at a couple walking into the elevator, laughing and joking affectionately, but I sensed the aura of my kind from the young man. A few people scattered on the sofas in the lobby were all of my kind. Why are there so many? I had never shown such a terrified expression. My heart was in unprecedented panic, and I wanted to escape immediately, but I had a premonition that if I suddenly ran away or shouted loudly, Lee Sidong would definitely kill me on the spot, and even the surrounding ones of my kind would rush up and kill me. Back in the hotel suite, I sat obediently on the edge of the bed, my entire back already soaked with cold sweat, and my mind was racing. What is the situation with Lee Sidong? Was the original Lee Sidong's body eaten by a monster, allowing it to take her place? Or was she killed by a monster and transformed into her likeness? What about me? Am I the same thing as her? Lee Sidong kicked off her sneakers, tore off the red scarf around her neck, and gently kicked me backward with her toes. Zhang Xia gripped the bedsheet tightly with both hands, as if there was a heavy hammer striking in his head one by one, making a booming sound. Oops, crap, the school's class president sharing a room with herself, about to have an indescribable event that sounds highly tempting and fantastical? But Jiang Xia couldn't raise any interest at all. God knows what kind of monster Lee Sidong was. Is her body structure the same as a human's? Lee Sidong knelt on one knee at the end of the bed and climbed onto Jiang Xia a little bit. Her charming eyes were like silk, imploring, and her white tender hand moved down Jiang Xia's chest a little bit. After a few seconds, she changed her face. You think I'm a monster, so you can't be interested in me? No, I was born unable. Afraid that Lee Sidong would feel that she herself was offended, Jiang Xia only had to temporarily put down his manly dignity and blurted it out. Nonsense. Lee Sidong's eyes were icy cold, and she sneered again. Actually, I have ways to make you line up, but that would make me look cheap. She gently stroked Jiang Xia's cheek again. Don't say, I really quite like you. From a long time ago, when I was still a normal person, I have a little bit of meaning for you. So, what are we really? I'm the same as you? Jiang Xia breathed heavily. He didn't want to be a monster that harmed people like Lee Sidong, but judging from all the reactions of his body, he and Lee Sidong were now the same kind. Lee Sidong's fingertips drew circles on Jiang Xia's chest. Anyway, you and I are no longer normal human beings. You're having trouble accepting it now because you're just starting to change, and slowly you'll become familiar with it. Suddenly learning that he was no longer human, Jiang Xia had some difficulty accepting it. What happened? Why are they suddenly not human? Especially what the hell is that sleeper in the back of your head? He himself is the same monster as Lee Sidong, while there is a Divine Sequence 001 undercover agent in his head. Did this undercover agent mean that he or she was an undercover agent hidden among the monsters? Jenga asked again. Why is this happening? And how many people around us are like us? A lot. All the way here to the hotel. You should be able to feel the scent of many of your kind. As to why that is, I can't say. Lee Sidong finished her sentence and continued. You should be thankful. If you were still a normal human, you would have become food sooner or later. So, it's still something to be happy about? Going from prey to hunter? Why do you want me to be your boyfriend? Jiang Xia was like 100,000 reasons, but there were indeed many questions troubling him right now. Didn't I just say that I was interested in you a long time ago? Lee Sidong seemed to smile, not knowing whether what she said was true or not, and then said seriously, of course, more importantly, I need a companion to pray together, and you should be a good choice. Jiang Xia's eyes tightened. A companion who prays together? Like she just did to Xiao Gan? I'm a little full from what I just ate and I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Lee Sidong yawned and pressed one leg onto Jiang Xia, leaning her head on Jiang Xia's shoulder, hugging him tightly and closing her eyes, leaving Jiang Xia alone to slowly digest. At first, Jiang Xia's brain was very hyperactive. The extreme shock and panic made him forget about his hunger. Although it seemed that Lee Sidong would not hurt him, but the world suddenly turned out like this, making it difficult for him to accept from heart to body. There are so many monsters around. Will the family be in danger? Mom, sister, and the philandering old man. Among them, will there be the same kind as themselves? Jiang Xia did not dare to think about it. The thought that there might be the same kind in his family. His hands could not stop trembling. Slowly, in the midst of extreme fear, his head was groggy from hunger, and in a short while he too drifted off to sleep. In the morning, the shrill alarm bell rings. Jiang Xia snapped his eyes open, a pair of eyes covered in blood. Lee Sidong, who was pressed against his arm, was as quiet as a white rabbit, and the ringing of the bell caused her to let out a hum, her head shrinking into the quilt, and burrowing into Jiang Xia's embrace. Jiang Xia gently lifted the quilt to look inside, and then how to look at it. It does not look like a man-eating monster. 10 minutes later, Lithonia woke up and talked to her father on the phone while washing up in the restroom. I'm at the hotel. It's just me. Dad, me, you still don't feel at ease? Jiang Xia stood in front of the restroom door with his legs weak, waiting for Lee Sidong to hang up the phone. He asked, what will happen if I stay this hungry? You will lose your mind until you eat to fill your stomach, and the first to suffer will be your family. But don't worry, you won't starve. Even if you don't eat anything for a month, you won't starve. Jiang Xia's eyes flickered and he tightened inwardly. That means if I stay hungry, I'll lose my mind and fill my stomach with my family first? Not necessarily, but at that point, your family, who are related to you by blood, will be more tempting to you anyway. Lee Sidong put down the towel, turned around and walked to Jiang Xia, stretched out her hands and hooked his neck. The two of them were so close that the tips of their noses were about to touch each other, and they could clearly feel each other's breath. Don't make our affair public, as well as, don't make a fuss about exposing our differences, and how we lived before and how we'll be hereafter. Once you've exposed yourself too obviously to the people who will come and kill you. Which people are those? Jiang Xia asked. Lee Sidong placed one hand on Jiang Xia's face and stroked it. They are our finest food. There is nothing like them to provide us with sustenance, and likewise for them, We are their sustenance. You can think of it as a game of hide and seek. If we find them first, it's they who die. If they find us first, it's us who die. Of course you don't have to worry too much. There aren't many of them. You could even say that they are pitifully few. There may not even be one in 100,000. But it's still good to be careful. Saying that, Lee Sidong stood on her tiptoes and gave Jiang Xia a peck on his forehead, so that no one sees us both going out of this couple's hotel at the same time. I'll go to school first and you take your time. Click. Lee Sidong walked out of the hotel room as Jiang Xia leaned helplessly against the restroom door. Jiang Xia felt that he and Lee Sidong should now belong to monsters. Evil demons or something like that? By those people, did she mean the demon hunters in the movie? If you are an undercover agent hiding among the monsters, then are you in league with those people? Vaguely, he seemed to hear something sparse and lowered his head to look. His pupils contracted sharply. It was his hand that was changing. His left hand, starting from the tips of his fingers, began to metamorphose, displaying sharp black claws, and his palm became as if it were a lizardman's hand, wrapped in greenish scales and covered with a white, sticky slick liquid. The changes progressed all the way from his palms to his wrists, as if they were going to consume his entire arm, and as the hunger in his abdomen grew stronger, so did the speed of the changes. His entire arm had turned into a green monster arm, twice as thick as the original, and feeling some itching on his face as well. Jiang Xia hurriedly rushed into the restroom, looking at his own appearance in the mirror. Jiang Xia's expression was fixed. In the mirror, one's left eye socket had undergone a metamorphosis. The eyeballs had turned a ghostly green. The red pupils were vertical like a cat's eyes at high noon, and greenish scales unfolded around the eye socket, which at first glance looked as if there was a monster hidden underneath a piece of human skin that was trying to break through the confinement. Star River 1, Senior 1, Classroom. Lee Sidong sat in the first row of the second group. She seemed to have made a trip home and changed into a new outfit. Jiang Xia was separated from her by 2 tables. He didn't catch the morning reading and came before the first class. There were 39 people in the classroom, and Su Kuan's seat was the only one that was empty. Jenga observed. Good news, just now he drank a cup of the drink that Lee Sidong put on his table, and his strength was slightly restored. He could vaguely guess what was added to it, but he was too hungry. Even if he was psychologically uncomfortable, he had to keep his stomach quiet, otherwise once he lost his mind, he was truly afraid that the monster hidden inside him would rush out. Bad news, the class smells like the same kind of thing, and it's gotten a lot better. Sitting behind him, Wang Fei's family is very rich, or the nephew of the director of the school's teaching office, usually like to make a splash in the class. In addition to the advantage of the background, a meter 8 or so tall also made him a sports committee member in the class. 2 weeks ago, his brother died and took a 2-week-long vacation. Fong had just entered the classroom, and Jiang Xia had sensed the aura of his kind in him. Wang Fei apparently felt the same kind of vibe in him, too, and threw a ball of paper in front of him before the bell rang for the teacher to come in. Jiang Xia opened the ball of paper and there was a very short paragraph written on it. Welcome aboard. Jiang Xia didn't reply, tearing the note into shreds and stuffing it into a drawer. 8:21 p.m. Yang Ruoxue, the homeroom teacher and language teacher, walked into the classroom and glanced towards Su Kuan's seat, looking at the empty seat and frowning. Looking at Lee Sidong again, he said, Lee Sidong, last night on your 18th birthday, did Su Kuan go to celebrate for you? Lithonia nodded. Yes, what's wrong? And where did he go after it was over, do you know? That I don't know. Why? What happened to him? Lee Sidong's tone was breezy with suspicion at the same time. Jiang Xia couldn't understand. How on earth did she manage to be so nonchalant and look like a completely uninformed person? Mostly, there were already not a few people like Su Kuan who had been killed by her to be so calm. It's fine. Just didn't go home for a night. The family is looking for crazy, the homeroom teacher said and looked at the crowd. Do any of you know where Su Kuan went? And did he contact you after we separated last night? The crowd looked at each other and shook their heads. One of the boys who had the best relationship with Su Kuan said, I called out to Su Kuan to go back with him after the class president's birthday party last night, and he said that he wanted to take a walk alone, and then he didn't get in touch. Okay, got it. Then you guys proceed to class. The homeroom teacher smiled with the English teacher at the door and walked out of the classroom with the teaching textbook. The English teacher walked into the classroom in front of her, and Lee Sidong shouted, Stand up. Good morning. Jiang Xia had just sat down when another ball of paper was thrown over from behind. Opening it, Wang Fei wrote on it, Su Kuan tastes good, doesn't it? Jiang Xia's eyes tightened as Su Kuan's appearance at the time of his tragic death surfaced in his mind once again. He ignored it, tearing up the note and stuffing it in a drawer. A short while later, another ball of paper came down from the front and was opened. Watch out for Wang Fei. He's dangerous. The handwriting is forceful and in your face. Written by Lee Sidong. Chapter 5, Deadly Pestered by a Fey Demon. The whole morning was spent in a muddle. He didn't listen to anything the teacher said, and he didn't seem to have the need to study seriously himself. At 11:40 p.m., the bell rang, and the math teacher dragged her feet for another 5 minutes before calling for class to end. The teacher walked out of the classroom in front of him, and Wang Fei, who was sitting at the back, came over and hooked Jiang Xia's shoulder. Go, eat together. Wang Fei had a sunny face and carried a masculine aura, which could not be seen at all from the outside. He didn't know if it was due to the change in his body, but Jiang Xia's sense of smell was unusually sensitive now, and he smelled a faint, almost negligible odor of blood on Wang Fei's body. Jiang Xia, let's go eat together. Li Sidong stood on the podium with her hands stuck in a hand warmer. When these words came out, the originally crowded classroom instantly quieted down. Everyone looked incredulously at Li Sidong, who had shouted for Jiang Xia to go to dinner with her, and then incredulously at Jiang Xia. Wang Fei hooked Jiang Xia's shoulder, seemed not quite wanting to let go, looked at Li Sidong and snickered. No, class president, did I hear you right? You called Jiang Xia to dinner? Li Sidong didn't say anything, so she looked at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia patted the hand on his shoulder and whispered, I'm sorry Wang Fei, brotherly feelings are important, but I can't live up to the class president's sincere invitation. Holy, no way, don't tell me you two are having an affair? Once Wang Fei said this, the classroom was suddenly bustling with activity. Besides some people who were blindly coaxing, several boys who had a crush on Li Sidong. At this time, their expressions were as ugly as they could be. Wang Fei you. Li Sidong, as if some annoyed, grabbed the textbooks on the table to be towards Wang Fei, smashed over. Textbooks did not throw out. The face in turn red. Wang Fei pretends to hide behind Jiang Xia, laughs and hems, shy. Face is red. You two must have a leg. Say, when did it start? Wang Fei, you, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing with Jiang Xia, it's just that I lost a bet with him before, saying that I've wrapped up all of his meals this week. I have to go and swipe his meal card. Li Sidong panicked to explain. The crowd half believe in the bet lost with the class president and Jiang Xia to start a relationship between. Most people are more willing to believe the former, especially those few secretly love Li Sidong. Jiang Xia's deskmate Yang Jia tugged on his hand, his face bitter. No, Xia, you can't be like this. Although you find a girlfriend, father, I heartily happy for you, but see you find is the class president. This is more difficult than kill me. Separate. Please separate from her. I'll bite the bullet and pay for your meals this month. Okay? Li Sidong immediately said. Yang Jia, don't follow the blind coaxing. It's been said that I have nothing with Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia stroked Yang Jia's head like a well-behaved eldest child and whispered, when my father really takes her down, I'll introduce her bosom friend to you. On the playground, Jiang Xia Li Sidong walked side by side. Seriously, Jiang Xia's heart was a bit fluttering as he felt a gaze of envy and jealousy cast around him. I thought you said you couldn't let people know about our relationship so easily? Li Sidong's voice changed again, filled with a domineering air. What do you think I'm doing? Do you know I saved your life? Saved my life? You mean Wang Fei? Li Sidong said in a deep voice. My guess is that you've been targeted by him. Jiang Xia was puzzled. Targeted by him? I'm not even a normal human anymore. How can I still be targeted by him? Those divine order awakened who may not even appear 1 in 100,000. Most of them like to call us the demon seed. Li Sidong continued to speak tirelessly like a teacher, telling Jiang Xia as much as she knew. It may seem like all of us are of the same kind, but in reality, when broken down, there are many kinds, and Wang Fei is one of the deviants, and we refer to ones like him as deviants. In addition to being able to lay hands on normal people just like us, he can also lay hands on his own kind like us, and his own kind like us provides him with far more sustenance than normal humans. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed, and so on. Li Sidong spoke of the divine order of the awakened. Isn't the string of information in his mind the divine order? It seems certain that I belong to the awakened, an undercover agent hidden amongst these monsters. Jiang Xia thought in his heart, certain that he was not a monster but an awakened. Jiang Xia's heart was more or less heaving with excitement, knowing that the identity of the undercover agent cannot be exposed. Jiang Xia said without moving, so you reminded me in advance that Wang Fei is dangerous, but we are classmates, and rabbits do not eat the grass on the edge of the nest. Don't be too naive. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia with a serious expression. Remember, we are no longer normal humans. Our personality and emotions have long been different from normal humans. Wang Fei has a younger brother, you know, right? No, his brother was a demon cast like him, and his brother died suddenly 2 weeks ago. By whom, do you think? Jiang Xia's pupils shrunk. What you mean is, of course, I'm just guessing, like us, unless the character is too extreme, it will not lay hands on the loved ones around us. Li Sidong said with a stony expression and shook his head. But Wang Fei is not good to say. He is the most extreme I have ever seen. To him, you are a new addition to the same kind. Will not be too strong. more likely to be able to get it. The thought of sitting behind him in the back row staring at him like he was looking at food during class sent chills down Jiang Xia's spine. Come to think of it, there's no such thing as a rabbit that doesn't eat the grass on the edge of the nest. Didn't Li Sidong go after Su Kuan last night? Jiang Xia asked again. Those awakened people you said. If it is according to the novel, then they should be the positive and we are the negative, right? Is there any point in dividing a positive and negative? It's not all about living. Li Sidong continued. It won't be long before this world will definitely be in chaos. All we have to do is to become as strong as possible before that happens. Jiang Xia nodded and asked again. How long have you been like this, roughly? I can only tell you that at the time I became like this, there were still very few breaths of my kind around me. Li Sidong said and laughed, coming up to Jiang Xia's ear and whispering, by the way, I'm also a Fey demon. Jiang Xia's head buzzed and his face froze. Tell me Wang Fei is dangerous. Aren't you dangerous too? Looking at Jiang Xia's frozen expression, Li Sidong giggled, her voice flirtatious. Okay baby, don't be so scared. If I want to hurt you, you'd be gone last night. I really like you. As long as you listen to me and don't make me unhappy, I'll still protect you. Looking at Li Sidong's expression as if she was a sickly girl, Jiang Xia had a bad feeling that Li Sidong's character was the most extreme. Good news, successfully penetrated the enemy. Bad news, a crazy, perverted girlfriend. In the cafeteria, after swiping Jiang Xia's meal card, Li Sidong went to find her best friend in the next class to sit together. Even though the food in his mouth didn't matter how full he was, Jiang Xia took a big bite. Assuming they have awakened people around them, they'll probably brush him off as a monster when they realize he can't get enough of whatever he's eating. At that time, it seemed useless to tell the awakened person who wanted to kill him that he was an undercover agent. After all, he was exactly the same as the demonic species, and he could even really turn into a monster. So why should they believe him? And definitely can't let these demonic species around me know that I'm an awakened. Didn't Li Sidong say that compared to ordinary humans, the nutrients that an awakened can provide them are more and more abundant? If the awakened's identity is exposed, God knows how many demonic species will come looking for me to treat me as a feast. When you think about it, I'm pretty ed up for being undercover. I'm not a human being, right or left? Divine Sequence 001, Undercover. One-sidedly, it's for me to work as an undercover agent, but in reality, it's supposed to be one of my abilities to become exactly like the demon seed. This was currently Jiang Xia's preliminary analysis of this information in his mind. He just didn't know what else it could do besides making him become exactly like the demon seed. Jiang Xia didn't feel that it was good for him to become like the demon seed because he also had to be like the demon seed and had to prey on normal humans in order to get enough to eat. But his personality hadn't changed, which he couldn't accept from the mental to the physical. Jiang Xia stuffed his mouth with rice in big gulps. Although it didn't matter how full he was, it did taste pretty good and could provide him with spiritual value. This feeling of keeping his stomach hungry all the time no matter how much he ate made him feel like he could compete in the King of Appetizers competition. As long as he wasn't afraid of his stomach being burst. Cafeteria up and down 2 floors. Come to eat no less than 2,000 students. Perhaps the strength is still too weak reason. Separated too far, Jiang Xia cannot feel the breath of the same kind. But as long as there is the same kind appeared in the range of 100 meters of him, he can obviously feel out. With over 2,000 students, the number of his kind that he had discovered so far, counting Li Sidong and Wang Fei, was already above 10 people. If the frequency of eating is at a semi-monthly rate, at least 20 people will be killed in a month. And if it is at a weekly rate, then, this was still only Star River First High School, and only what he had seen so far, while the entire city of Star River, with a population of nearly 10 million people, did not dare to imagine how many of its kind there were. Li Sidong is right. Sooner or later this world will be in great chaos, perhaps on the verge of collapsing right now. It's just that there should be that group of people who are trying to keep order. What needs to be clarified now is what my method of becoming stronger is. According to Li Shitung, demonic species like them become stronger by sucking nutrients from normal humans. It can't be that my method of becoming stronger is also this one. Right, then it's cockamamie different from a magic seed? Although there is a Divine Sequence 001 undercover in his mind, the current Jiang Xia can't even tell whether he is a human being or a ghost. He can't tell. If I belong to the awakened, then my way of becoming stronger should be the same as the awakened, right? Except, that is, if there is any other way that I can fill my stomach. After all, I'm not really a demon seed either, just an undercover agent. At 21 o'clock p.m., the evening study hall is dismissed. Jiang Xia got on a bus at the entrance of the school and headed to where his sister now lived. He was more worried about his family now than himself. But when he walked onto the bus with his front foot and found a seat to sit down, Wang Fei followed him. Obviously his way home was not this bus at all. Chapter 6, Bus Crisis. Most of the bus was filled with students from the first middle school. and when Wang Fei sat down behind Jiang Xia with an expressionless face, Jiang Xia shuddered, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back in an instant. Jiang Xia wasn't scared out of his wits, he was just creeped out inside, and when he thought that Wang Fei's purpose of following him up was to find a place where no one was around to eat him, the sweaty hairs on his body stood up one by one and bonked hard. Thoughts ran through his mind, thinking of ways to deal with it. According to what Li Sidong said, the devil seed would not expose itself in public, so Wang Fei would definitely not do it on the bus. It's safe for now, but what about when you get off? Pressing on now would be the height of folly. It's also unwise to go hard afterward. 36 plans, walking is the best way to go. The moment before the bus was about to close its doors, Jiang Xia immediately got up and wanted to grab the door and get out, but before his body could fully stand up, he was pressed down by a big strong hand. Wang Fei poked his head into Jiang Xia's ear and whispered, "Don't move, there are awakened ones in the car." Jiang Xia's eyes flashed. The awakened? So, Wang Fei followed up and came for the awakened? After all, the sustenance provided to them by the awakened was greater than anything else. It shouldn't be possible for him to be referring to me, right? Jiang Xia muttered in his mind. Buzzing, his cell phone screen lit up with a message from Wang Fei. Walk-ins at Singing River 1 are allowed to bring cell phones, but they need to be placed under the control of the class monitor at school. Wang Fei, you might be targeted by that awakened one. Jenga, who is that awakened person and in which location? Wang Fei, sitting at the front with an orange at her feet. Jiang Xia raised his head and quickly glanced. The woman was in her early 30s, wearing a light pink dress with a beige coat outside, belonging to the type of a good wife and mother. Jenga, it doesn't look like it. Wang Fei, awakened people are better at disguising themselves than we are. If she looked like an awakened person at a glance, she'd be dead already. Jenga, then how do you know she's an awakened? Wang Fei, half a month ago, I saw her once, killed one of our kind in a dark alley, then disappeared and couldn't be found. I just saw her following you to the bus, so I followed her. Jiang Xia, what do you want to do? Eat her? Wang Fei sent a sweaty little yellow face. Stupid. Of course I'm helping you. What if she didn't mean to get on this bus, but she's on to you? Seeing this message, Jiang Xia paused for a moment, and his hands typed quickly again. Help me? Are you that kind? Wang Fei, why do you make it sound like I'm not a good person? Did Li Sidong tell you something bad about me? Before Jiang Xia could reply, Wang Fei sent another message. I advise you to stay away from her. She is a foreign devil. Do you know what a foreign devil is? Jenga, I know. She told me, but didn't you too? Wang Fei, yes, I am, but I'm different from her. I never take action against my own kind around me. I prefer cooperating to hunt normal humans and awakened ones than killing each other. She, on the other hand, is a lunatic. Haven't you noticed that when alone, she seems like a pervert? Jiang Xia thought back carefully to this day and night down. The way Li Sidong was alone with him, it was indeed a madman, and he himself had noticed it long ago. Wang Fei sent another message. She approached you. In fact, in order to cultivate you, the stronger the kind can provide her with more nutrients. When you grow up, she will take you to suck the nutrients and complete the evolution. Zhang Ha, evolution? Wang Fei, yes, evolution. After taking in enough nutrients, we will evolve. Our abilities and bodies will be sublimated and become stronger. Jiang Xia quieted down and meditated for a moment before replying to the new message. Tell your true intentions. You definitely didn't get on the bus to help me. Wang Fei, okay, I admit. I didn't get in the car to help you. I just wanted to find out where that awakened person lives, so I can do it later. Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment and typed out a line. Li Sidong said that if I die, no matter who killed me, she will kill you to bury me. Compared to the awakened, Jiang Xia felt that Wang Fei was coming for him. With the situation as it is now, one has to plan for the worst. He was gambling that Li Sidong was so strong that Wang Fei would be afraid of her. After all, Li Sidong said that when she became a demonic species, there were still very few of her kind around her, and her strength was mostly above that of her kind in general. Wang Fei, how do I hear a hint of threat? Jiang Xia, I'm just giving you a reminder. If you think I'm easy to get, then feel free to come. Even if I die, I promise to gnaw a piece of flesh off of you. Don't treat me like a white guy who just joined. Sitting in the back row, Wang Fei didn't reply to the message for a long time until he was almost at the next station. Then he replied, are you so sure I'm going to do it to you? Jiang Xia, because you have been lying. If there really is an awakened person, you will not tell me. Then there is a possibility that before you can get your hands on it, this news will be told by me to Li Sidong by the other kind of shortcuts. And I do not believe that you alone dare to track awakened people so blatantly. You just want to stabilize me. After sending this message, Jiang Xia immediately sent over another one. If you don't get off the bus at the next station, I'll take your behavior as you must eat me tonight, and I'll immediately hug you and yell to expose our identities. Wang Fei, I don't believe you dare to do this. Jenga, you can try. I can't beat you, and because of that, it's best for me to die together. Wang Fei didn't reply again and Jiang Xia's heart was in his throat. If Wang Fei wasn't willing to get out of the car and keep following him, he really didn't know what to do. You can't really stand up and expose yourself and Wang Fei, can you? He did send a message to Li Sidong for help, but until now Li Sidong didn't reply. If Wang Fei was determined to follow him, there was no other way but to die with him. Well, arrived at the next stop, the door just opened. Wang Fei followed the crowd off. The fat meat in his mouth was just gone, making Wang Fei feel bad in his heart, unwilling, angry and hateful. But there was no way. Li Sidong was a madman, one of the craziest and most ruthless of his kind he had ever seen, and he didn't dare to bet that after swallowing Jiang Xia, this crazy woman would not really take him to Jiang Xia's funeral. Moreover, Jiang Xia had already discovered his intentions and was on the defensive against him. Even if Jiang Xia was just a small white man, he couldn't easily get his hands on him himself. As for whether Jiang Xia would really stand up and expose their identity, he felt that Jiang Xia wouldn't, but he felt that it was better not to gamble on it, forcing him to go down with him perhaps? Anyway, Jiang Xia was not the only suitable prey. Looking at the chat page with Wang Fei in his cell phone, Jiang Xia also couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Obviously he was cuddled up in the daytime with a mouthful of good buddy, but at night he showed his claws, and it was a good thing he had really scared him, although he wasn't sure which words had made him get out of the car. Looking at the chat page where Wang Fei said that Li Sidong was trying to cultivate herself so that she could draw more nutrients, Jiang Xia didn't choose to believe it, nor did she choose not to believe it. An absolute conviction appeared in his mind at that moment. Don't trust anyone, whether it was a normal human, an awakened person, or a kindred spirit around them, including Li Sidong Wang Fei. None of them could be trusted. To survive, you can only trust yourself. That's undercover. Through the car window, Jiang Xia saw Wang Fei get out of the car and look around for a while, then followed the pace of a short-haired girl chewing bubblegum. Apparently he had a new prey, a normal human being who was easier to hunt than his own kind. Jiang Xia, who could hardly protect himself, didn't raise his voice to remind him, and could only wish the girl good luck in his heart. After getting off the bus, Jiang Xia went straight to Junior's house. He not only had to go to see his sister once, he also had to enter that Junior's house to observe, to make sure that his sister would not be in danger, so that he could have peace of mind. His speed went from a fast walk to a run, his heart filled with worry for his sister. He wanted to be sure that his sister was safe, but he was more afraid of feeling the scent of his own kind in her. Chapter 7, Dangerous Girlfriends. Junior is a woman in her early 40s with a lot of money under her belt, but not a businesswoman, just an inheritor of her ex-husband's estate. The family lives in the second highest priced autumn maple villa in Xinghe City, which is a detached two-story villa with a luxurious atmosphere. Jiang Xia vaguely remembers that years ago when his father took them through the neighborhood, he pointed in the direction of autumn maple villa from afar and said that he would work hard and strive to let them all live in it someday. The effort was made, and he did it, reliably, but it was a soft touch. Jiang Xia had the access card with him, which was given to him by his old man, and had never thrown it away, just because he wanted to be the first to get in unimpeded one day when his sister called him to say something was wrong. After entering the villa area, Jiang Xia went straight to Junior's house. He had sent a message to his oldest sister before he came, and the door opened just as the doorbell rang. A little girl of 11 or 12 years old wearing a Lolita dress hugged Jiang Xia, her face overflowing with joy, her two very large eyes watery and glowing. Older brother, you finally remembered that you have a family and an old sister like me. I've almost forgotten what you look like after the last time we parted. Jiang Xia had a black line on his face. This old sister of his was notorious for being quirky, always often saying things that made people feel speechless. We met 4 days ago. Jiang Xia is here. Come in. A woman in a pink pajama style came over from the ceilinged living room. Jiang Xia's gaze glanced inside. The woman's son was also there. Fortunately, he did not feel the same kind of aura, and inwardly, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The woman's fat son sat on the sofa and threw a look of disgust and loathing at Jiang Xia, who didn't give a damn and asked with tight eyes, "Where's my father?" "He's upstairs in the shower. Come in and sit down first." The woman was warm and polite, which was why Jiang Xia was relieved to let his old sister stay here. Although his heart hated this mistress who destroyed his family, Jiang Xia had to admit that she was different from those snarky mistresses on TV, and treated his oldest sister really well. "No more sitting. I just came to drop something off for Spirit." Jiang Xia took out an unopened set of maiden decks from his school bag and handed them to Jiang Ling. "I'll buy it for you just this once. No more of this nonsense." Jiang Ling took it and looked at it, smacking her lips. "I've already collected all the ones in this style. Several boys in our school gave me several sets the other day." "Cut back on those boys at your school. You're worried they're lying to me?" "No, I'm worried about them being fooled by you." Jiang Ling slightly rolled her eyes. "Let's go. Go out for a snack. I'll treat you. Some other time. Come out." tell you something. Jiang Xia rubbed her head, called her out of the villa, called her aside, and squatted down to look at her seriously. Ling Ling, what I say next, you must remember. Looking at Jiang Xia's serious expression, Jiang Ling froze, her heart tightened and her eyes reddened. Brother, did something happen to you? Nothing happened, just a few words of warning. Starting today, you're not allowed to go out after dark, and even during the day, you're not allowed to play where no one is, and try to stay in crowded places. From now on, don't trust anyone but me. Don't ask me why. Just listen to me. Jiang Ling didn't know what had happened, but she had memorized every word Jiang Xia had said. Take this. Jiang Xia pulled out a bottle of high-purity alcohol from his shirt pocket and shoved it into Jiang Ling's hand. Just go out and spray more on your body. The demon seed was resistant to alcohol, and while it wouldn't be fatal, Li Sidong had said that given the choice, most demon seeds wouldn't prey on someone who smelled of alcohol on them. It's like a piece of meat that fell to the ground versus a piece of meat that was clean on a plate. This approach is not necessarily absolutely safe, but it should more or less work. Jiang Ling nervously asked, brother, is something wrong? Nothing happened. Remember, I'm telling you this, turn around and tell Dad, but don't go out and spread the word. Starting today, you're going to call me every night, and whenever you go out you're going to message me and tell me where I'm going, and ask my permission before you go. Jiang Xia wanted to bring Jiang Ling with him, but it wasn't necessarily the safest, and it might be better to let her stay here and not run around. The security here is much better than in other places. There are about 36 security guards, and the police station is still nearby. It shouldn't be so bad that any brain-dead demonic species would rush in here to hunt, even if there were demonic species in this villa area. As long as one didn't wander off alone, the probability of something going wrong wouldn't be high. After exhorting his old sister, Jiang Xia didn't linger and left on the grounds that he had a test exam tomorrow to go to bed early. But he didn't leave right away either. Instead he wandered around the large villa area, trying to see if there were any scents of the same kind here, and how many were there. The villa area was so large that it was difficult to turn around in a short period of time by foot alone. But in order to ensure the level of safety of his old sister, Jiang Xia did not get sloppy, and he was willing to spend even more time. At first, after wandering around most of the villa area without any aura of his kind, just when he thought that it might be safe here, he traveled to an intersection where two auras of his kind appeared at the same time. His gaze went to the villa on his right. The lights were on inside and there was a distinct scent of his kind. His gaze looked to the left again, and just as he turned around, a figure suddenly rushed over. Jiang Xia's heart thumped, and he was hugged without waiting to resist. Honey, how did you know I was here? After seeing that it was Li Sidong, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief while wondering, why are you here? Why can't I be here? This suite belongs to my dad. Li Sidong pointed to a villa on the left and smiled again as she hooked Jiang Xia's neck. Missed me so much that you chased me here? I'm here to see my sister, who lives here. After saying this, Jiang Xia had some regrets again, wondering if there would be something wrong after exposing his old sister's address to this crazy person Li Sidong. As expected, after hearing these words, Li Sidong's eyes went cold. A cold light flashed under her eyes, and her tone iced over 1,000 miles. You mean you're not here for me? You're here for some other woman? Jiang Xia froze for a moment. It's not. That's my sister. My sister. Why are you so jealous? Crazy, sickly, perverted. Li Sidong's personality changes must have been far beyond ordinary humans. Looking at this Li Sidong's unhappy expression, Jiang Xia was afraid that this would bring danger to his old sister, and hurriedly said, originally I wanted to look for you, but I sent you a message that you didn't return, so I walked around alone, and when I passed by here, I just happened to come in to see my sister. I didn't expect to run into you here by mistake. It must be the heavens guiding me, showing that the two of us are really a match made in heaven. I'm sure it'll work, right? Don't say. This method seemed to work. After hearing Jiang Xia's words, Li Sidong immediately unfolded her smiling face, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. I'm really growing to like you. Saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and gently pecked Jiang Xia on his forehead. His girlfriend was coaxed, but Jiang Xia was not happy at all. He sensed a distinctly tricky character in this schoolgirl girlfriend. So what are you doing here instead of going home? Jiang asked. Come in first. Li Sidong tugged Jiang Xia's hand and walked into the villa. The layout inside was similar to Junior's house. Ceilinged living room, rotating staircase, crystal headlamps, opulence, and any corner exuded the smell of money. I only know that Li Sidong's family is rich. I can't imagine that it is actually so rich. There is a set of large flat worth $10 million, and there is actually a set of villas here. Your family is quite rich. Jiang Xia smacked his lips inside. If the world is not like this, if Li Sidong is normal, then he found such a home, more gold and good-looking girlfriend. Stable, a little bit of the next life seems to be free of food and clothing, but there was no if. If everything hadn't changed, with his family's class, He shouldn't have been able to reach Lee Si-tong, and at best he could have had a non-materialistic adolescent love affair with her with this handsome face. This is what my dad uses to keep his mistress. Every time he has a new love, he will arrange to stay in this villa. In fact, my dad doesn't have much ability. He's a loser. Second generation of rich people, mainly relying on my grandpa. Jiang Xia didn't expect Lee Si-tong to belittle her father so bluntly, and after thinking about it, he asked, "When I just asked you for help, how come you didn't reply to my message? Did you not see it?" "See," Lithonia said without thinking, "just didn't want to get back to you." "Huh?" Jiang Xia paused. Why did he suddenly have a feeling that he seemed like a licking dog? Lee Si-tong explained, "I can understand if you can't beat Wang Fei, but if you were on a bus with him, I don't think you can't get rid of him with your mind. If you want to grow, you can't have me help you with everything." Jiang Xia didn't retort because what Lee Si-tong said did make sense. Tonight he was isolated and dealt with Wang Fei all by himself, and Lee Si-tong didn't step in to help, which, on second thought, was a good thing. People can grow faster in difficult situations. If one wanted to grow and survive in this chaotic world, one didn't just have to make their strength stronger. Their heart was also an important hurdle. Having solved the danger on his own this time, he would surely be much more composed when he met the same thing next time. Lee Si-tong tugged Jiang Xia's hand up the rotating staircase. "Go, take you to see something fun." Chapter 8, Who gave you the confidence to be so sure of me? Second floor side bedroom. Jiang Xia didn't expect that the fun thing in Lee Si-tong's mouth was actually surveillance. The computer monitor showed an image from the living room of another villa. A sexy woman in a long red dress sat on a sofa, one hand fiddling with the ends of her hair, chatting flirtatiously with a young man with dyed yellow hair beside her, filling the air with the ambiguous scent of hormones. By fun, you mean snooping around in people's privacy? Isn't what happens next your men's favorite thing to watch? This is a live broadcast, not something you can watch by paying for a membership. How do you know more than me? Jiang Xia finished with his eyes looking at the woman in the display. And more than that, the woman's figure was really great. This is the surveillance from the villa across the street from us. From the villa across the street? Jiang Xia was surprised and didn't understand how Lee Si-tong had the surveillance of the villa across the street, which seemed to contain one of their kind. Supposedly one of the pair? Lee Si-tong clasped her hands, looked at the woman inside, and blandly said, "That villa across the street is also my father's, and is also used to keep a mistress. And this woman hooked up with my father 3 months ago." Jiang Xia was startled for a moment. No, the same place. Buying 2 villas for a mistress? Is the life of the rich so rich? Hemp up. Envy hemp up. Your honor. What a strong body. Wait, that's not right. This woman was Lee Si-tong's father's lover. So who was this youth who was flirting with her now? Father-in-law. Being green? Lee Si-tong stared expressionlessly at the woman in the surveillance. According to my observation, since a month ago, every 3 days, this woman would bring a man into the villa at night, and then the next day the man would disappear. This woman is of our kind? Lee Si-tong smiled coldly, a touch of coldness flashing under her eyes. I'm wondering if I should praise her for her boldness, actually completing her predation in the same place so many times in a row. Tonight, her life should come to an end. You're going to kill her? After saying that, Jiang Xia thought that it might be more appropriate to use eat her. After all, Lee Si-tong belonged to the foreign devils, and her kind was also food for her, or food that was richer in nutrients than normal human beings. Of course she can't be forgiven for doing this in my dad's room, not to mention the fact that my dad gets close to her from time to time. So what if she gets hungry and makes a move on my dad one day? It's also, Jiang Xia looked at the surveillance display again and wondered, but if you want to kill her, just do it directly. Why do you need to install a surveillance to monitor her? Because I suspect that she is a love demon. A love demon? The so-called love demon is similar to the vixen that picks up Ian and replenishes young in the movie. Most of them are women. Very few individuals will be men. And the process of sucking up their nutrients is very special. Not through eating, but through the kind of thing that a man does with a woman. When he said this, Jiang Xia observed that Lee Si-tong's face was red. At first he thought that Lee Si-tong was shy and thought to himself that this crazy woman actually knew how to be bashful, but gradually the more he looked the more wrong. Finally is to see. This is not shy this crazy woman, she is excited. It's not good to spy on this particular fetish. Jiang Xia felt that he was really getting more and more unable to see through Lee Si-tong's level of perversity, time and time again, refreshing his own knowledge of her. Who said I have a voyeuristic fetish? I just haven't seen the process of a love demon drawing sustenance yet. In the future, if we want to gain a foothold in the chaotic world, the enemies aren't just those awakened among humans. The kindred around us are just as dangerous. And by understanding each kind clearly, our chances of survival will increase by a few points. Lee Si-tong said so on her lips, but when she thought of the predictable images that would happen next, she couldn't stop her petite body from trembling with excitement. Jiang Xia nodded. but was a little apprehensive about whether any disgusting images would appear next. But what Lee Sidong said did make sense. Knowing the habits of each of his kind, the chances of survival could indeed be greatly improved. On the monitor, after chatting for a while, the ambiguity rises and the woman rides smoothly on the man's lap. As the process went a little deeper, the scene was very erotic and the smell of hormones in the air was at its peak. Jiang Xia sensed Lee Sidong's grip on his hand start to get harder, as if she was becoming more excited. Jiang Xia was a little confused about where Lee Sidong's excitement lay, not because the man and woman in the surveillance camera were making out, but because the woman was starting to change, starting to eat. On the monitor, the woman's fingers began to bend and lengthen. Her skin turned a deep greenish color in a matter of moments. Her hair began to shrink inward, and a myriad of wet seaweed-like things protruded from her scalp. Her row of spines bulged up and down as if something was trying to burrow out, and as a dark cyan-colored spine of flesh emerged from her spine, a humming sound similar to that of a school of deep-sea fish rang out, and she looked as if she were a deep-sea fish demon that had just come ashore. Lithonia clicked the mouse and switched the surveillance screen to the front of the woman. The front of the woman was also fully completed demonized, her head resembling a fish head, two eyes almost the size of fists sliding with white sticky liquid. She split her upper and lower jaws, and the inside of her mouth was densely lined up with neatly aligned white fangs, tilted in a circle deeper into her throat. No matter how much Lee Sidong switched the surveillance angle, she couldn't see the appearance of the youth who was blocked by the woman. When the stunned youth just let out a scream, that woman. No, accurately that fish head monster. 180 degrees open huge mouth. From above and below the man's half head swallowed, it inside the teeth like a meat grinder. A circle rotation. Teeth friction bones sound like with nails in the blackboard cuts. Listening to people creepy. Scalp numb. Red liquid flowed from the corner of the woman's mouth and ran down the man's entire body. The man's body trembled violently. He tried to break free, but his whole body was as if he was nailed to the sofa. The force of the rape made him unable to move, and he could only be seen struggling very hard. This scene was 100 times crazier than when Lee Sidong was against Su Kuan. Jiang Xia let out a dry heaving sound and his face turned green. He didn't want to lose to Lee Sidong and appear to be a man who was not even as good as a woman. But this kind of bloody and violent scene was still a bit too much for him to get used to right now. On second thought, what is he comparing with Lee Sidong? This crazy woman was already psychopathic. Right. Besides, he had only just come into contact with these things. It is normal that he could not adapt, but it was also good that he had done a little mental preparation in advance. So when the woman in the monitor changed, it wasn't too much of a mental shock for him. At least it was nowhere near as big as last night when Lee Sidong suddenly reached out from her mouth and thrust a tentacle into Su Kuan's throat. At the thought of the scene in the picture taking place less than 30 meters away from them, Jiang Xia winced, like a pot of cold water from the top of his head and feet. The chill went straight from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Lee Sidong watched carefully. Her eyes and expression were in a constant state of excitement. On the contrary, Jiang Xia was all over the place. 2 minutes past the hour. Lee Sidong pulled open the keyboard drawer underneath the computer desk. There was a military dagger on it. She handed it to Jiang Xia with an evil smile. Go on, kill her. Jiang Xia froze, looked at the fish-headed monster that was feeding on the monitor, and then looked at the 20-centimeter-long dagger in his hand. Me? Jiang Xia pointed at himself, his eyes showing disbelief, not understanding who gave Lee Sidong the confidence to be so confident in herself. What's the difference between this behavior of hers and Hydra asking Penumbra to finish off the Tang priest's master and disciples? Chapter 9, something flushed out of a fish's mouth. Lee Sidong stood up and said, you go in through the front door first to distract her, then I'll climb in through the back window and sneak up on her from behind. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You think too highly of me. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't even hold up in one look. Besides, I'm so hungry right now, I can't even use my strength. Jiang Xia bitterly smiled and waved his hand, not having the slightest idea of showing himself. You can't be brave about this kind of thing. Lee Sidong smiled faintly. Don't worry, this woman won't be too strong to kill you in a single glance. The reason why I want you to cooperate with me to sneak attack from the back is not that you can't beat her. It's just that I don't want to make too much noise. It's best to settle her without a single person being alarmed. And of course, more importantly, I want to give you a chance to practice. I think the matter can be discussed in the long run. Jiang Xia had thought that he would go to war, but did not think that actually so fast, not to mention give him time to prepare. Even the psychological preparation he did not do well. He came here just to see the old sister, okay? Do you not trust me? Lee Sidong's eyes narrowed, and a cold light shot out from the narrow slits. No, how could I not trust you? I just wasn't ready. Preparation? Not everything will give you plenty of time to prepare, and if you squirm this time, then you'll never grow. Lithonia shoved Jiang Xia out of the side bedroom. Under her coaxing and coercion, Jiang Xia left the villa with a 20-centimeter military dagger in his hand and gently approached towards the opposite villa. Jiang Xia did not want to go out, but Li Sidong promised to tell him a way to make his family safer if he could attract the attention of his kind in the villa. This condition did impress him. Compared to himself, Jiang Xia wanted his family to be safer. Otherwise, under this sudden change of world, he could not make sure that his old mom and sister would not have a sudden accident. There was good news. Li Sidong had told him the password to the villa's door lock, so he could just go in himself without having to pry the door open. Even though it might make a commotion when entering the password, wasn't what he was trying to do was to expose himself and attract the thing's attention, so that Li Sidong, who was circling around the back, could succeed in his sneak attack with a single blow? Besides, even if entering the code didn't move, we were all of the same kind, and the guy should be able to sense one of his kind approaching. There is also a news that I don't know if it's considered bad news. Until now I haven't mastered how to transform myself. I can only pray in my heart that Li Sidong must not fall off the chain. Arriving in front of the villa door, Jiang Xia took a deep breath, trying to calm his taut nerves for a few moments, but it didn't have the slightest effect. His heartbeat also began to speed up. He could clearly feel his heart hitting his chest, and finally almost stiffly entered the password with his fingers. Click! The villa door opened. Plop plop plop. Jiang Xia felt like his heart was about to explode. The whole time, he had forced his courage and hardened his heart, and now that he had opened the door, he regretted it. In my mind, I don't understand, how on earth did I dare to listen to that crazy woman Li Sitong's bull **** and open this door? Vaguely, the sound of blood and flesh being broken open came from inside the villa. Jiang Xia began to dismiss the idea of going in. It should not be too late to leave, right? Swish swish swish. Without giving Jiang Xia a chance to regret, 3 seaweed-like tentacles rushed out from the doorway, caught off guard and wrapped around Jiang Xia's feet, and with another push, Jiang Xia's body crashed through the doorway, and his entire body was dragged inside. Jiang Xia's head buzzed, remembering that he still had a military dagger in his hand. He wanted to use it to cut away the seaweed that was wrapped around his feet, but somehow, the tentacles wrapped around his feet actually loosened on their own. The next moment, a fish-headed monster was seen crawling rapidly towards him, its back twisting and making the hum of deep-sea fish. Jiang Xia only noticed the 2 very large and big eyes on the monster's head. He was already about to be scared silly. His mind was blank, but the full desire to survive made his body react instinctively. His 2 hands braced on the ground and kept retreating, but this fish-headed monster still kept rapidly approaching towards him. Jiang Xia was anxious and put all his hopes on Li Sidong, expecting her to show up to save the day. But until the monster's green-colored arm grasped at his calf, he didn't see Li Sidong appear. Jiang Xia's body shook with an electric shock. Eyes are red and minds are hot. Either way, you're dead. So let's fight. Jiang Xia grabbed the military dagger and stabbed it straight into the fish head's eyeballs, and with a poof, the dark green liquid exploded and splashed all over his face. With just one slash, this fish head monster stopped moving, its huge fish head slumping to the ground. Jiang Xia's eyes froze for a moment, staring at the motionless fish head, not understanding how he had resolved the fight with a single slash. Shouldn't it be a fight to the death? Suddenly, the fish's mouth snapped open. A black something that somewhat resembled a small octopus rushed out of the fish's mouth and covered Jiang Xia's face with a whoosh. Jiang Xia let out a shriek. Both hands grabbed the 2 tentacles of this thing. The nail slits were filled with soft and tender flesh, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it away, as if there were thousands of tiny suction cups attached to his skin. The most terrifying thing was that it was trying to burrow into his mouth, as if it was trying to burrow into his body. Jiang Xia yanked with maximum force, pulling the skin on his face out of shape. The hot sensation on his face made him realize that he might be disfigured, and the slippery and sticky touch made him feel uncomfortable all over. Finally, after using his entire body, the thing on his face was yanked away from him alive. The sticky and slippery liquid made Jiang Xia's grip a little unsteady. His pair of eyes covered in blood, both hands violently cupped the thing, nails dug into the flesh of the thing, not giving it a chance to escape. Clenching his back-groove teeth, like tearing up raw meat, he ripped the thing apart raw. The black liquid nuisance splattered out. It was only until the thing was torn into several pieces and completely immobilized in his hand that Jiang Xia slowly loosened his grip. A few pieces of sticky and slippery minced meat hanging in his fingers. Panicking and flinging the crushed meat out of his hands, Jiang Xia sat on the ground breathing heavily, his expression stunned, the edges of his irises glowing with the same phosphorescence as the monster's blood. He didn't slowly come back to his senses until he vaguely felt as if a warmth had appeared in his body. His gaze shifted down to the fish-headed monster on the ground, and he frowned. Just now, this fish-headed monster was approaching towards him by crawling rapidly on the ground, and it was too critical at the time to notice its legs were actually cut off, and there were several holes in its back, which were bubbling out with pitch-colored blood. What's going on? Who did this? Li Sitong? Jiang Xia looked around, and finally his eyes fixed on the corner of the living room, his pupils contracting rapidly. there stood a man in black with a slender, tightly wrapped frame. The man wore a pair of black boots on his feet, black punch pants upwards, a punching bag, a hood on his head with a duck-tongue cap pressed underneath it, and a black mask on his face. It seems to be a woman? The only thing showing on her body were those sharp eyes and the hand holding the knife. In her left hand, she held a blue glowing scimitar in a reverse grip. The blade curved just right, counting the length of the hilt at over 1.33 meters. Awakened? Jiang Xia's breath stuttered. Chapter 10, the first awakened person appears. The living room was dead silent. The only sound was the faint clicking of the wall clock. The air was filled with a rust-like odor. The imported handmade woolen blanket was soaked with asphalt-colored blood, and the next couch leaned against the tragically dead young man, his face completely disfigured and bloodied. The two legs of the fish-headed monster were scattered across the living room, neatly severed by a sharp blade. After Jiang Xia uttered the words "awakened one," the black-clothed man also opened his mouth after a moment of meditation, and as expected, it was a woman. "You're an awakened too?" 2 minutes ago, after cajoling Jiang Xia out of the villa, Li Sidong returned to the surveillance room. As early as 2 days ago, she had gotten a parasitic demon inside the fish-headed woman's body. This kind of parasitic demon is very troublesome to cultivate. The general kind of people is not aware of the existence of it. Even the woman does not know. Before she had run into Jiang Xia, Li Sidong hadn't even had the idea of getting this woman killed. The original plan was to wait for a few more months, wait for this woman to complete the first evolution and then take action against her. And then together with the parasitic demon parasitized in her body, she can easily be taken down. But Jiang Xia's sudden appearance made Li Sidong change her mind. She suddenly wanted to see the scene of Jiang Xia wrestling with this woman, and she couldn't stop being excited at the thought of Jiang Xia entangled with that woman. She lied to Jiang Xia. In fact, she wouldn't even make a sneak attack. She just wanted to sit in front of the monitor and watch the battle. Of course, she wouldn't let Jiang Xia die. When Jiang Xia couldn't defeat that woman and her life was hanging by a thread, she would control the parasite demon and kill that woman from within. But just as she turned around, Lithonia froze. The surveillance screen showed a tightly wrapped black-clothed man who had opened the back door of the villa by some unknown means and sneaked in. Her movements were light, her footsteps seemed like a breeze, and she drew a blue-glowing scimitar out of thin air, approaching the fish-headed woman on the couch, who was eating. The fish-headed woman didn't even notice until she came behind her, realizing that it was an awakened person. Li Sidong was first delighted, then she frowned, and wanted to call Jiang Xia to ask him to come back, but she saw Jiang Xia's phone on the table. On the surveillance screen, the black-clothed awakened one held up the machete and stabbed it into the fish-headed woman's heart from behind with a poof, and as she pushed hard, the blade broke through the blood and flesh, and the entire machete went through the fish-headed woman's heart, and pierced through the chest of the youth on the sofa as well. The black-clad awakener clutched the hilt of the knife with both hands and twisted it as hard as she could, and the fish-headed woman tilted her head back, opened her bloody mouth, and let out a dolphin-like sound of agony from her throat. The black-clad awakened man stomped his boot on the fish-headed woman's back and drew his scimitar out with force. The blood of the youth mingled with that of the fish-headed woman on the blade, but instead of adhering, it slid off like a bead of oil on water, without a trace of retention, as if the blade was born with no connection to blood. The fish-headed woman didn't die. Severely injured, she knew deep down that she wasn't a match for the awakened. She stood up and tried to run, but she was cleanly chopped off her legs by a horizontal slash. The upper half of her torso fell to the ground as the scimitar stabbed into her back once more from above, making the sound of blood and flesh being broken open. Just when the awakened one was planning to directly decapitate her with a single blow and deliver a fatal blow, the door to the villa's room slammed. Hearing the sound of the combination lock being opened, the awakened one hastily drew back his scimitar and quickly turned around with the intention of fleeing. Sensing the scent of a kindred spirit at the door, the already dying fish-headed woman immediately used the seaweed tentacles on her head to drag the person in. However, it was when Jiang Xia stabbed the dagger into her body, she could no longer carry it and the vitality in her body completely dissipated. The cause of death wasn't Jiang Xia's knife, but the inside of her body, which had been frozen by a cold air. The parasitic demon inside it sensed that it was about to be frozen as well and rushed out. The result is that the parasitic Jiang Xia fails to work and is instead torn alive by Jiang Xia. Seeing the parasite demon she had carefully cultivated being torn to pieces by Jiang Xia, Li Sidong didn't feel heartbroken. Instead, she became worried for Jiang Xia. This awakened was not weak, and judging from the stance she had just displayed, her own success rate of killing her one-on-one would not be more than 60%, and since Jiang Xia was now alone with her, if she made a move to kill Jiang Xia, it was impossible for her to instantly rush over to save the day. She was already aching for the loss of her boyfriend. But something unexpected happened to her. After Jiang Xia's mouth shouted out the three words awakened one, this awakened one seemed to also treat Jiang Xia as an awakened one. Things are getting interesting. In the villa, Jiang Xia was confused for a moment. I thought I'd be dead if I met an awakened, but now it seems like she thinks I'm an awakened too? And so on. I'm supposed to be the awakened one. It's just a bit like the magic seed. No, it's the same as the magic seed. Awakened people would not be able to sense the scent of their own kind amongst themselves like the demon seed. This woman should be in the midst of uncertainty as to whether or not I am also an awakened. If I want to resolve this crisis, I have to admit that I'm an awakened and fight with her for the time being. Right. Jiang Xia nodded, not daring to stand up. The smell of blood in the air made the hunger in his belly stronger, provoking his desire to eat, and he could clearly feel a little itch above his butt. God forbid. At a time like this, don't show your tail. Jiang Xia prayed in his heart. As an awakened, if you were to die a horrible death at the hands of an awakened as a demon seed, injustice, it's so wrong. The knife-wielding woman looked at Jiang Xia with a wary look in her eyes and quickly went around Jiang Xia to close the door of the villa behind her. By the time she turned around, Jiang Xia had already stood up, clutching the military dagger in his hand and looking at her with the same wary gaze. Jiang Xia's eyes fell on the woman's knife. The knife was glowing with blue fluorescence, and a cold aura came from a few meters away. Obviously not a mortal product. What are you doing here? The awakened spoke again, not very old by the sound of his voice. Kill. Jiang Xia swept his gaze around and landed on the fish head monster, affirming, kill her. Why aren't you masked and disguised? Aren't you afraid that your awakened identity will be exposed? Also, how do you know the villa's door lock code? The woman issued a soul torture question. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Jiang Xia's back. A bead of sweat slipped off his forehead, and a heart was in his throat. He wanted to know where Li Sidong was now, and according to the original plan, she should have shown up by now. But this awakened person who killed out halfway makes people unexpected. Li Sidong should not have run away already, right? And when was this awakened person in this villa? Obviously, when she had watched the surveillance herself a few minutes ago, she hadn't been in the picture. Question for you, why aren't you masked? Ah, Jiang Xia touched his face. I just masked up, and my mask fell outside when I was dragged in. Seeing that Jiang Xia's expression was a bit unnatural, the woman who was already half suspicious of Jiang Xia's awakened identity pulled out a white glass vial from her pocket and threw it to Jiang Xia. Next, drink it. This is. Looking at the transparent white liquid in the vial, Jiang Xia could vaguely guess what was inside. Wine. High-level soju, the woman said. Chapter 11 Gambling. Wine. Give me wine for what? Jiang Xia pretended not to know, praying in his heart that Li Sidong would come quickly to save the day. Drink up, the woman said. I'm allergic to alcohol. Jiang Xia shook his head. Most demon breeds would be instantly revealed when they drank soju with such a high alcohol content, and there's only one way for you to go. Prove that you're not a demon breed. Wanting to live in this chaotic world, the woman held the same idea as Jiang Xia, never trusting anyone. The less Jiang Xia drank, the more she suspected him. She raised her scimitar. The tip of the blade pointed at Jiang Xia, signaling him to prove himself quickly. Jenga was unmoved. He couldn't even stand a sip of beer, let alone this high level of soju. Drink it and show your face on the spot. But if he didn't drink, looking at this woman's posture, if she couldn't prove that he wasn't a demon seed, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him with a knife. Done. Barbecue up. What the hell is going on? Why is there an awakened here? Li Sidong, why don't you come out? Not being able to detect any scent of his kind nearby, Jiang Xia's heart went cold, unsure if Li Sidong had already run away. If you're allergic, I'll send you to the hospital, and if you don't drink it, in 10 seconds, I'll have your head on a platter, the woman said, moving her feet to block the way out of the villa's front door. At those words, Jiang Xia knew that if he hesitated any longer, he would definitely arouse the woman's suspicion, and maybe she would force the wine on him. The worst that can happen is that she just does it. Jiang Xia preferred being active to being passive. Opening the cap of the bottle, the overwhelming smell of alcohol stimulated Jiang Xia's nerves, and he felt that if he really took a mouthful of it, he would have to show his original form on the spot. Looking at the tip of the knife pointed at him, Jiang Xia's heart crossed. Dead is dead. Drink. Even if you drink it and it comes out as it is, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. After turning into a monster form, one's strength would definitely be stronger than now, and the survival rate of a hard fight would be higher. You can't pin all your hopes on Li Sidong at a time like this, and Jiang Xia didn't feel like he needed to fight hard with this woman in the villa to split a life and death winner. Just break out of this cottage and run outside, and odds are she won't catch up. The demon breeds didn't want to reveal their identities, and the awakened were even more reluctant to do so. And one of the great risks one needs to take is that even if one runs, one's identity is exposed. But that's after escaping and surviving. Take a gamble. Undercover. That's add up. Once again, Jiang Xia spat on this ability of his in his mind, holding the vial up to his mouth. He was ready for his stomach to burn as if he were being burned by acid. but just half a second before the high level of soju in the glass bottle was about to enter his mouth, the lights of the villa suddenly went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Immediately afterward, Jiang Xia detected a similar aura rapidly approaching. The sound of the blade breaking through the air followed, and the blue blade drew a wonderful arc in the darkness. With the quickness of the blade, the blue light connected like a blue flower blooming in the darkness. Lithonia. Jiang Xia's heart was so happy that he hastily backed away, not to mention how thrilling and exciting it was, and in his heart, he thanked Li Sitong's 8 generations of ancestors. After gradually adjusting to the darkness, Jiang Xia noticed that his eyes seemed to have mutated again. With that, he saw everything in the darkness as clearly as if his eyes were equipped with night vision. Tentacles, uncountable tentacles were flailing about, and the strong wind that cut through the air rose and fell, whistling. The source of these tentacles was in the corner of the villa, where a humanoid monster stood, with 3 tentacles protruding from its mouth in the form of an ice cone with a sharp point in the front section, and 2 hands that turned into 2 tentacles with a knife-shaped front section and 2 extending from its back. The night vision ability of the awakened person was obviously not as good as the magic seed, not to mention having to deal with several tentacles in such a dark environment. Gradually that awakened person was a bit overwhelmed. With a loud bang, her waist was swept by a tentacle, and her body slammed into the fish tank with a bang, the whole tank exploding, glass ballast washed by the water flow. The awakened one was drenched, her body tumbling across the ground covered in broken glass, dodging the tentacles that attacked her from every direction. She didn't stand up with a carp like on TV. Instead, he rolled, then looked for an opportunity to get to one knee, his scimitar flying up and down in his hand to block the tentacles, getting to his feet in multiple steps. Her sword skills were top-notch, and even Jiang Xia looked at her with some envy. At the same time, he was secretly thankful that Li Sitong saved the day in time. Otherwise, even if he drank that bottle of high-level soju and turned into a monster-like creature, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape under such a sword. Help! The awakened man shouted at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was unmoved. If he really wanted to help, it seemed like the one he should help was also Li Sitong. Jiang Xia wanted to be on the side of justice, wanted to save the world like those protagonists in the anime, but these were just thoughts, nice fantasies. He knew deep down that this battle would only be more favorable to him if Li Sitong won. Once the winner is an awakened person, the result waiting for him as an undercover agent will most likely be a death. He does not think he can explain himself as an undercover agent. Knowing that he was undefeatable in such an environment, that awakened one began to retreat in the direction of the villa's door, and at the cost of taking heavy blows to multiple parts of his body, he opened the villa's door and rushed out. The tentacles flying in midair paused for a moment, seemingly with no intention of chasing them out. Swish swish swish. After a few seconds, the tentacles retracted. Lithonia's voice rang out. I can't believe I gave it away. Her tone was a bit resentful, mixed with a hint of anger. The duck that had arrived in her mouth had flown away, making her feel bad inside. After a few seconds she added, close the door. By the time Jiang Xia closed the door behind him and turned around, the villa was back to light. Li Sitong stood in the center of the living room, licking the blood from her hands with gusto, breathing heavily, as if a still hungry beast had tasted long-lost flesh and blood, and her eyes looked as if she had been greatly satisfied. Deliciously excellent. Sure enough, there's nothing like an awakened one. The infatuated expression made Jiang Xia not dare to approach easily, fearing that Li Sitong's lust would use him to quench her hunger. What's with the sudden awakening? Jiang Xia asked as he stood in the doorway position. The crisis seemed to have been lifted, but the fleeing awakened seemed to cause him an even greater crisis. His lips were dry with nervousness after the robbery, and his heart couldn't stop puffing. Only when she had licked the blood of all the awakened on her hands clean did Li Sitong put her hands down with a sense of satisfaction, and her gaze went to the fish-headed monster woman lying on the ground. At this time, the fish-headed monster had already returned to its normal human appearance, and the woman whose original face value was close to full marks was horribly disfigured and oozing after her face was poked by Jiang Xia, rushed her and ended up bumping into us in a crooked way. Li Sitong replied, then my identity is exposed. Will it be alright? Jiang Xia asked worriedly. Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia and was also a little unsure. Depends on whether she stares at you or not, but she's hurt pretty bad, so she shouldn't make a move anytime soon. Saying that, she walked over to Jiang Xia and took the bottle of high-level soju in Jiang Xia's hand, sniffed the pungent alcohol odor, and raised it to her eyes again to survey it. She's smart enough to know that no one should be trusted. Throw it away. It smells like. Jiang Xia covered his nose. The smell of alcohol wafting out from the mouth of the bottle was a little too much for him to bear. What a waste to throw away. Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia and revealed a bad smile. Jiang Xia blinked, looked at the wine, and then looked at this impish smile of Li Sitong, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 12, I almost forgot that I'm an awakened as well. I'll go first. Sensing that something was wrong, Jiang Xia turned around and tried to run, but was strangled by Lee Sidong. Pa, I'm your boyfriend. A boyfriend in a serious relationship. You can't abuse me like this. Jiang Xia struggled and screamed. Just a sip. Just a sip. Want to hear what you're talking about? Jiang Xia tried to yank Li Sitong's hand away, his afterglow noting Li Sitong's smile and then looking at the wine handed to his mouth. The image of Pan Jinlian feeding Wu Daolang medicine suddenly came to his mind. Soju with such a high degree of alcohol will kill you, okay? What's wrong with this crazy woman again? Pa, one sip. Just one sip. How about you take a sip and I'll take a sip? No. Li Sidong was a little upset. Those small couples on the street, girlfriend to boyfriend feed drink people will not refuse. How do you hear is not appreciated. Jiang Xia held down Li Sitong's hand and said seriously, listen to me. Don't hurt each other. Put the wine down. I'll buy you milk tea. The super large pearl kind. Li Sidong hummed. Just now that woman let you drink you intend to drink. I let you drink you don't drink. I can't even compare to that woman, right? Jiang Xia snapped his gaze at Li Sidong. And you can compare it like that? Why can't you compare? It's the same woman. I'm still your girlfriend. Do you listen to her or not? It should be said that when Li Sidong throws a small temper tantrum, she is really a little girlfriend that flavor. I know what you want. You want to see what I look like after I transform. Jiang Xia hit the nail on the head. He felt that he counted on more or less figuring out the pattern of Li Sitong's madness. This woman may seem crazy, but she doesn't suddenly go crazy for no reason. I love your quick wit. Don't you want to see what you look like when you change? Jiang Xia was also curious. Don't tell me. I'd like to know, but isn't there any other way besides drinking? Li Sidong said. You should belong to the kind that can't control your body on your own. You need to complete a thorough demonization, and only then can you demonize at your own will from now on. At those words, Jiang Xia looked at the wine in Li Sitong's hand and thought, so this bottle of wine I still have to drink? Li Sidong continued. Except, this wine you must drink, not only now, but also often in the future. You have to allow your body to withstand the alcohol to the maximum extent. At least within 5 minutes of drinking the wine, you can suppress the strong discomfort that the alcohol brings to your body. You don't want to be able to be dominated by alcohol casually in the future, right? Jiang Xia felt it was reasonable. Just wanted to drink but felt that this place was not suitable. Change the place. In case that awakened person brings someone back it will be troublesome. She is afraid to come back. But just in case, Li Sidong said as her gaze went to the woman on the ground who had been poked in the eye and muttered. Damn awakened one, whetting my appetite. Enjoy then, I'll wait outside. This dead kind, for Li Sidong should be considered a feast. Jiang Xia does not want to see the process. He still cannot stand that kind of scene. No, let's go together. I'm not interested in this kind of scraps being hunted by others. I prefer to hunt myself. Jiang Xia scratched his somewhat itchy eyes. It's hard to see that she's still a picky eater. Then there's no need to take care of this place? Jiang Xia scanned the blood-stained living room. Just leaving 2 corpses here. Sure that nothing will happen? Don't worry about it. There will be someone to deal with it. The relevant departments are still trying to control the social order as much as possible. Unsurprisingly, they will claim to the public that a home invasion robbery has occurred here, Li Sidong added. Or a pair of couple had an argument because of an emotional dispute, and after the man killed the woman, he himself committed suicide. Will that be investigated on us? The surveillance in the neighborhood has been destroyed by me. I don't believe they can spare enough manpower to track us down now. And, Li Sidong didn't go on. And what? Nothing. Is it possible that there are some of our kind in that relevant department you speak of? Seeing Li Sidong nod her head in acknowledgement, Jiang Xia felt more and more that the world was full of holes and shaky. The two went back to the opposite side of the villa, stayed for a few minutes. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong a few minutes apart from each other to leave the autumn maple villa. Li Sidong didn't let Jiang Xia go, but dragged Jiang Xia back to the couple's hotel where he stayed last night. It was the same room as last night, with the same ambient lighting, the same birdcage bed, and a fancy assortment of well-priced erotic props in a sales counter next to the bed. Unlike last night, tonight's Jiang Xia was no longer so fearful and had gradually accepted everything that was happening around him. In the restroom, a voice came from Lithonia, who was washing her hands. The more time passes, the more people die, and even if the relevant departments try to cover it up, sooner or later these things will be exposed to the public. All the countries in the world are now secretly building safe zones, and once the first batch of safe zones are constructed, they will tear their faces off from us, so getting stronger is imminent. Speaking later, Lithonia's voice sank. Jiang Xia nodded. He had also paid attention to the news on the internet. The price of food had risen in the past 2 years. Now he thought that it should be the reason why all countries were hoarding food in large quantities. How do awakened people become stronger? Jiang Xia asked. According to the current intelligence I have on the awakened, the most direct way for them to become stronger is to kill us. Li Sidong came out of the restroom, her face moist, but not just any way will do. They have to kill us with their awakened special abilities to be useful. Jiang Xia's heart was delighted. Wasn't this just like fighting monsters and upgrading? After he himself had just torn apart that small monster with his bare hands, he clearly felt a trace of warmth appear in his body. Those warm currents didn't disappear after they appeared, but rather seemed to burrow into the cells of his body, and the strength of his body seemed to have increased quite a bit. It seems that he, like other awakened, has become stronger by killing the demon seed. I just don't know if I will evolve like the demon seed after killing enough of them? Jiang Xia's eyes flashed, immediately realizing the greatest benefit of his divine sequence ability, the ability to sense the aura of his own kind. That is to say that one can accurately find the demonic species around him to behead and become stronger, without having to play hide-and-seek with the demonic species like the other awakened, at least until humanity tears itself apart from the demon species. This is a big advantage for yourself? Thinking of this, another question popped up in Jiang Xia's mind. I still have another question. The awakened have been searching for us, so could it be that they first grabbed one of our kind, threatened that kind, and told them about the people who have the scent of their kind around them? Li Sidong smiled slightly. Yes, the relevant authorities have taken control of many of our kind, using them to mark the identities of many of our kind. This is unavoidable. In fact, the main thing we're hiding our identities against is not those departments at the top, but those scattered awakened ones. Jiang Xia asked, don't the awakened have anything to do with those sectors? Rather, there are awakened ones who have been secretly taken under their wing, but more of them are still fighting alone, and even if they hold a group, there are only 3 or 5 of them. Li Sidong continued, with the current situation, any awakened who has a bit of brain will not trust anyone. Think about it, if you were an awakened and you knew that there might be an undercover agent of the demon seed in the relevant department, would you still expose your awakened identity to join them? Jiang Xia nodded slightly, thinking about it this way. In this situation, the awakened who might not even have 1 in 100,000 people could be much more dangerous than them. Once the identity of the awakened was exposed, no matter where they were, there would be countless demonic species running to enjoy the feast. At first Jiang Xia had some sympathy for the awakened, but gradually his heart froze. I'm also an awakened. I'm afraid that I, an undercover awakened, am the most dangerous of all the awakened, right? Stepping barefoot on the fluffy carpet, Li Sidong carried 2 glasses, not choosing to drink from the bottle of soju, but instead pouring 2 shallow glasses of the foreign wine that she had the hotel receptionist deliver. She sat on Jiang Xia's lap, her slim and slender figure without a trace of fat, and a glass of wine was handed to Jiang Xia. Looking at the glass of wine, Jiang Xia questioned, you don't seem to be alone, you have an organization? Right, Li Sidong smiled faintly and added, when the time comes, I'll bring you in and make sure the people in there will blow your mind. She held up the wine glass in her hand and Jiang Xia's cup clinked together, making a ding sound. Cheers! Chapter 13, The Little Dragon Man. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and tilted his head back before pouring the cup of wine into his mouth. Goo! The moment the amber liquid slid down his throat, Jiang Xia realized that he had underestimated the power of the drink. If he had to name the drink, he thought it could be called Hellfire. The hot liquid slid down his throat as if he had swallowed a piece of ember and burned a path of liquid fire down his esophagus. When it went down, it was as if a hot piece of lead had been shoved into the stomach pouch, and the temperature of this piece of lead continued to rise. Jiang Xia couldn't bear it anymore. It was as if a fire dragon was about to erupt inside his body. With a push away from the woman in his lap, he rushed to the restroom and bent over to vomit. A layer of hot sweat broke out all over his body. His ears produced a buzzing, and his nerves felt like they were being stabbed by 10,000 silver needles. Jiang Xia felt that one of his feet had already stepped into the ghost gate. The whole person seemed to be about to lose consciousness, and it seemed that a layer of film had been covered in front of his eyes, which was false. The demonic bloodline in his body was as if it had been activated by spirits, and the muscles in his body were bulging violently. Jiang Xia's hand gripping the edge of the toilet was only lightly pressed, and the porcelain-made toilet was broken off like a piece of tofu. The buzzing in his ears lasted for a long time, and the burning sensation in his abdomen caused Jenga to stifle a cry of pain. He busied himself by running to the sink and turning on the faucet to gulp down the cold tap water, intending to use it to douse the flames rising in his stomach. It kept drinking and spitting until a few minutes later when things eased up quite a bit, this feeling of life being worse than death. If possible, Jiang Xia did not want to experience it a second time. When everything in front of him gradually became clear, Jiang Xia, who had his hands propped up on the sink, looked blank and gazed at himself in the mirror. The skin on his face in the mirror turned a light green color, and his features changed slightly, but largely retained their original appearance. The pupils of a pair of ghostly green eyes were erect and reddish, with tiny lime green scales in an orderly arrangement attached around the sockets. The ears become long and pointed, like an elfin one, slightly opening his mouth. His mouth's jagged teeth were interlaced with a sharpness that looked like it could tear apart all flesh and blood. The most obvious change was on his head. where two black horns like a dragon's horn grew. Lee Sidong, who was standing in the doorway of the restroom, gulped and swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she looked at Jung Xia's appearance in the mirror. Frozen for a long moment, it took a long time before he uttered, "So cute." Lee Sidong really couldn't control herself. Dizzy walked in and grabbed Jung Xia's ears, and pinched Jung Xia's face. Her heart blossomed, as if a clueless little girl had her own stuffed animal for the first time. "A little dragon man?" Jung Xia blinked, his heart turning over in horrified waves. "No, how can you be so cute? Shouldn't it be a hideous, horrible, terrifying image? On closer inspection, it kind of looks like a kobold," Lithonia said. Jung Xia snapped at Lee Sidong, reacting greatly. "Where is the resemblance?" Lee Sidong was busy explaining. "I mean the color of your face, of course, is much better looking than a kobold. Take a closer look. Well, quite handsome. In addition to the head, other parts of the body have changed. The demonized hands were covered in dark green scales of an orderly size, with sharp black claws about 10 centimeters long on the front part of the claws. Behind him, a green tail with a tapered front section easily pierced through his pants and stood up behind him. The jacket and undershirt are removed, and the changed body is fully revealed. The pecs were tight and powerful, with well-defined abs underneath, and the loins on the left and right sides were covered in scales that extended all the way down the back. Look at the face alone, but as a whole, the sharp claws, the chilling fangs, and the tapered tail on its back are extremely aggressive. Slender physique, as if born to fight." Lee Sidong stood beside Jung Xia, looking at Jung Xia's appearance in the mirror with light in her eyes. "It's worthy of being the man I've been looking at, even after demonization. He's so deep in my heart." Jung Xia gazed at himself in the mirror, always feeling that he hadn't been completely demonized. He tried to control the power within him as his face began to change once again. The hair on your head starts to shrink inward, your frontal bone starts to get longer, and your neck starts to thicken. When the changes stopped, his entire head took the shape of a dragon, his green scales glowing with phosphorescence. Lee Sidong looked carefully and said thoughtfully, "It's kind of like a dragon warrior, or that just looked good." The demonization lasted for 10 minutes or so, until Jung Xia gradually grasped the pattern before converging on his demonized form. Jung Xia decided to buy a looser pair of pants tomorrow. The demonized body was stronger and more muscular, and the dress pants were now a bit strangling. The good news, your own demonized form, not a tentacle monster, looks less disgusting and quite handsome instead? Immediately, Jung Xia looked at Lee Sidong in disbelief. Puzzled, "How come you have such a high tolerance for alcohol? You're fine after so long?" "I didn't drink." Lithonia smiled cheekily. "You." Jung Xia gritted his teeth and swallowed the expletives that came to his mouth. After seeing Jung Xia's demonized appearance, Lee Sidong was satisfied, stayed a few more minutes and then left, saying she had been out of the house since last night and had to go back tonight. Jung Xia didn't want to stay in this hotel that seemed to be a gathering place for demonic species, but it wasn't safe to go back alone in the middle of the night. After a hot shower, he lay down on his bed and called his mom. On the phone, inquired about mom. Learning that she was coming back on a flight early the day after tomorrow, Jung Xia told her to be careful, and in a very serious tone, told her to stay more in lively places and not to go out at night. He also told his sister what he told her about spraying alcohol on his body, and when his mom inquired about what had happened, Jung Xia didn't tell the truth. Do not tell the truth to the old sister is afraid of scaring her. Do not tell mom is this kind of thing on the phone to say, or maybe the opposite is taken as a joke. After all, he and his sister used to often like to open this kind of joke, said what to see the aliens, and now on the phone to say the truth. I guess it will become wolves come. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. After getting an affirmative answer from his mom and hanging up the phone, the tired Jung Xia fell asleep in deep hunger. At 6:30 the next morning, it was drizzling outside. Almost into the winter night is extraordinarily long. Jung Xia sat on a crowded bus, did not rush to school, but first went home to change clothes. Came to school after the morning reading. The genius is slightly bright. All morning, Jung Xia was alone, and the seat next to his deskmate Yang Jia was empty. It started when Yang Jia was caught smoking in the restroom by the teacher during the next morning reading and is now at the faculty punishment station. There's no shame in standing for punishment. The shame is that the teacher also made him write 100 times, "I will never pick up cigarette butts in the toilet and smoke them again." What surprised Jung Xia the most was that Wang Fei actually invited him to play basketball with him after the rain stopped. Jung Xia didn't understand. Was this guy so capable of pretending? Obviously. He followed him last night and wanted to eat him. But today he actually took the initiative to invite himself to play ball together as if nothing had happened. Jung Xia didn't go. Besides not wanting to give face, there was also the fact that he was hungry. All day long, except for eating and going to the restroom, Jung Xia was almost sitting motionless in his position. The intense hunger swept through his entire body. and even taking a step away from his legs was laborious. He knew Lithonia had something in her hands that could fill him up, but he hesitated to speak, fearing that after the first opening, he would never be able to stop thereafter. Jiang Xia still wanted to find out if there was any other way he could fill his stomach. After all, he wasn't really a magic seed, just an undercover agent. He still resists eating his own kind from the bottom of his heart. It's Friday and there's no evening study hall. At 4:20 p.m. After school, Jiang Xia boarded the bus to the autumn maple garden. While on the bus last night, traveling to a place where he smelled an odor wafting in through the window. The odor was strange, not fragrant, but it whetted his appetite, and it did not taste like human blood. Jiang Xia vaguely felt that the source of this odor might be able to fill him up. If Wang Fei hadn't been following him last night, he was going to get out of the car and find out what was going on when he smelled the odor at the time. Chapter 14 Unwelcome Visitors. On the bus, Jiang Xia sat in the window seat. Traveling to that section of the road last night, that particular smell once again drilled into the brain. Dizzy shouting at the driver to stop the car, Jiang Xia carried his school bag and rushed out of the car at the first time the door opened. At his feet was an intersection, not a busy location, and there were no very tall buildings within a few hundred meters as far as the eye could see, for the reason that the road is very narrow. The traffic here is very congested, and every day after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a traffic policeman will come here personally to direct the traffic. Going up is the direction of Autumn Maple Garden, and going down to the right is the direction of Xiyun District. Not being too familiar with this area, Jiang Xia did not run to the source of the odor at the first opportunity, but cautiously opened the map on his phone to check the nearby area. Following the direction of Xiyun District on the lower right is an industrial area with rows of factories like a steel forest and towering chimneys that look like an old man smoking a dry cigarette, slowly puffing out white smoke. Hundreds of thousands of working families in Singing River depend on jobs in this industrial area, and the smell is coming from that direction. Jiang Xia raised his head and looked out. He could clearly sense the direction the odor was coming from, and after determining the direction, he zoomed in on the map with both fingers. Seeing the names of several factories displayed on the map, Jiang Xia frowned. Slaughterhouse? The map showed several livestock slaughterhouses over in the direction the odor was coming from. Could this particular odor I'm smelling be the blood and flesh of livestock? Although several hundred meters apart, the average person couldn't smell anything at all. But as a magic undercover, Jiang Xia's various senses, especially the sense of smell, has far exceeded the ordinary people several times, not to mention that he is still in a state of extreme hunger. Tell us something embarrassing while eating in the school cafeteria. He was even able to pinpoint which female classmate had her period. That's not right. Li Sidong said that only humans can satisfy the appetite of the demonic species. Any other creatures won't work. It's useless to eat as much as you want. Jiang Xia wondered, muttering in his mind. Jiang Xia looked around. Now it is the time to get off work and eat. The surrounding densely packed with workers in factory uniforms from the factory. To find out what was going on, he also took the plunge and followed the direction of the industrial area. Eventually, outside the factory gate of a slaughterhouse, he identified the source of the odor as coming from the slaughterhouse. After closing the distance, Jiang Xia also clearly smelled the odor of livestock blood floating in the air, and was certain that it was the smell that had whetted his appetite. Jiang Xia was overjoyed and had mixed feelings inside. Livestock blood. If I can really fill my stomach with livestock blood, that's simply too good to be true. It seems that this is God's special favor to me. The undercover magic seed. Jiang Xia was now so hungry that he was about to walk on two legs, forcing down his inner excitement. He planned to immediately go to the nearby market to buy a live chicken to try. If it does, then one of the biggest problems at the moment will be solved. Although the nearest raw poultry market was a short distance away, just 10 minutes or so, Jiang Xia couldn't wait any longer and took a cab straight to his destination. If this were a normal day, a student like him who lived on $150 a week would not be able to afford to take a cab with a starting price of $10. In the car, I received a message from Li Sidong on my cell phone. Where is it? Come out. I'll treat you to dinner. Jiang Xia knew that the meal that Li Sidong referred to was not to find a restaurant to rub a meal, but mostly to pick a random passerby. When he was at the hotel last night, Li Sidong had told him that she was going to take him to practice hunting while she was off for the weekend. But the current Jiang Xia seemed to have no need to hunt anymore. No need. I'll find a way to get enough to eat on my own. Li Sidong, no way. This precious first time of yours must be taught by my hand. Jiang Xia joked. Is it possible that we don't have to hunt? Isn't your family rich? I'll make a joint venture with you to buy a paid blood donation car. I'll put up 100 and you'll do the rest. At that time not only do we not need to harm people, but we can also eat enough, eat well, and change flavors every day. Li Sidong, how did you come up with this kind of 255 ways? Also, can you not use these sensitive words when chatting? You are afraid that the internet police can't catch you, right? Jiang Xia froze, forgiving him for overlooking the fact that the chat logs were going to be seen. but it didn't matter. Anyway, no matter how much they hid, there were still plenty of ways for the relevant authorities to discover them. According to what Lee Sidong said, the main defense against hiding their identity as much as possible was the awakened who were also lurking around them. The awakened are relying on killing demonic species to become stronger, and they must have realized that sooner or later the world would be in chaos. In order to become as strong as possible before the social order completely collapses, their desire for the magic seed is as unmatched as the magic seed's desire for them. Jiang Xia, contact me later. I have something to do now. Lithonia, oh. After buying a live chicken in the market at a cost of 100 Daiyang, and returning home, Jiang Xia began to work on killing the chicken. The first time to kill the chicken. Not much experience. Make the chicken feathers flying all over the sky. It is not easy for this chicken to break the gas, or Jiang Xia really cannot bear to torture it again. Wringing its neck, a knife was stabbed into the windpipe and the blood was placed in a bloody line into a bowl of blood. The appetizing smells are back. Jiang Xia stuck a drop on his finger, both excited and apprehensive inside. He was scared that he wouldn't be able to fill his stomach. Well, as the bloodstained finger was placed in his mouth, a bright light was released from his eyes, as if he were sucking on juice, licking the red liquid from the finger, not letting go of any trace of it. Sweet, too sweet. The entrance was not as fishy as imagined, but sweet as if it was a honey fruit. Just a little bit. Jiang Xia felt the spirit head up. Jiang Xia was ecstatic inwardly, and couldn't care less about being shabby, and before the blood solidified, he picked up the bowl and put it to his mouth, and gulped it all down. The long-lost feeling of fullness, so that Jiang Xia retasted the taste of being alive. The whole person is full of vitality, the power that has disappeared for a long time to return to the limbs. The confused brain thoughts are instantly clear. It felt as if someone who had been deep in the mud for days had finally climbed up. Drinking a large bowl in one gulp made Jiang Xia a little out of breath. His hands propped up on the stovetop, his chest rising and falling. Cool. It's so cool. Plop plop plop. The raging heartbeat proclaimed the excitement within Jiang Xia. He was thrilled that he didn't have to prey on normal humans like the demon seed, and that he could be a proper human. God, it's a good thing you didn't turn me into a real demon seed. Jiang Xia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and savored the remaining feast in his mouth, not even letting go of the bottom of the bowl. Now that you've filled your stomach, the next thing to do is to find the right demonic species to lay your hands on and get stronger, right? Just when he was satisfied and planning to clean up the battlefield, the door of the house was suddenly opened. Click. Jiang Xia violently looked out from the kitchen. His first thought was his old mom, but as the door of the house was pushed open a crack, he clearly felt a similar scent. Chapter 15. We've got you. Pa, a head peeked in furtively. Upon seeing that it was Lee Sidong, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. His hanging heart dropped and his tense nerves were soothed. Why are you here? Jiang Xia asked again. Why do you have a key to my house? It's just opening a door. It's not that hard. And as for why I came, I missed you. Of course. Lee Sidong walked in with a smile as if she had come to her own home. Very nonchalant, taking off her sneakers at the door and replacing them with a pair of black furry slippers. Walking to the kitchen door and looking at the chaotic scene inside, Lee Sidong wondered, what are you doing? Killing a chicken? Jiang Xia's eyes flashed. The fact that he could fill his stomach with livestock blood must not be revealed. It's not guaranteed that this will get out and be taken in for study. Yes, kill the chicken and plan to cook it myself and get you a pot of chicken. Ha! Lee Sidong froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Xia with interest, seemingly a little less convinced. You cook for me? What? You don't believe me? Lee Sidong gazed at Jiang Xia, seemed to have sensed something, took a step forward, tugged on Jiang Xia's collar, and came up to Jiang Xia's mouth to sniff. You lie. You bought this chicken to drink its blood. You wanted to see if animal blood could fill your stomach. You lied to me. The voice suddenly went cold. Okay, I admit. At first my thoughts were like this, but after seeing you come, I did have the idea of cooking for you. Seeing that he was exposed, Jiang Xia also stopped pretending. Well, you're barely forgiven. Lee Sidong smiled faintly again and said, how does chicken blood taste? Can't fill your stomach, right? It can't. Jiang Xia shook his head in frustration, trying not to let Lee Sidong see the slightest hint of it. Don't mess around. I can tell you for sure that as far as I know right now, nothing but people can satisfy our appetites. Aren't you going to get me something good to eat? Hold on to it. Letting go of Jiang Xia's collar, Lee Sidong wandered around the house on her own. The snacks on the table were picked up and eaten without any fuss, as if they really made this place their home. But let's say she's really unkind. Not really. Although she was going around the house, she was very disciplined and did not go to Jiang Xia's room, let alone set foot in Jiang Xia's mother's room half a step, and the empty room that was left alone for her sister. She did not go in either. Even when he went to the storage room, he would ask Jiang Xia if he could go in and take a look. In the kitchen where the smell of chicken filled the room, Jiang Xia handled the chicken feathers alone. making a head of sweat. He just really didn't think about handling the chicken's meat. Hell, he didn't know how Lee Sit-ong could suddenly touch it. But the good thing was that even though I hadn't killed a chicken before, I had cooked, and was barely a kitchen whiz, so I had no problem with the usual dishes. After wandering around for a while, Lithonia took off her slippers and sat on the couch with her knees curled up, playing with her cell phone. She was wearing a white turtleneck sweater. The lower half of her body was still a pair of loose jeans. Her tiny feet were wearing white short socks. Her long ink-like hair was loose. Still without makeup, her beauty seemed to need no adornment. Soon, a pot of aromatic spicy chicken came out of the pot, and the two of them sat down at the table to savor it. It had been a long time since Lee Sit-ong had savored normal food this much. Ever since she had turned into a demonic species, she had hated eating normal human food. She savored it, seeming to enjoy the food not so much as she was enjoying the feeling of being alone with her boyfriend for dinner, and actually didn't seem to be able to muster much interest in the chicken. Jiang Xia could understand that even though normal food couldn't fill their stomachs, the flavor that should be there would still bloom in their mouths. But the taste of this normal food is nothing compared to the real superior taste. I knew it well when I just drank that bowl of chicken blood myself. Wonderful as if all the food in the world couldn't compare. At the dinner table, Jenga asked the question. What was it you said last night that would make my family safer? I'm not sure how we were turned into demonic species, but I have a way to turn your family into demonic species as well. Not exactly demonic I guess, but similar to us, Lee Sit-ong said absently. No. When Lee Si-tong's approach came out, it was immediately rebuffed by Jiang Xia. He didn't want his family to become those monsters too. Yes, becoming that kind of monster makes you stronger, and as long as you don't meet a foreign demon, there's a good chance you won't be attacked by the demon seed, but it would have to become inhuman and still be dangerous to the awakened, wouldn't it? He wasn't really a demonic species, so how could he turn his family into demonic species? It seems the only way to keep your family as safe as possible is to protect them before the social order collapses. Didn't Lee Sit-ong say that all the countries in the world were creating safe zones, and that when they were created, they would send their families in? Then you keep them in crowded places as much as possible to avoid being alone outside. Lee Sit-ong carefully nibbled on the chicken wings in her hand, fearing that the oil would splash on the clothes she had just changed. After a long while, Jiang Xia asked again, why didn't I detect your aura just now? And I didn't realize it until you opened the door? The same thing happened in the villa crisis last night. At that time, he couldn't feel Lee Si-tong's similar aura all around when he faced that awakened person, and thought that she had run away, but she suddenly appeared again. Lee Sit-ong didn't hide it either. It wasn't a big secret. As long as you become strong enough, you can control the breath on your body as much as possible, expanding the range of breath, contracting the range of breath whatever you want. And how far can you shrink now? 5 meters, I think, and a kindred spirit outside of 5 meters won't be able to detect the scent of a kindred spirit on me unless it's incredibly strong. Jiang Xia was inwardly certain. It seemed that among the many of her kind, Lee Sit-ong was really strong, not that kind of weak-kneed demonic species. At 20:20 in the evening, the two of them ate a small half of the pot, and before they could wash the dishes, Lee Sit-ong dragged Jiang Xia and said that she wanted to go out to watch a movie. Jiang Xia does not want to go out at night, but cannot argue with Lee Sit-ong, was dragged to the movie theater. The movie puts on a love story of a foreign man and woman, which is still quite a classic, with an ending that will keep you coming back for more. But Jiang Xia had already seen it too many times, and brushed it up again not long ago, so now it was a bit boring to watch it again. Lee Sit-ong was watching with great interest, holding popcorn in her hand, her head snuggled on Jiang Xia's shoulder. Jenga didn't know if he was considered happy or not. The whole school, and even outside the school, many boys are coveted by the school flower to get, and this school flower to him possessiveness is still extremely high. He wasn't sure what Lithonia's real purpose in dating him really was. Is it a real favorite? Or are you looking for a companion to predate with? Or, as Wang Fei said, Lee Sit-ong was dating him and getting close to him. In fact, she wanted to fatten him up like raising livestock, and in the end, she swallowed him in one bite. Just as Jiang Xia opened his mouth and ate a piece of popcorn that Lee Sit-ong fed him, an eerie voice sounded from behind. Gotcha. Chapter 16, Cinema Kind. Buzz. Hearing the low voice behind him, Jiang Xia's scalp instantly tingled and a heart cried out. The awakened. Damn it, it's not really an awakened, is it? He and Lee Sit-ong turned around at the same time, and at the sight of Yang Jia's grimacing face, their eyes sank. In unison. You're sick, Yang Jia immediately said. I'm not sick. It's you guys who are sick. You too have been poisoned by love. You don't learn at a young age. You actually learn to fall in love. Jiang Xia immediately said. No, who said we're in a relationship? Don't be sophomoric. Just now the squad leader leaned on your shoulder. I saw it all, Yang Jia said and continued. Also, last night I saw the two of you sitting in a cab. The license plate number is Jiangbi, T1089. Say, Did the two of you go to a hotel room? There was no one else in the entire movie theater but the three of them, so talking out loud wouldn't hurt. Jiang Xia was about to argue, but Li Sidong suddenly took his arm and rushed at Yang Jia arrogantly. Yes, Jiang Xia and I are in love. What? See, Jiang Xia found such a beautiful girlfriend like me. You're jealous? Ha? What? I will be jealous? Yang Jia pointed at himself, breathing heavily. His expression felt a bit ridiculous. I, Yang Jia, have always passed through all the flowers, not touching a single leaf. Is a famous prodigal son of love? What kind of beautiful women I have not seen? I will be jealous of him? Saying that, Yang Jia looked at Jiang Xia again. Ah Xia, there's no place for it. There's really no place for it. Falling in love with the class president. Even if you hide it from other people, you actually hide it even from me. Can you afford to treat the two of us for so long? I'm going to break the father-son relationship with you. Jiang Xia didn't bother listening to him go crazy and asked, why are you here? Don't tell me you've been following us? Yang Jia clasped his hands and smiled faintly. Godly, what? You're allowed to bring a pretty beauty to watch a movie, but I can't? You're in love too? Jiang Xia asked again. Where's your date? Yang Jia pulled out his cell phone, opened the photo album, tapped on a photo to aim at the two, and hemmed and hawed. How's that for decent? I've been chatting for half a month now and I finally got her to ask her out to a movie tonight. The woman in the photo was wearing a blue and white Lolita dress, standing in front of a mirror showing off her black silk legs, her cell phone held up to cover her face, and her figure is both small and voluptuous. Li Sidong scoffed, internet dating reliable or not? Have not heard of the risks of internet dating? Risk? Yang Jia smiled contemptuously and patted his chest. How can there be any risk for the woman I, Yang Jia, have my eyes on? With that, he opened the chat and tapped on the latest voice. Traffic jam. I might be late. Sorry. How is it? Sound good, right? Yang Jia's eyebrows flew, his expression overflowing with bragging about the dog and man in front of him. Holy clip. Jiang Xia had never heard such a clip. What's wrong with clamping? Yang Jia put two fingers on his chin and put on the smile of the famous comedian master star. Jia, I like women who can pinch. Jia. Jiang Xia asked. Then why didn't you wait for her outside and come in first? Nonsense. Seeing two familiar figures, of course I had to follow in to see if it was you guys. Yang Jia intoned. I have to say Xia, you're bull. You even took down the class president. Okay, stop talking. Don't affect me watching the movie with Jiang Xia, Li Sidong said. Che, what's the big deal? Don't think that you guys are the only ones who can show love. In a while when my Xiaoyu comes, I'll let you guys know what it means to have a talented man and a beautiful woman. Yang Jia straightened the designer jacket on his body and wiped the brand new sneakers on his feet. It was rare to say the least. Jiang Xia rarely saw his classmate Yang Jia dress like this. Yang Jia's family is rich, but in a sense he is an orphan. His parents left in a car accident early in his life, and the rich ones are his grandfather and his grandparents. As the old man's only grandson, he usually had more pocket money than he could spend, but even with more money, usually he dresses up like a beggar, standing on the street, not giving the impression that he is a rich third generation, like an internet cafe geek living on the dole. A few minutes later, Yang Jia gleefully went out to pick up his online girlfriend, walking with a little humming and twirling dance step. A minute later he came back, walking ahead, his head bowed and drooping. Behind him followed a double ponytailed Lolita wearing 300-pound chubby Lolita with piggyback shoes that were already holding up bigger than her face. Jiang Xia's face instantly blushed. Hold back. It's times like these that you should never laugh. Li Sidong on the side also stifled her laughter, apparently also poked at the laughing point by the contrast in Yang Jia's expression. With his online girlfriend in tow, Yang Jia sat behind Jiang Xia and the others, his head deeply lowered, a little depressed and not too happy. As the fat loli approached, the laughter in Jiang Xia's heart dissipated and was replaced by a hint of panic, and his heart felt as if the beard strings had been stretched taut. When the fat loli first appeared, Jiang Xia only paid attention to Yang Jia's failed online relationship, but he didn't pay attention to the fact that the fat loli had the same kind of aura on her. The fat loli called Xiaoyu did not have any change in her expression, sat down, put the 2 buckets of popcorn aside, and took Yang Jia's arm. Noticing Jiang Xia's eyes, Yang Jia raised his eyes to look at him. What are you looking at? Then he lowered his head in aggravation, and the corners of his mouth opened and closed as if he were saying some extremely unpleasant expletive. The fat loli took Yang Jia's shoulder and asked in a clipped voice, do you know them? No, don't recognize. Yang Jia shook his head repeatedly, avoiding his head to the side and said, watch the movie, watch it and go home. Li Sidong also stopped paying attention to the 2 people behind her and concentrated on watching the movie. Jiang Xia was inwardly apprehensive. He was sure that this fat loli was approaching Yang Jia not for a relationship, but mostly to fill her stomach. Yang Jia is in danger tonight. I'm afraid. Lithonia doesn't seem to want to mind her own business? Watching the woman in front of her feed popcorn into Jiang Xiao's mouth, the fat loli followed suit. But Yang Jia was dead set on not opening his mouth. Baby, what are you doing? Don't you like popcorn? Don't call me baby. Yang Jia licked the skin of his mouth and felt goosebumps rising all over his body. I think the relationship between the two of us. What? You don't want to be with me? Then you still call me baby every day? The fat loli crossed her arms and beamed angrily. Put. Sitting in front of her, Li Sidong, who had just taken a sip of coke, spewed it out in one gulp. Yang Jia gritted his teeth as he felt he was being laughed at by the class president in front of him. That's right. It's shameful. The fat loli clasped her hands together and leaned back in her chair with a cold snort. I'm pissed off and can't be coaxed unless you feed me popcorn. Okay, open your mouth and I'll pour it for you. Yang Jia grabbed a bucket of popcorn and stood up. He felt that for this loli's physique, it made sense to use pour? Ha 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 ha. Li Sidong couldn't help it. One hand pinched Jiang Xiao's shoulder and laughed out hard. Yang Jia's forehead rippled with blue veins. Damn online dating, making me lose face. The fat loli frowned and looked at Li Sidong, saying unhappily, what are you laughing at? Ha, I didn't laugh at anything. The movie was too funny. Li Sidong turned back and finished explaining, and then leaned on Jiang Xiao's shoulder with a muffled smile on her face, looking down at Li Sidong, whose face was red with laughter. Jiang Xia admitted that for a moment, he was a bit moved, shaking his head, immediately shaking away the chaotic thoughts in his head. He looked towards Yang Jia who got up to leave. I'm going to the restroom. Yang Jia was like a gust of wind fleeing from this place that made him lose face. Not knowing if he was going to run or not, the fat loli stood up and tried to chase after him, but was yanked by Jiang Xia. Chapter 17. Jiang Xia and Yang Jia were die-hard friends who had known each other since junior high school, and the two of them were usually so good that they had nothing to talk about. From the beautiful women around them to the world pattern to the astronomy of the universe, the two of them had nothing to talk about. Several times Jiang Xia is tight. Yang Jia are not stingy, but also often funded please Jiang Xia internet cafe accommodation. Jiang Xia didn't feel that he was strong enough to save the world and protect whoever he wanted, but since he had bumped into it now, he still wanted to do his best to protect this best friend of his. He's my friend, let him go. Jiang Xia looked at the fat loli with a calm expression. The fat loli smiled disdainfully, not thinking to yank away Jiang Xia's hand. It's your friend, not mine. Jiang Xia was not impatient, calmly said, we didn't know each other before, but now we know each other. Give a face. As a friend, maybe there is still mutual use in the future. The fat loli laughed and shook her head. If he was your family, I could give you face, but he's just your friend. That's a face I can't give. And if everyone is like you and tells me whoever is his friend and tells me to let him off the hook, won't I starve to death? Fat lori said, pausing for a moment. Unless you introduce me to a better man, and the kind that's sure to ask out. Okay, as long as you let go of this friend of mine, I'll recommend you a handsome guy, 1 meter 8 tall, sunny and handsome. He also likes to play basketball. There are a lot of girls pursuing him in our school, guaranteed to be to your liking. Jiang Xia smiled slightly, intending to recommend Wang Fei to her. Let me see the picture first, the fat loli said and glanced at Li Sidong. In fact, this was a face she hadn't intended to give, but she vaguely felt that this woman was very strong. He was alone now. There was no need to feud with these two kindred spirits in front of him for that beggar called Yang Jia. When it really came down to it, 1 on 2, she didn't think she had a chance of winning. Jiang Xia took out his cell phone, opened Wang Fei's circle of friends, clicked on his picture and handed it to fat loli. How about that? Is that okay enough? Doesn't it look a lot smoother than that friend of mine? Looking at Wang Fei, who was holding a basketball in the photo with a bright smile on his face, the fat loli's eyes flickered and then nodded slightly. Well, it is very nice, and indeed much smoother than that friend of yours. The fat loli continued. Honestly, that friend of yours is really not that good looking, and after just meeting him, I realized what it means to say that online dating is risky. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong both forced themselves not to laugh when the fat loli said this. So it's not just Yang Jia who doesn't fancy her. She doesn't fancy Yang Jia either, right? You open the code. I add your friend. Push him to you. He asked you who introduced you. You say tension. By the way, his name is Wang Fei. You call Fei on the line. The fat loli showed the QR code in her phone and asked again. Does this guy in the picture have a grudge against you? Well, there's a bit of a private grudge, so I'll trouble you to punish him hard for me. He's a good date, and he can't move without getting spermy, so maybe you can ask him out tonight. Li Sidong, who was on the side, raised her head and could already imagine the dumbfounded expression on her face when the two of them met and felt each other's similar aura. Okay, add you. You agree, Jiang Xia said. Okay, I'll agree later. I'll give you this face tonight. I'll leave first. After that friend of yours comes back later, tell him for me. Just say I have something at home. Not 2 minutes after the fat loli left, Yang Jia came back. Yang Jia was relieved to learn that the fat loli had left, and without waiting for the movie to finish, he invited Jiang Xia to join him for a late-night snack. However, it was rejected by Li Sidong on the grounds that don't disturb her from having a two-person world with Jiang Xia. Yang Jia is then warned that if he dares to tell the truth about her romance with Jiang Xia, then she will tell the truth about his failed online romance as well. It's hard for Yang Jia to not tell such a big gossip in his heart, but he was even more afraid of Li Sidong said this can ruin his reputation internet dating incident, so he had to agree to it. Xia ah. Yang Jia put one hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder, thought about it and said in a deep voice, pay attention to your body. It was close to 11 o'clock after the movie, and Li Sidong still didn't let Jiang Xia go home. The two went for a walk in the nearby Castle Peak Park. It was the time of year when it was going to be winter. A cold wind was blowing in the air, and there was no one else in the whole memorial park except the two of them. Walking up the steps, the two went deeper into the interior of the park, surrounded by thick woods. Jiang Xia does not know what kind of tree is planted. In this kind of weather the leaves are actually always green and extremely lush. Okay, Mom, then get some rest and I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. After the phone call to learn that Mom is still safe, Jiang Xia hung the heart of the day finally fell. It does seem like you care about your family quite a bit, Lithonia said. Who doesn't care? So if your mom and I fell in the water at the same time, who would you save? Jiang Xia looked fiercely at Li Sidong. Why do all you women like to ask this kind of question? Come on. This law says it's illegal for me to not save my mom. Then after saving her will you jump down and die with me? Li Sidong blinked her watery eyes and raked in a smile. Jiang Xia was about to reply when the pleasant ringing of his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Li Sidong's cell phone. Took out his cell phone and looked at the note on it. Li Sidong hesitated for a moment to pick up the phone. A few seconds later looked tight, panicked, said a couple of words will be right there words and then hurriedly hung up the phone. He left in a hurry without waiting for Jiang Xia to ask what it was about. I have to go back first. You're on your own. I was going to take you hunting tonight, but it looks like it'll have to wait until tomorrow. Looking at Li Sidong who ran into the distance in a blink of an eye, Jiang Xia paused. No, there is no mistake. Leaving me alone here? This kind of place, this kind of environment. Jiang Xia didn't dare to be alone, and was busy planning to follow Li Sidong's pace to leave. But after just a few steps, he felt something was very wrong. A similar aura was looming, approaching. Jiang Xia's eyebrows flashed. In danger? He slowed down first to make sure it was the scent of his own kind, and made the decision to quickly pull out his legs and run. It's safest to get out of here as soon as possible, regardless of whether a kindred spirit is passing through or something else. Just ran, not a cut. Jiang Xia slowed down again. In the sluggish autumn wind, vaguely heard mixed with a whistle. On closer inspection, it was indeed whistling, following the cold wind out of the woods beside them, and another breath of the same kind, with a familiar whistling sound. Jiang Xia had a bad feeling and moved again, intending to leave this dangerous place as fast as possible. But just a few steps ahead, a man rushed out from the woods in front of him, blocking the way. The crisp whistling sound came from Wang Fei's mouth. He was playing a tune he used to play in school and had his hands in his pants pockets. The whistling stopped abruptly, and he looked at Zhanga with a grin on his face. Sorry Jiang Xia, you won't get away this time. Jiang Xia's feet retreated half a step, sensing a subtle movement behind him. He turned to look. The way back is also blocked by a kindred spirit. Chapter 18, The Hero. The one who blocked Jiang Xia's back was the fat loli in the theater. Jiang Xia cursed in his heart. Grass. How can this fat loli stir up with Wang Fei so quickly? Didn't he just recommend Wang Fei to her? Jiang Xia had a bad premonition in his heart and forced himself to be calm. No way. You two are together so soon? Wang Fei sneered. It's not that we got together fast, but I've known her for a long time. She was already my girlfriend a month ago. Didn't expect that, did you? What? Jiang Xia's head buzzed. It was totally unexpected that this fat loli actually knew Wang Fei before. So when he recommended Wang Fei to her, although he rescued Yang Jia, he exposed his position in disguise? Nope, it's very wrong. Jiang Xia reacted. This was a tiger being tuned away from the mountain. Lithonia was mostly tricked into taking it. It's a hunt against itself. Also, when did Wang Fei's taste become so different? Jiang Xia looked at the fat loli behind him and asked, how do you know her? Jiang Xia intends to stall and look for a way out. Wang Fei was unclear with the strength of the fat loli behind him. However, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, it was certain that one had absolutely no chance of winning 1-on-2. He himself had only just set out from the path of becoming stronger, while Wang Fei, all the while, had already devoured an unknown number of people with his kind. Jiang Xia didn't think it was a wise choice to run towards the woods on either side. Wang Fei must have rich hunting experience. Once he entered the woods covering several acres on both sides, he couldn't escape in a short period of time. and the result would definitely be a death. It would be best if he could go around Wang Fei and run down the steps behind him, but it was difficult, and he definitely had to go head-to-head with Wang Fei. Wang Fei smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to care how you know each other. Jiang Xia, you're sinister enough. In order to save Yang Jia, you actually sold me out. Isn't this a no-brainer? You're a demon seed anyway. Even if we sell you, you'll be fine. And what does that mean? It shows that you and your girlfriend are truly destined for each other." Jiang Xia sophistically argued. "Actually, even if this hadn't happened tonight, I would have come for you, and I would have eaten you." Wang Fei stuck out a black tongue from his mouth and licked the skin of his mouth, looking at Jiang Xia like he was looking at a sumptuous meal. He had no appetite for strangers unless he was starving, but instead a strong desire to eat welled up within him for such people he knew and was familiar with. His brother's death made Wang Fei's heart ache, but he really couldn't control himself. Jiang Xia was silent for a few seconds. "Wang Fei, there are so many demonic species in Xinghe City. Why do you have to stare at me? We're all classmates. There's no need to kill each other like this, right?" "Jiang Xia, Li Sidong should have told you a lot. You should realize that the world is different. There is no such thing as classmate friendship in this world nowadays. There is only the weak and the strong. Besides, it seems that I don't have a very good relationship with you." Seeing that he would more than likely not be able to run away tonight, Jiang Xia decided to try mentioning Li Sidong again. "If you eat me, aren't you afraid of Li Sidong?" "Her?" Wang Fei smiled and shook his head as if he had already disregarded Li Sidong. In the next second, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his body bent down and rushed towards Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's head exploded. "No, is it so easy to do it? Can't we talk a little longer?" Jiang Xia was now panicking to the bone and even shaking his legs a bit, but even if he was panicking again, he still had to respond to the battle. He quickly mobilized the power in his body to start demonization. His limbs were covered with green scales in a matter of moments, and he waved his claws the moment Wang Fei rushed in front of him. The sound of breaking air rang out a few times in succession, and immediately Jiang Xia felt a pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a large truck, and the whole person flew out backwards. Jiang Xia collapsed on the ground. Wang Fei laughed sarcastically from a few meters away from him. "I love hunting rookies like you. Bind your hands and don't resist. Maybe I'll give you a pain in the ass with my next bite." Jiang Xia covered his chest. A face reddened. It wasn't that he didn't defend himself against Wang Fei's hands, but he didn't defend himself against the two black claws that Wang Fei had grown out of his waist. The good news, the fat loli behind her didn't do anything, as if she was just going to watch the battle. Bad news, Wang Fei was very strong, and even one-on-one, he had little chance of winning. Jiang Xia had just struggled to stand up when Wang Fei rushed up again. In the nick of time, a tentacle swiftly shot out from the nearby woods, like a waving whip repelling Wang Fei who had launched an attack. Seeing the tentacles, Jiang Xia's heart was delighted. Lithonia didn't go. "I thought the one who saved the day was Li Sidong, but when the owner of the tentacles came out of the woods, it was a man." The visitor was about 5 feet 7 inches or so, with short hair, wearing a black t-shirt with a red cape cloak hanging from the back, and a black leather eye patch on his face, revealing his eyes while covering half of his face. The dress. It's odd. Oddly enough, Jiang Xia, Wang Fei and the fat lowly trio froze at the same time, rubbed their eyes, and thought that each of them had misread the situation. The tentacle was the left hand of the visitor, as if it were a black leather whip, but strangely enough, even though this person displayed the characteristics of a demonic species, the three of them did not feel the slightest aura of their kind on him. Wang Fei's eyes were vigilant. Not being able to feel the aura from this person made him apprehensive inside, not daring to act rashly. If this person was a devil seed, then if he could estringe the devil seed aura on his body without any trace, his strength must be very strong, and must be far above him. "Who are you?" Wang Fei asked, stepping back, only feeling that the aura on this person was familiar. The visitor smiled coldly as he walked up to Jiang Xia and stared at Wang Fei, a hero who sees injustice on the road and intends to pull out his sword to help. Sound familiar? Deja vu? Not only did Jiang Xia feel this way, but Wang Fei and Fat Loli also found out. Jiang Xia frowned and pulled out his cell phone, dialing the number. As the cell phone on the visitor rang, Jiang Xia identified the visitor. "Yang Jie, what's the situation? Yang Jie is also a demonic species?" The visitor took out his cell phone, looked at the caller's note, clicked hang up and put it to his ear, and said in a bad mood, "I'm busy right now. How many times do I have to say it? Don't need to talk to me about projects lower than $1 billion. Wang Fei stood a few meters away. His eyes flashed as he listened to the familiar voice and whispered, "Your voice. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Do we know each other?" The visitor laughed slightly. "You may have heard of my great name, but I wouldn't recognize a minion like you." This familiar voice, arrogant tone of speech, the more Wang Fei listened to it, the more familiar he felt, but he just couldn't recall who it was. He didn't dare to act rashly. He couldn't feel the aura of his own kind on this person, making him feel that the other party must be frighteningly strong. Although he was not afraid in his heart, Wang Fei felt that it was better to be cautious. Once the strength of the other party really exceeded him too much, he might be able to get killed. Chapter 19, A Bunch of Psychopaths. Wang Fei finished his vigilant balking around and looked at the visitor again. Friend, it's enough to mind your own business in this world now. Meddling will only bring you trouble. Trouble? Ha 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 ha. The person who came inserted his waist and threw back his head and laughed. I am the person who was most unafraid of is the trouble. Now I give you 10 seconds. Immediately go away. If you run fast maybe you can still survive from my hands. Wang Fei's gaze landed on Jiang Xia, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Last night let Jiang Xia go because there was no good time to do it. Tonight Jiang Xia should obviously die for sure. But halfway there was a chain bite gene. After thinking for a moment, Wang Fei nodded. Alright, I'll give you this face. Xiao Yu, let's go. Just letting Jiang Xia go like this made Wang Fei feel bad in his heart, but he still felt that he should be cautious. As the saying goes, caution makes perfect. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, his afterglow caught sight of the visitor's legs that seemed to be trembling from panic. Instantly realizing what was going on, Wang Fei grinned. Bluff. Without giving the incoming person any chance to react, Wang Fei rushed up with a single movement of his feet with his hands changing into magic claws. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Fei's sudden move made the visitor unexpected and backed up. Think about it, you'll die if you fight me. At the same time that the man was making a move with Wang Fei, the fat loli also made a sudden move, making it impossible for Jiang Xia to stay out of the way. Luckily, Jiang Xia sensed that something was wrong and quickly dodged to the side to avoid the shadow engulfing him. Not far away from where the fat loli originally stood, was a huge mass of cannibalistic flowers, about 2 meters high. The whole body was made up of black meatballs. The roots were like giant octopus tentacles coiled on the ground, covered with sticky black mucus. A red blood vine connects the cannibal flower. The center of the flower is a spiral abyss. The interior is covered with 6 layers of interlocking and rotating jagged teeth. The exterior of the flower is a red eye, horror oozing. The large cannibalistic flower mouth can completely wrap a whole person, and then use the sharp teeth inside to grind into mincemeat. The huge flower mouth was like a heavy hammer rushing towards Jiang Xia, with a strong desire to survive. Jiang Xia dodged left and right. The first time he fought, Jiang Xia didn't find it thrilling and exciting, but rather hand-to-hand. An image comes to mind of a rat, hiding under human attack, but unable to hide, just running to one corner and being driven to another. Jiang Xia felt like that rat right now, without the ability to fight back. He could only keep dodging. Jiang Xia also wanted to exert extraordinary strength and kill the fat loli back, but after all, this was the first time he had ever fought, and he was inexperienced in terms of combat, so it was good that he could ensure that he survived. I just don't know if Yang Jia is a match for Wang Fei. At the critical moment, Li Sidong didn't show up to save the day. Instead, Yang Jia came, which was completely beyond Jiang Xia's expectations. He worriedly looked in the direction of Yang Jia's battle with Wang Fei, originally wanting to see Yang Jia's strength. What could be seen was Yang Jia just happened to kneel down, looked up at Wang Fei, and sincerely said, I was wrong. Holy, Jiang Xia inwardly exclaimed. It's not. There's no mistaking it. I'm still holding up and you've already admitted defeat? Wang Fei looked down at the person kneeling in front of him and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew you were a paper tiger. The kneeling man's teary eyes peeked out of his eye patch. Forgive me for speaking in a somewhat arrogant tone at first. Everyone is a scholar. Fighting is degrading. Can you give face and let this matter go? You are Yang Jia, right? Wang Fei was certain in his heart that the man kneeling in front of him was Yang Jia, Jiang Xia's deskmate. What? Yang Jia? Yang Jia breathed heavily. You're talking about that Xinghe No. 1 middle school. Yang Jia from senior class 1? I've had a chance to meet this person. His image is magnificent and he's an excellent person. Since you know him too, then we're all on our own. Wang Fei was speechless as he reached out and ripped the leather eye patch off Yang Jia's face. Cursing, grass. I knew it was you. Yang Jia said bitterly. Wang Fei, we are all classmates, and you're sitting behind me. Why should classmates kill each other? Seeing as I'm more or less still a character in the class, give me face to release both Jiang Xia and I. Wang Fei faintly smiled. I really do not understand how this brain of yours is long, afraid of death but still dare to come out to send death. You are guilty of this. Look, really let me a little bit, do not want to kill you, but it is a pity that, pust, halfway through his words, a tentacle suddenly stabbed into Wang Fei's abdomen. Wang Fei froze for half a second, not expecting this guy who was still begging for mercy from him to suddenly sneak attack him. He became furious and was about to kick Yang Jia, who quickly stepped back to distance himself from him. Wang Fei, at the expense of you being an experienced hunter already, you would actually let your guard down at a time like this. Yang Jia grinned. a hint of sinister flashing under his eyes. Wang Fei's eyes were bloodshot and furious. His face muscles trembled, but after a few seconds, he suddenly let out a laugh. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Xia, who witnessed all this, said in his heart, nuts, all of them are psychopaths. Jiang Xia couldn't care about Yang Jie's side. Right now he was the most dangerous. His feet and body were entangled in several blood-colored vines, and a huge cannibal flower mouth was about to swallow him whole from above. All he could do was grab the edge of the giant mouth with two claws, one above the other, and hold on for dear life. The black liquid that dripped from the giant mouth of the cannibal flower dripped down onto his face, stinking and fishy and disgusting. Even though his hands were thick-skinned after demonization, they were cut open by the sharp teeth in the heart of the flower. The blood that oozed from the claws just appeared and was instantly absorbed by the heart of the flower. Next, the entire cannibalistic flower trembled violently. Fat Lori is not a fey demon. She can only draw sustenance through normal people. But now Jiang Xia's blood, just a few drops of it, was far more nutrients than a normal person could provide her with. Originally, she just wanted to get Jiang Xia killed, but after tasting Jiang Xia's blood, the fat loli was firm on the idea of swallowing Jiang Xia whole. Jiang Xia was gasping for air from the unpleasant smell of corruption in the heart of the cannibal flower, and he felt like he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The black mucus dripping from the mouth of the cannibal flower seemed to have a kind of paralyzing effect, as if the body had been injected with a shot of anesthesia, and gradually some of the force could not be used. When a hint of despair gradually emerged in his heart, a figure appeared beside Jiang Xia, accompanied by a unique fragrance of a young girl's body. Jiang Xia remembered the smell. It was the scent from Li Sidong. He braced his hands against the giant mouth of the cannibal flower and looked hard to his right. Not bad. It's Lithonia. At this moment, Jiang Xia was excited. He had never wanted to see Li Sidong so much. Help! Jiang Xia shouted. Help! An eerie sardonic laugh emanated from the cannibal flower's heart. No one can help you. Beside her, Li Sidong was slow to move. Jiang Xia looked again, and something strange happened. Li Sidong actually turned into two, as if she was a twin sister. Chapter 20, Putting Life and Death at Risk. At first, when he saw Li Sidong, Jiang Xia thought that he could survive unharmed this time, but when the Li Sidong in front of him split into two in a blur, Jiang Xia realized that it was just an illusion produced by the cannibalistic flower venom, and the slightest hope of life shattered like a bubble. Whoosh! The cannibal flower spat out a few blood vines with thorns from its mouth and wrapped them around Jiang Xia's face, the thorns cutting through the skin, the blood vines sucking on the oozing blood like straws. The entire mass of cannibalistic flower flesh trembled even more violently. Why? Why is your blood so nutritious? It turns me on so much. What the hell are you? So much nutrition. You make me feel so good. So good. Jiang Xia looked at the two Li Sidong standing beside him splitting from 2 to 4 again. The 4 Li Sidong smiled at him and said, Honey, are you just about to hold out? Do you want me to help you? I want to help you too, but I can't. Subconsciously, Jiang Xia understood that the Li Sidong that appeared in the hallucination was actually something he desperately desired right now. He longed for Li Sidong to show up and save him. Upon realizing this, a sense of impotent shame welled up. Was I to rely only on Li Sidong? Without her, do I have to accept death? Without her, am I just a fish to be slaughtered? A layer of blood color clouded Jiang Xia's eyes, and his entire head demonized in an instant. A green tail pierced his pants, bursting through the bonds of the bloody vines and poofing into the mouth of the cannibal flower. The intense pain caused the cannibal flower to let out a ghastly roar, and the entire heart of the flower trembled violently. Under Jiang Xia's control, the conical tail that pierced into the flesh and blood of the cannibal flower was like a flower that bloomed at dawn, spinning wildly like a chainsaw in the flesh and blood of the cannibal flower's mouth. Bear with. Pitch-colored blood sprayed onto Jiang Xia's face, and the fat loli let out a heartbreaking scream. Stop. Just stop it. Aha! Jiang Xia's 2 claws gripped the mouth of the cannibal flower in a death grip, exerting his best efforts not to give it the chance to break free and shrink back, and the saw at the end of the tail flew at high speeds, such as a meat grinder wreaking havoc like a madman. Jiang Xia fell into a seizure. Under the unbearable pain, the blood vines wrapped around Jiang Xia's body loosened on their own, and in just over 10 seconds, the entire mouth of the cannibal flower was cut into countless pieces of flesh by the tail saw. The cannibal flower proper, that huge mass of black flesh, fell to the ground writhing in agony. Jiang Xia stretched out his sharp claws with both hands and rushed up with 2 healthy steps. His claws broke through the flesh and blood, and under the violent and crazy tearing, a piece of black broken meat flew into the mid-air. Don't you want to eat me? Come on, come on. At this moment, the fear in Jiang Xia's heart dissipated, replaced by putting life and death at risk. Only after completely destroying the black meat mass and turning it into a pile of broken meat did Jiang Xia stop, grunting and panting. The black pieces of minced meat seemed to still have vitality, like freshly cut beef jumping around, and after struggling for a while, they gradually dissipated their vitality. A stream of warmth appeared in Jiang Xia's body, dispersing into thousands of strands and drilling into every cell in his body. His muscles became stronger, and the scales on his body seemed to ripple and glisten with green light. If there was a difference between levels, after killing the fat loli, Jiang Xia felt that he had moved up at least one level. Instead of running, he turned his head to join the fight between Yang Jia and Wang Fei. When the dragon-shaped warrior appeared at the side, the nose and face are swollen, and already cannot hold up quickly. Yang Jia's eyes showed envy. Why is the state so after his demonization? Seeing a piece of broken meat on the ground not far away, Wang Fei was first surprised that Jiang Xia had such strength, then smiled grimly. I can't believe I ruined the food I've been cultivating for so long, but that's good. I can't get down a little bit just because of her ugly face. It's not bad to eat you too. As the words fell, Wang Fei's ribs bulged, and with a slimy writhing sound, 2 slippery black claws broke through the clothing. The magic claws that grew were about 1.5 meters long, and all 6 claws struck at the same time. But what greeted his 6 claws was Jiang Xia's entire body. Wang Fei had a lot of combat experience, and the chances of winning against him weren't great, so Jiang Xia took this reckless approach. He wants to live, but if he was still afraid of death at a time like this, then neither he nor Yang Jia would survive. How could Wang Fei not expect Jiang Xia to charge at him in such a way, like a fierce tiger pouncing him to the ground? Just as he fell to the ground, a sharp tail stabbed towards his brow. Panicked, his tiger body shook, and he was busy grabbing the stabbing tail with both hands before he was about to die. Grass, get a life, Wang Fei growled, wanting to use his sharp claws to give the guy pressed against him a penetrating cold. But just as he was about to make a move, a dark purple tentacle suddenly shot in and wrapped around his other claws, clearly on the verge of digging through Jiang Xia's body, but it was pulled away from him alive. Jiang Xia, get him, Yang Jia shouted, veins rippling on his forehead. Jiang Xia stretched out his sharp claws, without any greetings, sharp claws on Wang Fei's face and had all kinds of greetings. Both claws took away a few pieces of flesh and blood with every swing. Wang Fei's head immediately demonized like a hairless black dog's head, but it couldn't do the slightest bit of good against the sharp claws waving in his face. The drilling pain caused Wang Fei to release a scream, and the only hands he could move clutched the conical tail spikes hanging over his eyebrows. It wasn't until he tore Wang Fei's entire face apart that Jiang Xia realized that Wang Fei's skull wasn't normally hard, and it wasn't easy to chip away at his head. His eyes moved and landed on the location of Wang Fei's body's heart. Jiang Xia held up his sharp claws and slammed them down. The claws broke through the blood and flesh with a poof. Jiang Xia clearly felt that his fingertips had already touched the hot heart, and with just a little more forward movement, it seemed to take away Wang Fei's life. However, Wang Fei, who had a strong desire to survive, didn't know what means to use, but actually made the flesh and blood of his chest clamp tightly around Jiang Xia's sharp claws. Wang Fei, who had a sharp claw hanging over his heart, no longer dared to keep his mouth shut. I lost. Jiang Xia's eyes were scarlet, his chest rose and fell violently, and he puffed and panted. Wang Fei, a miserable face. From the forehead to the jaw is not a place as good. The left eye was claws poked burst, is bubbling out of the asphalt-colored liquid, although the right eye was spared, but the meat around the eye socket is almost all taken away by the claws. The face of the white skull and the black and red colors appear. Very hideous horror. His voice was hoarse and breathless. I was wrong about tonight, and that's a wrap. Wang Fei weakly prayed. He didn't expect the duo to actually cooperate in this way to defeat him. If he didn't give in again, he felt like he would die by Jiang Xia's hands. Kill him. A cold voice came out from the nearby woods. Li Sitong walked out with her hands clasped and her cold eyes fell on Wang Fei. Li Sitong's appearance made Wang Fei even more desperate. He knew clearly Li Sitong's character. If he let him die, he would never let him live. It was useless to beg for mercy with Li Sitong, and the chance of survival could only be found here in Jiang Xia. He hurriedly said to Jiang Xia Feili, Jiang Xia, we are all classmates, and I even sit behind you. Even if the relationship is not usually good, there is no need to drag you to the end of the world. I promise to stay far away from you in the future. Hua, why didn't I see you have this realization when I just told you this? Yang Jia spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Li Sitong walked to Jiang Xia's side and said in a cold voice, he's no longer a human being, neither are you. The relationship that we all get along with has changed a long time ago. If you let him go tonight, sooner or later you'll die by his hand one day. No, Jiang Xia, I promise, as long as you let me go, I'll leave Star River City tomorrow, and I won't appear in front of your eyes from now on. Wang Fei was like a drowning man desperately trying to grab a straw. Chapter 21 Nightmares. Jiang Xia was quiet for 2 seconds and took a deep breath. With a sudden glare in his eyes, his sharp claws jabbed downward. Woo! Wang Fei's only remaining right eyeball was wide open and his body tensed up like an arched shrimp back. Pust! Jiang Xia exerted another force. The whole sharp claw completely missed Wang Fei's heart. His palm could feel that the heart-emitting blazing heat was poofing wildly, very repulsive, squeezing the sharp claw. There was no imagined fierce resistance. Wang Fei only struggled twice before his pupils were lax and he was completely immobile. Many more warm currents appeared in the body, and more than had appeared when he had killed the fat loli. Jiang Xia drew back his sharp claws and slowly stood up, gazing at Wang Fei's corpse for a long time with mixed feelings. In fact, he wouldn't let Wang Fei go without Li Sidong saying so, and he knew deep down that once Wang Fei survived, he would definitely do it to him again. Good job. Li Sidong patted Jiang Xia's shoulder, a flash of appreciation in her eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Exciting. Too exciting. Yang Jia had a face of aftermath and looked at Wang Fei on the ground again. This grandson is actually stronger than I imagined. Luckily there's no danger. Jiang Xia put away his demonized form and asked Yang Jia, how come you're also a demonic species? Me? Yang Jia sighed. I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but what I got in return was estrangement, so I had no choice but to reveal my identity and mingle with you guys, even though they had already fought together. Jiang Xia was still a bit in disbelief that his best buddy was also a demonic species. Li Sidong circled around Yang Jia's body. It's a demonic species, yet it doesn't have the aura of its kind. Hidden demon, right? Hidden demon? Jiang Xia was puzzled. The so-called hidden demon is to be able to restrain the aura of the demon seed on one's body without any trace, so that even if one's own kind were to get closer, they would not be able to discover it. Li Sidong smiled slightly. This was also the first time she had seen a hidden demon. It's also an unexpected thrill. From now on, you'll be Jiang Xia and I's slave. What? Make me a slave of Jiang Xia? Yang Jia crossed his arms and held up the red cape behind him. I am Yang Jia, the famous Yang Jia of Star River No. 1 Middle School. Even the roadside sweepers have heard of my name. Letting me serve as a slave for you too. How can I still be a part of the world if I spread the word? Be a slave or die. You choose one. Li Sidong wore a smile on her face, but her tone revealed a killing intent. Yang Jia frowned slightly. His eyes changed, and he smiled. The fly rubbed his hands. Hey, if there's anything in the future, just order. Jiang Xia looked at this real Li Sidong beside him. When did you come back? I came back when Wang Fei first appeared and had been hiding in the woods. Obviously Li Sidong had known this was a diversion early on. Then why didn't you come out earlier? Jiang Xia wiped his hands and face with Yang Jia's red cape. If I were to come out earlier, would you have such a good chance to grow? Saying that, a trace of ruthlessness flashed under Li Sidong's eyes as she gazed at Wang Fei's corpse, seemingly outraged in her heart. So she stomped on Wang Fei's chest. Wang Fei, who was already dead and was still being tortured so much after his death, opened his mouth and gushed out a ball of blood. The people are dead. No need to whip their bodies. Yang Jia said. It's dead, but the crisis isn't over. Lithonia said. What do you mean? Jiang Xia asked. You two go back first and wait for my call in the morning. Looking at Li Sidong's eyes, she seemed to be premeditating to do something big. Jiang Xia didn't know the intrigue. He was quite tired now. He really wanted to go back and rest. Yang Jia didn't go home and went to Jiang Xia's house together. After taking a hot bath comfortably, Jiang Xia sat on the sofa tiredly. The self-healing ability of the magic species seemed to be very strong. Those tiny wounds on the body had actually healed, and the slightly larger ones were expected to be back to their original state by tomorrow morning. When did you turn into a magic seed? Leaning on the sofa, Jiang Xia looked at Yang Jia who came out of the shower. 4 months ago, I think. At that time, there were still very few similar scents in the school, and gradually there were more and more behind, until a few days ago, I realized that even you had a similar scent on you. Yang Jia stood at the table and grabbed a piece of cold spicy chicken and threw it into his mouth. What's the purpose of your cybersex with that fat loli? You want to eat her? Yang Jia's hand gnawing on the chicken paused for a moment and said seriously, would you believe me when I say that I haven't eaten a single person so far? Not to your liking? Jiang Xia laughed, and Yang Jia laughed with him. My method of feeding doesn't have to kill the person. It only requires a very small opening in the person's body. While the blood is being lost, the person won't feel much. I'll stop just short of that, and afterwards the person will only feel too weak to notice. What Yang Jia said, Jiang Xia believed. Perhaps he, like himself, hadn't changed his character too much, and had chosen such a compromise between being reduced to something utterly inhuman and filling his stomach. On a different note, if the blood of livestock doesn't fill your stomach, this seems like a good way to do it? Why did you come out to save me? Jiang Xia asked. Because in the movie theater, you told that fat woman not to move me, and there was no aura of my kind on me. That's why you guys didn't notice me eavesdropping at the door. Yang Jia continued. Of course, more importantly, we are brothers, aren't we? Jiang Xia asked again. What are you going to do next? Keep going on like this, barely maintaining subsistence? Rather, I also quite want to eat and drink every day. But right, I'm a person, with a good heart. I can't lay my hands on those who are weak. Yang Jie grinned a simple smile. Jiang Xia was silent. He knew that the reason why Yang Jie did not go down to killers to completely eat his fill was not that he could not lay his hands on the weak, but he, whose character had not changed too much, was trying to hold on to his last bottom line as a human being, and he did not want to open Pandora's box. Yang Jie raised his head and looked at the ceiling. What do you think is wrong with this world? By rights a person like Jie I should be the main character alright, but it's just that I'm actually not an awakened person. Damn! What kind of virtue did those awakened people have in their ancestors? That's just it. The devil seed is just a devil seed. Maybe Jie brother I was born to be a villain material? Yang Jie said suddenly sad. I don't really care. As long as I can send the old man and grandparents into the safe zone in the future. You have news about the safe zone? Jiang Xia was also desperate to get some clues about the safe zone. One thing, only know that our country's safe zone is built in the mountains in the southwest. The scale is not small, but the first safe zones definitely can't hold too many people. Yang Jie took out his cell phone and waved his hand to sweep away the gloom. Let's not talk about this. Come on, get on the number and play a couple of games. Okay, on the number. Jiang Xia made a big wave of his hand. Both sides do not want to change the way they get along because of the magic seed, and neither of them have discussed in depth the experiences and feelings after becoming a magic seed, as if this is a taboo that cannot be talked about. As he slept, Jiang Xia dreamed that shortly afterward, he sent his family into the safe zone and said goodbye to his sister at the lofty gates of the safe zone. As he watched his family enter the safe zone, he suddenly sensed hundreds of thousands of similar auras in the safe zone. Brother, save me, help me. On the city wall like a giant dragon, Wang Fei, whose face was flowing with blood, was holding his sister's throat. Jiang Xia, thank you for giving us your family. Wang Fei laughed horribly and opened his bloody mouth to bite his sister. Phew, Jenga sat up straight with a jolt. The nightmare awakening. Throughout the night, he had countless nightmares, all of which were about Wang Fei, who he had killed, obviously killing for the first time, and killing his own classmates at that, had touched him in a bad way. Drip drip, drip drip drip. The ear-piercing sound of the alarm bell hit the eardrums. Fumbling for his cell phone under his pillow to turn off the alarm, Lithonia just happened to send a message. Don't go to sleep. Get up. Do everything I say today or we'll all die. Chapter 22, Mysterious Mission. After hearing the words Li Sidong said last night, Jiang Xia knew that there must be a bigger crisis waiting for them, but at the time, Lithonia had no intention of telling, so she didn't ask. What happened? Li Sidong, don't worry, as long as you and Yang Jie do what I say you'll be fine. Jenga, tell me about it, so I can have it in my mind. Lithonia still didn't say anything, just sent over an address. Drunken Dream Hotel, room 801. You and Yang Jie must be there by 10 o'clock. The Drunken Dream Hotel, the hotel for couples that seems to be a gathering place for magic seeds. 10 o'clock, and Mom's plane seems to be arriving at 10 as well. Jiang Xia is thinking about how to tell Mom that he has something cannot go to pick her up. Mom just came to the phone, said the weather over there is not good. The plane is late, may arrive tonight. When he came out of his room, Jay, who was sleeping on the couch, had long since woken up, huddled under a blanket, playing a game, his mouth spitting fragrance. Are you guys cerebellums underdeveloped? How many times have I told you to punch C1? C1, C2 is there your father or your mother? I seriously doubt that you guys are human machines. That tank is going crazy on the street corner. Can you go up and blow it up? Jiang Xia usually liked to play games, but in today's situation, the game was tasteless. But looking at Yang Jie, his love for the game doesn't seem to have diminished in the slightest. Being a demonic species, the wounds on his body healed very quickly. It was only after one night had passed that the wounds on both he and Yang Jie were barely visible. Let's go. Lithonia said something came up, so we're at her mercy today. Where to? Yang Jie glanced up and looked seriously at his cell phone screen again. I'm not going if I'm going to harm people. She said we're all going to die if we don't do this right. Yang Jie froze, perked up his ears, and put down his cell phone. That's gotta go. It's a cold day. The whole sky is greenish, and pedestrians on the road are wrapped in thick fall coats. There are more police cars patrolling the streets than there used to be, and it must be deliberate. Jiang Xia felt more and more that he was not far from the day the order collapsed. More and more people were going missing, and even if the officials tried to cover up the news and stabilize the order, sooner or later the internet would blow up. After all, it simply didn't make sense that so many people went missing every day due to the demon seed, and not a single one of them could be recovered. The two of them bought a cup of soy milk, which didn't fill them up, but warmed their bodies up as they drank it. At 9 a.m., Jiang Xia arrived outside the Drunken Dream Hotel an hour early, far from being about to walk over, and realizing that Yang Jie didn't move. Jiang Xia turned around and asked, "Go." He thought it was because Yang Jie didn't trust Li Sidong, so he didn't want to go together. It turned out to be a tricky idea for Yang Jie. You go first, I'll come behind you. What's wrong? What do you say? That's a couple hotel. In and out are men and women. I go in with you two big men. How can I still get along when word gets out? Sick. Jiang Xia bristled. It's not about being sick. It's about the fundamentals of what I do as a human being. So you go ahead and I'll come up later. Jiang Xia couldn't stand Yang Jia squirming and entered the hotel first, getting the room card that Li Sidong had placed in advance in the flower pot at the end of the corridor. But the strange thing is that there are two room cards. One is from 801 and the other is from 802 next door. Sending a message to ask Li Sidong. Li Sidong told him to take both. Go to 801 first, and don't go to 802 without her message. Entering 801, it was empty, not a soul in sight. Still the same room as the previous nights. This familiar environment is just like coming to your own home. A few minutes later, Yang Jia arrived as well, sneaking in through the doorway, the room lighting up for him. Boy, it's worthy of a hotel that costs more than $2,000 a night. The atmosphere, it's really good. Yang Jia licked the skin of his mouth and walked to the vending cabinet in the corner. I go. So many props. The people who come here play with enough flowers. You don't seem to be nervous at all. Jiang Xia observed Yang Jia. It was clear that what would happen next would concern their lives. But he was just like a person who was fine. Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? The big deal is death. Yang Jia walked to the side of the birdcage bed. His whole body collapsed backward, posing in a comfortable big shape. What do you think Lithonia wants? She's your girlfriend. You don't even know how I know, said Yang Jia curiously, sitting up straight. Do you trust her that much? You do whatever she tells you to do? Jiang Xia didn't answer. He wouldn't be gullible to anyone, including Li Sidong as well. But now that he had just stepped into this new world, he felt that it was right to follow Li Sidong for the time being. Otherwise, it would only be more dangerous to be alone and bumping around with a headless fly. Actually, I don't believe him, but I believe you, Yang Jia said. Jiang Xia smiled. Maybe I'm lying to you too? Yang Jia collapsed again. A look of nothing to hang on. It does not matter. I've had enough of being alone all the time. Rather than all day long suspicion of that suspect this. It is better to have a companion after you guys. Death is also dead. Not a protagonist. Not much point in living. Yang Jia looked at the top of the birdcage bed, which had a hanging device that seemed to be able to hoist people up. What kind of posture is this? Yang Jia's gaze coalesced. At 9:26 a.m. Lithonia sent a new message. Following the message's instructions, Jiang Xia pulled open the TV drawer and took out two black hoods, putting one on with Yang Jia. Standing in front of the mirror at the sink, Yang Jia surveyed himself in the headgear and rushed outside. Why do you want us to dress up like tough guys? What does Li Sidong want? Could it be for us to rob this hotel? Li Sidong's thoughts puzzled Jiang Xia. Very much so. Exciting. I like it. A few minutes later, a new message came from Lithonia telling them to put on their hoods and go next door to room 802. Jiang Xia asked her what exactly she was going to do, and she didn't say. Make it like playing a game and posting quests, not finishing them all at once. You have to finish one quest before you can move on to the next one. The two hooded toughs, sneaking around, had just opened the door of the hotel to get out when they ran head-on into a cleaning ant who was passing by pushing a cleaning cart. Looking at the two hooded teens standing in the couple's room, the cleaning lady froze before shaking her head and pushing her cart away. Young people nowadays are more spendy than we were when we played. It's not auntie. Let me explain. Yang Jia wanted to go after him to explain, but he was dragged to the 802 door by Jiang Xia. What's the point of explaining? Let's get down to business first. Tick-tock. Push open room 802, which has a similar layout to 801. As soon as he entered, what met his eyes was a pair of sexy slender black silk legs and a rhyming young woman lying on a birdcage bed. Chapter 23, The Great Conspiracy. Room 802. A woman in workplace clothes with black silk wrapped around her feet lay silently on the bed blindfolded by black satin, her figure shapely and impeccable. The hands were tied behind his back and black tape was wrapped around his mouth as if he had been kidnapped. No, not like. Rather, it's just being kidnapped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Positive. Yang Jia's eyes went straight as he watched, sucking in a loud gag. No, who is this? Jiang Xia's head was about to explode. Yang Jia walked over to the birdcage bed, very close to the edge of the bed, and scrutinized the woman on the bed, swallowing louder and louder. One is a man in a hood and the other is a black silk young woman tied to a bed. And there's really nothing wrong with the picture. Standing in the doorway, Jiang Xia suddenly had the feeling that he was watching the beginning of a small movie. The woman on the bed was obviously conscious, and hearing someone come in, and a man standing next to the bed, and especially the nasty remark, made her very frightened, and her body trembled violently. Yang Jia withdrew his gaze with intent and walked over to Jiang Xia, placing one hand on his shoulder. Ah Xia, I have to say, you found a good girlfriend, actually arranging this kind of big meal for me. Jiang Xia was head over heels, just an hour before he left the house. His good buddy had personally said from his mouth, he won't go if it harms people, but now the expression on his face, the excitement in his eyes, it was clear that he was eager to harm this woman on the bed. Jiang Xia realized that Yang Jia had changed. Turning into a demonic species changes his personality just like any other demonic species. He became more horny, like a male dog in heat. Jiang Xia was busy circling the room, even the corner of the restroom. Wanted to see if there was anything else scheduled in the room besides this woman Lithonia, but the search came to nothing. Looking at the woman lying on the bed, Jiang Xia's hands were full of questions, but more than that, the woman's body, indeed, was great, comparable to Director Huang's wife in the school. Director Huang, Huang Haifeng, is the director of the academic affairs office in the school, and also serves as the director of the senior class, which is that relative of Wang Fei's, age although 40 years old, but dress very well, long very handsome, every day in the school are wearing a straight suit, like a well-read scholarly scholar. The school not a few girls teachers like to chat with him. 40 years old handsome even if, the key has a 30-something wife, is a working woman, long beautiful and sexy. Every time his wife came to see him at school, a large group of boys in the throes of puberty liked to sprawl out in the hallway to watch, fire in their eyes. Wait, no, the more he looked at this woman, the more familiar Jiang Xia felt, walked up to take a closer look and backed away. Holy, what's all the fuss about? Yang Jia asked, take a good look at who she is? Hearing Jiang Xia say this, Yang Jia looked at the woman's looks more closely. The more I looked at the face with the blindfolded eyes, the more familiar it became. A few seconds later, finally recognizing the woman, Yang Jia also let out a gasp. Holy, the two looked at each other, both puzzled by Lithonia's behavior. It's not enough to tie up a woman. The key tie-up is actually Director Huang's wife. Just when he was confused, a new message from Lithonia came. Tell Yang Jia to lie down next to the woman and move lewdly, and you take some pictures of them and send them to me. Jiang Xia quickly launched his finger on the screen and typed out a line. How did you tie up Director Huang's wife? Li Sidong, Director Huang is not a good person. He's one of a kind like us. Hurry up and do as I say. If this is not done properly, we'll all die. Looking at the new message sent, Jiang Xia had some difficulty digesting it for a while. Director Huang is actually a demon seed too? Yang Jia came up behind Jiang Xia and looked at the latest news and smiled. I seem to know what she wants to do. What does she want? Quick, do what she says or we really might all die. Yang Jia was busy taking the clothes off his body and climbing into bed. He looked a little depressed, but it seemed like he was faking it. Alas, in order for us all to survive, in order for us all to be safe, I will have to sacrifice my coloring for a while. He forced a smile onto his face and scared again. But right, it's hard to get me to be lewd. Just with the aura on me, my untamed eyes, even if I pretend, I can't pretend to be lewd. Climbing onto the bed, Yang Jia didn't move the woman on the bed, but lay beside her, reaching out and comparing his eyes as lewd as they could be. For some reason, Jiang Xia, who was holding up his phone, had a feeling in his heart that he was a director and was shooting a small movie, although he couldn't figure out what exactly Li Sidong wanted to do. Since Yang Jia had said so, it was better to do what Li Sidong said. Ka-ching, searching for an angle, Jiang Xia took several pictures and picked a few that were in the picture to send to Li Sidong. Li Sidong, okay, wait for my message, don't move this woman. Jiang Xia sat on the sofa, pulling the hood off his head as he looked at the birdcage bed with a complicated mind. The woman lying on the bed shivered, afraid of what the two men in the room would do to her. Tell me, what does she want? Jiang Xia looked over at Yang Jia, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Go talk in the restroom. Yang Jia didn't want the woman on the bed to hear his conversation with Jiang Xia. The two walked into the restroom and closed the door. Yang Jia fished a cigarette out of his pants pocket and lit it. Director Huang is our kind. That I know. It's just that he's so strong that he can shrink the aura of his kind from his body to a range of 4 meters. Jiang Xia slowly nodded his head. This should be the reason why he saw Director Huang from a distance in the school yesterday, but did not feel the same kind of aura on him. Li Sidong could only contract his similar breath to 5 meters. He could actually contract it to 4 meters. So he's better than Lithonia? Yang Jia inhaled a mouthful of smoke hard. My next deduction is just a rough. If I speculate well, Director Huang wants to kill Li Sidong with us. Director Huang wants to kill us? Because we killed his nephew, Wang Fei? Jiang Xia paused after finishing and slowly shook his head, feeling that things were definitely not that simple. Last night, Li Sidong was suddenly called away by a phone call, and then Wang Fei appeared, which seemed to be as simple as just transferring a tiger away from the mountain, but it was not. Remembering when he mentioned Li Sidong, Wang Fei's eyes showed disdain, completely disregarding Li Sidong, and showing a meaningful smile. Now that I think about it, it should be that at that time he knew that Li Sidong wouldn't be able to survive as well. That's why he wasn't at all afraid that Li Sidong would come after him after he ate himself. if the guess is right, the one who was really in danger last night was Lithonia. Wang Fei appeared to eat himself, but in fact, it was just a matter of taking advantage of Li Sidong being shouted away in passing. The person behind the scene most likely set a trap for Li Sidong, but Li Sidong didn't fall for it. If the mastermind behind this was director Huang, Li Sidong was right. If this matter wasn't resolved, then they would all have to die. Chapter 24, Lives on the Line. Yang Jia said slowly, Director Huang wanted to kill Li Sidong at first, but she didn't take the bait. But that doesn't mean Director Huang will let her go. And Wang Fei died at the hands of you and me. So if this matter is not resolved, all three of us will indeed have to die. Why did Director Huang want to kill Li Sidong? Zhang Xia was puzzled. I don't know. Yang Jia wasn't clear about the ways of this. He didn't even know what kind of relationship there was between Li Sidong and Director Huang. Zhang Xia narrowed his eyes, and after careful and deep thinking, he gradually understood. So she grabbed Director Huang's wife because she wanted to threaten Director Huang, who is a wife-favoring fiend. And as long as her wife is in our hands, the initiative is in our hands. And instead of sitting around waiting to be killed, we should take the initiative to strike? Right. I just don't know what Li Sidong is trying to do. Whether she's trying to reach some kind of agreement with Director Huang, or whether she's trying to kill him. Yang Jia exhaled a long mouthful of smoke. The entire restroom was pandemonium by him, making it very difficult for Zhang Xia to force him to put out the cigarette. Much ado about nothing. Director Huang's wife is really good. Yang Jia stroked his chin and licked the skin of his mouth. His face was full of intent. Looking at his expression, it seemed that his mind had already begun to produce some images that were inappropriate for children. Can you not be so lewd? Zhang Xia was speechless. In the past, Yang Jia was also lewd, but not this lewd. He was certain as well as certain that Yang Jia, who had turned into a demonic species, had changed his character into a colorful and hungry man with it. If he was given the opportunity to spend a night alone with Director Huang's wife, there was a chance that this bastard might actually do something that violated moral norms. It also counts as finally knowing why Yang Jia Eating chose to use online dating to find someone. This guy is really horny. Satisfying your appetite while trying to satisfy yourself on the other hand. Creepy? What's obscene about it? Why don't you compliment a pretty girl when you see her? Said Yang Jia finishing his collar. A just and righteous look, that is. We too are decent people. Act openly and honestly. Do not like to take advantage of people's danger. In other words, other men. Director Huang's wife may have become a sandwich cookie. Zhang Xia slapped his head. Can you speak without being so nasty? What decent person can say something as flirty as you? You dare to say that you don't have any thoughts about Director Huang's wife? Yang Jia revealed a faint bad smile. His eyes became strange, as if he had a lot of thoughts about that woman on the bed. Who doesn't love a man's wife? As soon as Zhang Xia's words fell, Li Sitong's next instruction came, saying that the two of them should put on their headgear and climb onto the bed to start the video. After both of them realized that this matter was indeed a matter of their life and death, they also followed what Li Sitong said, put on the headgear, climbed onto the bed, and connected to the video. Zhang Xia was in a lot of pain. It had never hurt this much before. He admitted that his heart still had a drop of thoughts about this human young woman in his bed. He felt it was nothing to be ashamed to admit. He was a man, a grown-up lad. There is no man is not lustful. To the beautiful woman to produce colorful heart is not terrible. To the beautiful woman cannot produce a little interest. That is terrible. But this kind of identity seen with a hood on, the same as the hero of a small movie, made him diaphragmatic to the core. He was a man who liked beautiful women, but definitely not a pervert. The video picks up and Lithonia is nowhere to be seen inside, only to see a man in a black suit standing 2 meters away, behaving crazily, seeing the picture in the phone and fuming to come and grab the phone, only to be quickly pulled away from the distance. Looking at the background, it looks like it's in the countryside. Li Sitong's person was not visible inside, but her voice could be heard. Apparently she was holding her cell phone in the back with the screen facing Director Wang. It's you who want to kill me first. So it's normal for me to use a bit of underhanded tactics and play a bit of dirty tricks to save my life. Not too shabby. It doesn't matter what kind of tactics I use. I can win on the line. Release my wife. Release her. Director Huang Haifeng Huang roared hysterically, his eyes turning a deep red and his entire face approaching a dark red. Or I'll kill you now. Kill me? I may not be your opponent, but I'm not afraid to die. You can torture me and abuse me to your heart's content, but I guarantee that in the process of you abusing me, your wife will be miserable as well. After Li Sidong finished speaking, her next words were to Zhang Xia and the others. Strip off the clothes from Director Huang's wife one by one. How dare you? Director Huang roared. Li Sidong continued. Hang up the phone and then do as I say. When you're done stripping the clothes off her body, do whatever you want until I call you again and then stop. And if I don't manage to call you, go all the way down and then eat her. Da. The video hangs up. Listening to Li Sitong's words, It seemed like she was trying to get Director Huang to compromise on something. It depends on how much Director Huang cares about him as a wife. What is certain is that Lee Sidong is mostly really not afraid of death. Throwing the cell phone aside, Jiang Xia looked at Yang Jia again. The blaze in Yang Jia's eyes was even hotter, staring at the woman on the bed and kept sucking on her saliva. Xia, I have to say, you really found a good girlfriend. Such a good thing is really given to us without any ambiguity at all. The woman on the bed heard Lee Sidong's voice on the video call, and realizing the inhuman torture she was about to suffer next, she began to struggle like a maggot on the bed, whimpering in her throat. The writhing body and sexy black silk legs made Yang Jia even more excited. One hand reaching for the buttons of the woman's red smooth-faced shirt, his claws about to touch the towering peaks. Suddenly, a large, strong hand suddenly gripped his wrist. Yang Jia looked up at Jiang Xia, his eyes covered in blood under his black hood. What for? You're really going to do it? If you want to live, don't you have to do what she says? In order to live does not necessarily have to do it. The purpose is just to make that Director Huang anxious. We move or not, he cannot see. This kind of thing, Jiang Xia think can't do. Really, if according to Lee Sidong said that did not a beast, he hadn't eaten anyone himself, so he was still barely human. And if he did such a thing, then even if he hadn't eaten anyone, he would become less than human. Besides, not moving this woman won't affect making Director Huang anxious. Yang Jia's throat was a bit mute. That's true, but isn't it good to be a bit more strict? I know that you're a bit upright and can't get down. So, you go and sit next to me. I'll do it. Snap. A hard slap landed on his face, and Yang Jia's entire body froze. Slap. Before he could react, Jiang Xia slapped him hard on the face again. The force was so strong that it nearly slapped him off the bed hole. Sober up a bit now, are you? Get your ass to the restroom and wash your face. Jiang Xia pointed at the restroom. He didn't blame Yang Jia, and it wasn't Yang Jia's idea for his personality to become like this. Just like Lee Sidong as well as Wang Fei's personality became extreme. It wasn't something they wanted to change. It was the power of the magic seed that made them want to stop. Yang Jia, who had been slapped twice, had obviously sobered up quite a bit, and looked at the woman lying on the bed, still with residual lust in her eyes. But with the third slap to his face, the remaining fire in his eyes was gone. Like a child who realizes he's done something wrong, he winds up running out of bed, rips the hood off his face, and rushes to the bathroom to pour cold water over his face. Looking at Yang Jia in this state, Jiang Xia sighed in his heart. It's a good thing that I'm not really a demonic species. Otherwise, if my personality also changes, I really don't know what I'll become. After sobering up, Yang Jia came out of the restroom and stood in the doorway, lowering his head in shame, not daring to look at Jiang Xia. He knew that he had just been like a male dog in heat, and being so humiliated in front of his best buddy made him so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. It is also good that Jiang Xia hit him in time and saved him from being controlled by the power of the magic seed. Otherwise he would have really made a big mistake and become more than. In addition to not daring to look at Jiang Xia, the extremely good human wife on the bed, he also did not dare to look again, for fear of looking at a glance and then aroused the heart of that difficult to suppress the fire of desire. Jiang Xia got down from the bed and patted Yang Jia's shoulder. Well, don't blame yourself so much. It's not what you really think in your heart. It's that force that makes you like this. The character of a person who turns into a magical species changes. It's just that you're more unlucky. Your character becomes a bit colorful. Yang Jia lowered his head and was unwilling to speak. The thing he hated most in his life was a sex maniac, but now he had actually turned into a sex maniac himself, making him want to headbutt the wall. In fact, he had realized this problem a long time ago, but he couldn't control it. Really couldn't. He also has a strong inner resistance to cannibalism. Even if he is starving without a trace of strength, he will try to adhere to his own human bottom line, but he really has no resistance at all to beautiful women, especially beautiful women who dress sexy. As soon as he saw but a little bit of beauty, a little bit of upper class, his heart was stupidly excited. If it was an extremely beautiful woman like Director Huang's wife, it would be even more so. You say, will there be a day? I really cannot control myself. Do what things? Yang Jia worried. It can be seen. His heart still want to be a person. It's hard to say, but I think you can change your interest tastes. As long as your tastes change, even if you are impulsive later, no woman will be hurt because of you. Men? Yang Jia bristled. I am dead set against men. No, I mean, horses cows Jiang Xia is seriously out of ideas. Yang Jia snapped his head up to gaze at Jiang Xia, pursing his lips in desire to speak several times. Xia I've always thought that you were a Svengali. That kind of talk can come out of a human's mouth? Oh, I almost forgot. Jiang Xia isn't a normal human anymore either. But compared to himself, Jiang Xia seems to be normal? Thinking about it really, Yang Jia's heart froze. He really didn't realize where Jiang Xia's character had changed. Or was it because Jiang Xia's time as a demon seed was still very short, so there were no changes for the time being? Just when he was curious to ask Jiang Xia if he had felt any change in his own personality anywhere, the sound of the door card unlocking suddenly sounded in the direction of the door. Tick-tock, click, the door handle turns. The two men looked at each other. Janji quickly put the hood up. The two men looked at the door with wary eyes. The one who opened the door didn't seem to be one of their kind. They were standing just 4 or 5 meters away from the doorway, but they didn't feel the same kind of aura. There's a door card. Could it be hotel staff? Phew! The moment the hotel door opened, a black-clad person wearing a mask walked in, and the door was quickly unlocked by her the moment she entered. Buzz! Jiang Xia's mind exploded. This person's dress was exactly the same as the awakened person he met in the villa the night before. There wasn't even the slightest difference in the eyes. The awakened one's eyes were cold, first scanning the woman on the bed, and then looking across to the two magic seeds with hoods over their heads. Who are you? Yang Jia stammered to ask. The answer that greeted him was a scimitar glowing blue. The woman just stretched out her hand, and a blue scimitar with a chilling aura appeared in her hand out of nowhere, as if she possessed spatial abilities. The same dress, the same scimitar. It was undoubtedly the awakened one from that night. The moment the machete attacked, Yang Jia also realized that this woman was an awakened, and hurriedly flicked his body to the side, avoiding the sharp blade that was rushing towards his throat without any danger. But he only barely dodged a knife. The next awakened person out of the knife movement even more quickly. Yang Jia was forced to the wall. Under the unavoidable, his shoulder from the top to the bottom of the knife was chopped. The sharp blade cut through the flesh and blood. Yang Jia had no time to cry out in pain. The knife that came towards his heart made him react quickly. His hands turned into several dark purple tentacles instantly wrapped around the blade. He used all his strength to control his tentacles to wrap them around the sharp edge in a death grip, expecting to be fine as long as he held onto it. But the way this awakened one looked at him, a playful smile suddenly flashed under his eyes, and then the blue scimitar that was entangled in the tentacles suddenly disappeared. Yang Jia's very hard tentacles suddenly all grabbed an empty one. In the next second, the awakened one's hand grasped again, and the blue scimitar that had disappeared out of thin air suddenly reappeared in her hand, and the sharp tip of the blade stabbed towards Yang Jia's throat, and the speed was so fast that Yang Jia couldn't react at all. In the nick of time, Jiang Xia shouted, "Stop!" Whoosh! The scimitar stopped abruptly, 0.1 centimeter away from the knot of Yang Jia's throat. Yang Jia's body was pressed tightly against the wall. His forehead was sweating coldly, and his chest was heaving up and down. In extreme panic, he gulped and swallowed, and the rolling knot of his throat made intimate contact with the tip of the knife, and was cut with a tiny slit. But not waiting for blood to flow out of the slit, the tiny wound that had broken open was frozen by the cold air, and the blood that had run to the wound was also frozen into red ice crystals. The awakened one slowly turned around, one hand still holding the knife, aiming it at Yang Jia's throat. "Stop!" Jiang Xia stood beside the birdcage bed, one hand demonized, choking Director Huang's wife's throat. At first, when he saw this awakened person, Jiang Xia thought in his heart that he was dead. After all, this woman was very strong. She had seen her knife skills with her own eyes, and she had lost to Li Sidong that night because the environmental factors were against her. If there was a change of environment, it was not certain who would win or lose between her and Li Sidong. With the strength of himself and Yang Jia, he might not even last 10 moves in her hands. At first Jiang Xia couldn't figure out why he would actually run into awakened people here to kill them. Even if you are in such a hurry to brush up your experience, you shouldn't come in broad daylight, right? Moreover, he came to the Drunken Dream Hotel, which was a gathering place for magic seeds. The entire hotel was estimated to have a number of demonic species that could be in the hundreds by nighttime. And even now that it was daytime, the number of demonic species up and down the building was in the dozens. It wasn't as if any awakened had a bubble in their head and would come to this place in broad daylight to hunt for demonic species. But if she was coming for the woman in the bed, Director Huang's wife, then it all made sense. Chapter 25, Difficult Brain Circuit. The murderous hotel room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's heart beats at a different pace and their inner thoughts vary. Jiang Xia, looks like my guess was right. This woman is coming for Director Huang's wife. If you want to negotiate with her, you have to get Director Huang's wife under control. Hard fighting won't work. We can only outsmart her. Director Huang's wife, what happened? What the hell happened? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. This hand that is gripping my throat, how come it doesn't feel like a normal human hand? Awakened one, I was careless. I actually let him take control of my old sister. I should have known I would have killed him first. He should be the guy who was in the villa the night before. Yang Jia, this awakened person who is controlling me seems to be a woman. Dying under the peony flower. Being a ghost is also a windfall. The woman in black's voice was as cold as ever. Release her and I can let you two live. Jiang Xia was not going to be counter-threatened. He and Yang Jia were in danger, but the one in more danger should be her. I should be the one to say that. The two of us may not be your match, but there are at least dozens of demonic species up and down this hotel. As long as they know there's an awakened here, you're the one who's going to die. The woman in black was silent for a moment and thought for a moment. In this case, let's release the people at the same time and exchange hostages. No way. Jiang Xia balked at this option. Exchanging hostages at the same time would not be favorable to us, and you would definitely kill both of us to silence us in order to get away safely. So what do you want? You let him go first. No. Naturally, the woman in black would not approve of such a scenario that would be detrimental to her. She knew she was in a dangerous place, and it was foolish to break in here in broad daylight, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't dare to delay a minute more in order to save her old sister. She'd seen the hotel's surveillance and knew there were only two people in the room besides her oldest sister. The original idea was to come in, quickly kill these two guys, and immediately leave with my oldest sister. But something about the way things were going wasn't what she expected. This guy who's holding his oldest sister hostage is a little too smart for his own good. He actually didn't fight with his companions, nor did he immediately flee, but instead took control of his oldest sister at the first opportunity. Jiang Xia was about to speak when the cell phone thrown on the bed rang. He glanced at it. The caller had no notes and the number was Li Sitong's. I'm going to take a call now. Don't act rashly, Jiang Xia said in a deep voice. Freeze. The tip of the black-clad woman's knife was pressed against Yang Jia's throat. Anything her opponent does is now threatening to her. I have to take this call, and if you want to get your hands on him, so be it, but I promise you, if you kill him, neither you nor this woman in my hand will get away. Jiang Xia stared straight at the woman with a pair of eyes, one hand on Director Huang's wife's throat, the other hand probing for the cell phone. He was relieved to see that the woman in black had made no move to pick up the cell phone. The phone was just connected, and Li Sitong's icy voice rang out. Eat the woman, don't leave any crumbs. If you can't get down, let Yang Jia come. Jiang Xia asked, how is the situation on your side? It's taken care of. It's fine. I'll be over soon. Listening to this, Director Huang is more than likely already in a bad way. Okay, for now then. Jiang Xia didn't tell Li Sitong about this side of the situation for their own good. You can't push this awakened person to no retreat at a time like this. Only by making her feel there was still hope of getting out would she not entertain the idea of going down with them. Jiang Xia looked at the woman holding Yang Jia hostage. In this case, I have a compromise. You put your knife away, and the four of us will walk out of this room at the same time. At the same time we walk out of the hotel. No. The woman in black still felt that this option was bad. Jiang Xia seriously said, this is the best way. The four of us go out at the same time. If we make any move, you can kill us immediately. If you make any move, you can't leave either. Once we get out of the hotel door and onto the street, there are people outside. We'll all be safe. The woman in black thought carefully, and instead of answering immediately, she asked, tell me first, why do you want to arrest her? She was certain that these few demonic species had never captured her old sister for something as simple as satisfying their appetites. No comment. Okay, then we'll go out together like you said. Other than that, the woman in black couldn't think of any other better way for the time being. Every minute that passed here was a minute more dangerous for her. If any more demonic species found out that there were awakened people here, then she really wouldn't be able to leave. Even if this approach is somewhat risky, it must be tried. In the hallway, two hooded teenagers, with a tightly wrapped woman, plus a blindfolded woman. It's a combination that's extraordinarily compelling, especially when he came downstairs to the hall. He directly attracted everyone's attention. The two demonic species at the front desk eyed the combination's dress with a puzzled look in their eyes. They had seen a lot of people who came to couples hotels who would cover their faces for fear of being recognized, but it wasn't that kind of covering. It gave the impression as if the guys had just finished shooting a little movie in the hotel room above. It wasn't until they stepped out of the hotel doorway and saw the traffic-laden street that both parties breathed a sigh of relief. In this public place, no matter if it was an awakened or a demon seed, they wouldn't dare to make a move easily. Jiang Xia pushed Director Huang's wife to the woman in black. Alright, you guys can go now. She didn't say a word, beckoned for a cab, and took her pro-sister with her for a quick getaway. Director Huang's wife had long heard that it was her sister who had saved her, and confirmed her safety as soon as she ripped the black satin off her face. Looking at the woman in black sitting next to her, she recognized it instantly as her sister, even though she was wrapped up tightly. Your brother-in-law may be in danger. The woman in black looked to her oldest sister and shook her head, her eyes signaling her to keep quiet for now and wait until it was completely safe. Back in the hotel room, sitting on the bed, Yang Jia straightened up with excitement. Awakened. Actually an awakened. Exciting. Too exciting. This is the first time I've encountered one. Previously, he had only heard people talk about awakened people, and this time when he finally encountered them, compared to having palpitations, Yang Jia was more excited. But before the excitement passed, Yang Jie sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His face instantly turned white, and he collapsed on the bed, a cold sweat the size of a soybean breaking out on his forehead. Jiang Xia then remembered that Yang Jie had been stabbed, and busied himself by going up and lifting his jacket to take a look. The cut was long, from the shoulder all the way to the other side of the chest. It was at least 20 centimeters, but it didn't bleed much. The chill from the scimitar was just incredibly cold. The blade cut through the bloody wound, and the blood had only just gushed out not much before it was frozen by the cold air that remained in the wound. A red ice crystal, as if it were a red crystal stone hanging in the wound. But as the cold gradually dissipated, the blood was already on the verge of breaking through the ice crystals. Inhaling a few mouthfuls of cool air, Yang Jie stood up from the bed and ripped off a piece of bedsheet to wrap around the wound with Jiang Xia's help. It's fine, it's fine. He waved his hand, downplaying the situation. Just a small injury. It doesn't bother me. Jiang Xia smacked his lips. This was no longer a minor injury for an ordinary person. But the good thing was that Yang Jie was a magic seed. It would only hurt for a few days. At most 2 days. It was estimated that the wounds would heal, and no more than a week. It was estimated that the scars would not even be left behind. After treating the wound, Yang Jie leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette to ease his tension. He also just looked excited on the surface. But in fact, he was panicking inside in the face of the crisis he had just faced. I always thought I wasn't afraid to die, but I really almost died once, and it was really just like that. Jiang Xia pondered. The fact that awakened person could risk her life to come here to save Director Huang's wife means that her relationship with Director Huang's wife must be extraordinary. Yang Jie paused and looked at Jiang Xia with a sardonic smile. What do you mean, lace? Chapter 26, Money is useful for something. Jiang Xia gave him a blank look. I see you like lace. Your whole family is lace. Let's just say, can't we be a little more normal, and think a little more green and healthy, okay? I can't help it. My thoughts are just so off right now. Yang Jie patted his head. He didn't even understand why his personality had become like this. Even his thoughts would follow and subconsciously become dirty violations. Getting back to the point, Jiang Xia said squarely, for her to be so righteous as to come to a place like this in broad daylight to save Director Huang's wife. I don't think she has an ordinary relationship with Director Huang's wife. Perhaps a family member? Yang Jie snapped a crisp ringing finger. You say so, I remember. Director Huang's wife has a sister. Long and beautiful, before, and she came to the school to find Director Huang. It seems to be called Zhou what? Remembered to be a student of the second middle school, is also a senior. Jiang Xia nodded slightly. If she's really Director Huang's wife's sister, then all of this would be logical. He also had a bit of an impression of this sister of Director Huang, vaguely remembering as if he had met her a few months ago. It's just that it's been so long that I can't remember what it looks like, but the body is really quite similar. This news can be worth $10 million. Yang Jie stood up violently. He believed that there were definitely many rich and gold-rich magic seeds who were willing to spend $10 million to buy this major clue related to the awakened from them. Jiang Xia smiled. Money? Is money useful in this world now? It's also just now that order is still stable, so it looks like money can still get a lot done. The truth is that money means nothing to the magic seed and the awakened. Not now, and even less so when the social order collapses. It is said that the chaotic world to buy gold. Really, to that time, I guess the gold is just a piece of broken iron. Not as practical as a kitchen knife. Also Yang Jie finished with a flash of his eyes, smilingly stroking his chin. I suddenly have a good idea. Can't we call her and tell her, Beauty, you don't want your awakened identity to be exposed either, right? Then, breathless to the core, Jiang Xia stood up and hammered his fist on Yang Jie's head. Bang! Yang Jie ate pain, covered his head and squatted down, sucking in cool air. There's no mistake. I'm injured now. What's the point of punching me? What do you mean what? Can you keep a little bit of perspective as much as possible? You're already possessed, alright. Reacting, Yang Jie sighed and said hopelessly, what can I do? Subconscious thoughts, I can't control it, alright. Half an hour later, Lithonia called to open the door. The door opened and she walked in. For some reason, when he looked at Li Sidong for the first time, Jiang Xia always felt that she had become much stronger. Did she swallow Director Huang? Well, is very likely. Seeing that the room was very neat and tidy, and that there wasn't even much of a bloody odor in the air, Li Sidong looked puzzled. Where is Director Huang's wife? Didn't I tell you to eat her? The man was released by us. At those words, Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia with difficulty in understanding. What? I let you eat, and you let people go? What? You plan to starve to death, right? It was someone who got her out of there. Jiang Xia told the story of what had just happened. After listening, Li Sidong's eyes slightly released a bright light. Interesting. That the awakened person she met in the villa 2 days ago would show up to save Director Huang's wife was something she didn't expect. Her thoughts were the same as Jiang Xia's, that the awakened person, more than likely, had an unusual relationship with Director Huang's wife. through director Huang's wife, we can surely find her. But it's mostly too late to go looking for it. They could think that they could find that awakened one through director Huang's wife, and there was no way that awakened one wouldn't think of that. It was estimated that he had fled Star River City with director Huang's wife by now. How is director Huang doing? Jiang Xia asked. Dead. Died a painful death. Resisted fiercely. He was slightly stronger than I expected. Even I was badly injured. Good thing he was very tonic and nutritious. My injuries are almost healed, Li Sidong said and sat on the bed, showing a regretful look for director Huang. It is a pity. He can go a long way. It is only a pity that he has a soft underbelly. It is also fortunate that he has a soft underbelly, or else we can't really do anything with him. Director Huang's death. Jiang Xia did not have too much mood swings, had long thought of this result. Last night when you answered that phone call and got yelled at to leave, it was director Huang who was trying to hurt you, wasn't it? Yeah, that's why I took a shot at him. Since he's already made a move on me, he should never be allowed to live. It's okay now. We're all safe for now, Li Sidong said and looked at the bed, then raised her head to look at Jiang Xia and sneered. That woman just now. Play comfortably, right? No, I didn't touch her. Not a single finger. Jiang Xia swore with conviction. What? Not interested in her? Is not interested? Of course, more importantly, if I touch her, you must not eat me? If you don't believe me you can ask Yang Jia. I really didn't touch her. Well, I'm sure you didn't touch her. And of course even if you did it wouldn't matter. I'd just castrate you. Li Sidong stood up and continued. Well, there's nothing more to do today. Go home and rest. Sleep comfortably. Come out tonight. I'll take you hunting. Not tonight. My mom is coming home and I have to pick her up. Li Sidong circled around Jiang Xia and curiously said, you don't look like you're very hungry anymore. Did you secretly go hunting behind my back last night? No, it's Yang Jia. He gave me the little stock he had in his hand and barely filled his stomach for the time being. Li Sidong didn't suspect anything. Alright, then let's call it a night. I still have things to do. You go back and rest first. We'll be in touch in the morning. Back home. Yang Jia briefly treated the wound again. Only an hour or so had passed and his wounds were already on the verge of healing. After treating the wound, Yang Jia sat on the sofa and played with his cell phone, chatting with several women online. Jiang Xia didn't intervene too much. It was a way for him to eat and fill his stomach. He had his own choices. It had been a long time since yesterday's meal, and hunger was once again sweeping through his body. But with Yang Jia around, it wasn't good enough to go out and buy a live chicken and come back for dinner. You can't eat out either. If someone bumps into you, you're screwed. Luckily, the hunger wasn't so intense that it was bearable. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Mom came to the phone, said she had come out of the airport, told Jiang Xia an address, called him over for dinner. Yang Jia followed along and went out the door. He had asked a new internet friend to meet him tonight, relying on his ability to ask, mainly in the form of money charm. It's a woman who sits in the same town with over 100,000 followers and swiped over $60,000. When he gave the gift, Yang Jia didn't even blink his eyes. One is that his usual pocket money is really too much to spend, and the other is that he also knows that money doesn't have much use anymore. And when the world is in chaos, it is estimated that $500,000 will hardly be able to buy a loaf of bread. 40,000 of them, all swiped by Jenga. Listening to the sexy-dressed beauty in the live broadcast whine about her brother, Jiang Xia's smile spread from the corners of his mouth all the way to the roots behind his ears. Money, more or less, is useful. The two parted ways at the crossroads downstairs. Jiang Xia took a car to the door of the Golden Orchid restaurant. Entering the restaurant, in a window seat, Jiang Xia met his mom, and across from her, there sat a man in a suit. Jiang Xia, here. Mom waved her hand. Yes. Jiang Xia smiled and walked over, but as the footsteps drew closer, the smile on his face began to freeze. The same kind of vibe. Chapter 27, Friendly Kindred Spirits. Jiang Xia's mother was a bridge engineer who had been with a construction company in Xinghe City for almost 10 years already. The company is very large, with a business spanning half of China, and several famous projects in the country have the company's participation. Song Qiuyu, a name that is not outdated even now, looks like an ordinary middle-aged woman, but the figure is very good. Even after giving birth to 2 children also do not lose shape, coupled with good skin care and will dress up. So when the middle-aged women are also considered top. Since her divorce from her father, she has been surrounded by a lot of equally divorced men pursuing her, and even many of her male colleagues in the company have been courting her in various ways. In this regard, Jiang Xia was more understanding and never interfered in the affairs of his mother's feelings. He also hopes that there is a person to accompany the mother, so will often tell her to let her meet the right to get a license. As long as the person is suitable, she likes, he has no problem. After all, Mom is also a person, and the early 40s is still young, although he is her son, but also cannot be too selfish. She had eaten with quite a few men in the 3 years since she had divorced her father, but this man, was undoubtedly the highest quality Jiang Xia had ever seen. From the appearance alone, the dress exquisite handsome, the body of the blue suit seems to be tailored for him, elegant temperament, hands and feet like a gentleman spokesman, the hand of the Rolex gold watch shows that the money in more gold, early 40s appearance, calm eyes, a pair of half-rimmed glasses look very educated, which is placed on the dating site proper meat and potatoes. At first saw this man, Jiang Xia also thought that mom charm is not small well, but with the footsteps close to, that pounced on the same kind of breath, but let a person's heart sink. In fact, having seen many of their kind, there is no longer any need to make a fuss when they encounter this kind of thing again. But what Jiang Xia couldn't tell was whether this aura of the same kind was coming from this man or from his old mom. After a moment's pause in his footsteps, he quickly walked over, trying to ascertain the source of the kindred scent. Well, after coming to the table, it was confirmed that the kindred scent was coming from the man. Inside, relief rose along with worry. This man, he's not going to use mom as food, is he? Mom! Jiang Xia called out to his mom before looking at the man again with a natural expression. And this is? Hello Jiang Xia. The man stood up very politely, without the slightest shelf, and shook hands to show his goodwill. Introduce myself. My surname is Chen. My name is Chen Kai, and my English name is Jace. Hello there. The man didn't show hostility, but instead was very humble and polite. And Jiang Xia thought to himself that he couldn't be rude either. It is a foolish behavior to move to tear your face from someone without giving a good face before you know the hostility. I've heard your mother talk about you for a long time, and now that I've seen you, you're really a good-looking guy, and there are a lot of girls pursuing you at school, aren't there? The man spoke with far too much poise and a hint of patronizing appreciation, but Jiang Xia understood that even if he behaved well, it might just be a disguise for him in front of outsiders. He himself had sensed a similar scent when he was 4 or 5 meters away from the guy, and only determined that the scent was coming from him when he reached him. The strength is estimated to be on par with Li Sidong, proving that he has scourged no fewer people than Li Sidong, much more than Lithonia even. Li Sidong was an alien demon, and she preferred to hunt her own kind than normal humans. What Li Sidong said was, the reason why she preferred to hunt her own kind was because a single one could provide her with far more nourishment than what a few humans could provide, and given a choice, of course, she chose to hunt her own kind, which could save a lot of time. And if this man wasn't a foreign devil, he could be so strong that he must have hunted a much larger number of humans than Li Sidong. That's enough to show that he's no slouch. Seeing that Jiang Xia's first meeting with Chen Kai went so well, his mother spread a smile. First time meeting, got you a little gift. Hope you like it. Chen Kai handed over a delicately packaged rectangular box, and from the outside, it was impossible to tell what was inside. Jiang Xia first politely, just like the childhood New Year's red packets received relatives, and ultimately under the hospitality, had to reluctantly accept. At the man's invitation, he opened the box, which contained 3 tickets to the concert. Even though he wasn't interested in chasing stars or anything, Jiang Xia still instantly recognized that this was the concert ticket of a certain heavenly king star surnamed Zhou in China. And it's still an infield ticket. First row. I remembered that the last time this heavenly star held a concert over in East China, the tickets for this location were speculated by scalpers at a sky-high price of more than $30,000. 3 of them, worth $100,000? In terms of monetary value alone, this was undoubtedly the most expensive gift Jiang Xia had ever received in his life. This gift is too expensive. I can't take it. Jiang Xia was polite. Chen Kai pushed it over again. Take it. This is a former business partner of mine sent me. I like quieter occasions. Never been to a concert. Putting it in my hands is a waste. It would be better to give it to young people like you. Of course it's not all for you. There are 2 for you. You can ask a friend to go with you. And there is another one for your sister. After saying his thanks, Jiang Xia put the box aside and sat next to his old mom. After a short conversation, it was learned that the man was domiciled in Xinghe City, but had been working abroad before, and was an executive of a listed company abroad. Divorced, with a daughter who lives abroad with his ex-wife. He just celebrated his 40th birthday not long ago and is slightly younger than his mom. A few months ago he quit his job abroad and returned home to start his own business, working somewhat with his mom's construction company. The process by which the 2 of them met is also highly cinematic. A month or so ago, mom ended up working overtime. In the company downstairs met a few drunken men. He just passed by to give relief. The next day to the company to talk about cooperation with the mother and met. One after another will be familiar with. To put it in perspective, the 2 of her are still just normal friends. But Jiang Xia didn't think that an ordinary friend's relationship would give a friend's son a meet-and-greet gift of such high value. At least the man's intentions were certainly not pure. But by observing his mom's look, Jiang Xia initially judged that his mom's relationship with this man seemed to be really just a friend. Seeing Chen Kai raise his red wine glass to toast with his old mom, Jiang Xia's pupils contracted slightly. Watching the man take a sip of red wine expressionlessly and put it down gently, and began to pinch his watch in his heart. But 7 or 8 minutes had been passed, and the man still did not show any discomfort, and in the meantime even drank the red wine in the glass completely. Another 7 or 8 minutes passed, and another half a glass of wine before the man got up to go to the restroom. Jiang Xia was the first to follow. In the last cubicle of the restroom, the man was violently dry-heaving, as if he wanted to vomit out all his organs before giving up. After a few minutes, the situation eased up quite a bit before Chen Kai came out of the restroom. He walked past Jiang Xia, stood at the sink and rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and began to straighten his instrument again. I quite like drinking. I used to like it and I still like it. I used to like the kind of spiritual fulfillment it gave me. Now I like the feeling that makes you feel worse than dead when it goes down. And every time I hold on to it for a minute longer, it gives me a full sense of accomplishment. Jiang Xia thought to himself that it was another crazy person, holding his hands, and said lightly, "It should not be rare to find someone like you who has such a strong tolerance for alcohol, right? I've seen one who could drink more than me, who could withstand the discomfort of alcohol better than I. Unfortunately, he's already dead. Add your hands." Chen Kai's gaze fell on Jiang Xia, smiling slightly. Chapter 28, Crisis from Mom. Chen Kai's words made Jiang Xia feel puzzled. Die at their hands? Who? And so on. Nope. Why did it feel as if this man knew himself so well? Who? Who else? Is there anyone else besides him who died at your hands today? You mean the one named Huang? Chen Kai looked at the mirror again and straightened his tie. He is an excellent companion. His hunting ability is among the top of the bunch I have ever seen. I had felt that if he was given enough time to grow, he would be the strongest of his kind later on. Hearing Chen Kai say the word companion, Jiang Xia retreated, his heart on guard. Noticing Jiang Xia's movements, Chen Kai smiled. There's no need to be so nervous. I didn't say I want to avenge him. I've long had the idea of killing him. Even if you guys don't make a move, I'll make a move in a few days. But the fact that you guys killed him still makes me quite surprised. Something that even I can't easily do. Actually made a few of you brats do it. After saying that, Chen Kai paused and added on. Sorry, forgive me for using the wrong words. You can't judge people by their age like us. I didn't kill him. Don't be so modest. That little girlfriend of yours already told me all about it. You guys worked together to do it. Lithonia? Chen Kai took a few deep breaths, as if the power of the alcohol hadn't completely dissipated. She met with me today, and the main thing she talked to me about was that she hoped you could join us. To be honest, I wouldn't agree to take in a kindred spirit that hasn't completed a single evolution yet, but you do interest me. She told me about your encounter with the Awakened in the hotel. Not bad. I appreciate the way you handled it at that time. If you were an ordinary person, you would have been in disarray long ago, but you were actually able to calmly analyze the situation and look for a way to break the situation in such a short period of time. I like your smartness a lot, Jiang Xia said calmly. Thanks for the compliment. Compared to what this organization of yours is, I'm more interested in knowing the purpose of your approaching my mother. Chen Kai calmly replied. I'm just normal friends with her. After all, even if we're not normal people, we still have the right to make friends. I always felt that you approached her with an ulterior motive. Chen Kai smiled faintly. Then you're really underestimating me. With my strength, I can catch prey from anywhere. There's no need to spend such a long time making friends with someone just to satisfy my appetite. Maybe you have some special fetish. Jiang Xia's tone and eyes were filled with distrust of Chen Kai. Any demonic species, especially one that was quite strong, must have a very abnormal personality in some way. He wasn't comfortable letting his mom make friends with such a guy. Chen Kai said without thinking, Your mother is a soulful friend. She and I have a lot in common. She likes to study history and so do I. I do want to be friends with her. Even so, in order to make my friendship with her last, I will protect her. Of course, don't worry. I only have the idea of being friends with her. It might be better if you stayed away from her. Chen Kai laughed and put a hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder. You may have the right to stop your mother from making friends, but you can't. I can tell her what you are. Tell her? How are you going to convince her that what you're saying is true? By showing her what you look like when you're demonized. Let her know that her son is a monster too, so that she can live in fear all day and eventually go insane? She's not from this world. Why do you have to drag her into this? At least it will show her that the world is dangerous now. So what if you know? Won't there still be danger when it's time to have it? Could it be that when she knows that the world is in danger, she can avoid all the crises by being an ordinary person? Instead of letting her live in fear all day long, it's better to let her live a little peaceful life. As long as you are strong enough. Are you still afraid of not being able to protect her? Jiang Xia didn't say anything else. He was clear that he was not qualified to negotiate with others until he had enough strength to back him up. At this point, if you say something like if you don't stay away from her, I'm going to make you look good, Then you're a joke. Get out first, don't keep your mom waiting. We'll see you again tomorrow. We'll talk more then. After drying the water stains on his hands, Chen Kai left first. At 22:30 p.m., back home, Jiang Xia was torn between telling his mom the truth about the world. But what can I say to convince her? One couldn't just show her what she looked like after demonization. As Chen Kai had said, could one? And whether or not it's a good thing for mom when it's really said? With this doubt, he asked Li Sidong and Yang Jia on his cell phone to see how they handled it. Li Sidong quickly replied, she did not tell her parents the truth of this world. The reason is very simple. How do I know if my parents are awakened or not? In case they know the identity of my magic seed big righteousness, what to do? It would be better to let nature take its course. That's very Lithonia. Yang Jia also hid it from his family, and gave the following reply, my old man and my grandparents are old. There is no need to keep them in fear. Anyway, they usually do not go out and walk around. Even if they go out for a walk, they are only in the downstairs of the neighborhood, and very few devils will make a move on the old man. So it would be better if I did not tell them, so that they can live a little more peaceful days. Besides, even if I told them, there is no way to make them believe it. I can't show them what I look like after I am demonized. Besides, even if I tell them, there's no way to make them believe it, so I can't show them what I look like after I'm demonized. They'd be scared half to death. When asked for their opinions, the two gave a surprisingly consistent answer. It's up to you. Jiang Xia sat on the sofa for a long time torn. He thought it was better to tell mom the truth. Perhaps after she learns the truth about the world, she will be unable to sleep for days and nights in fear, and the rest of her life will be lived in constant fear. But that's better than being completely oblivious to the dangers around her. Telling her the truth and letting her take care of herself before she was strong enough to be able to fully guarantee her safety must have done quite a lot for her. Compared to the mom living in the world of fear, Jiang Xia is more afraid of the mom stupidly do not know anything, go out and run into danger. Yes, she had to be told, but definitely not demonized and made to feel like a monster. Between the world being in danger and her son being a monster too, both hit her harder, and surely the latter would be more violent. But just when Jiang Xia had brewed up the wording he intended to say, mom, however, sat down across from him and took the initiative to ask seriously, Xiaoxia, do you know something? Ha? Jiang Xia wondered, looking at the expression on his mom's face, how it seemed like something was wrong. When he saw that his mother didn't speak and took out a small bottle of bottled wine from her bag, Jiang Xia's pupils contracted sharply. Drink this. Chapter 29, Relationship Change. Su Cohen, Wang Fei, Grade Director Huang Haifeng. In just a few days, there are 3 familiar people around them withered, and also with their own indirect or direct relationship. It becomes as if it is not the world, but the relationships between people. Hunter, prey. It's either you or me. Jiang Xia didn't know what role he was playing in this game. He just wanted to live and bring his family to live. He was ready to change his relationships with all his friends, ready to change between prey and hunter at any time. But he had never been prepared to change his relationship with his family as well, or even to think about it much. A bottle of white wine reveals a lot. It was no longer necessary for him to talk about it. Mom seemed to already know how the world had changed. She didn't have the scent of her own kind on her. Not her own kind. And couldn't be a hidden demon. If she were a hidden demon, she wouldn't even need to test her son's identity with a bottle of wine. 9 times out of 10, she would be an awakened. Awakened people, even if they are more attractive to the demonic species, have more means of preserving their lives than ordinary people. That seems like something to be happy about. Jiang Xia was indeed a bit happy, but the happiness was followed by worry. He is an undercover agent. An undercover agent who is almost no different from the devil's seed. That is, God is generous to him and gives him a little bit of privilege, so that he can fill his stomach with the blood of livestock. Otherwise he is no different from the devil's seed. For the moment, he didn't think he could explain it clearly to anyone. He is actually an awakened, an undercover agent hidden in the demon seed. How do I go about explaining the fact that when this bottle is drunk, the demonized form is revealed? What will happen to the relationship with mom if I can't explain it? Why did you suddenly let me drink for a good reason? Didn't you always disallow me to drink before? Jiang Xia played dumb. Don't you know what drinking means? Mom said seriously, celebrating on behalf of. Is it something good? Did you get a promotion? Or did you get custody of your oldest sister? Inferred from the expression of the mother, Jiang Xia heart sure that the mother knows the truth of the world, and the mother has suspected his identity. You drink this bottle, drink it and I'll tell you. Seeing his old mom's expression getting more and more grave, Jiang Xia was in a heavy mood, and his gaze fell on the bottle of wine on the table. Jiang Xia seemed to be nervous, but what was actually more nervous than him was the woman sitting across from him. The more her own son hesitated, the greater the storm in her heart. After a long hesitation, Jiang Xia grabbed the bottle on the table and slowly unscrewed the cap. Click. Whether you don't drink or run away, it's a direct answer. It's all come down to this. so let's drink. To the old mother, Jiang Xia does not want to rise a tiny bit of wariness. He does not want to even the closest people have to change to get along with the relationship. Do not want to even the closest people do not trust. Then the world cannot let him trust the people, regardless of how mom would react when she drank it. He'd try hard to explain how it turned out and let it go. He could even accept a big righteousness from his old mom if he couldn't explain it. Of course the best thing to do is, the moment before mom's great justice, run. Run as far away as you can, and stay alive first. Otherwise it's a loss to just die. But vaguely, it was as if Jiang Xia was very confident that even if old mother wasn't awakened, even if she couldn't explain it after demonization, old mother wouldn't lay her hands on him. It's a kind of unconditional trust that comes out of a biological mother. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia grabbed the bottle of wine and brought it to his mouth. Just as the bottle's mouth was about to touch his lips a second before, his mom suddenly stretched out her hand and snatched the bottle away. I just want to try whether you usually drink or not. Seeing as how you're squirming, you shouldn't usually drink. Remember what I told you. No drinking. Taking the bottle, mom went back to her room. It's late. Take an early rest. I'm quite tired after a day of flying. Looking at the closed door of the room, Jiang Xia sat on the sofa in silence for a long time. He understood what his old mom was doing when she suddenly snatched the wine back. Obviously, she wasn't ready to change her ways with her own son. Even if she might have expected something, she wasn't ready to pierce the windowpane. As long as he didn't drink from this bottle, then her son would always remain a person in her eyes. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Jiang Xia leaned back on the sofa, his gaze following the balcony to the radiant night sky. This seems to be the best outcome. Even if she has guessed something, explain it to her slowly later. So is mom an awakened person or not? Ding ding ding. The loud alarm bells crushed through the eardrums. Get up, come out of your room. And mom just happens to be out the door. She's going to see her sister. After washing up, Jiang Xia ate the buns and soy milk bought back by his mom, went downstairs to the market a few hundred meters away, bought a chicken and went home to slaughter it, temporarily solving the problem of today's stomach sustenance. Packing the chicken's body in a black plastic bag, he went downstairs and threw it in the dumpster, and followed the address Li Sidong had sent him to the appointment location. The two walked side by side on the path around the lake, which shimmered with the early morning sunlight tilting down. Jiang Xia told Li Sidong about his meeting with Chen Kai last night, asking her about what kind of character this Chen Kai was, but didn't say anything about mom letting him drink as well. This matter concerns whether or not mom is awakened, and she absolutely cannot tell anyone but herself. Li Sidong stroked the guardrail by the lake as he walked. The basic information you know is right. His English name is indeed called Jace. There is a daughter and his ex-wife are abroad, but they are dead. But he is actually not any foreign listed company executives, is a restaurant owner, and his cooking skills are very high. How much do you know about him, and how did you meet? Jiang Xia asked. He is quite serious about his work, especially when it comes to food. He will carefully select every ingredient, find the right time to strike after selecting the target and bring it back to his kitchen. Even if he is hungry, he will not eat in a casual environment. Many of his kind called him the elegant gourmet. As for my acquaintance with him, it began the day I joined the organization. Organization? What exactly does this organization do? Jiang Xia was quite interested in the mysterious organization behind Li Sidong. Just in the near future the world will be in turmoil, and if we're still fighting alone at that time, all that awaits us is to be purged by human armies or die at the hands of our own kind. Li Sidong paused and added, you can interpret this as a group-hugging organization, working together, helping out together, and coming together to form a tough shield on the day of doom. After all, we will never be able to enter the safe zone. We can only wander outside. Then this organization should have a leader. Right, and what role do you and this Chen Kai play in the organization? I don't have much of an identity in the organization. I'm just an ordinary member. They'll notify me when there's something going on. I don't usually have much to do with it. Chen Kai's identity in the organization is quite special. He is the agent of the organization's affairs in the open. In the open? And who are the people behind the scenes? I don't know. The identity of the initiator of the organization behind the scenes is very secretive. No one knows who he is except for Chen Kai. But there is a key clue. This person is not ordinary. In Xinghe City is considered a big man, and his strength in the Star River City Demon Seed is definitely ranked at the top. Jiang Xia asked, you're taking me to this organization's headquarters now? Not the headquarters. You haven't joined yet. You can't go to the headquarters for now. I'll take you to the interview. Then why don't you call Yang Jie along? Him? He's not qualified enough to join. A kindred spirit like him can only be cannon fodder later on if he doesn't stay strong. The organization won't let such a drag to join. Your condition is actually not enough to join either. But who made you a pair with me? How many people are in the organization? And how many are as strong as you? You have too many questions. It's better to find out for yourself. I have one more question. Say, What does a child born from a demon seed to a demon seed look like? Lee Sidong froze and slowly looked at Jiang Xia, revealing a meaningful smile. Why are you asking this? You want to have a child with me? Just curious. Well, I don't know. If it lasts for the two of us, we should have an answer in 5 or 6 years. After saying that, she dragged Jiang Xia into a cafe. Chapter 30, Simple and Rough. The cafe is located on the south side of the artificial lake. This side belongs to the Park Cloud district where Jiang Xia and the others are currently staying. And across the artificial lake, there is another district to the north. The name of the cafe is New World. It is a recently opened store. The decoration is very good, but not a lot of traffic. As soon as he entered, Jiang Xia clearly felt several similar auras. The few staff members inside are all of the same kind, as are the few young men sitting by the window sipping their coffee slowly. This scene could not help but remind Jiang Xia of a certain island anime he had seen before. The worldview is also similar to the current real world, in which the protagonist is turned into a monster by mistake, and in a starving and confused state, he is taken in by a cafe where the staff are all monsters, but they remain humane and never try to harm people to fill their stomachs, choosing instead to make compromises. I just wonder if this cafe is roughly the same as the one in the anime. Is the movie coming to life? In the corner, Chen Kai had been waiting for a long time. He was still dressed as exquisitely as last night, holding a fashion magazine in his hand and a cup of black coffee on the table in front of him. Seeing the two walking, Chen Kai smiled and put down the magazine, glancing at the wall clock. 8:30. The two of you are really on time. After sitting down, Jiang Xia called out for a cup of cappuccino and gently sipped it with anticipation. But the result was disappointing. Not like in the anime where drinking coffee reduces hunger. Reality is still different from movies and TV. Lithonia clasped her hands and said, "Time is running out. We have things to do. Grab the interview." Chen Kai clasped his hands together and propped up his chin, looking at Jiang Xia as he stepped into the main topic. "Good. Then we'll start the official interview. Jiang Xia, would you like to join us?" Jiang Xia glanced at his girlfriend beside him and nodded slowly. He still felt it was right to follow Lithonia for the time being. Getting Jiang Xia's reply, Chen Kai nodded. "Actually, there are many conditions for joining us. First of all, the first point is that you must complete at least one evolution, but for the sake of your girlfriend's face, as well as my relationship with your mother, this can be a backdoor for you." Mentioning his old mom, Jiang Xia wanted to speak, but felt it was better not to interrupt him for the time being. As for the second point, this is a mandatory condition. You need to hunt 10 superior prey within 3 days to hand over to us as a meet and greet gift for joining the organization, and it must be done by you alone. You can't rely on others for help. Speaking later, Chen Kai glanced at Li Sidong, as if to caution Li Sidong that she could not help out. "Go on." Jiang Xia didn't rush to retort. "Rather, there are no other conditions. As long as you can accomplish this, you're one of us, and then I'll show you the full extent of the organization and take you into the headquarters." Jiang Xia nodded slowly, and instead of continuing the conversation on joining the organization, the topic turned back to last night. "What would it take for you to stay away from my mom?" Hearing that Jiang Xia was still obsessed with the matter, Chen Kai giggled. "It seems you didn't tell your mother what I am." Janga said, "It was meant to be said, but I don't want to scare her when I have a choice. I still want you to take the initiative to stay away from her. You can make an offer. I told you, your mother and I are soulmates, or confidants in technical terms, and as long as I want to be friends with her, no one can stop me. If you're worried about me laying hands on your mother, then you're worrying too much. As long as you complete your mission, you're one of us. How could I possibly lay hands on my companion's family? Even if I don't give you face, I still have to give Shaoli face, don't I?" Chen Kai said as he stood up and walked to Jiang Xiao's side, one hand pressed on his shoulder. "Your hidden hostility makes me a little uncomfortable. At the same time, I want you to understand that when you're weak, you're not qualified to negotiate with the strong. Hurry up and finish your hunting mission." Watching Chen Kai leave, Li Sidong muttered, "It's quite a drag." Jiang Xia was silent, picked up his coffee and took a sip. The surface was light and breezy, but in fact, the thoughts in his head were chaotic. Whether or not Mom was an awakened was unclear, but what was certain was that she knew about the changes in the world. I just don't know if she knows that Chen Kai is a demonic species. If she was still friends with Chen Kai despite knowing that he was a demonic species, then she was more than likely an awakened who wanted to hunt Chen Kai. If she didn't know Chen Kai was a demon seed, then perhaps she and Chen Kai were just ordinary friends in her eyes? Secondly, shift back to Chen Kai here. Is he simply trying to be friends with Mom? No way. Jiang Xia didn't think that Chen Kai, who was a demonic species, still had the leisure to make friends with ordinary humans, regardless of whether Mom was a normal human or an awakened in his eyes. Chen Kai's purpose was never pure. To the side, Li Sidong murmured, 10 people, needing to be completed individually, or within 3 days, might be slightly difficult for you. No, No difficulty. Jiang Xia clasped his hands with a confident face. Yo, so confident? Lee Sidong liked this tugging and confident expression on Jiang Xia's face. Yeah, it's that confident, because, well, I wouldn't have wanted to join. What? You don't want to join? Lithonia was surprised. Jiang Xia replied, I don't feel that I have to join this organization in order to live. At least as of now. I don't have the need to join this organization. At first, Jiang Xia thought that he could follow Lee Sidong and that it was fine to join the organization, but the conditions Chen Kai put forward made it impossible for him to do so. It's not like he has to join this organization to live. Just go to kill 10 people for no reason. This kind of behavior feels like a puppet being manipulated. Extremely and stupid. Well, that's true. Lithonia nodded. I may have failed you, but I always felt that joining this organization would make my situation more dangerous. Lee Sidong lightly said. Actually, it depends on you. It doesn't matter if you join or not. I actually don't have much good feelings towards the people in this organization. Jiang Xia's tone sank. I want to know Chen Kai's purpose of approaching my mom now. It can't really be as simple as being friends, right? Regardless of whether or not mom was an awakened. There had to be a way to keep Chen Kai away from her so that it would be the safest for her. Lee Sidong also voiced a cold. There is no doubt that he must want to eat your mother. I said, he is an elegant gourmet. Every ingredient he will be carefully selected. This careful selection is not the quality of the ingredients, but, before dining, he will spend a period of time to cultivate a relationship with the ingredients, and when the relationship is cultivated deeply enough, he will eat, and greatly satisfy the spiritual level while satisfying the appetite. Another pervert. Muttering, Jiang Xia looked at Lee Sidong. Then do you think he'll let my mom go for your sake? It's hard to say, even though we know each other and he has agreed to let you join the organization. He is very serious about the ingredients, and he has spent such a long time cultivating a relationship with your mother. He most likely won't give up easily. I think he is currently not picking the right moment to strike, and coming out to interview you, and what he just said, is actually trying to stabilize you for now. And is there any way to make sure he doesn't make a move on my mom? Lee Sidong smiled. This is simple. Just kill him. Jiang Xia froze. Is your approach always this direct and decisive? Lithonia smiled. Isn't it nice to keep it simple and rough? Chapter 31, The Pervert List. The light music in the cafe was comforting, but Jiang Xia was frowning. He was thinking, killing Chen Kai would indeed make things much simpler. Lee Sidong stirred her coffee with a spoon. He must be killed. He's a man who takes his food too seriously, and he won't give up easily when he chooses it. Perhaps he will not only do it to your mother, he will also take your sister along with him, enjoying your sister before enjoying your mother, letting your mother watch him feed. The more the food crumbles in fear, the more excited he will be. Jiang Xia frowned slightly. So perverted? He knew that Chen Kai was perverted, but he couldn't imagine that he was actually perverted to such an extent. This was simply mentally twisted, alright. He invited a few people from the headquarters to have dinner together once. I was lucky enough to be among them. And the scene was a man tied to a chair with his wife struggling on the table. The more frantic that man screamed, the more excited he got. Listening to him, it seems that he spent more than 2 months to cultivate a relationship with that woman. Jiang Xia just briefly thought about that image, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. It's not Chen Kai who's afraid, it's this crazy world. You're not enjoying it with him, are you? Of course not. I'm not a pervert like him. I can't stand that kind of scene. I left just as soon as the party started. Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. If Lee Sidong was perverted to this extent, he really couldn't accept it. When you think about it, Lithonia isn't actually a pervert? At least she's fairly normal compared to these real perverts? In terms of the people he had contacted so far, the number one pervert was undoubtedly this Chen Kai. Second, it should be Young Jae. Young Jia, this kid into a wolf, but also quite perverted. Walking with him on the road, saw a slightly well-maintained woman, the front and back. Look at the eyes of this kid, are eager to go up to the head buried in the woman's ass, hard to suck a few mouths. Jiang Xia thought for a moment and continued, if he makes a move on my mom, wouldn't that mean he would kill me along with him? It's possible. After all, after eating your family you're sure to seek revenge on him. He's not going to leave himself open to hidden danger. Exiting the cafe, the two of them strolled around the lake. From Lee Sidong's mouth, he learned that the cafe just now was actually a slaughterhouse behind the scenes. They don't just sell regular coffee, they also sell things that can fill the bellies of magic seeds. Selling food is just one side of the story, and behind the scenes it's actually a big intelligence site. Any magic species can buy the information they want to know with payment here. For example, if you want to investigate someone's identity, pay them enough and they will help. Even the information about the awakened they have. However, the awakened's intelligence was special. It was an auction buyout system and would only be sold to one person. Even some of the country's secrets, and even information from other cities, even foreign countries, they were able to get their hands on. The reward offered to them is certainly not something as vulgar as money, but fresh blood. The higher the value of the intelligence, the more to be paid. Lee Sidong said that just a few days ago, an unidentified demon seed bought off an accurate intelligence about the awakened with the blood of 50 young adults. Of course, it is not possible to deliver all the 50 payments at once. Payment in installments is due in 10 days. Hearing here, Jiang Xia more or less surprised, really did not expect the new world's currency is actually this. Lee Sidong laughed as she clasped her hands. Actually, we can sell them the information about that black-clothed awakened person, even though she may have run away. The information is true, and the reward in exchange will keep you full for a long time. How many magic seeds are there? Jiang Xia was more concerned about this. At the moment he still couldn't get a rough estimate of the number of magic seeds. There were hundreds of people in some places, but not a single scent of their kind. There are places where there are only a few dozen people, but several similar scents can appear. According to our estimates, maybe 2 or 3 out of 10. 000? Maybe a little more? Jiang Xia raised his head and looked at the azure sky. In that case, with nearly 10 million people in Star River City, the number of demonic species is at least 2 to 3,000? Then our school's hit rate is pretty high. For over 2,000 people, there are no less than 10. That's because most of those who turn into magic seeds are young people, and the older ones, especially those in their 70s, rarely turn into magic seeds, Lee Sidong replied. Jiang Xia estimated in his mind. Even if there are 3 magic seeds in 10,000 people, that doesn't sound like much, but there are 8 billion people on the planet. That number of magic seeds, that's an astronomical amount. Even if each demon seed only feeds twice a month, there are millions of people around the globe who become sustenance for demon seeds every month. Lee Sidong continued. I received news last night. There is a small country in the northern hemisphere with a population of 6 million. The demonic species has been exposed to the public, causing a great deal of social panic. The human army has already initiated its first encounter with the demonic species there, and the United Nations has blocked out all the news. How is the situation? Is the magic seed an opponent? As far as Jiang Xia's perception was concerned, he felt that the demon seed shouldn't be a match for the army. After all, people have guns and cannons, and the average magic species shouldn't be able to carry a Gatling strafe, right? Lee Sidong said, the general magic seed is of course not an opponent. Are not using any weapons of mass destruction. Ordinary automatic rifles can be shot into the sieve. But the gossip says, there is a magic seed destroyed several armies, and through devouring becomes stronger and stronger. Especially after a few awakened people went up to give away their heads. He completed another evolution. When the military wanted to use nuclear bombs to deal with him, it was already too late. Even 2 small nukes. Even his defenses did not break open. A nuclear bomb can't even break through the defense? Jiang Xia blinked, not daring to imagine how strong that must be. Of course it's just a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, there is absolutely no such bullish magic species in Star River City. Lee Sidong marveled. Even nuclear bombs can't break through the defense. How much nutrition does this have to absorb in order to evolve to this point? If I eat him, I'll be rich. Lee Sidong falls into fantasy. And can you stop a rifle bullet? Underestimating me, aren't you? Lee Sidong returned to her senses and asked again. Have you figured out how to kill Chen Kai? Jiang Xia shook his head slightly. With my strength, I shouldn't be able to kill him. It's not that you should. It's that you definitely can't kill him. Unless you use some kind of ploy, like getting a warehouse of explosives and introducing him to. But with his current strength, even if you can get a warehouse of explosives, I don't think you can blow him up. Can you help me kill him? Jiang Xia looked at Lee Sidong and said seriously. Kill Chen Kai imminent. Cannot wait to get stronger and then do it. Then I guess the mom early accident. He felt that Lee Sidong could kill Chen Kai. She might not have been able to do it a few days ago, but after swallowing Director Huang, her strength had risen so much that she must be capable of doing so. Lee Sidong froze and slowly nodded. Good. Jiang Xia did not expect Lee Sidong to agree so readily, but not kill for nothing. Why? What are you going to give me? Lithonia came to be interested. Jiang Xia said seriously, I'll kill 10 demonic species and give them to you as a gift. Chapter 32, A Man's Knee Is Gold. Yang Jia doesn't. Hearing that Jiang Xia was giving such an offer, Lee Sidong laughed. Interesting, yes, I promise, but there's one more condition. What? While I'm killing these demonic species, you have to watch from the shadows, and if I can't beat, you have to come out and save the day. Good. As long as you don't pick one that's too strong, then I won't be able to save you. I can only watch you die and avenge you later. Don't worry, that's not going to happen. I'll start with the rookies first. Jenga thought this was a great deal. Can kill Chen Kai not to mention, seemingly as a transaction to help Lee Sidong hunting 10 magic seeds. But in fact, when he kills these magic seeds can also become stronger. And secretly there is Lee Sidong protection. Killing more demon seeds would be considered doing the people a favor. wouldn't it? No need for 10. 8 will do. The Wang Fei from before with that fat woman counts as 2. Listening to Li Sitong's words, Wang Fei and that fat woman had become the nutrients for her to become stronger. Okay, that's 8. When are you going to do it? Li Sitong thought for a moment. These 2 days aren't too good. Chen Kai isn't considered weak. I have to fully recuperate from the injuries I sustained when I waited to fight Director Huang. In 3 days. Okay, then, within 3 days, I will pay half of the deposit to you first, both. For a while, Jiang Xia even felt that this girlfriend of his was quite good at talking. After thinking about it he worriedly said, Chen Kai is in the same organization as you. You won't be in trouble if you kill him, right? Li Sitong slapped Jiang Xia's head. Stupid After killing him am I going to go around publicizing that I killed him? Also, Jiang Xia nodded and asked again, and what if we do get caught? Discovery is discovery. As soon as Li Sitong's words fell, the cell phone in Jiang Xia's pocket rang. The phone had just been connected, and Yang Jie's heartbreaking screams came from the other end. Yang Jie? Yang Jie! Jiang Xia shouted twice. Help me! Help me! Drunken Dream Hotel 608. Your friend slept with one of my men's wives. If you don't want him to die, come over and talk. The voice on the other end of the line was familiar. K. Chen. Jiang Xia was about to speak, but the phone had already hung up, and no one was answering when he called again. Asterisk. Jiang Xia cursed and looked at Li Sitong. It's Chen Kai. Yang Jie is in his hands. Let's go to Drunken Dream Hotel 608. A trip accurately seems to let me go? What happened? Chen Kai said Yang Jie slept with his men's wives. Jiang Xia frowned slightly. He believed that this was something that the current Yang Jie could do. Seriously, he kind of didn't want to give Younger a head start over something like this. Even if you go, it doesn't make sense. He deserved to get his ass kicked when that happened. It would be good to beat him harder and harder to make him learn a lesson. But the other party was obviously not just going to beat him up. So are you going? Go and take a look. It was not possible not to go. After all, Yang Jie was truly righteous to him. That night he was able to rush out and block Wang Fei for himself. Anyone else would not have been able to do it. Aren't you worried that this is a trap? Jiang Xia shook his head. If Chen Kai wants to capture me or kill me, I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. Li Sitong thought for a moment and smiled meaningfully, as if she had thought of something else. Okay, then let's go and take a look. I'll go with you. It all started last night. After coming out of Jiang Xia's house, Yang Jie went straight to the hotel where he had an appointment with that female netizen. But somehow, after arriving at the hotel the webgirl suddenly couldn't be contacted. I waited until midnight, and there was a delay in hearing from the female netizen. Suddenly just then, a woman he'd been talking Thai with for days sent him a message. I was bored in chatting. As the topic gradually deepened, thinking that the female netizen had not been coming, he simply sent the woman the location, room number. After all, this hotel is more than 2,000 a night. The money can't just go down the drain, right? It would have been better if the webgirl had come along during the midway point. He swore that he had asked this woman several times and all she kept saying was that she didn't have a husband. But after waiting for more than an hour, it was almost dawn and the woman didn't come. Her husband did. After breaking into the house, he was subjected to an unprecedented beating. He fought back, and directly displayed the characteristics of his own demonic species, as he sensed his own kind in the man, and the man bared his fangs to eat him on the spot. Since he was a hidden demon, the man didn't know that he was a demon seed at first, but after seeing the characteristics of the demon seed that he displayed, he realized that it was useless to eat him, so he severely beat him up again. After a few moves with the man, he then suddenly felt that it was not good to fight and killed, and thought that he should talk to the man. He intended to make peace with the man with a lower posture. After all, he was indeed the one who was at a disadvantage first, and a lower posture was reasonable. He knelt on the ground, looking up at the man with a bruised face, and said bitterly, "Big brother, don't fight, don't fight. I'm wrong. It's my fault for not recognizing him. Tai, I'll make amends to you. Let's leave this matter at that." The man huffed and puffed as he looked at Yang Jie and said coldly, "You're a devil seed. You asked my wife out and tried to eat her, and you still want me to let you off the hook? Big brother, I swear, I definitely didn't ask my sister-in-law out to eat her. I just wanted to sleep with her." After speaking, Yang Jie paused, feeling as if he had said the wrong thing. After another severe beating, the man kicked him to the side of the bed and told him to unlock his cell phone. After seeing the chat list in his phone, the man frowned slightly. "Li Sitong, you know her? You're from Star River First Middle School? Right. I know her. She's my class president. Usually on good terms. Big brother, you know her too? Then we are a family. Really big water rushes the Dragon King temple. Don't get close." The man slid Yang Jie's cell phone interface. Chatting with so many women at the same time. Your kid is not small. Saying that, the man took out his own cell phone and handed it to Yang Jia. These men in my cell phone list. I'll give you an hour and a half to make an appointment for me to come here. Taking the phone and looking at the chat box in the man's cell phone list, Yang Jia came to a realization. Turns out there was no woman at all. It was this man he had been talking to. This man, like him, was asking people out online, calling them out and then filling his stomach with a meal in his hotel room. The difference is that this man is using a woman's identity. After all, it's easier to get a date out of a charming young woman than a guy. Only this time the man didn't realize that the man he'd caught was, in fact, the same kind of man as him. What kind of sins did I create? Yang Jia cursed. Stop nagging and make a date for me. I'll let you go if you make a date, or I'll kill you if I can't eat you. Yang Jia gritted his teeth and stiffly sent a message to a man with a sports car avatar. Brother, is it there? Sports car avatar guy, what's going on? Yang Jia, alas, just finished a room with my husband and he turned out to be short and powerless. At that time, Yang Jia felt as if he was a ghost for the tiger. If you really help this guy ask someone out, won't you indirectly harm someone? He does not want to harm people. If he wants to harm people, how can he now still so weak? Would have been strong against the heavens. A punch to this, playing a woman fishing for a man of the guy punched to death. He wanted to send a distress signal to Jiang Xia, but his cell phone was in the man's hands and he didn't remember Jiang Xia's number. Thinking about it, he came up with a brilliant idea. Download a game on the man's phone and board it with the man's cell phone number. Normally at this point in the weekend, the Jenga game should be online. He remembered Jiang Xia's game account. As long as he was online and added him as a friend, he would most likely agree. When the time comes, you can call for help. If you can't, think of something else. Even if he couldn't, this man, he didn't believe this tiny room could trap him. In the spirit of giving it a try, he opened the software store and clicked to download the game. But coincidentally, the man just happened to come up behind him and couldn't help but frown when he saw him downloading the game. Kid, the game addiction is not small. Let you fish a man out for me. You take my cell phone to play games? Is it that you don't know your current situation? Chapter 33. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of punches and kicks echoed through the room. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. Yang Jia tries to resist and fails to do so. After suffering another brutal beating, Yang Jia honestly took the man's cell phone and asked for a date online, secretly vowing in his heart that one day, he would take revenge. Looking at Yang Jia, man was angry, had been ready to dine, but came after actually is the same kind of good dining mood is so screwed up. I can't help that I'm not a foreign devil, otherwise I could have eaten this kid. The minutes ticked by, and as the morning light streamed in through the cracks in the heavy curtains, the man was completely out of the mood for his meal, and even more out of patience for waiting. His eyes went to younger. He's going to kill this kid. Take a breath while also reducing the amount of competition for magic seeds a bit. But just as he was about to do it, a phone call came in. He had two cell phones, one that Yang Jia held in his hand to use to find food online, and one that he lived on for his own use. The one who called was no one else. It was the boss, Chen Kai, who had promised him that as long as he listened to him, he would bring him along after the world chaos and give him a seat at the table. In the course of the conversation, he inadvertently brought up this side of the story. After learning that this person called Yang Jia had many chats with Jiang Xia and was not on the same level, Chen Kai told him not to act rashly and waited for him to come over to deal with it. Downstairs at the Drunken Dream Hotel, from the beginning of rejection to now, Jiang Xia already had an inexplicable sense of cutting affinity with this hotel. It feels like coming home to your own home. Not sure that's a good thing either. Perhaps this means that one has drifted into this bizarre world. In the elevator, Li Sidong reminded, remember what I just told you, and do whatever I tell you to do when you get upstairs later. Why? Is it that you guessed there would be danger? At this moment, Li Sidong gave Jiang Xia a feeling like a prophet, as if she already knew what would happen next in the hotel room. As long as you listen to me, there will be no danger. Li Sidong was very confident. Room 608. Just as he went in, Jiang Xia saw Yang Jia wearing only a pair of pants, hanging on the birdcage bed tied up. I vaguely remember that yesterday Yang Jia looked at the hotel's birdcage bed hooks and said, I really want to see what it's like to hang people up. Now, his dream has come true. Yang Jia had a towel stuffed in his mouth and was very excited to see Jiang Xia, making a whimpering sound in his throat. A face is miserable. I cannot imagine what has experienced a terrible beating. The body of a piece of purple and a piece of green. The person who did it is called a ruthless. It's also a lesson for him. Let's see if he dares to date people online in the future. Jiang Xia thought in his heart, his gaze looking towards Chen Kai. Chen Kai sat in the window seat, his body leaning on the sofa and crossing his legs. Beside him stood a tiger wearing a black t-shirt. Han, 37 or 88 years old, fierce looking, kind of like a big brother on the road, with a staid social air and a gold chain around his neck. Li Sidong glanced at Yang Jia and then looked at Chen Kai with a smile. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Why did you beat my friend like this and hang him up? Chen Kai sighed. It can't be helped. This friend of yours slept with the wife of a brother under my command. I was sure to have him die, but knowing that he is your friend, I immediately made it stop. After all, we are all our own people, and although this matter is very serious, I feel that I can give you guys face to sit down and talk. Saying that, Chen Kai's gaze wandered between Jiang Xia and Li Sedong. You two, who will talk for him? Woo woo. Yang Jie swung his body hard, looking at Jiang Xia and shaking his head repeatedly. He wants to say he didn't even sleep with the man's wife. Yang Jie's heart was in a state of bitterness. He thinks he's one of the good guys, right? It all turned into a monster. But he never had the heart to harm anyone, and always fed in a way that was careful not to hurt anyone's life, or even scare anyone. But how come good people don't get good karma? He also knew that his lustful behavior was like a male dog in heat, as Jiang Xia said, but it wasn't his fault either. It was the power of the magic seed that made him horny, and he didn't force any of the women. He had teased women out on his own. Lithonia sat down on the couch next to her. I'll do it. Tell me, what's it going to be about? No, it's how you guys want to talk about it. After all, it's your friend who did something wrong. It's you who have to give this brother of mine a solution to make him feel better in his heart. Chen Kai threw the dilemma to Li Sedong. Li Sedong's gaze fell on the man beside Chen Kai and snapped. How did your wife get slept with by my friend in good time? The man said according to Chen Kai's previous explanation. He asked my wife out on the internet. I realized something was wrong and sneaked up. Rushed in and saw the two of them lying on the bed with no clothes on. Li Sedong slowly nodded her head and calmly said, then you're also at fault, aren't you? You didn't manage your wife well yourself. The problem is mainly with you. Jiang Xia paused and slowly looked down at Li Sedong. That's an oxymoron. It's real bull. What? I'm at fault. The two of them cheated on each other and you're saying I'm at fault? The man was furious and pointed at himself, not expecting Li Sedong to put the hat of being at fault on his head. Where's your wife? Call out for me to see. Lithonia looked around. Eat it? What's the point of keeping her like this? It's already in my stomach. The man justified. Li Sedong was not in a hurry and said, in this case, you are the main party. You say a solution. I will listen first. The man lowered his head and glanced at Chen Kai, hesitating down after realizing that Chen Kai was expressionless and didn't give him any response. What? Can't you say it? If you can't give a solution, then I'll assume you don't want to do anything and I'll take the person away. Li Sedong stood up and signaled Jiang Xia to go put Yang Jie down. Wait, who said I don't want anything? This guy slept with my wife after all. For your sake, here's the deal. Between castrating him and making him kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times to apologize, you pick one. Lithonia smiled. That light? The man froze. You think it's light? It doesn't matter. I just want to see one of your attitudes. Choose one. Castrate him or make him kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times to apologize. Li Sedong didn't pay any more attention to the man, but looked at Jiang Xia. Do you remember what you promised me? Ha? Jiang Xia didn't know which thing Li Sedong was talking about, but at a time like this, he couldn't say he didn't know, otherwise he would look low, so he nodded his head. You said you wanted to kill 10 demonic species to give to me, Li Sedong said as her gaze slowly fell on the man. I think he's just fine. Let him be the third. Chapter 34 Attitude Trial. The words uttered by Li Sedong were like slamming a giant question mark with an exclamation point into the room. The words she uttered left everyone unguarded. The man who claimed to have been slept with his wife froze, thinking he had misheard. Hadn't he asked the other man to make a choice? How come the choice made was to kill him? The corner of the eye of Chen Kai, who was sitting on the finger sofa, also trembled slightly. Hanging on the birdcage bed, Yang Jie's breathing was stagnant. No, so bullish. What kind of fairy girlfriend did Jiang Xia find? Jiang Xia was first incredulous and filled with disbelief. He thought he had more or less figured out the pattern of Li Sedong's madness, but now look, he was still too well bottomed, and the extent of his understanding of Li Sedong. He was still a cicada not knowing snow. The man immediately voiced, what do you mean, kill me? As soon as the words fell, Jiang Xia's entire body had already lunged towards him, his sharp black claws stabbing towards his heart. Jiang Xia didn't know what exactly Li Sedong was thinking, but he was certain that what Li Sedong was asking him to do now wouldn't kill her. It's not that he already trusts Li Sedong unconditionally, but Li Sedong wouldn't even need to go through this much trouble if she wanted to harm him. Any hesitation at such a time might disrupt the plan in Li Sedong's mind. The man's hands also immediately turned into a pair of sharp claws. Unlike Jiang Xia's, his sharp claws resembled eagle claws, like the hands of a bird. A hand like an eagle's claw hook quickly closed to clamp down on the sharp claw that stabbed at his heart, and the sharp claw tip snapped wounds on the back of Jiang Xia's hand, flowing out asphalt-colored blood. The man's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Jiang Xia, and his hard head slammed forward, banging against Jiang Xia's head. Jiang Xia even backed up. Before he could stand firm, he was kicked by the man. his body solidly hit on the glass door of the restroom. The whole person fell into the restroom. The glass particles like water droplets seemed to explode and shattered all over the place. Without waiting for Jiang Xia to stand still in the restroom, the man pounced in like a vicious wolf. Li Sidong carelessly walked over to the birdcage bed, untied the trapped Yang Jia, and with a wink of a finger, Yang Jia, whose anger had been building up for a long time, rushed into the restroom. Even your brother Jia dared to hit you. Today I'll let you taste the wrath from Jia. The hotel's restroom is not small, more than 2,000 a night room. Is not the kind of street motel compared to the light bathtub can accommodate 3 people at the same time. But put it in combat and there is a distinct lack of space. There was no room for the 3 to pull away, and they could only fight close to each other, making the scene very chaotic. Li Sidong didn't care about the battle in the restroom at all. Sitting on the sofa chair without any hurry, watching Chen Kai. Chen Kai likewise didn't bother to pay attention to the battle in the restroom, his face expressionless as if he was thinking about something. In the restroom, having had a match against Wang Fei, Jiang Xia and Yang Jia worked together significantly better this time than last time. From a somewhat unbeaten 2-on-1 at first, they gradually began to counterattack. Yang Jia's hands changed into several dark purple tentacles, just like the moment when he dealt with Wang Fei, and as he did, he wrapped the man's hands and feet in a death grip. Jiang Xia's claws held down the man's hands. After all, with Yang Jia's strength, it was impossible to manage to trap the man with his tentacles alone. The man's body was held tightly against the restroom wall as he saw a green tapered tail appear behind Chang'e. The front part of the tail bloomed as if it were a flower, spinning wildly like a chainsaw. Realizing that it was not good, he struggled even more fiercely, and at the moment when the tail saw was about to cut into his throat, a flood of power erupted from his body, rawly wrenching away the tentacles that were entangled in his legs, and swiftly avoiding his body, dodging the tail saw's attack without any danger. The spinning tail saw bared its teeth and made contact with the tiled wall, sending debris flying across the room and white powder splattering through the air and into the windpipe with his breath. The man who broke free of his hands kicked Jiang Xia away. His sharp claws attacked towards Yang Jia. Even though Yang Jia avoided the vitals, his face was still cut with 3 bloody marks. The wounds were deep. The blood and flesh was easily broken open and turned outwards. As intense as the fight was in the restroom, the room outside was calmer. Li Sidong even began to play with her cell phone, patiently playing elimination games, as if she wasn't even worried that Jiang Xia would die at the hands of that man. Chen Kai kept his stilted leg position and didn't say a word. With such a narrow space, the fight doesn't last long. 1 minute later, the henchman of Chen Kai, his face covered in blood, staggered out of the restroom. But before he could come to Li Sidong's side, his entire body fell forward, and on his back, there were several holes through his chest. Jiang Xia came out of the restroom, and there were 3 obvious claw marks on his demonized neck, the green scales giving way to gouging off several pieces. Following him was the wounded Yang Jia, but fortunately none of the injuries were fatal. Click! Li Sidong turned off her cell phone and stood up to look at Chen Kai, smiling slightly. Brother Chen, I gave the solution. I gave your men a chance to kill them out of anger, but unfortunately he was killed in return, which I couldn't do anything about. Chen Kai, who had remained silent, stood up and glanced at the corpses of his men, his eyes indifferent and without the slightest emotion. Alas, he can only blame his wife for the trouble. Well, since the matter is settled, let's put an end to it, Li Sidong politely said. Then, this brother of yours, are you going to handle the body yourself, or are we going to handle it for you? I still have something to do, just you guys help with it, Chen Kai said as he walked over to Jiang Xia and patted his shoulder. Not bad, the future is promising. Hurry up and finish your hunting mission. The organization needs talents like you. Chen Kai didn't get angry when he left, closing the door gently, as if the death of his men's brothers hadn't stirred a ripple in his heart at all. It was not until he left that Yang Jia lay down on the bed, the multiple scratches on his body hurting him as he grimaced and sucked in cool air. Jiang Xia didn't give a damn about Yang Jia. Still the same sentence. This time the lesson is right to let him grow a long memory. He deactivated his demonized state to look at Lithonia. Without waiting for him to speak, Li Sidong sat down on the sofa, her eyes looking at the corpse on the ground. I know what you want to ask. He had to die, you know. Chen Kai asked us to come. Do you think that you just simply want to settle the matter of Yang Jia sleeping with his henchman's wife? Yang Jia Tang sat up. I swear, I didn't sleep with his wife. I didn't even see her shadow. Li Sidong continued. This reinforces the fact that my guess was right. Chen Kai just wanted to use this incident to try our attitude. Jiang Xia reacted. Understand, if we just soften and say nice things, he will think that we are soft and won't dare to tear his face off easily. Nice, Li Sidong added. He wants to try my attitude towards him, or rather my attitude towards you. He has long chosen your mother to be his ingredient, but you appeared in the back has a lot to do with me. He is unwilling to give up just like that. In the hesitation just happened to stumble upon this matter. so he wants to use this matter to try my attitude. If I show that I am afraid of him, afraid to fight with him, or show that I am indifferent to your affairs, he will not hesitate to take action against your mother and you. On the contrary, he will deliberate. So it's likely that he'll give up on my old mom now? Jiang Xia felt that just now. Li Sidong had acted so tough that she completely disregarded Chen Kai. With such a she's not to be messed with attitude. Might Chen Kai give up hunting his mom? It's possible, but I think he'll do it again sooner or later. He'll just slow down the progress, Lithonia said. Jiang Xia felt very speechless. Why do you think he's so troublesome? Why does he have to stare at my mom? You think he's wasting his time? Do you really think your mother is providing him with the same difference in nutrition as everyone else? Hearing Li Sidong say this, Jiang Xia's heart sank violently. What does that mean? What do you mean mom doesn't provide him with the same nutrition as everyone else? Aren't they all human? Could it be that it's because mom isn't awakened? And when Li Sidong said that, was it because she already knew that mom wasn't awakened? Chapter 35, The Devil Seed's Perverted Mind. Jiang Xia's heart tightened and he asked, what do you mean? Is it different? Li Sidong replied, of course it's different. The ingredients that are carefully selected by him will provide him with great emotional value in the process of enjoying them, and when his psyche is greatly satisfied, he will get much more nutrients from eating this person than normal. Hearing Li Sidong say this, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it possible to understand that a person who fulfills his emotional value provides him with much more nourishment than a person who has nothing to do with him? It's understandable. He spent so long cultivating a relationship with your mother and making friends. His perversions when he eats will excite him to the point where it will provide him with far more nourishment than a few people could ever hope to have. In addition to fulfilling his emotional value, I can't tell you why that is. I'm sure he still won't give up his hunt for your mother easily. His serious obsession with food far exceeds that of every one of his kind I know. Yang Jia, who was sitting on the bed, interjected. Can't it be interpreted as eating the same thing? But when you go to eat it when you're in a good mood your appetite will be better, and the more nutrients you'll be able to absorb? Lithonia shook her head. Not sure. Even though she was a demon seed, her knowledge of demon seeds was actually still only half understood. Why would a normal human turn into a demonic species? Even this was something she hadn't even scratched the surface of yet. Yang Jia fiddled with his chin. So if we were in his shoes, would we have done the same thing to a very affectionate friend, and gained several times as much nourishment as anyone else? Lithonia grinned. If you're as perverted as he is, and your mood goes through the roof when you feed on your friends, then I guess maybe it's okay. Saying that, Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia and continued. In fact, I think Chen Kai spends so much time cultivating relationships with people before eating, not to satisfy his appetite and become stronger. He does it to satisfy his own perverted mentality. Take Wang Fei for example. Do you know why he has to target you? Apart from the fact that you just joined, your strength won't be too strong and easy to get. The more important reason is that you know him, and he likes to lay his hands on the same kind of people that he knows and is familiar with, and also to satisfy his perverted mind. His brother's death. The probability is that he caused it. The purpose is either to become stronger or to satisfy his perverted mind. Jiang Xia sighed in his heart. Magic seed. It's kinda a strange thing. He understood what Lithonia meant when she said that. Demon species. Not just pigs that only eat. They eat not just for the simple purpose of filling their stomachs. Eating is just something they have to do to survive. With their appetites satisfied, more demonic species will begin to satisfy their perversions as much as possible. Perhaps getting stronger didn't matter at all to certain demonic species. They didn't care if they could complete their evolution or not. They just wanted to satisfy their perverted minds. One can draw an analogy with Yang Jia, who is now the closest to them. He didn't have much desire to become stronger at all. He just wanted to satisfy his appetite while fulfilling another aspect of his needs. It could even be argued that if he could stay full all the time, it would be entirely possible for him to go without eating and harming anyone, but he will surely think of every possible way to satisfy his lust-controlled heart. In other words, Chen Kai approached her mom and actually didn't care about how much nutrition she could provide her. He cares about the emotional value that his old mom can provide him to satisfy his perverted psyche. That's a little bit harder to get. If it was just a physical stare down, to satisfy his appetite, then he might scornfully sit on and thus give up. But it's hard to let him go when he's mentally staring. It's as if a man has been coveting a woman's body for a long time, and even if he were to be sent 100, 1,000 equally beautiful women to satisfy him in that area, he would still be thinking about the woman he just started with. 1,000 women had satisfied him physically, but only this woman could satisfy him spiritually and psycho-emotionally as well. Perhaps now the more difficult it is for Chen Kai to get his hands on, the more frantic his desire for his old mom will become. Maybe when he reaches the peak of his desire, he can even disregard his life. He can do whatever it takes to get his psyche satisfied. Yang Jia looked at Li Sidong and asked seriously, then do you have any perverted psychology? I admit that my personality has changed too. but I'm definitely not a pervert. Jiang Xia and Yang Jia didn't believe what Li Sidong said. They were sure that Lithonia was also a pervert. They just hadn't figured out what her perverted point was yet. So Chen Kai still has to die. Jiang Xia said. Lithonia said, if you think he might give up hunting your mother, then you can let him live. No, he must die. Jiang Xia felt it was better to be on the safe side. This person was alive and a great threat to Mom. A person who is psychologically fixated on his old mom may not let her go even if he is given one. 000 living people, and that should never be allowed to live. Go wait for me downstairs. I'll take care of this place and come down to meet you. Lithonia looked to the man's body on the floor. She couldn't work up an appetite, even though the man was able to provide her with some nourishment. After briefly cleaning the wound in the restroom, Yang Jia put on his clothes and went downstairs with Jiang Xia. The claw marks on his face were so obvious that he could only cover them with a gag. Luckily, the magic seed self-healing ability allowed him to not worry about disfiguring his face at all. Jenga took off his torn jacket and tied it around his waist, blocking the ragged hole behind his ass. That tail is good for what it is. It's a killer, with unusual power and the ability to take people by surprise. It's just so pants intensive that every time the tail sticks out it breaks a pair of pants with the pants. Jenga was thinking about getting a pair of pants with a zipper behind the butt. In the hall, the two men sat on the couch. Jiang Xia rubbed his sinking shoulder. Although the battle just now didn't injure him seriously, his body hit the wall those few times still hurt a lot. To be honest, he still admired Li Sidong a little. Every time, no matter what she did, she seemed to have a kind of confidence in strategizing. How do you think a nice world can become so complicated? It would be fine if it became just monsters appearing in the crowd, but those who changed even their thoughts and ideas became inscrutable. It's not just a world where you need your hands to live. It's as if it's also a world where you need your brain to live. Noticing that Yang Jia, who was on the side, seemed to be not hearing, Jiang Xia looked at him. Yang Jia grasped his cell phone with both hands, his eyes showing the same excitement, and was chatting with the female netizen from last night. Bubbles, brother, I'm sorry, my grandpa suddenly got sick last night. I just got out of the hospital now. Yang Jia, it's okay, Bubbles, so do you think we should reschedule? YJ, how was your night? Chapter 36, Li Sidong's Special Psychology. Bon. The solid fist smashed into his head, and Yang Jia howled as his cell phone fell to the ground, both hands covering his head as he sucked in cool air. What a time to be thinking about this. Jiang Xia was speechless to the extreme. You've just been in a life and death battle, and you're still bleeding from all the wounds on your body, and you're actually asking someone out online. Haven't you suffered enough? Yang Jia looked at Jiang Xia with resignation and said weakly, what can I do? I don't want to. Can't you control it? I'd like to control it, but isn't it out of control? Jiang Xia sighed inwardly. He knew that Yang Jia really couldn't control it. The psyche may be good to control, but it's demonic and it lingers. Okay, if you want to date, I won't say anything about you if you date by your own merit, but don't go and wreak havoc on innocent women someday. Jiang Xia glared at Yang Jia, his tone undeniable. He didn't want this best friend of his to turn into a beast with a human face. Yang Jia solemnly said, don't worry, I'm never that kind of person. If I can even do that kind of thing, then I won't live myself. After 10 minutes had passed, Lithonia came down from upstairs. Coming out of the hotel, Jiang Xia called a car for Yang Jia and told him to go back to rest and recuperate from his injuries, and not to go to school for evening study tonight. Instead, he and Li Sidong both went for a walk on the same path around the lake that they had taken in the morning. Blowing on the cool lake breeze, Li Sidong said, you still can't lay your hands on ordinary people now, can you? Jenga didn't hide it. And Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia. Seriously, I'm quite surprised that every magic species, more or less, will have a change in character, but you've been with me for so many days, and I've found that your character hasn't changed in the slightest. Is it? Jiang Xia shook his head. I can't tell. Maybe I haven't been a demon seed for long? Okay, without going into that, let me ask you another question. Li Sidong stopped and gazed at Jiang Xia. Why do I feel that your strength is stronger than before? Quite a bit stronger than when you fought that fat woman at the beginning? Jiang Xia scratched his head. He had killed 3 demonic species. His strength must have gotten a lot stronger. But how could he tell Li Sidong about this? Maybe it's the experience of having fought twice? Lithonia didn't say anything. Maybe that's one reason. However, she always felt that Jiang Xia had become stronger not only in terms of combat experience. His strength was much stronger than when he fought that fat woman 2 days ago. There was only one possibility. In the past 2 days, he had secretly sucked up several people behind his back. Did you secretly hunt behind my back? Didn't I just tell you that I can't lay my hands on ordinary people yet? So how could I possibly be secretly hunting behind your back? Li Sidong looked into Jiang Xia's eyes and thoughtfully said, that's quite strange. Jiang Xia didn't want to continue on this topic. Lithonia is just too smart. The smartest of all the women he'd ever met. Smarter than his own witty and eccentric sister. Maybe she'd find out if she said something wrong. Then he digressed. Is there some other reason you want me to join this organization of yours? No. Lithonia continued on. Jiang Xia said with certainty. No, there must be. Otherwise you wouldn't suddenly want to recommend me to join this organization of yours for no reason. Tell me. It's not like the two of us are outsiders in our current relationship. Li Sidong smiled. Don't say. You are indeed really quite smart. Jiang Xia didn't think he was that smart. It was just that the current situation had to make him use his brain more to think about things. What the hell for? Are you up to something? Li Sidong calmly said. I've always been quite curious as to who the boss behind our organization is. This man is a god. I've only met him once so far. So you asked me to join the organization because you want me to work with you to find out the identity of the leader behind it? Right. And then what? It's not just to satisfy a little curiosity, is it? He's strong. I like to challenge the strong. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia. If I have to say what I can do that will give me great mental satisfaction, it's challenging the strong. Jiang Xia clasped his hands and thought, rather than wanting to challenge the strong, you prefer to devour your own kind that is stronger than you? Not bad. Indeed. This mentality had already been displayed once by Lithonia. In the morning while walking on this road around the lake, Li Sidong talked to him about that small country in the northern hemisphere where the demonic species fought with the army. At that time, when mentioning the devil seed that was so strong that it could resist nuclear bombs with its flesh, Li Sidong said something like, if only I could swallow him, how good it would be. Li Sidong said, those who are weaker than me, or whose strength is not much different from mine, make me unable to raise any interest at all. I like strong people. And the level of obsession is similar to Chen Kai's obsession with your mother. Jiang Xia had a black line on his face. Can you not use my mom as an analogy? Li Sidong said in a serious manner. I asked you to join the organization. In fact, I want you to cooperate with me and find out the identity of the leader. He's a goal of mine. Li Sidong said as her tone started to get a little excited. I will move forward step by step until I swallow him. Taking a few deep breaths to calm her excitement, Li Sidong continued. What I actually enjoy is the process of reaching my goal. Jiang Xia sighed inwardly and looked towards the sparkling lake. Pervert. Also a pervert. The magic thing is kinda scary, but that's a good thing. At least the point of her perversion isn't to cultivate a relationship with her boyfriend and then go after him when it's cultivated enough. Magic. To force a person to develop a perverted or extreme mentality. A pathological pursuit of a certain behavior or thing that borders on madness. It's a horrible thing. Far more horrifying 1,000 times, 10,000 times, than the demonic species hunting humans to satisfy their appetites. Earlier, Jiang Xia had wondered if it was possible for humans to live in peace with the demonic species. After all, the number of normal humans was higher than that of the magic seeds, and as long as the number of magic seeds didn't go up anymore, then drawing blood from each healthy human every once in a while would ensure that the magic seeds wouldn't starve. On average, the blood of 2,000 to 3,000 people feeds a demonic species. Isn't that enough? Now that he thought about it, things were still too simple for him. This demonic nature alone was enough to show that humans and the demonic species would never live in peace. Even after filling their stomachs, there will surely be many countless demonic species to satisfy their own perverted minds, or to satisfy their own demonic nature, plunging the world into chaos. It's not just a pattern of vampires and humans, it's more like a game of death created by God for the destruction of mankind. Chapter 37, Love Letters in the same category. Calming her inner excitement, Li Sidong asked again. Just now in the hotel I asked you to do it and you did it. Quite fast. Aren't you afraid that I will pick you? I didn't think about it that much at the time, except that you must have had your reasons for letting me do it. Li Sidong was quite satisfied. Well, I like that you trust me. As Jiang Xia walked, he suddenly locked his brows. Wait, I suddenly feel that something is wrong somewhere. What's wrong? Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong. I think that instead of Chen Kai slowing down the progress of making a move on my mom, he'll even speed it up. In detail. Why do you feel that way? I think that Chen Kai is also enjoying the process of hunting, which is based on what you just said that you are enjoying the process of reaching your goal. What he enjoys is that sense of control of getting a little bit closer to the prey, while the prey is still completely unaware of the danger. Let's say I'm Chen Kai. I don't know you at the beginning, and after I'm attracted to you, I'll try to get closer to you. I little by little to go with you to cultivate feelings. My ultimate goal is to eat you, but compared to eventually eat you, more let me enjoy is the kind of my feelings with you little by little become better. And you are still stupid, do not know that the danger is getting closer and closer to you. Li Sidong nodded, taking a keen interest in Jiang Xia's analysis. Go on. He's not stupid. He knows that his purpose has been revealed, and if I tell my mom what he is, or remind her that he's a very dangerous character, Then he'll lose a large portion of his interest once my mom rises to her defense against him. As I just said, he likes it when his prey is oblivious to the approaching danger. And once his prey gets defensive, things might get boring for him, and we know what he's up to. That will definitely stop him. Maybe I'll find a way to send my mom out of Star River City in the next 2 days. So he's bound to do it before this food can barely get off the ground. Jiang Xia continued. The test just now. Perhaps he did it on purpose. He was trying to mistake him for testing your attitude towards us, thus making us mistakenly think that he would give up hunting my mom or slow down the progress because of the attitude you showed. Looking at Jiang Xia's expression as he moved his brain to think about things, Li Sidong liked it more and more. Regardless of whether Jiang Xia's reasoning was correct or not, she liked this kind of man who knew how to use his brain. After saying that, Jiang Xia shook his head. Of course, this is just my speculation. Perhaps I am too sensitive. It's not sensitivity. Your idea is correct. Li Sidong seriously said. Our enemies are not only the army and the awakened. Our kind are also our enemies. Learning to figure out the psychology of our kind is also a means to live. When you can figure out the psychology of any kind, perhaps you can grasp their weaknesses. Jiang Xia nodded, strongly agreeing with this statement. This truth is not something that is just said, but has been practiced. For example, when dealing with Director Huang, didn't Li Sidong figure out Director Huang's weakness of extremely doting on his wife and being extremely possessive of her before settling him? Take Yang Jia again. It doesn't even take much effort to deal with him. Get him 2 super fit, nay super big women and you can take him down. Demonic nature makes the demon breeds crazy and tyrannical, which may seem tricky, but it may just be the demon breed's greatest weakness. Your reasoning isn't unreasonable, and it's even more important to believe you on this one compared to the fact that Qin Kai will delay the progress of the hunt. It seems like we need to get rid of him as soon as possible. I also want to try and get the identity of the leader behind it out of him by the way. Li Sidong finished and then said seriously, but you can't go on like this. If you still can't get over the fact that you can't lay your hands on ordinary people, then what awaits you is a dead end. If the battle of the demonic species in that small country in the northern hemisphere can't be covered up, the news will sweep the world. And when the world is in turmoil, if you haven't even completed a single evolution yet, you don't even need the awakened to make a move. The general army, a well-equipped squad can kill you. Maybe a long-range sniper can shoot you in the head. Jiang Xia was curious. How much can the strength intensity increase after completing an evolution? As long as you can complete one evolution, your strength will be turned upside down. And normal guns will be about as good as scratching an itch on you. What about you? How many evolutions have you completed? Li Sidong smiled faintly. Secret. Conventional fire can't kill me anyway. What about the awakened? There should be levels for the awakened as well, right? Score. Their abilities change and get stronger as they get stronger. Similar to how we evolve. Jiang Xia nodded. Before completing his evolution, he was curious if he would be following the evolutionary path of the magic species or the path of the awakened's changing abilities. But since the ability is undercover, it shouldn't be too different from the demon breed? Jiang Xia had wanted to delve deeper into the matter of the magic seed with Li Sidong, but he was told to shut up by Li Sidong on the grounds of having a good date. Said it was a rare day when the weather was so nice, so I'd enjoy the day today and nothing else. Throughout the morning, the two of them were wandering around the mall. Li Sidong bought many clothes. Jiang Xia also bought a new set of clothes to change into. After all, it's not a good thing to have a hole in your ass all the time. Noon back to Li Sidong home a trip. Jiang Xia did not dare to follow upstairs, for fear of meeting Li Sidong dad. He did not want to see so early father-in-law. Li Sidong handed him a drink to pat his stomach as he came downstairs, and Jiang Xia knew what had been added to it. He was able to satisfy his hunger with the blood of livestock, but he downed an entire drink so that Lithonia wouldn't get suspicious. After that, the two went to an amusement park and rode a roller coaster. Coming out of the haunted house, Li Sidong skimmed her lips. It's no fun, not scary at all. Today was a full day for Jenga. It may not be long before you never experience such a life, such a lively environment. They played until 5 in the afternoon before the two of them slowed down to go to school for their evening study session. In the first 2 years of my senior year, I didn't get out of school until noon on Saturday, and I had to go to school on Sunday after a half day off. But starting a year ago, the Ministry of Education mandated that students nationwide implement a double shift system, and even seniors preparing for college entrance exams are not allowed to take extra classes on Saturdays. Perhaps it has more or less to do with the whole magic seed thing. The first thing that happened when I came to school, the class teacher went to the classroom to ask if anyone had seen Wang Fei in the past 2 days. Jiang Xia was a bit vain, but on second thought there was nothing to be vain about. It was Wang Fei who killed him first. That's considered self-defense in the eyes of the law, right? The second thing, Lithonia received a love letter. This was a normal thing to do in normal times. Li Sidong's appearance was famous in the whole of Star River 1. She remembered that a year ago there was a theater group that saw her to play the part of the female lead when she was young. but was rejected by her multi-millionaire and multi-billionaire father, who said that he would not allow her to step into the acting world. Not only is there a lot of suitors in this school, there are even outside schools, and there are even 2 boys from outside schools who transferred to Star River 1 specifically to pursue her. It's not unusual for her to receive love letters, but this love letter today is different from the usual ones. The one who wrote her a love letter was Changwon, the class president of the senior class next door. A very studious, glasses-wearing, svelte guy. The looks are okay, it's just that the aura is just too nerdy, talking to people politely and being organized. His teacher liked him and made him president of the student council. But, he's one of a kind. Originally on these love letters Lee Sit-ong is never read. Her general practice is to put away the love letters, and so after school to find a place where no one, secretly thrown into the trash. But this love letter is signed Changwon, perhaps because the love letter is written similar, so Lee Sit-ong opened and read. After reading it, she handed the love letter to Jang Xia. First period of evening study. Looking at the contents of the love letter, Jang Xia's eyes flashed. Chapter 38, a bunch of crazy perverts. Junior high school period to now. Jang Xia also received a lot of love letters. Lin total, although not as much as Lee Sit-ong, but 10 or 20 still have. After all, he is also considered to be a talented person with good looks. Not daring to say that he is the first handsome in the school, but he can also be high and low after the shower to break hands with the school grass. Love letters, that is, to express their feelings to their favorite person. Student love, often from a love letter to start. But this love letter is a little different from the usual. Why? Tell me why you're with Jang Xia? I've pursued you so many times, and every time you told me you don't like men, I believed you. But explain why you held Jang Xia's hand at the amusement park today? You even gave him a kiss. I don't blame him. I only blame my own inability. But I don't think he's good enough for you. What you need is an excellent companion. An excellent hunting companion. And I'm sure I fulfill both of those more than he does. Lee Sit-ong, I implore you to give me a chance to properly express my feelings to you. I'll be waiting for you at the bamboo forest tonight after evening study. If you don't come you might regret it, because I promise I won't let you down. Jang Xia clutched the love letter in his hand. Knowing that Lee Sit-ong is my girlfriend and writing her a love letter, this has not even put me in the eyes. Looking at the meaning of this love letter, it seems that this Changwon has been pursuing Lee Sit-ong since a long time ago. Come to think of it, anyone else would be angry. Pursuing the goddess for so long. The goddess has not agreed on the grounds that she does not like men, but now it is suddenly good with a man. It is impossible not to have some complaints in the heart. But, getting my girlfriend to go to an appointment with you? What a joke! Would I agree to her going? 21:18 p.m. Juniper Grove. The bamboo forest is not on the school grounds. It is behind the school fence, covering several acres of land. It is the after-school date spot for many couples at Star River 1. But because of a vicious murder that happened here half a month ago, the bamboo forest, which is usually bustling at this point, is now empty. The official report is a vicious murder, but now I think it should be a short time ago. There is a demon species feeding in this bamboo forest. The body is not clean and was found. The official, in order to maintain order, to say good-intentioned lies. Jang Xia came with Lee Sit-ong. Standing outside the bamboo forest, one could faintly feel a similar aura inside. Apparently Changwon from class 2 is already waiting inside. Lee Sit-ong looked at Jang Xia and said, "Wait for me here. I'll go in and take a look. I'd like to hear what he has to say. I can actually guarantee that he won't let me down." Will there be any danger? Jang Xia was wary. Why don't we just forget about it? You're not going to be with him anyway. Why do you have to see him? What? Jealous? Lee Sit-ong looked at Jang Xia with a bad smile. Who says I don't intend to be with him? What if he comes up with something that really doesn't disappoint me and I change my mind? Jang Xia smiled helplessly. Then please come out and say goodbye to me before you agree to be with him. Lee Sit-ong stretched out her hand to touch Jang Xia's face, and said the most horrible words in the gentlest tone. Don't worry, I will never mention breaking up with you, and if I'm disappointed in you one day, I'll only eat you. Alright, stop talking. Hurry up and go in if you want to hear what he has to say. Jang Xia waved his hand. That's a good way to scare people, isn't it? Lithonia went in. 2 minutes passed, and Jang Xia could not wait any longer. It's a strange feeling. A guy pursues his girlfriend, says he'll wait for her in the bamboo forest to have a good talk, and the girlfriend goes and leaves herself outside. Make it sound like you're a sentry for them? Jang Xia took 2 sharp breaths and looked back at a silent forest. Why don't we sneak in and take a look? You can't stay out in the open like that, can you? In case Changwon that used some means to do what Lee Sit-ong did inside, and he was still foolishly letting the wind out outside. What did it become? The color of the night was like ink. The bamboo forest creaked in the wind, and the moonlight shed dappled light through the sparse bamboo leaves, due to the mutation of his eyes. From a distance, Jang Xia saw Lee Sit-ong in the depths of the dark bamboo forest. Across from her stood a slim boy with a svelte look, but the words that came out of his mouth were anything but svelte. I'm better than him. I can hunt you every day and at least 7 people a week. Believe me, with me, it will be better than with him. Lee Sidong smiled and said, actually, you misunderstood. I really don't like men. You're still with Jiang Xia if you don't like men? You even kissed him today? Because I'm just having fun with him. How about this? When I'm done with him, then I'll play with you? Changwon said seriously. Just give up on him and stay with me. I promise I can do everything I just said. Lee Sidong said thoughtfully, how do I know if you're telling the truth? Maybe you're just playing around with me too? I said, I mean it. I can hunt food for you every day. I swear, I really like you. I liked you before, and I like you even more after I turned into a demon seed. It's like I'm possessed. Speaking later, Changwon's tone was obviously a bit anxious. It was as if Lee Sidong was the point that could excite him and satisfy his magic. Lee Sidong circled around Changwon and returned to him, looking at him seriously. Tell you what, give me one of your hands, right now, and if you'll give it to me, I'll agree to be with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia initially thought that there was no way Changwon would agree to such an unreasonable request, but to his surprise, Changwon barely hesitated. His right hand turned into a sharp claw, fiercely grabbing onto his left arm and yanking hard. Put! Blood splatters. The entire arm was torn off raw and he forced himself to endure the pain and handed it to Lee Sidong. Holy! Jiang Xia exclaimed in his heart and stared wide-eyed. Crazy! Another lunatic! It's pure insanity! It's not right in the head! Oh, I'm behind! How can I compete with him? Jiang Xia felt like his worldview had been shocked once again, though he knew that most of the demon breeds were crazy and perverted, and many of them couldn't even be considered normal at all. But just because of one word from Lithonia, Changwon yanked his arm off. The extent of this madness was completely beyond his imagination. Chapter 39 Men's Mouths. Deceiving Ghosts. In the dark bamboo forest, Changwon seemed as if he could not feel the pain. Expressionless, holding up his left arm, the blood dripping out of the break on the bamboo leaves, as if it was an unclosed faucet. Lithonia froze for a moment, reaching up to touch the blazing drops of blood on her face, her eyes a little disbelieving. Not to mention that she and Jiang Xia couldn't believe it. This action would be unbelievable to anyone else who saw it. A third-rate student who was a gentleman at school could actually go crazy to such an extent after turning into a demonic species. Just because of a casual remark from the goddess, she actually tore off her left arm without hesitation. Even if the self-healing ability of the magic seed was strong, even if this arm of his might be able to grow back in the future, this was not something that an average person could do without hesitation. This hand is yours now. You're mine, right? Changeling's tone went from calm to a restrained hint of excitement. Lee Sidong snapped out of her surprise and slowly looked in Jiang Xia's direction and shouted, Jiang Xia! Jiang Xia calmed down the shock wave in his heart and walked over to him without any expression. From the very beginning, he could not be considered peeking, even if his footsteps were light. The aura of the demonic seed on his body had long been exposed to Lee Sidong and Changwon's followers. Seeing Jiang Xia come over, Changwon just glanced at him and his gaze fell on Lee Sidong again. In front of Changwon, Lee Sidong took Jiang Xia's hand. In that case, if Jiang Xia agrees to me being with you, I'll go with you tonight. Changwon's eyes flashed as he looked toward Jiang Xia. I agree, Jiang Xia said. Lee Sidong looked fiercely at Jiang Xia, her eyes first puzzled, then became surprised, then angry, and immediately said, what did you say? Jiang Xia sighed and looked at Lee Sidong helplessly. He's too bullish. I feel like I really can't compare to him at all. You, Lee Sidong gritted her teeth. She had thought that Jiang Xia would say that she was not allowed to go, but who would have thought that Jiang Xia would actually agree without hesitation? But in retrospect she felt that Jiang Xia should have been joking. She affectionately took Jiang Xia's arm, completely not looking at the arm that was raised in midair, and said to Changwon with a smile, I'm sorry Changwon, Jiang Xia can't let me go. I can't go with you. Changwon said coldly, he said he agrees. He said he doesn't agree. Lee Sidong said, reaching out and twisting hard on the soft flesh around Jiang Xia's waist. Ah, right, don't agree. How could I agree? Jiang Xia grimaced in pain. Lee Sidong is my girlfriend. Please stay away from her in the future. Changwon took a deep breath, a little angry, and didn't even bother to look at Jiang Xia, so he stared at Lee Sidong. You said you'd stay with me if I ripped my arm off. Huh? Did I say that? Well, you must have heard it wrong. How could I possibly let you do something like this to hurt yourself? Lee Sidong had a smirk on her face and had absolutely no intention of keeping her promise. Changwon looked at Jiang Xia and then to Lee Sidong and asked, are you really just playing around with him? Lee Sidong sighed and said hopelessly, stop pestering me. Waving her hand, Lee Sidong twisted the flesh on Jiang Xia's arm hard and forcefully dragged him away. Cow! That's awesome. Not only did he not disappoint you, even I didn't disappoint him, Jiang Xia said with his mouth full. Looking at the backs of the two as they left, Changwon's eyes went cold. It wasn't until the two had completely disappeared from view that he put his broken arm back into the wound, only to see countless densely packed black silk threads that seemed to connect to the wound of the broken arm like an adhesive. And within a short while, the broken arm rejoined the shoulder. All that was left was a visible circle of wounds. He held his eyes and actually couldn't help but sneer. Outside the bamboo forest, Lee Sidong raised her head to look at the sky inside. Indeed, I didn't expect that he would actually be crazy about me to such an extent. Well, it's a bit troublesome. With that, she looked back into the deep woods, as if she had thought of something. You seem to be quite fond of playing with other people's feelings, Jiang Xia said indifferently. Who said I'm playing with his feelings? It's him who's stupid. I said I don't like men, which is clearly words of rejection, but he actually really thought I don't like men. Lee Sidong sighed. Saying that, Lee Sidong looked at Jiang Xia seriously. On the contrary, there's suddenly something I want to know the answer to right now. Just because of one word from me he's willing to give me one of his hands. What about you? Jiang Xia, who had just turned on his cell phone, frozen slowly turned it off and put it back in his pocket, his eyes locking with Lee Sidong. He could see the seriousness in the woman's eyes. Ah! Jiang Xia covered his stomach and squatted down. My stomach hurts. Lee Sidong's eyes snapped cold and lifted Jiang Xia up by his collar, coldly saying, What? You're not even willing to give me a hand. Oops, the woman is being sickly again. Thinking for half a second, Jiang Xia grabbed Lee Sidong's wrist and looked at her with affection. Don't talk about a hand. I can even give you my life. But just plainly I can't serve any purpose by ripping a hand off. I swear, if one day you are in danger, I can exchange my life for you. These words obviously spoke to Lee Sidong's heartbus, and her smile spread. Reaching out his hand, he gently stroked Jiang Xia's face. Well, I feel as if you're lying to me, but even if you are, I'm still quite happy that you're saying this. How could I possibly lie to you? Jiang Xia went on to coax. He counted high and low to figure out a little. Lee Sidong, in fact, quite good coaxing. Should have killed him. Lee Sidong's gaze looked deeper into the bamboo forest. She too would have insight into the psyche of her kind. To her it wasn't a good thing that Changwon was so obsessed with her that he gave her a hand without even blinking. Kill him? When Jiang Xia thought about it carefully, from a security point of view, killing Changwon might really be better? After all, a man who was so perverted and obsessed with her to such an extent that he was bound to do something unexpected to get her, and if he was to kill him, it would be best if he could give him the killing blow himself, so that he could become stronger as well. But it's getting late, and it'll be too late if we don't go over there. Lee Sidong withdrew her gaze. Where to? Jiang Xia asked curiously. Originally tonight he was going to start hunting magic seeds. To be precise, he was planning to identify a good target tonight. He already had a few candidates in mind. After confirming a suitable target, he would make a move. Right now, he was extremely eager to become stronger. Take you to a fun place to see the world. Call up your good buddy Yang Jia. Having him around might make you feel a little safer. And by the way, tell him to get a mask ready. Jiang Xia didn't know where Lee Sidong was going to take him again, but there was one sentence he felt she was right about. It did seem like one would feel a little safer with Yang Jia around. It felt as if no matter what happened, as long as this male dog in heat was there, he would be on the same side as he was. 21:56 p.m. A silent, deserted intersection. Watching Yang Jia sneakily take out the mask from his arms and put it on his face, Jiang Xia had a black line on his face and could not wait to kick him into the ditch. Jia, are you out of your mind? Letting you prepare a mask. What are you preparing this for? What? It's not a mask? Yang Jia took off the face of the purple half-covered lace love mask. Above also tied a red feather. A serious face. Jiang Xia held his forehead lifelessly. It's to take you to see the world, not to take you to that kind of illegal party. Chapter 40, The World of the Magic Seed. After 10 o'clock the city unloads its elite camouflage, office buildings extinguish 3/4 of their pupils, and traffic sparsely travels the viaducts, where the blue light of an ambulance cuts through the asphalt every few minutes. The night winds are brisk and it's almost winter. The dark alleys and the drops of water dripping off the windowsills of dilapidated silos made the surroundings seem even quieter. Sharp footsteps crossed one alleyway after another. Don't follow me. Jiang Xia's footsteps stopped and he turned back to look at Yang Jia. What's wrong with me? You were the one who told me to come, and now you're telling me not to follow you guys. So where do you want me to go? In the dark alley. The purple mask on Yang Jia's face was extraordinarily perverted. Jiang Xia put one hand on his shoulder and took a deep breath. Ajay, people can change, but they can't be perverted. Listen to me. Throw this mask away, or if you can't, put your pants over your head. Can you guys stop talking about this mask of mine all the time? I think this mask of mine is quite distinctive. Purple color, it can show off my untamed temperament. Yang Jia crossed his two hands with a godly face. I wanted to say something, but when the words came to his mouth Jiang Xia swallowed it down again. He clearly remembered how Wang Fei had dressed the other night when he blocked himself and Yang Jia came to the rescue. The face was covered with a leather eye patch and a red cape was draped over his back. Perhaps for him, eccentric dress is a way to satisfy a particular psyche. Let the perverts be perverted. Just don't pervert them on others. Never mind. Rip this off your face and throw it away. I'll give you one. The mask on Yang Jie's face made Lee Sidong also very awkward. The same mentality as Jiang Xia. Let this guy wear this mask to follow behind them is simply embarrassing. Do not know see Yang Jie face this mask. May also think that the three of them to participate in what messy activities it. Lee Sidong regret. Had known that I did not let Jiang Xia called him to come. In this case, I'll keep this one for now. Maybe the one you gave me isn't as good looking as this one. Yang Jie still preferred the one he wore on his face, and took it off and put it away in his clothes. Lee Sidong took a deep breath. She felt like her taste had been insulted to the core. Leading the two down the right alleyway to an old bathroom, she pulled 3 masks out of a locker. 3 masks, not made of ordinary plastic, but more like specially processed from the fur of some animal. 3 styles. 2 of the black styles are kind of like the Batman kind, worn just enough to cover the upper half of your face. Jiang Xia's comment, it's cool. I can't imagine how cool it is to wear it. The remaining one is of an animal and is lifelike. Yang Jie immediately pointed at this animal mask. I want this one with a hook 8 on its face. Jiang Xia's face was once again covered with black lines. Extremely speechless. This is an elephant. Ha ha, just kidding. I know this is an elephant. In fact I still prefer these 2 black styles, but these 2 same ones will be for you little couple to bring. Yang Jie put the elephant mask on his face, rubbed the elephant trunk hanging in front of him, and sighed in his heart. The feel was excellent. Alright, cut the crap. Mask on and follow me. Lee Sidong picked up a black mask and put it on her face. The 3 walked down the narrow alleyway one after the other, the masks on their faces looking like they were tough guys about to do something big. Eventually, the trio stopped in front of a pool hall. The area is an old town, surrounded by silos and billiard halls with old-fashioned facades. Walking inside, the space was small, with only 3 pool tables in an old-fashioned setting, and there were no other customers except for a balding owner in his 40s. It's normal. This pool hall is so old that entering it has the feeling of suddenly traveling back to the 80s and 90s. It's called vintage style at the best of times, but at the worst of times, it's a store that's been open for decades, where the owner hasn't made any money and hasn't redecorated it once. Unsurprisingly, the owner of the billiard hall was one of a kind like them. The boss was oblivious to the trio's presence, lying back in his rocking chair and relaxing on his cell phone, holding a drink that seemed to have been sucked dry, the straw poking around in the paper cup, zipping. At the corner of the boss's mouth, there was a residue of red liquid left over from the drink. Lee Sidong didn't say a word to him either, leading the 2 of them through a small door with Jiang Xia. Behind the small door was a compartment, like a secret room. Yang Jie gradually became a bit excited. This kind of environment, I like it. Lee Sidong walked to the corner of the cubicle and stepped down on a piece of hidden compartment on the floor, and one of the cabinets on the front against the wall boomed open to the sides, revealing a downward passageway. The passage bubbled outward with red light, like a gateway to hell. Holy, the compulsion is good. Yang Jie continued to exclaim, as if his existence was one to set the mood. Jiang Xia looked toward Lee Sidong, not knowing what he would see down the road, and worriedly said, if it's just a simple matter of seeing the world, why don't we do it another day? I know what you're worried about. You're worried about Chen Kai laying his hands on your mother tonight. Then you can rest assured that Chen Kai doesn't have time tonight. He's definitely down there as well. Lee Sidong said as she took the lead and walked down the steps from the passage. Jiang Xia and Yang Jie exchanged a glance and also followed Lee Sidong's pace down dozens of steps, down to a small space, blocked directly in front by a gate cast in steel. Lee Sidong put one hand on the door's wheel handle. The wheel seems to be very heavy. Rotating sound like not a few tons of force absolutely cannot open. The moment the door opened, countless auras of the same kind came crashing in, like opening Pandora's box. Jenga was okay, barely composed, and Yang Jie, who was beside him, was scared by these countless auras of the same kind and took half a step back in a matter of moments. The aura of so many of the same kind immediately caused uneasiness to rise in the hearts of the 2. Let's go! Lithonia took the lead and went in. Jiang Xia looked at the environment inside, entering it as if it represented real contact with the world of the magic seed. His footsteps hesitated for a few seconds, seeing that Lee Sidong had already fully entered before Jiang Xia was busy following him. Wait for me! Wait for me! Afraid of falling behind, Yang Jie was anxious to keep up with Jiang Xia's pace, the elephant trunk on his face fluttering. Through the gate, inside was a large space, with lights and color, like an entertainment club buried underground. On the ladder stage in the center, a dozen or so hotly dressed and masked women danced a hot dance, and Yang Jie's eyes went straight as he watched. The powerful music hits the eardrums and gets the mood and emotions up. At a glance, the number of people was no less than 200, and almost all of them wore masks on their faces. except for a few scattered individuals who seemed to have no scruples and had no qualms about exposing their faces to the public eye. There are also those without masks on their faces, but displaying a demonized form. Lee Sidong found an unoccupied card seat in the corner and sat down, patting the seat beside her, signaling Jiang Xia to sit beside her. Stop looking. Jiang Xia tugged at Yang Jia, whose eyes were staring straight at the woman on the ladder stage. Yang Jia sucked in his saliva and obediently sat down opposite Jiang Xia, his eyes curiously staring at the fruit plate on the table. There were cut apples, watermelon, and cantaloupe on the fruit plate, but the outside of each piece of fruit was covered with a thick layer of red juice, like a thick layer of strawberry sauce. Yang Jia picked up a grape and stuffed it into his mouth from underneath the mask, and looked fiercely at Jiang Xia. It's a human. Shut up. Li Siton's eyes were contemptuous. Don't look like a hick. If it wasn't for the fact that you're still obedient as a slave, I wouldn't even bother bringing you here. Yang Jia immediately dropped his head. Sister Tong, let's just say we can't get along as equals. We are all human beings. Why do you treat Jiang Xia and me more differently than you treat a human being and a pig? Slave after slave. This hurts my self-esteem. Eat your food and keep your mouth shut. Li Sidong responded in a choppy tone. Anya looked around with both unease and curiosity. The loud music, the wobbly lights. This seems to be a club where the magical breeds meet? No less than 200 of its kind. Much more than the number of all of its kind that Jiang Xia had encountered in this period of time combined. And listening to Li Sitong's meaning, this place wasn't just for anyone who wanted to come. An ordinary demonic species weren't qualified to enter this place? The specially processed fruit plate on the table tantalized the taste buds of every person present. Even Yang Jia couldn't control it and grabbed a handful of grapes and gulped them into his mouth. This kind of fruit plate on every table. Looking at the bright red fruit, associated with the production process behind, Jiang Xia's stomach suddenly a little churning, although he seems to have been completely penetrated inside the magic seed. But these things still led him from the psychological to physical cannot accept, but he thought it was a good thing. At least it shows that he is still a human being, a normal human being. Retracting his gaze to look at Li Sidong, he was about to ask a question when his sight was immediately attracted by a huge iron cage not far away again. As the steel cage door was opened, two bruised and battered men who looked like they had been tortured were pushed in by several men wearing tiger masks. Chapter 41, The Unexpected Awakened One. The huge iron cage door slammed shut with a bang, and the eyes of everyone present were drawn to it. While Jiang Xia was watching intently, a wine glass holding amber-colored liquid was placed on their table. Lifting his head, in front of him was a goat-headed monster in a black suit, with not a speck of hair on his black head, and two horns growing like crescent moons on top of his head. I didn't expect you to bring both of them as well. The goat-headed monster spoke, and the voice seemed to be Chen Kai. Jiang Xia glanced at the gold Rolex watch worn on the goat-headed monster's wrist. Yes, it was him, Chen Kai. Li Sidong retracted her gaze on the iron cage and looked at Chen Kai, who had found them precisely. You still recognize us with the mask on? You can't tell what you look like with the mask on, but the combination of the three of you is highly recognizable. Chen Kai sat down and crossed his legs. Yang Jia, who was beside him, immediately got up and carried a fruit plate to Jiang Xia's side and sat down. None of the three spoke, but seeing Chen Kai here, Jiang Xia's hanging heart finally dropped. All three gazes went to the iron cage again. Knowing that there were a lot of questions plaguing Jiang Xia right now, Li Sidong explained without waiting for Jiang Xia to ask. This place is a club of the magic seed. It opens on the Sunday of the first week of every month with the Sunday night of the third week, and the activities are different almost every week, and the boss behind it is very powerful. For the demon breeds, this is an excellent place to relax, where they can remove the disguise they have on the outside, completely unleash their wildness, and still be able to do a lot of things, such as exchanging information and finding allies. Being able to enter this place basically means that the chances of surviving the apocalypse will be much higher than others of their kind. She looked again at the two men struggling to get up in the cage and continued to explain. These two men are traitors. Traitor? Yes, they colluded with the officials to betray their kind with the awakened, so they must be punished. Putting them in the iron cage is to let them fight, and the winning side can be given a chance to live. As the words fell, both men in the iron cage turned into tentacle monsters of gigantic size, and the two massive bodies slammed into the iron cage, causing the entire cage to shake violently. The onlookers were shouting, not to cheer, but to stimulate the nerves of the two traitors. Li Sidong watched the battle in the iron cage with equal interest. The fight in the iron cage is very intense. In order to survive, both sides do not leave any room for error. The more intense their fight, the surrounding the same kind of interest will be higher. It seemed that all demonic species had a natural yearning for violence. Even Li Sidong was no exception. And the more the two traitors in the iron cage physically fought, the more excited she became. One hand pinched Jiang Xia's thigh, and every splash of blood and splinter of flesh in the iron cage increased the strength of her hand by a few points. The only ones present who were emotionless were probably Jiang Xia and Yang Jia. Jiang Xia had always been quite fond of watching violent movies, but after experiencing firsthand what real violence was these days, he began to resent it. Yang Jia, on the other hand, just kept his head down and ate, finishing the fruit plate on his own table and passing the fruit plate on the next table as well. Jiang Xia forced himself to endure the pain in his thighs and tried to yank Li Sitong's hand away, but he couldn't do so at all. If the scene had been any more violent, he wondered if the would have crushed his legs off in her excitement. Get loose, let go. But no matter how much she shouted, Li Sitong still didn't let go. Jiang Xia could only use another topic to attract her attention. That Changwon, he seems to be treating you pretty well? Upon hearing this topic, Li Sitong's hand that was squeezing her leg only slightly unloaded its strength, and she turned back to Jiang Xia and said, "He's just a pervert, a psychologically abnormal guy." Jiang Xia smacked his lips. Hua. This was said in a way that made it seem as if there could be a few normal people in the magic species. Li Sitong continued, "Do you know how many women he has secretly killed? Do you think I'm the only one he's pursued?" Fine. Jiang Xia suddenly wanted to listen to Melon. For some reason, he felt as if he was also a little crazy right now, and wanted to hear about that rare and weird perverted demonic species mentality. Most of all, digressing from the topic, so that Li Sitong would not pay attention to the tussle in the iron cage. Li Sitong would not pinch his thigh. Li Sitong said, "He's interested in a lot of women. The more that kind of woman he can't get, the more obsessed he becomes. He'll use every means to get her, and once he gets his hands on her, he'll lose interest. He'll start abusing her and move on to his next target." Jiang Xia slowly nodded. "So that's how it is. In the beginning in the bamboo forest he spoke so deeply. I thought he really loved you so much that he couldn't help himself. At first, he had a bit of sympathy for Changwon at that moment in the bamboo forest, but now that he knew the truth, Jiang Xia regretted why he had risen that touch of sympathy at that time. For this kind of pervert, you should play him hard, play with his feelings, and killing him 100 times would be considered cheap. Okay, now the pervert list is updated. Changwon won the first throne, Chen Kai was second, and Yang Jia retreated to the third. On the contrary, that Wang Fei, who even got down to his own brother, should be able to compete with Yang Jia for the third throne? He may love me too much right now, but he's done this to a lot of women before, and all of them, without exception, have been abused by him. Li Sitong had a bit of a headache. At first I didn't know about all this. I didn't even bother to take care of him, but the more I didn't take care of him the more he got up to it, and it was only later that I found out the truth from the mouth of one of our organization's companions. Jiang Xia was puzzled. You should be better than her. What's wrong? Since you're better than her, what would it take for him to abuse you? Hypothetically, after he gets you? Li Sitong shook her head. How do I know? I'm not him. The ghost knows what the hell he's thinking. I'm also too lazy to analyze his psychology. Being targeted by him also counts as a trouble for me. Early I want to get him killed. But he's got backing, right? There is a backer, but I'm not afraid of whatever backer is behind him. I just haven't been able to find the right time to do it. After a pause, Li Sitong laughed again. In fact, this matter should be resolved by you for me. I am your girlfriend. Your girlfriend is being pestered by this kind of pervert. You cannot ignore it, right? Well, that makes sense. Like this. When the right time comes, I'll take care of it for you. To this kind of dead psychopathic, Jiang Xia felt that he could do it without any softness in his hand. At the same time he wondered, if you know what kind of a man he is, why did you go to the appointment tonight? Because I do kinda wonder what he'll do that guarantees he won't let me down. It's quite the anticipation, isn't it? Saying that, she gently stroked Jiang Xia's thigh. Then I'll leave this matter to you. It should. Jiang Xia felt that he still had to deal with this kind of thing and that it had something to do with him. Didn't Li Sitong say that Changwon would use all sorts of ways and means to get her? And as Li Sitong's actual boyfriend, even if he wanted to stay out of it, he would undoubtedly be involved. Anyway, he had to hunt the demonic species in order to become stronger. He just didn't know how strong Changwon was and whether he could deal with it now. While the two were talking, the battle in the iron cage was nearing its end. Like this kind of small range of space without any rules of physical killing, fighting time would not have been very long. Often as long as one of the parties suffered fatal injuries, it would completely fall into the wind and become a lamb to be slaughtered. Shards of the cage, yanked apart by the tentacles, splattered through the cracks of the iron cage, and the excitement of more than half of the demonic species present was at its peak. Even Chen Kai was no exception. His eyes were unusually excited, glowing with a weird red light, and with a trembling hand, he completely poured half a cup of spirits from the table into his mouth. The broken pieces hanging on the cage and the asphalt-colored blood emitted a pungent rusty smell, so strong that Jiang Xia's brain was a bit resistant to it, but these demonic species around him liked it very much. There were even a few perverts who inhaled, feeling the violence, and grabbed fruits covered in thick juice from the table and stuffed them into their mouths without any concern for their image. The world has seen it all. Let's go. Jiang Xia looked towards Li Sidong, not wanting to stay in this place full of bloody violence for a second longer. The crazy looks on the faces of those kindred spirits made him feel like his spirit was going crazy with them. Don't be in a hurry. The main event hasn't even started yet. Wouldn't it be a waste to come here tonight if we just left? What's the big deal? Chen Kai, who had regained his senses from his state of excitement, looked at Jiang Xia and said, "Tonight, the owner of the club will announce the identity of an awakened person. And this person is in Xinghe City." Jiang Xia froze and nodded. "I see. You guys want to get hold of first-hand information, right?" Chen Kai laughed. "Who would reject attempting awakened? I think even little Li is no exception, right? Actually, the main reason I came here tonight was to bring Jiang Xia to see the world, but I'm still quite interested in the awakened. They have a flavor that nothing can compare to," Li Sidong said, looking around. "But with so many of their kind getting the news at the same time, I guess we can't rob them." Sweeping his eyes at the scene of more than 200 similar, Jiang Xia heart for the similar silent condolences. It's estimated that he'll announce the news only after 12 o'clock. Come on, play a couple of hands of cards to pass the time. Li Sidong picked up a deck of playing cards on the table. Together with Yang Jie, the three of them played Fight the Landlord, and Chen Kai was excluded by them. Li Sidong won several hands in a row, and for a while Jiang Xia was a little less confident in his own poker skills. That was until she saw Li Sidong throw a 2-point bomb of the same suit. "You're not even acting, are you?" Time passed by, and when the needle pointed to 12 o'clock, the music that echoed throughout the room came to a screeching halt. Everyone looked up. In mid-air, on a moving steel ladder frame, stood a man in a white suit with a white tiger mask on his face. The mask was a whole set on his head. Lifelike, really like a white tiger's head, mighty and domineering. Li Sidong whispered in Jiang Xia's ear, "This man is the owner of this club. Codename White Tiger." A new question arose in Jiang Xia's mind. Since he has mastered the identity of the awakened, why doesn't he go ahead and do it himself? Wouldn't it be better to eat it himself? Why share it? Li Sidong said, "He is a person who likes to be lively. Otherwise he wouldn't have nothing to do to make this club. And he announced his awakened identity because he wanted to be lively." Jiang Xia nodded. In a normal person's mentality, this kind of good thing should be eaten alone. This is in line with the public common sense. But the demonic seed, I can't tell. There are so many weird and wacky personalities and psychopaths that it's dizzying. On the mobile ladder frame in mid-air, White Tiger stuck his hands in his pants pockets and looked down at his kind. "Thank you all for your support tonight. I'll stop talking nonsense so as not to whet your appetite. I know what you're all looking forward to. The identities of the awakened ones to be announced tonight. Please look at the screen." Wow! A large screen hanging beside the man revealed information about an awakened person. Song Chiu-yue, woman, age, 40, I live in 602, Sunshine District, Kashiwa-gumiku. Chapter 42, First Come, First Served. Grass. Looking at the picture of his old mom that appeared on the screen, Jiang Xia cursed out loud. The woman on the screen Li Sidong felt very familiar. Carefully recalled. This is not Jiang Xia's mother? She slowly looked at Jiang Xia beside her, her expression becoming complicated. Ah, oh, holy. The seated Yang Jie threw away the fruit plate and stood up with a prancing look, his eyes filled with intense disbelief. Seeing that the woman in the photo was an ingredient he had cultivated for a long time, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, too interesting. Seeing that many of the demonic species had already moved, Jiang Xia pulled out his cell phone with his hands in a frenzy. Grass. Still no signal. Grass, 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 grass. Looking up at the photo of his old mom that still appeared on the screen, Jiang Xia's heart was already about to spurt out of his mouth. He quickly stood up and rushed toward the door at breakneck speed. It was fine if Jiang Xia didn't move, but as soon as he did, countless of his kind ran with him to the exit like a tidal wave. Jiang Xia wanted to be the first to rush out and report the news, and he was obviously close to the exit, but suddenly a tentacle attacked him, wrapped around his legs, and pulled his entire body down to the ground. Knock you down. Yang Jie grabbed an ashtray and banged it on the head of the man who had knocked Jiang Xia down. The man ate the pain and quickly loosened the tentacles that were wrapped around Jiang Xia, turned to look angrily at Yang Jie, and was about to make a move when Li Sidong flashed in front of him and stared at the man coldly. Get lost. The aura that Li Sidong showed was too strong, and for a while the male was a little afraid to fight back, and gritted his teeth and could only hold his breath. Yang Jie looked at the countless demon seeds surging towards the doorway and hurriedly shouted at Li Sidong. Quickly stop them. Yang Jie was also very shocked when the revealed awakened identity was Jiang Xia's mother. Again, his concerns were no less than those of Jenga. Usually Jiang Xia's mom wasn't too bad to him, and every time he went to Jiang Xia's house on vacation, this Auntie Song treated him as her godson. This had an extra warmth for Janet, who had lost her mother. Li Sidong looked at Yang Jie. Stop. How? Who can stop so many of their restless kind? the revealed identity of the awakened was Jiang Xia's mother, which was unexpected. At the exit position, dozens of demon species blocked each other. No one wants other kind to be one step ahead of them, as if this awakened one feast is first come first served. And it is true. A portion of the demonic species abandoned the main exit and began to look for a back door to leave. After all, it was impossible for such a place enclosed in the underground to have only one entrance and exit. An accurate intel on the identity of the awakened had driven them crazy. That's a lot more temptation than 100 healthy and strong human beings, especially for some of the demonic species that were stuck at the bottleneck of evolution. They desperately needed the blood of the awakened that was full of majestic energy to help them complete their evolution. Jiang Xia wanted to be the first one to go out, but it was obvious that he couldn't. The exit was just too chaotic, with countless black tentacles competing to wave. Chen Kai came to Li Sitong's side, clasping his hands as he looked at the doorway at those of his kind who were crazy about awakened ones. I hadn't really thought that Jiang Xia's mother was actually an awakened one. Li Sitong looked at Chen Kai. Shouldn't you be grabbing out like them? I don't like this vulgar way of hunting. There's no elegance to speak of. It's like a bunch of pigs that only know how to eat. It's a pity that my carefully cultivated ingredients. A touch of loss and indignation surged on Chen Kai's face. Li Sitong laughed meaningfully. Don't say that. Since Jiang Xia's mother isn't awakened, then maybe she knows that you're a demon seed and develops a friendship with you. Maybe she also has another purpose. It's not certain who is the prey. Well, that makes sense. Chen Kai agreed. Looking at the anxious Jiang Xia, Li Sitong would like to go up and help him, but she can't help in such a chaotic scene. She couldn't stop so many of her kind. Eventually, the runner on the door was opened by a tentacle as thick as an arm. Crazy. I like it. The white tiger on the ladder platform looked down at the chaotic scene below and was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. In fact, his original idea was to capture this awakened person here, set up a ring, and let all the guests present on the stage to compete, with the winner getting exclusive rights. But this way had been played once before, and this time he wanted something different. If possible, he hoped that tonight's guests would make a big fuss, preferably throwing the whole city into chaos. He likes to hustle, loves the buzz that he creates for himself. It was hard to run outside. Jiang Xia rushed out of the billiard hall in a hurry, and dialed his mom's phone in a hurry. Catch, pick it up, do. Jiang Xia's heart is anxious as if the ants on the hot pot. The whole head like a boiler seems to be about to explode. Finally, the call came through, but the sound that came was intermittent, accompanied by a bared sound. Jiang Xia cursed, so angry that he almost smashed his cell phone, holding it up as he scurried through the dark alley, looking for a place where the signal could be restored. He didn't stop until he saw the signal grid return, panting and dialing his mom once again. This time, the call went through without a hitch. Hey, Xia, why aren't you back this late? Mom's voice came from the other end of the phone. Before coming to this club, Jiang Xia sent a message to his mom on his cell phone, saying that he might be back later tonight. Mom, run. What's wrong? Your identity as an awakened has been exposed, and now there are a lot of demonic species heading home. They want to hunt you. A deathly silence fell on the other end of the line. Hello, can you hear me? Jiang Xia's hands were shaking with excitement. Xia, Mom asked you something. Are you a magic seed? Jiang Xia immediately replied. No, things can't be explained at a moment's notice. Anyway, you go quickly and leave Star River City. Don't worry, Xiaoling, I will protect her. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Xia's body leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Jiang Xia felt that coming here with Li Sitong tonight was the best thing he had ever done in the past 18 years. Assuming that he hadn't come here with Li Sitong, he wouldn't have been able to get first-hand information and notify his mom in the first place. The consequences of what happened are too great to imagine. Time passed by, and leaning against the wall, Jiang Xia felt like he was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. He secretly prayed to God in his heart, if he could keep his mom safe, he could use 50 years of his life in exchange. During the period, Li Sitong gave him a phone call, said 2 sentences. Jiang Xia immediately hung up, for fear that his mom will call again to occupy the line they cannot pick up. 20 minutes passed and Mom's call came. Hey, Xia, Mom is safe now. Jiang Xia let out a long breath, feeling his limbs instantly soften. Where are you now? It's leaving Star River City. Don't worry, they can't catch up with me anymore. It looks like I won't be able to come back in a short period of time. It's okay, just be safe. I'll keep an eye on Ling Ling. What about you? What's your situation? I'm fine, don't worry, I'll take care of myself. By the way, Mom, where are you going next? Don't worry, I've got somewhere to go. I'll call you back when I get there, and I'll pick you all up as soon as I'm settled in. Don't worry about my side. Take care of yours first. Both kept repeating reassurance, neither wanting to worry the other. After a few more words, Jiang Xia ended the call a second before the power ran out. Not wanting to delay his mom's escape, leaning against the wall, Jiang Xia was still a bit in disbelief of what had happened. He himself actually learned of his old mom's awakened identity in this situation. Instead of blaming the white tiger for exposing his mom's identity, he seems to be thanking him. If the white tiger hadn't done that, and had chosen to take action against his mother, things would have been 100 times worse. Looking at how the press cannot turn on the phone, Jiang Xia quickly left here. He needs to immediately charge the phone, so as to avoid the mom call back their own cannot answer. At an alleyway entrance, Jiang Xia stopped in his tracks. In the alleyway directly ahead, a figure that reeked of his kind took a step toward him, a crisp whistle blowing from his mouth. The familiar whistling sound made Jiang Xia's body sweating and his scalp tingling. Chapter 43, Lane Fighting. The familiar whistling sound was exactly the same as the one that came out of Wang Fei's mouth. Jiang Xia thought he had seen a ghost, his expression incredible, until the moonlight shone on the visitor's face, and with the magic seed's strong vision in the darkness, it was clear to see the visitor. Regular text, playing God. Jiang Xia cursed under his breath. He told me, how could it be Wang Fei? Wang Fei's heart was pinched and burst by his own hand, and until now he could still recall the feeling of being squeezed by the hot and blazing heat, and at that time, after killing Wang Fei, as an awakened person, his body was flooded with energy. This proves that Wang Fei must be dead. You guys killed Wang Fei, right? Changwen stood a few meters away, one hand tugging at his pants pocket, one hand pushing up his glasses. Who told you that? Guess. Is there anything else? Make you disappear. Changwen didn't talk nonsense and directly stated the purpose of coming out. Sick. Jiang Xia cursed hopelessly. He was extremely speechless to these brain-dead demonic species with mental illnesses. You're right, I am sick, but I feel like I'm happier with my sickness than I used to be without it. Lithonia already knows you've abused a lot of women. You won't get her, Jiang Xia said as he took off the jacket he was wearing and threw it on the ground. He was ready to fight Changwen to the death. With this kind of psychopathic brain-sick people, some words do not make sense. Even kneeling and begging for forgiveness is probably useless. Besides, he didn't want to get down on his knees and beg for mercy and speak softly. Compared to the panic of the first few encounters, the current Jiang Xia had become much more composed. Changwen breathed heavily. Then she must have misunderstood. I pursued her, not to abuse her. I really like her and want to be with her. You think you can get her by killing me? No, killing you may not get her, but it will make me feel better. I can't accept that something I like is being taken over by someone else, and if I can't have it, no one else can have it. Well, why don't you just go ahead and kill her? And kill me? Why would I kill her if I liked her? Makes sense. Jiang Xia's gaze fell on Changwen's left hand. Your hand is connected? It's hooked up, but I don't know if it works. Try. Boo! Two tails shot out from the darkness and collided together as the two figures approached, their sharp claws swinging out at each other, with a beastly growl emanating from their throats. Both of them completely completed their demonized state, one with a greenish dragon-shaped head and the other with a hairless wolf's head, their mouths jagged and razor-sharp to a degree that was no match for each other. Both pairs of eyes put on a blood-red light in the darkness, like four blood-colored beads floating in mid-air. Sharp claws sliced through the calm alleyway, and rough sounds woke up the nearby occupants. At close range, the clothing on both men was torn to shreds by the other's rough claws. Jiang Xia opened his sharp teeth towards Changwen's throat, and before he was about to get his way, a strong arm was shoved into his mouth, and his sharp teeth sank deep into the flesh and blood. In the next moment, Changwen also opened his bloody mouth and took a bite on Jiang Xia's left arm. Drilling pain swept through both of their bodies at the same time. The tangle eventually ended with Changwen kicking Jiang Xia off, with both sides having a piece of bloody flesh torn off the other's hand. What's going on? Chewing on the bloody meat in his mouth, Changwen's gaze incredulously fell on Jiang Xia. The taste of this blood and flesh was, after all, incomparably delicious, and it provided his body with great nutrition. Why is that? Changwen couldn't figure it out. He didn't understand why Jiang Xia, who was of the same demonic species, was able to provide him with so much sustenance in his flesh and blood. How is it that he himself is not an alien demon, yet he is able to draw sustenance from the flesh and blood of his own kind? Interesting. He laughed. Not only did he want to kill Jiang Xia, but he was also interested in the flesh and blood of Jiang Xia's body. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a premonition that after eating Jiang Xia, he would definitely be able to break through the evolutionary bottleneck and completely complete his first true evolution. Jiang Xia fell to the ground and had just spat out the blood and meat in his mouth when Changwen in his wolf demon form leapt up high as if he was hunting prey towards his body. In less than a minute, the households on both sides of the alley had their lights on, and the dim light shone through the old glass windows to illuminate the alley. In the bedroom, a woman sat on the bed, covering her body tightly with a quilt, shivering at the commotion outside, her face terrified. Her man's ear was pressed against the door, listening for movement outside, one hand on the doorknob, hesitant to open the door. Intuition told the man that the sound The commotion was definitely not an ordinary stray dog fight. The raspy hissing sound was more like it came from the throat of some large beast. He usually loves to watch the animal world, and he can be sure that with this sound, even the king of the grassland, the lion, would have to be scared back. What the hell is it? The occupants of the neighborhood heard the noise, but all of them, like the men, none of them dared to open their doors and come out to find out what was going on. In the alleyway, the burglar guards of the security windows were easily broken by the green arms, and the fight between the two beasts was intense. Changwon was surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Xia to be so strong. As far as he understood, it had only been a few days since a similar aura had appeared on Jiang Xia. It's only been a few days. How did he become so strong? Jiang Xia was also estimating Changwon's strength in his mind, and there was no doubt that Changwon's strength must be above Wang Fei's. The good thing was that he wasn't the Jenga of a few days ago. So far, with the little monster that came out of the fish-headed woman's mouth, he had killed 4 demonic species, and these 4 demonic species, 2 of them were not your average rookies. Jiang Xia also counted on more or less touching the doorway for awakened people to become stronger. The stronger the demonic species you kill, the more your strength will increase. Of the 4 demonic species he had killed so far, it was Wang Fei and that henchman of Chen Kai who provided him with the most energy, especially that henchman of Chen Kai. Perhaps he was definitely not a match for Changwon before he killed that henchman of Chen Kai's, but after killing that henchman of Chen Kai's, the current him had the ability to compete with Changwon. She's mine. Mine. You're mine too. On the ground, 2 beasts were entangled, one of them making a maniacal noise. Changwon rode on Jiang Xia, biting a green tail in his mouth. Dark green liquid slipped from the corners of his mouth. The blood oozing from Jiang Xia's tail made him very excited. His body seemed to be nourished. In Jiang Xia's hand, he was likewise pinching a black tail, the tip of which resembled a scorpion's tail with a sharp curved hook, while his hands were being held down tightly on the ground by Changwon's 2 hands. In the same house just now, the man stood behind the bedroom door trembling as he pulled out his cell phone and dialed the police. I want to call the police. In the alley on this side of 66, Blackstone Lane, I don't know what is fighting outside, like a wild beast, and that sound is scarier than a lion and a tiger. I am sure I heard it right. That is not a stray dog. Absolutely no stray dog can make this sound. And there is also the sound of people talking. You quickly send someone. Hanging up the phone, the man looked around the bedroom for something to defend himself with, but listening to the horrible growling outside, as if even if he were given a gun it would be useless. In the alleyway, blood was in the air. The 2 beasts in the fight gradually entered a state of madness. Jiang Xia growled and lifted Changwon, who was riding him, with force. His proud tail, with its tapered front section, was already in Changwon's mouth. The lifted Changwon immediately lunged towards Jiang Xia again. His speech was slurred as he was chewing on Jiang Xia's tail in his mouth, but his tone was very excited. She's mine. Mine. All of you are mine. His tail was similarly severely injured, and his entire tail was torn off by Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia, who stood up, grabbed a battery car parked next to him and threw his hands with force. The electric car weighing 100 or 200 pounds was like a heavy hammer under the added weight of speed, smashing heavily on Changwon's body. Under the heavy impact of the electric car, Changwon's body slammed into the wall, and his bones seemed to have broken several bones, and without waiting for him to stabilize his body, a black claw stabbed towards his heart. Changwon's eyes moved. 2 claws quickly clamped down on the sharp claw that stabbed at his heart. It was successful, but the other black claw suddenly stabbed at his throat. Even though he avoided it quickly, his neck was still cut open by a sharp claw with an open wound. Dark green blood gurgled from Changwon's neck, turning the scarred body even more viscous. This blood gash that injured the aorta should have clearly killed Changwon, but instead of defeating him, it caused him to become even more berserk and pounce even more crazily on Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia realized that the fatal wounds of normal people might not even be worth mentioning to some demonic species, but even if Changwon was fierce, Jiang Xia still didn't raise the heart to escape. He knew that under this kind of battle, once he rose to retreat, then he would definitely lose. The battle between the 2 men shifted from one alley to another, eventually breaking through a roll-up door and falling into a restaurant. On the 2nd floor of the hotel, the owner's husband and wife shivered as they listened to the fight below, and the owner stood guard at the bedroom door with a bone-chopping knife in his hand, turning on his cell phone with a trembling wrist. It froze and took several presses to successfully enter the 3 alarm phone numbers. In the face of the officer's inquiry, he stammered in nervous, half unable to speak. Below, the 2 beasts' roar let him fear to the extreme. Below, tables and benches were lifted all over the place. Changwon had one sharp claw around Jiang Xia's throat, and his sharp claws broke through the hard scaled defense on Jiang Xia's neck. He tried to nibble on the flesh and blood on Jiang Xia's body again, but just as his sharp teeth came up, Jiang Xia whistled away with a claw, and half of his mouth's flesh was torn off. Changwon could clearly feel the pain tearing through his heart and lungs, but it was as if he didn't care about the pain at all. and his entire body was in a state of losing his mind. Mine. Asterisk. Nima. Jiang Xia kicked Changwon in the small of his back. Boom. Changwon's body flew out of the restaurant and smashed heavily on the wall of the alley. Jiang Xia's body came out with it, and his sharp black claws struck Changwon's heart. Changwon's two claws quickly grabbed the black sharp claw with his quick eyes and hands, but the other sharp claw was stabbing towards his throat just like just now. This time, the sharp claws pierced his throat from the front impartially. Woo! A very uncomfortable sound came from Changwon's throat. He kicked Jiang Xia away with all his might, both paws covering the dark green blood gushing from his throat, but the wound was too big and the amount of blood gushing out was too much, bubbling out of the cracks of his paws. Seemingly realizing that he simply couldn't stop the blood gushing from his throat, Changwon no longer bothered with his throat. He wasn't in the slightest bit of a hurry. Instead he looked at Jiang Xia and revealed a hideous and bizarre smile. Seeing that this didn't even die, Jiang Xia didn't even know what means to use, what parts he should go to attack in order to get this guy to die. Ho ho ho! The two tangled together once again and again, their wild bodies slamming into each other, their sharp claws tearing flesh and blood from each other's bodies, and in their extreme frenzy, both sides seemed to have lost all sense of pain. On the contrary, compared to Changwon, Jiang Xia, who had scales on his body to protect his body, had a much higher defense. With the same amount of power, the wounds caused by Changwon's claws on Jiang Xia's body were far less severe than the damage Jiang Xia caused to his body. But what was the use of the bloody gash left by Jiang Xia's sharp claws on Changwon's body when even the heavy blow on his throat failed to kill him? On Jiang Xia's torso, the neatly arranged green scales, the protective armor that was originally as good as an artifact, were in 7 pieces under Changwon's frantic attack. Boom! Jiang Xia found the right opportunity and slammed a heavy punch hard from below on Changwon's chin. Under the force of the punch, Changwon's entire head shot backward, followed by another kick from Jiang Xia, his body tilting and slamming into the wall. A sharp claw quickly came towards his head. Changwon hastily avoided it. The black claw landed on the concrete wall. The wall shattered and splattered, leaving a few obvious claw marks. Under the heavy blow of just that punch, Changwon's mouth lost the fight, and the wolf's mouth was so deformed that he could barely open it. He appeared to still be ferocious, but in fact, in his severely injured state, he had already lost some of his stamina. Jiang Xia, on the other hand, relying on the green scales on his body to protect him, the overall injuries he received were much lighter than Changwon, but of course, they were also miserable and bloody. Changwon found the right opportunity, relying on madness and brutality, pouncing Jiang Xia to the ground, his sharp claws quickly stabbing Jiang Xia's heart, but the hardness of the scales covering Jiang Xia's chest was beyond his imagination. The claws were breaking through the scales and flesh, but most of the power was offset by the scales. By the time he tried to probe his claws into Jiang Xia's chest with another burst of energy, his body was lifted off by Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia huffed and puffed. Just now he even felt that Changwon's claws had touched his heart. It was the closest he'd ever come to death. Changwon hadn't thought that Jiang Xia was actually so hard to kill. He even felt that he might be killed back by Jiang Xia. But the more this happened, the crazier his idea of killing Jiang Xia became. The twisted psyche thrilled his nerves, and his madness seemed to be at an all-time high. He must kill Jiang Xia and then swallow him. Both of his hands unfolded, his feet running wildly, and the moment he charged to Jiang Xia's body he hugged Jiang Xia's body, knocking Jiang Xia back and forth. Jiang Xia took a step back, looked down at Changwon's exposed back, as if he saw an opportunity, and used all his strength to break free from one of his claws in Changwon's embrace. It fell hard against Changwon's back. Put! The sharp black claws broke through the flesh and blood on Changwon's back, and the whole thing didn't enter his body. That blazing sensation wrapped around the palm of his hand once more. Jiang Xia's heart rejoiced as he grabbed the rolling, beating heart and squeezed it violently. Woo! A pain sound escaped Changwon's throat, but his steps didn't stop, still holding Jiang Xia as he charged across the room. Jiang Xia was already desperate in his heart. It had all but crushed the guy's heart, but he hadn't even stopped. The Jiang Xia of his time had already lost the ability to fight again. His exhausted state coupled with his severe injuries, he felt that he could no longer do what he needed to do to tear Changwon as a whole apart. But gradually, Changwon's power to hold him weakened a little bit, until after pushing him back another 2 meters, Changwon's hands suddenly went soft and his knees poofed to the ground. A large amount of asphalt-colored blood gushed out of his mouth. How can? Changwon's eyes were incredulous, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually lost to Jiang Xia. He raised his head, his entire face hideous and terrifying, with a long, pointed, wolf-shaped mouth, half of its flesh and blood torn off by Jiang Xia's sharp claws, revealing chilling canines outward. You! Jiang Xia didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence. His sharp claws attacked from above and grabbed on Changwon's throat. On the reflection of the wall, a wolf-shaped head was ripped off raw by 2 claws. Pounds of warmth flooded into Jenga's torso. Grunt! Jiang Xia threw the head in his hand to the ground like a piece of trash and rolled it to a garbage can. The body leaned against the alley and let out a long breath. Unable to count the number of scars on his body from head to toe, his chest was full of crisscrossing claw marks, densely packed, each of which broke through the flesh and blood. His back, arms and other parts of his body were missing several pieces of meat, and the wound on his chest that was perpendicular to his heart was even more fatal, and he could even feel the cold wind pouring into his body from the wounds, and he didn't know if it was just an illusion or not. The battle ended. The drilling pain swept through his body, impacting Jiang Xia's brain, and it hurt so much that he gritted his teeth and held on, which prevented him from collapsing. This fight was far more intense than the one with Wang Fei by more than several times. Completely losing his strength, it was as if he couldn't even leave. Mom should have escaped Star River City, right? Jiang Xia muttered, raising his head, his gaze passing through the two sides of the building, looking at the bright stars in the sky, his chest heaving up and down as he gasped violently. Sasha, Sasha. A footstep sounded faintly. A dozen meters away, a man in a white jacket and a white mask walks at a steady pace under the faint light. In the man's hand, he held a revolver that glowed white. Super long chapter? See here the Big Trouble Point bookshelf. Welcome to comment. See the end of the can go to see the orange old book. Old book readers, old book tomorrow to resume updating. The first thing you need to do is break your legs. Chapter 44, one wave after another. Jiang Xia was so tired that if he could be given a quiet place, he could even fall asleep. There's just so much going on today. In the morning, he killed Chen Kai's men in the hotel, and at night, he witnessed his mother's awakened identity being exposed in the Magic Seed Club, and his heart was in his throat, and his whole head became heavy from extreme tension and worry and blood congestion. Just now, he had a life and death struggle with Changwon here, and his body was bruised and battered. It was hard to finish off Changwon at the cost of a serious injury, and good lord, here comes the awakened one. For a moment, Jiang Xia, who was about to be paralyzed with exhaustion, had even risen to the heart of swinging, letting this awakened one do whatever he wanted, but he knew that he couldn't die. The moment he saw the revolver glowing with white light in the masked man's hand, Jiang Xia did not hesitate for a second and turned around to run. Trying to run? The masked man smiled coldly and raised the silver revolver with white light in his hand, aiming at Jiang Xia's back. Divine Order 098, Enforcer. In his hand was a silver-colored revolver that could fire 6 bullets with different effects: the deterrence, disarming, arrest, caging, trial, execution. The remaining 5 bullets, with the exception of the execution, were aimed at the demon seed. He didn't pull the trigger immediately, but waited until the demonic species was about to run to the mouth of the next alleyway before making his move, as if he intended to give the species a little bit of hope for life before annihilating that ray of hope. Boo! Along with the pulling of the trigger, a blue light bullet shot out from the muzzle of the gun, transforming into a huge web of blue light that resembled a giant palm, capturing at the speed of a bullet towards the fleeing demonic species. This bullet, its arrest. As long as it touched the body of the demonic species it could entangle it, like a fish falling into a stinging net unable to get out. He didn't intend to kill this severely injured demonic species immediately, but rather intended to arrest him first, and then use interrogation to extract some useful information from his mouth. After firing the net of light, the man did not intend to fire a second shot, as if he was confident in the arrest he had just made, but this time, his confidence let him down. The blue net of light covered the fleeing demonic species with the speed of a bullet, but the demonic species just casually swung its sharp claws and tore the net of light apart. Then its body quickly turned to the alley next to it. Buzz! The man's head snapped up, his eyes full of disbelief under his white mask. How is this possible? He was a little disbelieving what he had just seen. Surprisingly, the web of light was torn apart with just a casual glance. That's not possible. Arrest this bullet, as long as it landed on the demonic species, would entangle it to death? And even if a demonic species that had already completed one evolution was entangled, it would be very difficult to break free in a short period of time. But this demon seed, how did it break free so easily? He didn't understand what had gone wrong, and was not willing to let the magic seed that had come to him just run away. With a movement of his feet he was just about to chase after him when a tentacle with a knife-shaped front section fell violently from the sky and smashed in front of him, smashing a deep pit in the concrete floor. The man's heart snapped and he raised his head to see that at the edge of the 8-story rooftop, 2 demonic species were looking down at him, their pupils glowing with a bizarre red light. One demonic species had a black goat's head, and the other seemed to be a woman. The face wore a black mask, and the tentacle that smashed down from the rooftop was none other than this woman's left hand. Grass! The man cursed in his heart. He could clearly feel that these 2 demonic species standing on the rooftop were frighteningly strong. One-on-one he might still be able to fight, but one-on-two, he was definitely not an opponent. Looking down at the man in the white mask fleeing in flames, Li Sidong had no intention of going up to chase after him. Chen Kai stuck his hands in his pants pockets and asked, "What? You're not going to go after him and eat him? Lee Sidong calmly replied. It's too late. The sound of the fight just now woke up the tenants in this neighborhood. Someone must have called the police. Not surprisingly, there will soon be people from the relevant departments arriving to deal with it. I don't want to be besieged in the alleyway below for the sake of an awakened person. Chen Kai looked at Lee Sidong and calmly said, I guess before tonight. Jiang Xia rose to the idea of killing me in order to be able to ensure that I wouldn't lay a hand on his mother. Good. He wanted me to kill you, and I obliged him. Chen Kai let out an "Oh." So you really intend to kill me? What? I can't kill you? Chen Kai smiled and turned to leave. Tomorrow night in my kitchen, I'll prepare a sumptuous dinner party. Bring this little boyfriend of yours along if you have the time. In the narrow alley, Jiang Xia stumbled east and west. He wasn't sure if the awakened one had caught up with him, and ran forward with a brain. It didn't stop until his body slammed into one. It's me. In the darkness, Lee Sidong held Jiang Xia's body. After struggling to keep his eyes open and making sure it was Lee Sidong, Jiang Xia's groggy mind couldn't hold on any longer, and he fell headfirst onto a soft patch and fainted. Lee Sidong softly shouted twice, Hey, hey, stinky man, on purpose. In the dream, countless tentacles waved, as if a swarm of demons were dancing. A hideous bloody face whipped through his mind. Su Cohen, Fat Lori, Wang Fei, Chen Kai's men, Chang Wen, they all grinned, oozing laughter from their throats. The next second, the raging red blood rushed like waves. Jiang Xia wanted to escape, but his legs seemed to be filled with lead to move hard, and soon was swallowed by the Red Sea. Phew! Suddenly opening his eyes, severe pain instantly swept through his entire body, hurting Jiang Xia the next second. He sucked in cool air. The first thing that caught my eye was the white ceiling. Looking around, he was lying on a soft double bed, the gentle morning light shining in through the window and spilling over the foot of the bed. Lithonia sat in the window seat playing with her cell phone. The external playback was loud. Django was sure that it wasn't the nightmare that woke him up. It was this outgoing cell phone sound. He said that when he had that nightmare, he heard something like, start a pot of boiling oil. In the past, when I wasn't a magic seed yet, I still enjoyed watching these food videos. Lee Sidong didn't even raise her head, but she knew that Jiang Xia was awake. Janga struggled to sit up, observing the body. A portion of the wounds had begun to heal, while a few others were still visibly showing red flesh due to the severity of the injuries. He licked the skin of his mouth, feeling as if there was a touch of sweetness in his mouth, and his eyes swept over to the bedside table next to him, where an empty bowl sat, blood red inside. Jiang Xia looked at Lee Sidong, the first to ask, Where's my cell phone? Lee Sidong stood up and took out a broken and disfigured cell phone from her clothes pocket and handed it to Jiang Xia. Shattered too badly, but barely able to make a phone call. Your mom called twice while you were in a coma. Did you pick it up? Chapter 45, You're an awakened, aren't you? Lithonia shook her head. Didn't answer. Open the cell phone. Jiang Xia finger sliding screen, broken screen some diaphragm hand. Indeed 2 missed calls. The phone electricity has been filled. Without waiting for Jiang Xia to say anything, Lee Sidong took the initiative to leave the room, leaving Jiang Xia space to make a call alone. Jiang Xia quickly dialed his mom's phone. Soon, the phone was connected. Listening to the familiar voice of his mom on the other end, Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. A few brief words. Mom is out of Star River City now, in a very safe place, and she'll be going to an even safer place next. As soon as she was settled, arrangements would be made to pick them up. On the phone, Jiang Xia didn't ask deeply about where mom was now and where she was going next. He felt that the fact that he didn't know the exact whereabouts of his mom, and awakened, would be a good thing for both himself and his mom. After determining that his mom was now safe, and after saying a few more words urging caution, Jiang Xia hung up the phone. Lithonia was right outside the door, and there were some things that weren't quite so easy to say. Finished fighting? Hearing no sound from the bedroom, Lithonia walked in from outside. Where is this? Janga looked around the room. Didn't you come to the villa where my father kept his mistress once? Autumn Maple Court? Right. Jiang Xia nodded slightly. Since he was now in the Autumn Maple Villa, he could go and meet his old sister in a while. Jiang Xia touched his face and could clearly feel the obvious bruises on his face. If you go to see your sister like that, she'll be shocked. After thinking about it, Jiang Xia felt that he should still go over and take a look. Mom's identity as an awakened was exposed, and although she managed to escape, her oldest sister's situation would become dangerous. What about the possibility that some of the demonic species are trying to find Mom's trail so that they can go after the oldest sister? It is not impossible. Lee Sidong stood beside the bed with her hands clasped and complimented. You were quite powerful last night. Even Changwon was killed by you. Sloppy, fought him to the death. I only blame him for not being as hard as me. Jiang Xia was breezy, but inwardly recalling last night's battle was still thrilling. In that battle, he had almost put his life on the line, and it was good that he had one in the end. Why are you getting stronger so fast? Li Sidong once again questioned. At first she understood when Zhang Xia was able to kill that fat loli. She understood when he killed Wang Fei, and she understood when he killed Chen Kai's men. But last night even Changwon was actually killed by him. She had watched the entire battle, and Zhang Xia's current strength was no longer that of an ordinary demonic species. Even at this rate, I'm afraid he's close to completing his first evolution. Obviously, in her perception, Zhang Xia hadn't hunted yet, so it was reasonable that the strength shouldn't go up so quickly. I don't know. Zhang Xia shook his head, intending to play dumb. At a time like this, he would rather say that he didn't know than just find an excuse to fool around. The more you muddle through, the easier it is to see what's going on. That's strange. Li Sidong came over and sat on the edge of the bed, looking deeply at Zhang Xia. Are you sure you don't know? Zhang Xia shook his head, full of doubts. I really don't know. In fact, I am also puzzled. I can also clearly feel that my strength with a few days ago obviously changed a lot. Li Sidong stretched out her finger and pressed her fingertip on a bloody gash on Zhang Xia's chest. Press hard. With Zhang Xia letting out a cry of pain, blood gushed out from his wound. What are you doing? Zhang Xia's face jerked in pain and quickly yanked Li Sidong's hand away. Lithonia put her fingers in her mouth, savoring the superior taste of her fingertips. Watching Li Sidong's movements, Zhang Xia's heart tightened. As expected, the next second, Li Sidong looked at him and sneered. You're not an awakened, are you? Zhang Xia's head sank, still pretending to be calm. What? I say, you couldn't be an awakened, could you? Your blood, it's practically identical to that of an awakened. That taste, that rich level of nutrition. I can't find any reasonable explanation other than you being an awakened. After bringing Zhang Xia back last night, the blood aura emanating from Zhang Xia's body was so tantalizing that Li Sidong couldn't help but dip a bit of her finger and taste it. It was better if she didn't taste it, but this taste confused her for the whole night. Are you saying that my blood tastes exactly like that of an awakened? Zhang Xia blinked and muttered. No wonder that fat woman, and Changwon from last night, were so crazy after tasting the flavor of my blood and flesh. Li Sidong licked her fingers again before she put it down with intent. Seriously, if it weren't for the scent of your kind on you, I could even conclude that you are the awakened. So my blood is really exactly the same as an awakened? Zhang Xia curiously pursued. I can't say, but anyway, that taste is exactly like the awakened blood I've tasted before, and it also provides me with a lot of nutrients. This question deadened Lithonia. It was normal for Zhang Xia's blood to provide her with nourishment. After all, she was a Fey demon. But with Zhang Xia's current strength, she hadn't completed her first evolution yet, so it was logical that the nutrition provided to her in her blood shouldn't be that high. In particular, why was Zhang Xia's strength so odd? Could you be some new type of magic species? Lithonia thought it was very likely, and other than that, she couldn't find any other reasonable explanation. To say that Zhang Xia is the awakened one, right, but he himself can feel the same kind of aura on him, and others can feel the same kind of aura on him. And he can feel the same kind of aura on the other magic species, and he's exactly like the demon seed. He can be hungry, he can't get enough of normal food, his body will immediately have a repulsive reaction when he drinks alcohol, and he can be demonized, and his demonized state is kinda cool. What is this if not a magic seed? A new type of magic seed? Zhang Xia became curious. Li Sidong nodded. There are many types of magic seeds, some of which are known to us, and some of which are very few are unknown, and if you are really some unknown type of magic seed, then it would be interesting. Maybe your strength has somehow become stronger, as well as your blood and flesh being so special. Because of this, Zhang Xia showed concern. Then I'm kinda in danger in that case. In case every demonic species tasting my blood can taste the flavor of an awakened person just like you, and can also gain nutrition, then wouldn't I be in trouble? That's why this is a secret we must never tell. Li Sidong said as her entire body climbed onto the bed and knelt beside Zhang Xia, her big watery eyes looking at Zhang Xia as if she had some kind of plea. Zhang Xia suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. What do you want? Let me discuss something with you? Lithonia blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering together. Don't tell me, you hit on my body? This way, every day from now on, you give me a drop of your blood. No need for more. Just one bowl. Ha! Zhang Xia glanced at the large bowl sitting on the nightstand and snapped at Li Sidong. A bowl? What do you take me for? Vajra immortality? Li Sidong grabbed Zhang Xia's hand and pouted. That's good. Then a little less. A bite. How about a bite? Just a small bite every day. It won't do too much harm to your body. Zhang Xia thought for a moment and said, I think it's best for you to keep your thoughts about my blood to a minimum before you can figure out what type of demon seed I really am, just in case there are any side effects. Lithonia raised her head and looked at the ceiling, thinking carefully. Well, that makes sense. A new type of magic seed. Jiang Xia scratched his head with an expression of deep thought about which type of magic seed he would actually be. Chapter 46, King Demon and Demon Slave. 10 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Xia was sitting at the dining table in Papa Lithonia's robe. The wound on his back was a little itchy, a precursor to a near-complete healing. Jiang Xia had to marvel at the really tenacious vitality and healing ability of the magic species. I just don't know if those awakened people also have such superb self-healing abilities? Is the fatal wound of the demon seed in the heart? Jiang Xia inquired, wanting to get as much information about the magic seeds as possible. Together with Chang Wen, he had killed 5 demonic species. 2 of them, the small octopus monster and the fat woman, both completely broke them into pieces. The other 3, Wang Fei, Chen Kai's henchman, Chang Wen, all 3 killed them by striking through their hearts. Not always, some demon species die with a single shot to the head. Others don't die even if you rip out his heart and chop his head off. The best way to make sure you definitely kill a demon species is to break him into pieces, which for me means eating him. Li Sidong is in the kitchen cooking breakfast, removing the top leaves from a bright red strawberry, throwing it into the juicer, and pouring in a packet of red sauce. Soon, 2 bowls of freshly squeezed strawberry juice were brought to the table. Lithonia sat across the table playing with her cell phone while she savored it. Jiang Xia took a spoonful of it with a spoon and put it into his mouth, his heart heavy. The 2 savored a fairly good breakfast, and halfway through, the homeroom teacher called to ask why Jiang Xia hadn't been to class and why his mother's phone wasn't working. Jiang Xia casually dealt with 2 sentences on the grounds that he had a fever, and at this point in time, academics and whatnot were no longer important. After that, Yang Jia also called, asking where Jiang Xia was now and how the situation was. Learning that Yang Jia didn't go to school either, Jiang Xia told him the location of the place and asked him to come over and bring a suitable outfit. By the way, in order to prevent Yang Jia, the colorful pervert, from bringing in any strange and bizarre outfits, Jiang Xia purposely reiterated the styles of the outfits several times. What's it like to have an awakened family member? Just after hanging up the phone, Lithonia asked. Nothing to feel. Rather, suddenly the pressure seems to have eased quite a bit. It's still true. The fact that mom is an awakened person means that she is more capable of defending herself than an ordinary person. And as an awakened, with this status, she might be able to get her oldest sister into the safe zone more easily in the future. The most worrying thing right now is whether or not there will be a demonic species that will make a move against my sister and father in order to find my mom's trail, even to the point of perhaps even putting themselves in danger. But for himself, Jiang Xia wasn't very worried. A family with a magic seed and an awakened person inside. This kind of drama is kinda dogmatic, Li Sidong said. Jiang Xia joked, is it possible that your father is also an awakened? It's possible, but unlikely. And if he's an awakened, I'm sure he must be more harmful to society than some demonic species. You seem to have a great prejudice against your father? It's not prejudice, it's the truth. I've seen him do a lot of assholish things, and it's just that in the last few years he's toned it down a lot. After all, he's got a lot of kids to take care of. Jiang Xia froze, remembered that Li Sidong was not an only child. Back to the energy, he said thoughtfully, your father has many illegitimate children, right? There are 4 as far as I know. Well, let's not talk about him. Mentioning him bothers me. Li Sidong ended the topic and turned to the battle when she first ran into the awakened. Half an hour later, Yang Jia came and brought Jiang Xia a set of clothes and pants, as well as shoes. The style was similar to what Jiang Xia had described, black casual clothes that contemporary youngsters like to wear. Sitting at the dining table, Yang Jia inquired about Jiang Xia's fight with Chang Wen last night. Jiang Xia came out from the Magic Seed Club at that time. Yang Jia also followed, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Xia was nowhere to be seen, turning left and right, and finally calling Li Sidong to inquire, only to learn that Jiang Xia had killed Chang Wen from class 2. After listening to Jiang Xia's description of the fierce fight last night, Yang Jia sighed, I can't imagine that the battle was actually so fierce. If only I was there, that Chang Wen would definitely not dare to make a move when he saw me. Yang Jia's narcissism was something that Jiang Xia was already not surprised by. After that, Jiang Xia asked the 2 if they had any ideas that would allow him to keep his old sister as safe as possible. It was better to think with 3 heads than with one of his. Li Sidong shook her head. No, this is a risk that you need to take as a family member of an awakened person. Your mother's identity was exposed and fled, but there are demonic species that might think that she still stays in Xinghe City, and in order to find out about her they might actually make a move on your family. Unless you send her out of town, or you keep her with you all the time. Bring around? Jiang Xia did think that this was a good choice. Bringing his old sister with him would prevent a lot of situations from happening. It's a bit of a hassle, but what's a hassle to protect your family, at least for the time being? You can take your sister with you, but what about your dad? You can't bring him around too, can you? Li Sidong hit the nail on the head. It's not impossible. Jiang Xia blinked. In fact, He had been thinking of asking his dad to take his oldest sister out of Star River City, or even take them out himself. Lithonia laughed. And then what? Do you take them with you all the time when you hunt? Show them how you eat? Yang Jia's body leaned back in his chair and thought freely. If only there was a way to not go out and hunt on your own, and still have your stomach filled and still have access to nutrients. Yes, the king's devil will do. King demon? Yang Jia blinked. Obviously he didn't know what type of demonic species this was either. Touching his knowledge blind spot, Li Sidong explained. Among the types of magic species, fey demons like me are already a very small number, and king demons are even a minority of a minority. It is estimated that there is only 1 in 10,000 magic species, or even less. In addition to having the characteristics of other demon species, they also have a special ability. They can turn some of their own kind into their demon slaves. They don't need to go hunting for food themselves. The demon slaves will take care of everything for them outside. After hunting, the demon slaves will contribute the harvest accumulated in their bodies to the king demon every once in a while. But as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be a king demon in Xinghe City yet. After hearing what Li Sidong said, Yang Jia blinked. Cool, ugh, you don't need to do it yourself. Just stay at home and enjoy it. It's just that I don't know how the king demons turn their kind into their demon slaves. A hint of curiosity flashed under Li Sidong's eyes. Rather than how the king demon turned into a demon slave, she was more curious as to what type of demon seed Jiangxia actually belonged to. She felt that this mysterious and unknown species of Jiangxia was more than likely rarer than the king's demon. It seems like it's just me, the hidden demon, who doesn't have much use. Yang Jia sighed. It's also highly likely that I'll be stalked and hunted by my kind as an ordinary person. Jiang Xia was about to speak when the screen of the cell phone placed on the table lit up, and the caller's memo read, Pops, Chapter 47, the gas is on the left, right? The call came at just the right time. Even if Pops didn't call, Jiang Xia had originally wanted to give him a call over. Jiang Xia picked up his cell phone and answered the call, and Li Sidong and Yang Jia were instantly quiet. Hey, Dad, Xia, your homeroom teacher called me and said you have a fever, right? Is it serious? Pop's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Although Jiang Xia's nominal guardian is now his mom, he also reserved his old dad's phone number at school. Usually mom is away on a business trip or too busy at work, and dad comes when school is in session. Jenga knew why the homeroom teacher had called Pops. It must have been that mom's phone wasn't working and she wasn't quite convinced that he was home with a fever, so she called Pops to confirm the situation. At first glance, this classroom teacher has a lot to do, but in fact, he is quite responsible. The fever has gone down now. I just couldn't walk with no energy, so I didn't go to school. Jiang Xia tried to make the hoarse voice sound calm. So, where's your mom? Your mom's home, right? She suddenly had something in the company last night to travel out of town. Now may be on the plane. The phone cannot be reached. I'm out of town right now. This way, I'll have your Uncle Wang come over and have him take you to the hospital. More than that, Pops did care about him. Jiang Xia was surprised. Ah, you're out of town now? Yeah, I'm in Yanbei County. Came over here to look at a shipment. And your sister is with me. Ling Ling is also with you? Jiang Xia had a question mark on his face. This damn old sister. Didn't he tell her to report to himself in advance no matter where he went? Why did he go out of town without a squeak? Yeah, this girl got into a fight with 2 boys at school and the teacher sent him home for a week to reflect. So I thought it would be better to let her stay home than to take her out for a walk. To go around and grow up. Fighting? So tough. Jiang Xia thought for a moment that this is good. Nowadays, the situation, stay in the field is always better than staying within the Star River City. When are you guys coming back? Jiang Xia asked. Maybe in a couple days. Your sister said she wanted me to show her the falls. Okay, you guys be careful then. I'll get up now and get something to eat and call you later. Are you okay with your illness? It's fine. There's no need for Uncle Wang to come. I'll be fine after a day's rest. I'll go to school tomorrow. You guys be careful out there. Okay, you don't have to worry about my side. The company came together 7 or 8 people. You are alone at home to pay attention to your health. Take care of yourself. When you come back, Dad will come to see you again. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Xia looked at the 2 beside him. My dad took my sister out of town. That's pretty good, isn't it? Lithonia propped her hand on the table and pestled her chin. Will there be a demonic species chasing them out of town? Li Sidong shook her head. It shouldn't be too likely. For those of our kind, unfamiliar environments out in the field can be dangerous for them, and they usually don't take the risk. After all, there is more than one awakened, but only one life. I hope so, Jenga said and stood up. I want to take a trip home to check it out. Go, I'll give you a ride. Yang Jia pulled out a car key from his pocket. Looking at the car keys on the King of the Sea Fork, Jiang Xia eyes bright, and quickly take over to measure. Really fake. Maserati. You can go out and take a look if you don't believe me. Yang Jia clasped his hands with a godly expression. Outside, A white two-door supercar was parked in front of the villa, its million-dollar decal on the front air intake grille glistening in the sunlight. This is the latest model, right? Lee Sidong took the car key in Jiang Xia's hand and the car was successfully unlocked. Not bad, well, Yang Jia. Lee Sidong looked at Yang Jia and praised. 18 years old and still studying in senior high school. The entire Star River City is only you. Yang Jia hugged his hands, closed his eyes with a face to enjoy the blow. No way. The family has a lot of money. There is really no place to spend. Actually, he rents this car. It's $5,000 a day. It's expensive, but you can't lay a golden egg with so much money in your hands, can you? It's better to spend as much as you can before it's too late. Aside from the need to pretend, the main reason for renting this sports car was to act as a wingman. With the millions of dollars worth of supercars, it is easier to add the beauty of the WeChat, is not it? And it's easier to ask the beauty out. He's chatting up several girls now and plans to ask one out tonight. In the face of Lee Sidong's bragging, his mind floated back to the girl's surprised expression when she saw the sports car tonight, and that girl excitedly shook his arm and said excitedly, "Brother, is this car yours? You are so powerful. I'm stuck with you. I'm stuck with you. From now on I'm your person. Brother, say something. Ha 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 ha." The image in his mind made Yang Jia happy and let out a pleased laugh. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a foot on the gas, and by the time he came back to his senses, the sports car had already taken off. Wait, I didn't get in the car. I didn't get in the car. Yang Jia rushed to catch up and froze with his legs to catch up with the slowly advancing sports car. In the driver's seat, Lee Sidong drove the car and said to Yang Jia, who was running outside, "I'll send Jiang Xia over there and try the performance of this car of yours on the way, so take a taxi and come over." After that, the sports car accelerated away. Wait, Yang Jia shouted anxiously, "Can't I be the one to send him there? Lean, it's okay if you hook me up to the front of the car." On the passenger side, Jiang Xia said, "You actually know how to drive. A little something. By the way, this is the brake on the left, right?" Jiang Xia, home. The door was unlocked. Push it open and enter. It was clear to see that a number of people had entered the house last night, but the demonic species that had come in and found no one there hadn't done much damage to the house. Lee Sidong surveyed her surroundings. This was her second visit to Jiang Xia's home, and just like the first time, she loved this home of Jiang Xia's. It gave her a cozy little sense of home that she couldn't experience in that 500 square foot home. After scanning around the room, her and Jiang Xia's gazes looked toward the restroom at the same time. Inside, there seems to be someone. The door to the restroom opens with the sound of a flushing toilet. A man in a white suit and a white mask came out of it. 4 meters away, Jiang Xia sensed a kindred spirit in the man. He knew who this man was, the owner behind the Magic Seed Club, White Tiger. Although the White Tiger hood on his face had been replaced with a mask, his figure and clothes made it obvious that it was a White Tiger. White Tiger's gaze first looked at Lee Sidong and then landed on Jiang Xia. "I told you how my carefully prepared hilarity was just gone. So it turns out that awakened one has a son who is of our kind and happened to be at the club last night." Chapter 48, The White Tiger. At the first sight of the White Tiger, Jiang Xia admitted that his heart tightened. But now he is no longer a white man who has just come into contact with the world of the magic seed, and quickly returned to calmness. "Want some tea?" Jiang Xia asked. Jiang Xia's reaction was somewhat beyond Lee Sidong and White Tiger's expectations. "Yes, I haven't slept all night. Just the thing for a cup of tea to refresh me." White Tiger walked over to the couch and sat down, crossing his legs, his clean white suit spotless. After heating up water at the water fountain, Jiang Xia made 3 cups of tea in paper cups and put them on the table. "Thanks." White Tiger very politely picked up the paper cup. Jiang Xia watched him, expecting the White Tiger to take off his mask. But no, he stretched out a black tentacle like a straw from underneath his mask, not afraid of getting burned and falling into the paper cup. After drinking half a cup of tea, White Tiger put down the paper cup and gazed up at the teenager sitting next to Lee Sidong. "You're ruining my mood for watching." "Then I can only say I'm sorry. After all, that person is my mom. There's no way I'm going to let her run without informing her." Jiang Xia was calm. "Makes sense. I'd do the same if I were you. Having an awakened in your family is a good thing. Of course you have to keep it for yourself. How can it fall into someone else's mouth?" Jiang Xia didn't retort and nodded instead. "That's right." White Tiger thought for a moment and said, "Here's the deal. Trick your mom into coming back and I can let you off the hook for ruining my party. And I can give you half of her." Jiang Xia still didn't change his face. "You might not believe me when I say it. Even I don't know where she is." White Tiger was silent for a few seconds. "I won't force you to talk if you don't want to, but you have to find a way to make it up to me." Without waiting for Jiang Xia to speak, Lee Sidong said, "We're deeply sorry for ruining your party plans, but we won't be blackmailed by you to make up for anything. So if you think we're easy to bully, you can try." The air was instantly filled with the smell of gunpowder. When Li Sidong said this, Jiang Xia was wondering if he would suddenly fight the next moment. Fearing him was not a fear. If he really had to fight, even if he couldn't beat him, he would desperately gnaw off a piece of this white tiger's flesh. After a long time, it was White Tiger who took the lead to break the calm. No, I don't think you guys are easy to bully. Especially you, Pupil Snake. I've heard of your reputation for a long time, and your boss has mentioned you to me more than once. Pupil Snake? Jiang Xia muttered in his mind. This seems to be Lithonia's code name? Just like the man in front of you is codenamed White Tiger? You know our boss? Yes, not only do I know him, I know who he really is, and it's thanks to his publicity that I'm able to have so many guests at this club every time I'm open for business. Li Sidong became interested. Don't say. I'm quite curious about his identity. Can you tell me about it so I can satisfy my curiosity as well? White Tiger shook his head slightly. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Since he's hiding his identity from you guys, he must have his reasons. Just like how I've been wearing a mask all this time even though I'm not willing to reveal my identity. Do you think you're hiding it well? Principal Huang. Jiang Xia's gaze deepened. What? Principal? Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia, and then incredulously looked at the White Tiger sitting across from them. The White Tiger on the opposite side froze, not understanding how Jiang Xia on the opposite side recognized his identity. After thinking about it, since his identity had already been exposed, he no longer hid it and reached out his hand to remove the mask from his face, revealing a face that was almost 60 years old, with wrinkles all over his forehead and frost on his temples. I can't believe it's really the principal. Jiang Xia was incredulous. The principal, Huang Tianfu, is almost 60 this year, and has always been an amiable old man who was extremely tolerant of any student who makes a mistake. He is different from those teachers who teach with severity. In private, he would mingle with the students and would often come up with activities that would relieve their academic stress. For example, he participated in chess tournaments himself and even purchased prizes at his own expense. Every year, we also organize spring trips for the students in the school. Now after removing his mask, his original amiable face displayed a hint of ruthlessness. Rather than being a principal that his students love, he's more like a sinister villain who's done bad things all his life. Huang Tianfu looked at Jiang Xia with a puzzled expression. How did you know my identity? Jiang Xia said lightly. Your voice sounds a bit familiar to me. Your eyes also sound familiar to me. And most of all, the way you just carried the cup. The way I carry the cup. What's so special about it? Huang Tianfu didn't feel that his cup-carrying movements were any different from the average person's. No, it's the cuffs of your shirt, which seem to be stained with chalk dust, which shows that you're most likely a teacher in the school, coupled with the sound of your voice and your eyes. So I realized that it was you. Of course, only rely on these points of course cannot determine your identity. I just casually said. I did not expect to really swindle you out. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia with quite a bit of satisfaction. The chalk dust on her sleeve, even she didn't see it. As for the voice, the White Tiger had obviously deliberately changed the sound of his speech to make it sound even harder. And if it wasn't for Jiang Xia reminding her now, she wouldn't even be able to feel it. Not bad. I like students like you who are observant and still know how to use their brains. Huang Tianfu patted the light blue chalk dust on the cuff of his shirt. Indeed, I was negligent. It's really quite surprising to me that the White Tiger is you, Jiang Xia said. Principal Huang Tianfu said indifferently. So, now that you know my identity, it seems that you can't be allowed to live. Li Sidong immediately displayed a tough aura. Do you think you alone can kill both of us? It's not clear if I can or can't, but I'm actually not interested in killing the two of you. I'm not a foreign devil, and bothering to kill you won't benefit me at all. Principal Huang Tianfu looked at Jiang Xia and then at Li Sidong. Say, what do you want to do? Lithonia asked. You guys ruined the hilarity I prepared last night, so you have to return it to me. Jiang Xia to be exact. Huang Tianfu looked at Jiang Xia. After all, he was the one who spoiled my hilarity, so it's only right that he return it to me. Jenga asked, is hilarity that important to you? Yes, it's very important. I don't have much of a quest to become stronger. I'm old enough to just want to have a good time, and the more lively the world is, the more I like it. It's a master of chaos. Li Sidong repeated what she had just said. Headmaster, I respect you quite a bit, but that was before. As for now, I have just said that we won't be blackmailed by you to make up for what you have done. Jiang Xia informed her mother to leave. That's what he should have done. If saving your own family is considered doing something wrong, then I guess there's no such thing as right in this world. If you have nothing else to do, then please leave. Huang Tianfu didn't leave in a hurry, nor did he flip out, but said, then what if you return the favor by giving me a buzz, and I exchange something you're interested in as payment? At the mention of the payoff, Li Sidong and Jiang Xia both became interested. Lithonia clasped her hands. If you're talking about payment for food then forget it. We have the hands and feet to do it ourselves. I can give you guys what you want, just now from your eyes. I can see your curiosity about your boss's identity. If you're really interested, I can tell you his real identity. If you think that this offer won't work, you can mention something else. Lithonia nodded slightly. Sounds like it would be good. Wasn't one of the things she wanted to do more than anything else right now was to get the boss's identity straightened out? Huang Tianfu looked at Jiang Xia again. As for you, student Jiang Xia, I can also give you the payment you want. Me? Jiang Xia shook his head. You shouldn't have anything in your hand that I want to be paid for, but you can tell me first. Chapter 49, A Hot Deal. Huang Tianfu said, I can sense that you are a kindred spirit who cares quite a bit about your family, but with all due respect, this is not a good thing for you, and it will be a huge weakness for you to survive in this world. Jiang Xia's tone was unperturbed. Who said they are my weakness? It's just family. It's better to keep them alive, and if they really can't live, I can also give them up. Huang Tianfu half-heartedly continued. Part of the safe zone in the southwestern part of our country has already been constructed, and a portion of the people have already entered inside. So if you're interested, I have 2 slots here to enter the safe zone that I can give to you. Jiang Xia was also half skeptical. Since you have a quota in your hand, why don't you save it for your family? I have a daughter abroad, and as far as I know, she's the same as us. Neither my family nor I have the qualifications to enter the safe zone, and these 2 slots would be a waste to keep in my hands. So why not give them to someone else, using these 2 quotas that are useless to me in exchange for a lively event? I think it's worth it. Where did you get these 2 spots? Jiang Xia asked. I can't tell you that, and even if I did, you wouldn't be able to confirm it. Jenga asked again, is a safe zone always safe? It's true that it's not 100% safe, but it's many times better than outside. Of course you can also refuse this condition. After all, your mother isn't awakened. Maybe she can rely on defecting to the officials, thus obtaining a few safe zone slots as well. But the hilarity that is owed to me, you must pay me back. Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment. Tell me, how lively do you want it to be? Huang Tianfu took out a photo from his pocket and put it on the table. The main character of this hustle and bustle is her. Jiang Xia picked up the photo on the table and his pupils contracted. Zhang Ni Yue, the photo of a young and beautiful woman, is now a very hot idol female singer, dancing and singing in all kinds of good. Say she is a flow star can also be, in short, now very hot. I think she used to be a student of our Star River First High School? Jiang Xia raised his head and looked at Huang Tianfu, remembering that when Zhang Ni Yue had just caught fire, he had heard Yang Jie say that this girl used to be from Xinghe First Middle School as well. Not bad. 10 years ago she was a student of our Star River First High School. At that time I was the vice principal and her homeroom teacher. Out of all the students I've taught in my 30 years of teaching, she's not the most accomplished, but she's definitely the most famous. Lithonia wondered, what do you want to do? Principal Huang Tianfu calmly said, her hometown is in Yanbei County. This time she was invited to go back home and shoot a publicity advertisement for her hometown. I want you to cut off her head and hang it in a conspicuous place, and bring the body back to me. Lithonia put down the photo. She's your student, and yet she's one of our kind. Kindred? Lithonia was surprised. She came back a few days ago to meet with me, when both of us discovered the aura of our kind in the other. Huang Tianfu said. Li Sidong looked at the photo on the table. If I guessed correctly, she offended you in some way at that meeting. Yes, something was said that didn't make me too happy, but that doesn't matter. I'm only interested in the hilarity. I don't want you guys to sneak around and kill her. I have to see something happen to her on the news. Why bring the lower half of the body back to you? Lithonia didn't understand. Her head hangs in Yanbei County, while her body appears in Xinghe City. In Xinghe No. 1 Middle School, the seat she sat in when she first went to school. The social reaction will surely be intense, won't it? Just thinking about that kind of scene makes me. Huang Tianfu became excited. He had one hand over where his heart was, as if he was having a heart attack from excitement. Jiang Xia spat in his mind, another super pervert. You don't count yourself. Is there really not a single more normal person in the demon species? A student who went to school at Star River 1 in the first place, died with his head appearing elsewhere and his body sitting in the same place he went to school. The image makes your hair stand on end just imagining it. Okay? No, I can't wait. You guys need to get a move on. And if you don't, I'll go myself. Huang Tianfu's breathing was very rapid as he spoke. His entire body began to tremble. Trying to restrain his excitement, he actually began to gnaw on his own arm, pulling off a large chunk of flesh along with his clothes. Jiang Xia looked out the window. A life-saving expression. Really? Can not be a little bit of normal, so a little bit? Even if the high and low a little human-like also line ah. At first, Li Sidong was a bit worried, but she put her heart down after seeing the principal with this look. Well, by the looks of you, I'm sure this isn't a conspiracy against us, and you really want to liven things up. I agree, but you have to promise that you must tell me the identity of our boss. It has to be the exact identity. There can't be any deviation. Looking at the principal in such a state, Jiang Xia felt that he could still make one more condition. I have one more condition. I want you to announce to the public that my mom is dead and has been hunted. As long as these devil seeds in Star River City know that mom has been shortchanged by others, most likely they won't hit on mom and make a move on pops and her sister. Good. Huang Tianfu agreed in one breath. Calming down his excitement, he stood up and looked at the two across the table. I'll wait for your good news. After the principal left, Jiang Xia looked at Li Sitong and unexpectedly said, the principal becoming like this is something I really didn't expect. If this is something you don't want to do, you can stay. I'll just go alone. Li Sitong looked at Jiang Xia and winked. What are you talking about? How could I let you venture over there alone? Maybe this schoolmate is strong? Jiang Xia knew that if he said he wouldn't go, Li Sitong would definitely have a dark face and then forcefully drag him there, maybe even rubbing him up the wrong way before going. Moreover, Dad and his sister were also in Yanbei County, so it would be a good idea to go over there to see if they were in danger, or at least to make sure that there were no similar people among those who were traveling with them. It would be nice if this job was done to actually get the 2 slots into the safe zone from the principal. Of course, there's another reason for this operation. It's possible to kill the demon seed, isn't it? It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It's a great deal. A great deal. Correct answer. Li Sitong reached out and pinched Jiang Xia's face, revealing a grinning smile. Then when are we going? Jiang Xia couldn't wait to go to Yanbei County. It's not too late. Let's do it now. Isn't your sister in Yanbei County? You also want to go over early to see them, right? Li Sitong said and stood up. Wait for me to pack my things. Jiang Xia had just stood up when Yang Jie called. As soon as it was connected, the sound of Yang Jie sucking up saliva could be heard on the other end of the line. And then he was heard murmuring, this little, it's right up my alley. Jiang Xia froze and hurriedly shouted at the other end of the phone, Ajay, calm down. Must be calm. Listen to me. Think a little more about the things that make you sad, and suppress that excitement. You're the only buddy I have. You mustn't be perverted to that extent. Chapter 50. Women are red-pink skulls. The tone of Yang Jia on the other end of the phone sank. What the hell are you talking about? I'm talking about there's a female. She just threw winks at me. Where are you now? Downstairs in your neighborhood. Okay, we're coming down now. Downstairs in the neighborhood. Yang Jia crouched next to the greenbelt, a pair of eyes not sparing any woman who passed in front of him. Seeing Jiang Xia and Li Sitong coming out of the unit building, he stood up to welcome them. We're going on a trip to Yanbei County. Do you want to join us? Jiang Xia said. Go there for what? Your sister? Pretty much. Go? Of course I have to go. In case you guys encounter any danger along the way. Wouldn't it be troublesome without my protection? Yang Jia puffed out his chest and held his head high. It's good to let him go along. Li Sitong felt that letting Yang Jia, the hidden demon, go along might be of some help. While upstairs, Lithonia called a cab, which arrived 2 minutes later. Along the way, Yang Jia, who was sitting in the passenger side, blah 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 with the driver. Jiang Xia sat in the back row, wearing a mask to cover the wounds on his face, closing his eyes and waiting for the wounds on his body to heal. The scenery outside the window flashed by like a slideshow. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yanbei County, 200 kilometers away from Xinghe City. Although it is only a county-level city, Yanbei County is a nationally renowned tourist destination, with an endless stream of outsiders traveling here every year. Too many to count. There is no fast pace of the busy city here. The green brick and black tile town is ancient. The life of small bridges and rivers is mesmerizing, and the bamboo weaving craft inherited for thousands of years is famous throughout the country. Of course, these are in small towns outside of the county, and the city's landscape is not much different from the average small city. What a relaxing place. Just after getting out of the car, Li Sitong couldn't help but sigh. Don't tell me. I kind of like this place too. Yang Jia felt a sense of ease here, as if it was uniquely a small city, where everyone did things in an organized manner. It's not like in Star River City, where the flow of people passing through is dizzying, as if everyone around you has something they need to do as soon as possible. Let's go to the hotel first. Jiang Xia had already booked a hotel when he was in the car, but when he took the phone out to confirm the location of the hotel, the screen shattered into crumbs of the phone, completely scrapped and cannot be used. There was no other way but to borrow money from Yang Jia first to buy a new cell phone at a nearby cell phone store, and now his cell phone had to be kept on 24 hours a day. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at the hotel. It says it's a hotel, but it's really a hostel, but it's a little better decorated than the average hostel. The front desk of the hotel was manned by a youth with dyed yellow hair, who didn't look too old, at most 19, definitely not more than 20. When he heard the commotion of someone coming in, he didn't even look up, both hands flying to play the game. It wasn't until the trio approached that yellow hair raised his head, his gaze instantly attracted by Li Sitong's looks. I booked 2 rooms in your place. Jiang Xia took his phone out and tapped the app. 401, 402. Confirming that the information was correct, yellow hair handed out 2 room cards, his eye beads staying on Lee Sidong. In front of the 401 door on the 4th floor, Yang Jia leaned on the doorframe, holding a cigarette in his hand, with a look that he had already seen the vicissitudes of the world. Xia ah, listen to my father's words, women are red powder skeletons, is wearing poison, a little carelessness will be shattered, tonight you will sleep with me, I'll tell you these years I do people's feelings. Jiang Xia scanned the serious Yang Jia up and down. Do you think it's appropriate for such words to come out of your mouth? Inappropriate? Janet blinked and took a drag on her cigarette. Jiang Xia put one hand on Yang Jia's shoulder and patted it. Come back and talk to me about this one day when a beautiful woman passes by you and you don't take a few sharp gulps of air. No, Nat Su, do you put up with me being lonely and cold in a room by myself? What? Now you're not only interested in women, but also men. Lee Sidong walked out from the room, her eyes staring at Yang Jia. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to steal him from you. I just don't want his body to break down at a young age. Yang Jia inhaled a mouthful of smoke and exhaled. Lee Sidong smiled faintly. Let's go, talk on the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, I could see the neighborhood below. It was dinner time and a fast food restaurant was packed. Any idea where your sister is? Lithonia asked. They're in an old town outside of the city right now. They're planning to come back. Let's wait until the evening to meet them. Jiang Xia said. You're going to tell them the truth? Tell my dad. Jiang Xia pondered that this matter had to be told to his dad so that he would be filled with vigilance and surely avoid a lot of dangers. Maybe he already knows. Lithonia braced her hands on the edge of the rooftop, the breeze blowing into her face and ruffling her black hair. I think so. Just now in the car to Yanbei County, Jiang Xia thought about it. Since mom is an awakened person, it should be that she will tell dad the truth of this world, so that he will bring his old sister to be more careful some of the right. Mom wasn't the kind of person to be selfish, especially towards him and his sister. And she couldn't possibly hide it without revealing anything when she knew the world was a dangerous place. But if dad knows the truth about this world, and knows that it's dangerous, how can he still have the leisure to bring his old sister out to play? Actually, the truth about this world isn't much of a secret, it's just about to be hidden. Just now I swiped on my phone and found a post where a person posted exposing the truth about this world, but the post was deleted just a few seconds after I swiped on it. Lee Sidong continued. Didn't the principal say that people have already started going in the safe zone? It shouldn't be far from the day of the world chaos. What principal? Yang Jia was confused. On the way here, Jiang Xia didn't tell Yang Jia what he came here to do, including the identity of the principal. The reason for this is that there's a driver in the car too. After listening to Jiang Xia's explanation of what happened, Yang Jia was enlightened. Cool ugh, so the 3 of us are killers this time? Yang Jia felt that this action was really quite cool, coming all the way from Xinghe City to kill a big star. This feeling was like being in a movie, and he, Yang Jia, is undoubtedly the main character of the movie this time. Lee Sidong added, it's too late today, it's almost dark, have a good day's rest and start moving again tomorrow. At night, the sky and the earth are shrouded in a thick twilight, and as the hands of the clock store point in unison to 22:11, the roar of a train running over the tracks is heard in the distance. The night of the small county is not as busy and gorgeous as the big city, but has the rare city atmosphere of the big city. Located in the east of the city, a barbecue street. Carbon fire crackling under the tin rack, black smoke wrapped in the aroma of grilled meat through the gridiron frame, from the street to the end of the street. At this hour, Dad and his oldest sister were awake, eating a late-night snack at a barbecue restaurant with the 3 men they were traveling with. After spying on their location, Janga came, standing outside the store. Jiang Xia dialed his dad's number. In the barbecue store, Jiang Guohai was the first to pick up the phone, and when he heard the voice on the other end of the phone, his gaze fell outside the store. Jiang Xia's dad was a rather delicate-looking man who liked to wear blue woolen sweaters and look like a college teacher. In truth, his profession was a chef, and his craft was learned from Jiang Xia's grandfather, who used to be a chef in a hotel. After being with that mistress, Jiang Guohai chose to leave his home, and used the money invested by that mistress to open a restaurant in a relatively busy section of Xinghe City, which usually has a good business. He had traveled all the way to Yanbei County to look at the goods, not for the sake of the restaurant business, but to look at the goods for that junior's company, and in the meantime, to bring Jiang Ling to have a good time. When he came out of the barbecue restaurant, Jiang Guohai was brought to the entrance of a deserted alley by Jiang Xia. Talking here won't be overheard while you can still see your oldest sister at the grill. When the two met, Jiang Guohai actually didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, he looked at Jiang Xia's eyes with some gravity. Jiang Xia sensed something was wrong and stepped in with trepidation, removing his mask to reveal the hideous wounds on his face. Looking at the wounds on Jiang Xia's face, Jiang Guohai froze, wrinkled his brows, and said in a deep voice after taking a deep drag of a cigarette, "It seems that you just went through a vicious battle not long ago." Chapter 51, Hitchhiking. When Jiang Guohai said such words, the meaning expressed was obvious. Looks like mom told you so. Expectedly, Jiang Xia's eyes were surprisingly calm. Jiang Guohai didn't say anything. After a few seconds, Jiang Xia's pupils contracted sharply. In the man in front of him, he sensed an aura of his kind. Dad, you. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed, his heart tightened, and his head sank. What was feared happened. Inside the family, there are also magic seeds. If the guess is good, Dad should be a hidden demon just like Yang Jia. Surprised, aren't you? Jiang Guohai rekindled another cigarette and took a deep breath. The one who was really surprised is me. I didn't expect you to actually be, as well. Jiang Xia's mood became very heavy. His dad was a magic seed. He didn't know if this should be good news or bad news. His head was about to explode for a moment, and although he had more or less prepared himself mentally, it was still a bit hard to accept. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, which eventually came together in one sentence. Can you give me the story from beginning to end? Jiang Guohai inhaled a mouthful of smoke and began to tell. I turned into a demonic species a year ago, and not long after I became a demonic species, I told your mom about it in private, and then I found out that she's actually an awakened. I agreed with her to protect you and Ling Ling as much as possible. The reason why I didn't tell you guys the truth about the world is because you guys are still young, especially your sister. If I let you guys know the truth about the world, you guys won't be able to accept it. Not to mention, your dad, I'm still the kind of monster. We want you guys to live a little more happy days. Originally, I wasn't confident in leaving you in Star River City. It's not because I know your mom is back. That's why I'm confident in bringing Ling Ling out to play. Jiang Guohai said inside. In fact, I don't care. Your mom and I have long been ready to plan. Think of all kinds of ways must also send you and Ling Ling into the safe zone. But now even you also. Alas, after listening to his dad with his head lowered, Jiang Xia raised his head and said, Did you know something happened to mom? What? Something happened to her? Jiang Xia briefly recounted what happened last night. After hearing this, Jiang Guohai frowned, then said, Don't worry, she'll be fine. As far as I know, she's not a solo fighter. She has a team. So what's next? What are your plans? Jiang Xia asked. My intentions? Jiang Guohai raised his head and looked at the smoky sky. As before, keep you in spirit as safe as you can. And take spirit to have fun as much as you can before this world is barely a world at all. Spend as much time with her as you can, and give her a little more joy. Saying that, Jiang Guohai retracted his gaze again, his expression serious as he inquired, Xiaoxia, tell dad the truth. When did you turn into a demonic species? And how many people have you harmed during this period of time? Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment. I haven't harmed anyone. Jiang Guohai was surprised. Never harmed anyone? Then how did you get enough to eat? After I knock someone out, it's appropriate to stop. Yo, just like me, you haven't harmed anyone either? Jiang Xia had the same expression of surprise, half convinced. Of course. In fact, by all rights, the demon seed I turned into a year ago should be pretty strong by now anyways, but I just can't lay a finger on ordinary people. Jiang Guohai said, looking at Jiang Xia's eyes became more serious. Because, I want you and Ling Ling to know the truth of the world later. When you know the truth of the world, know that although dad is a monster, he is not a monster that harms people. Not far away, Li Sidong clasped her hands and looked at the father and son standing at the entrance of the alley, looking at the middle-aged man with an odd gaze. So then the two of us, father and son, can be company out there later after the world is in chaos? Jiang Xia joked, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. That's right. Jiang Guohai put one hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder, as if he was trying to give Jiang Xia a little sense of security. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Xia added, Then I'll leave Ling Ling's safety to you during this time. What? You're not staying with us? Jiang Guohai said seriously, since your mom is out of town, she definitely won't be able to come back in a short period of time. Right now you should move over and live with me so I can keep a better eye on you and Ling Ling. Jiang Xia shook his head. He's going to get stronger. In this world, the only way to survive is to become strong, and the only way to protect your family is to become strong enough. If he stayed with his dad and sister, the chances that he could get stronger would become few and far between. We can't lead them into a fight, can we? I'm a fey demon. I need to get stronger, and I want to get stronger. Jiang Xia lied. He also didn't want to be a monster who relied on cannibalism to become strong in his dad's eyes. A foreign devil? Jiang Guohai frowned. But you'll be in danger alone. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not alone. I have two other friends. One of them you still recognize. He's just like us. Ling Ling will be left to you to protect. If something happens, you call me. Don't worry. I will be careful and pay attention to safety. If my life is really in danger, your son I will definitely run faster than anyone else. Jiang Guohai was silent for a long time. His eyes were complicated, and finally nodded. Alright, whatever you want to do, Dad won't stop you. This world is already like this. It really should be as strong as possible. And since it's a foreign devil, make good use of this special ability. Jiang Xia glanced at Li Sidong, who was waving towards him not far away. Dad, my friend is still waiting for me. I'll leave first. You take Ling Ling and pay attention to safety. It's better to stay less in the field and go home as early as possible. Seriously, Dad, I'm not really sure about you. Jiang Guohai paused and then said squarely, don't worry, I'll take good care of Ling Ling, but you must pay attention to safety. Surviving is the most important thing. If there's anything you can't handle, just call Dad. Dad will always be your strongest backer. Walking past his father, Jiang Xia always felt that something was not quite right, but he could not tell. He glanced back at his father with some reluctance, but the feeling that something was wrong was stronger. There is something inexplicable about this wrongness, but it's definitely not empty. When she lifted her head and looked over at Li Sidong again, a young man in his early 20s with dyed red hair was standing in front of her, looking at the youth as if he was drunk. He stopped Li Sidong from leaving. Beauty, I look not bad, right? Don't be so high and mighty. Give a phone call. I made a bet with my buddies. I'll be laughed at by them if I don't get your phone call. Chapter 52 Late Night Fast Food. The boy in front of him had dyed red hair, 2 studs in his ears, a cigarette in his hand, and an air of a dropout gangster revealed in his hands and feet. Li Sidong does not hate punks, but he hates this kind of girly non-mainstream dress, especially this kind of drink a little bit of wine in the heart without a little bit of pussy. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Seeing Jiang Xia walking over from the distance, Li Sidong didn't want to waste any more time with this boy here. Beauty, don't be so unforgiving. Listen to your accent, big city come? Maybe you still don't know who I am. My name is Fei. You can just find a passerby here to ask around. There is no one who hasn't heard of my name. Fei patted his chest and flaunted his position and reputation, as if it was something worth showing off in his opinion. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Li Sidong's eyes. I told you, I have a boyfriend. What's wrong with having a boyfriend? I promise you, you just haven't gotten to know me. After you get to know me properly, you'll realize that I'm a very good person. Definitely 100 times better than your boyfriend. The boy named Fei said and hiccuped, his body staggering. Seeing Li Sidong wanting to leave, he reached out his hand and yanked him back, his tone sinking. Beauty, you sincerely want my buddy to laugh at me, don't you? A coldness flashed under Li Sidong's eyes as she glanced around the room, not finding a suitable place to strike. Looking at Jiang Xia, who walked over, she laughed. My boyfriend is here. Tell him, if he agrees to me giving you a call, I'll give it to you right away. Boyfriend? Who? Me. At the sound of the voice, Fei turned around, his eyes a little misty, looking at the boy in front of him who wore a mask and was a good bit taller than him. He let out an oh so quiet, it's just you. What did you just drag my girlfriend for? Jiang Xia asked. Nothing, I just want her phone number and to have a drink with her if I can. To make friends. Sorry, she has a boyfriend. If there's nothing else, go back to your drink. Jiang Xia also didn't really want to tangle with this kind of drunken punk. Don't go. Fei tugged on Li Sidong again, speaking with some effort. Pretty girl, it's fine if you don't give the phone call, but you have to come over with me to toast my buddies. Don't make me lose face in front of my buddies. Boo! Caught off guard by the punch, Fei almost fell to the ground. His head felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Groggy and bleary-eyed, when he managed to stabilize his body and gradually came to his senses and was about to get angry, he was suddenly shocked by Jiang Xia's sharp eyes. What? What happened? Yang Jia, who was peeing in the alley, heard the commotion and ran out. Seeing that there was another person, Fei, who had wanted to rush up, gritted his teeth. Okay, dare to beat up my old man. If you have the guts, don't go. While screaming, he pulled out his cell phone as if to move for help. Let's go. With this kind of hairless punk hands simply fall good. Li Sidong tugged at Jiang Xia, and in her heart, she still liked the punch Jiang Xia had just thrown. Ah Xia, did you tell your dad yet? Yang Jia glanced at Fei, who had called for someone, and didn't take it seriously, following Jiang Xia's pace. Behind him, that punk Fei was still screaming and yelling for Jean not to go. The three don't take him seriously at all. In fact, Jiang Xia was too lazy to get his hands dirty with this kind of socialized punk, but the other party was obviously drunk, and spoke in a provocative and unkind tone. As the normal plot goes, there are only 2 outcomes. The first, Li Sidong give a face. Go over and have a drink with them. Say Li Sidong give a face. In fact, it is their own this boyfriend cowardice. The second, hands on. Obviously, Jiang Xia chose the second one and skipped the process of arguing and pulling. Said, Jiang Xia didn't say anything about his father being a hidden demon. He still felt that his dad was giving him the wrong feeling. But when you think about it, you can't tell what's wrong. If I'm right, your father is one of our kind. Just like us, Lithonia said. Jiang Xia didn't say anything. Li Sidong was talking about guessing, so she definitely didn't feel the same kind of scent on her dad from that far away. No Natsu, your dad is one of our kind? Yang Jia was incomparably surprised in his heart. Holy, this plot development is really getting anticlimactic. Jiang Xia was a demonic species, his mom was an awakened, and now his dad was also a demonic species. Could this family of theirs get along well in the future? How did you guess? Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong, feeling no need to hide it any longer. Li Sidong was about to speak when she heard the footsteps of someone catching up behind her and tugged Jiang Xia to run. Behind them, the gangster Fei chased along with 3 men, each carrying a bottle in his hand. As he chased after them, he screamed and cursed under his breath. The 4 didn't stop until they chased them to a dark street with no people or even streetlights. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where is everybody? The gangster Fei screamed and cursed. Accosting a beautiful woman did not work and was also beaten up. His heart was afire. If he didn't get his revenge tonight, he wouldn't even have the face to hang around in this city. Just as he was about to turn on his cell phone flashlight, a buddy beside him tapped him on the shoulder. The punk Fei followed his buddy's hand and looked forward, only to see a person, a black figure to be exact, standing in the center of the dark street ahead. Brothers, you shouldn't have caught up, Jiang Xia said helplessly. The 4 young punks all sensed a hint of something wrong. For some reason, they felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark. It felt as if they were the prey and what beasts were secretly staring at them. It makes one's hair stand on end and one's heart uneasy. Without waiting for them to make any moves, several tentacles flew out of the alley next to them with a swish, wrapping around the 4, dragging the terrified 4 in like prey. Jiang Xia walked to the entrance of the alley and leaned against the wall, listening to the sound of blood and flesh being ripped apart inside, closing his eyes and thinking about things in his mind. Yang Jia stood not far away, looking up at the gray sky, and didn't know what he was thinking. It took a long time before he spoke. Not a single star. I guess it's going to rain tomorrow. 2 minutes later, Lithonia stepped out of the alleyway, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood in disgust. The taste is average, probably because I drank too much wine. It messed up my appetite a bit, Li Sidong said and looked at Jiang Xia who was leaning against the wall next to her. On the contrary, if you are too hungry you can go and try it. The flavor is not very good but it surely resists hunger. No, I'm not hungry right now, and I hate the taste of alcohol. Jiang Xia pressed Li Sidong's hand down and asked curiously, tell me, how did you guess? I'm full and a little sleepy, so go back and lie down and talk. Back at the hotel, the same yellow-haired guy was on duty, sitting in a chair and playing a game as if he was obsessed with games. But after seeing Li Sidong come in, his eyes immediately moved away from the game, and he kept watching Li Sidong until Li Sidong entered the elevator going up the stairs before he retracted it fondly. Excellent. Once again, yellow hair sighed in his mind. He had been mesmerized by the looks of this woman named Li Sidong when he met her back in the afternoon. Still one of a kind. I like. Glancing at the time on the wall clock, yellow hair exited the game interface and sent a message over to one of his friends. They're back. It's time to move. Chapter 53, Perverted Couple. Inside the room, Lithonia checked in detail again to make sure there were no hidden pinhole cameras in the room. I can't help it. I can't be careful. Small hotels like this one are really defenseless against pinhole cameras and whatnot. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Jiang Xia asked Li Sidong, who was washing up in the restroom, how did you guess that my father was one of a kind? Intuition. At that time, watching you guys conversing I felt something was wrong. The main point, it seems like I've seen your dad at the Magic Seed Club. A backstory to be exact. At that time, that person was wearing a mask, and that night the club held a ring match. That guy was so strong that it only took him less than 3 seconds to kill his kind who had already completed one evolution. Just seeing your dad, I remembered that back figure. The Magic Seed Club? Jiang Xia was surprised. Dad himself said that he didn't harm people, but how could he go to the Magic Seed Club? The demonic species that could go to a place like that were not ordinary demonic species, and according to Li Sidong, if that man is really dad, then he should be terribly strong? Are you sure that's my dad? Not sure. Just a guess. Maybe it's just a similar back. Jiang Xia lowered his head into meditation. Li Sidong came out of the restroom. What did your dad tell you? Didn't say anything, just that he didn't expect me to be a demonic species either. Anyway, talked about some stuff. I lied to him that I'm a fey demon, told him to take care of my sister, and that I need to hurry up and get a little stronger. Li Sidong sat next to Jiang Xia and asked, nothing else? For example, do you know how strong your father is? I don't know. He told me he hadn't done much harm, and that his strength was average, but I always felt something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Since you feel that way, it's probably really wrong. Maybe your dad is really the same guy I saw the other night, but if he isn't you'll just have to figure it out for yourself, said Li Sidong with a helpless smile. Seriously, I kinda sympathize with you. Your mother is an awakened and your father is a kindred spirit. How are you going to get along with them in the future? Especially your mother. It doesn't matter what it is. It's all my family anyway. Jiang Xia had just thought about this problem, but the more he thought about it, the more he had a headache, so he just stopped thinking about it. No matter what mom and dad were, they were always parents, or parents who cared extremely about him. Instead of thinking about all this messy mental internal friction, it's better to work on getting stronger first. If you become strong enough, you'll have a voice in the chaotic world, won't you? Lee Sidong put one hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder and said with a bad smile, "Aren't you afraid that your father will have some special mentality and suddenly eat your sister one day?" Jiang Xia snapped his eyes to Lee Sidong with a grave expression and shook his head after thinking, "I don't think he will. And what if it will? Don't scare me, will you?" It was fine if Lee Sidong didn't say it, but Jiang Xia was really a bit scared when he said so. After all, there's really no way to tell with this magic thing, but it's been so long, and if Dad's demonic nature is really such, it's long past time to do something about it. Intuition told Jiang Xia that his dad was still quite concerned about him and his sister Ling Ling. Maybe Dad does have some special magic, but it's not something that would make him do anything to his family. After all, he had long known that his mom was an awakened, and if he had been able to do so, how could she have survived until now? On second thought, the fact that Mom knew that Dad was a demonic species, and she was still able to give Ling Ling to him with peace of mind, meant that there was really no need to worry about that. Go to bed early. We'll start the operation tomorrow. I got the target's whereabouts from the punk who accosted him. With that, Lithonia climbed into bed and got under the covers. Jiang Xia slept on the side, distracted, tossing and turning how could not sleep. He wondered if Dad was really that strong person that Lee Sidong talked about. Then why did he lie to him and hide his strength from him? 2 hours later, still unable to sleep, Lee Sidong beside him was sleeping soundly, holding his arm, breathing gently. Obviously it was a beast just now, and now it's suddenly a white rabbit. Vaguely, Jiang Xia smelled a strange odor, which entered his body along his nasal passages, and actually lifted a trace of spirit in his tired body. Jiang Xia hurriedly shook Lee Sidong's body and woke her up from her deep sleep. At the end of the corridor, a dark black tentacle grasped a small syringe and retracted from the 401 doorway. A man and a woman stood at the end of the corridor. The man was the yellow hair at the front desk of the hotel. Being a hidden demon, he had kept his aura completely astringent, which was why what was inside hadn't sensed the scent of his kind just then when the tentacle reached over and injected the liquid from the syringe under the doorway into the room. Beside him was a short-haired woman with dyed green hair, 19 or 20 years old, with an average look but a very voluptuous figure. The woman wondered, "Are you sure you can trust this thing? Don't worry, this stuff must be reliable. It's the liquid left over from the divine order ability of that awakened person who shared it last time. This stuff is an enhancer for the awakened person. It can stimulate the body in a short period of time. It can raise the spirit and enhance the strength in a short period of time. There is also an analgesic effect. It's the same as a normal person who has been injected with adrenaline, but to our kind this is ecstasy. The more you inhale, the more your body sinks, and even if you wake up, your hands and feet will go limp in a short period of time. Will it be discovered? Don't worry, they won't be able to find out. This thing will make them sleep more and more soundly. At the most after 5 minutes I guarantee they won't be able to wake up even if they want to. When the time comes, you eat the guy first, leave the girl for me to play with. You can eat her when I've had enough." Yellow Hair looked towards his girlfriend who was a foreign devil. "But that's really something, to tell your own girlfriend that you're going to play with another woman." The short-haired woman sneered. "Don't you just love eating what I've played with?" Yellow Hair flashed a perverted smile. "It's not that I like eating what you've played with." The short-haired woman reached out her hand and stroked Yellow Hair's face. "It's just that I have a different kind of fondness for things you've touched. As long as it's someone you've touched, I can't help it," said the short-haired woman with a touch of perversion on her face as well. "How about we say the two of us are a pair?" Yellow Hair grinned. "Isn't there a guy left?" the short-haired woman asked. "I don't feel the same kind of aura on him." Yellow Hair thought for a moment. "It's possible that he's a hidden demon like me, but this doesn't matter. Anyway, I've injected the liquid in his room as well, so I'll wait until I've finished enjoying the pair first and then I'll get at him." 5 minutes passed, and seeing that it was almost time, the short-haired girl urged, "Don't rush, just to be on the safe side. 2 more minutes, Yellow Hair said cautiously. 2 more minutes passed before he took out 2 gas masks, one for his own face and one to hand to his girlfriend beside him, and led her gently to the 401 door. First, he attached his ear to the door and listened, confirming that there was no movement inside. Yellow Hair took out the universal room card from his shirt pocket and placed it on the door lock. Drops, gently pushing the door open. Yellow Hair first pushed it open a crack, his eyes glancing inside. In the darkness, his eyes glowed green, and on the bed in the room, a man and a woman could clearly be seen lying on it, motionless, confirming that there were no problems. Yellow Hair pushed the entire door open. Phew! As soon as the door opened, a tentacle shot out of the darkness and wrapped around his neck, dragging his entire body Dominion ally inside. At the same time, another tentacle wrapped around the short-haired girl's neck. dragging her alive into the room as well. Jiang Xia immediately rushed down from the bed to close the door. Close the door. Hit the dog. In just a single glance, Yellow Hair had one of his arms chopped off by Li Sitong's blade-shaped tentacle. Yellow Hair was inwardly shocked and his head exploded. He couldn't understand why the two of his kind in the room still had such strong mobility after several minutes had passed. He had personally tried that liquid, and even he, a demon seed that had already completed one evolution, had completely lost his ability to move in just 3 minutes, and only gradually recovered fully after more than half an hour. But why aren't these two guys doing anything? And why is this woman so strong? In just a single glance, one's own arm was chopped off, and there was still no ability to resist. The difference in strength was surprisingly so great. This woman, she has definitely completed more than one evolution. Remorse flooded Yellow Hair's heart. He regretted why he had done it. But who would have thought that ecstasy has no effect on the pair in the room? And the woman's strength is still so strong. The necks of a man and a woman were deadlocked by Li Sitong's tentacles, and their feet were suspended in mid-air. No matter how hard they struggled, it was to no avail. Both of them displayed their demonized forms, the short-haired woman's head turning into a large black snake head, and Yellow Hair's head turning into something that looked like a vulture. But even after completing their demonization, the two of them were still no match for Li Sitong. Their attacks could not even do the slightest harm to this kind that was pestering them. Seeing this situation, Jiang Xia rushed up with a healthy step, and his demonized sharp claws violently attacked towards Yellow Hair's back. Compared to Changwon, this Yellow Hair's body defense seemed to be very strong, and the sharp claws stabbing in were struggling. Under the full force of the blow, it failed to fully stab the sharp claws in. Jiang Xia opened his mouth and took another deep breath of that particular flavor in the air. It's strange to say that I don't know what the smell is. Li Sitong inhaled into his body. His head sank, and after he himself inhaled this breath into his body, he immediately felt his spirit multiply, and the power in his body became much stronger, just like a shot of adrenaline. After taking a few sharp breaths, the power seemed to be strengthened exponentially. Jiang Xia pushed hard with another burst of energy, and this time, although it was still tough, the sharp claws broke through the flesh and blood and stabbed in through Yellow Hair's back. Jiang Xia now wants to lament. Sleep can meet to send experience. Absolute. Pust. With a firm squeeze, the hot heart shattered in its claws. Accompanying the broken heart was the massive warmth that surged into Jiang Xia's body. This time, the warmth was different from the previous one. The volume was more than any other time before, giving Jiang Xia a feeling that his body was about to be filled. With a swipe of Lithonia's knife-shaped tentacle, half of the short-haired woman's head was sliced off. Asphalt-colored liquid splattered in the darkness as the half-head hit the wall, spreading the liquid all over the place. Li Sitong slowly loosened her tentacles, and the bodies of the two men and one woman fell to the ground with a plop. Looking at the two sentences of corpses, Li Sitong smiled coldly. Don't even know how many times Auntie has completed her evolution. So you dare to make a move on Auntie? You're tired of living. Eyes then looked to the side, kneeling on the ground, body drumming convulsions. Jiang Xia. Li Sitong pupils sharply contracted. What's the situation? Jiang Xia. To evolve? Chapter 54, Evolution. Jenga evolved. He also didn't expect evolution to come so suddenly. Kneeling on the floor, Jiang Xia braced his hands on the ground. The cells in his body seemed to be expanding rapidly, and the sound of his body tearing his clothes played in the room. His body demonized in an instant. One pair of eyes became blood red, and a green tail broke through his pants and burrowed out. The front part of the tail was still tapered, but as the tail end split into 6 pieces like flower petals, there was actually a bloody mouth inside, with dense rows of tiny red fangs lined up inwards. The bloody mouth opened and closed, opening to its fullest extent, and could easily wrap a head around it, accompanied by 2 bared sounds. 2 black bone blades that seemed to be like arm blades pierced through the sleeves and emerged from Jiang Xia's arms. At the same time, the scales on Jiang Xia's body changed. Starting from the forehead, the scales seemed to be turned over as if they were changing down layer by layer, changing from the original dark green color to a darker green color, and seemed to have become harder. And all the scales after the change, actually like a general life a sheet, as if breathing. The edge of each scale is sharp like a razor blade. Jiang Xia's demonized physique became even stronger, and the clothes that were barely wearable after the original demonization were now stretched open with a huge rip. Looking at the process of Jiang Xia's evolution, Li Sitong had a hard-to-hide excitement. This was the first time she had ever seen the process of evolution of her own kind besides herself. A minute passed before Jiang Xia's evolutionary process stopped. Jiang Xia panted and knelt on the ground. The evolution was an indescribable taste. If I had to make a metaphor, it would be like turning a cocoon into a butterfly. And the process is very arduous, but after actually completing the evolution, the whole person seems to be reborn. As everything in front of him became clearer, a tentacle cut through the air with a swish, breaking the calm. The tail behind Jiang Xia's back also lengthened like a tentacle, and with the same swish it struck back. opening up the tentacle that was attacking him, and the two tails collided with a crunching sound. Not bad. In addition to the increase in body strength and power after the evolution was completed, you also gained a new way of attacking. This tail, it's even more perfect. Lee Sidong surveyed Jiang Xia's changed tail along with the bone blades growing from his arms. She had just swung out her tentacles to try Jiang Xia's power after completing one evolution. It had to be said that the more she looked at Jiang Xia's demonized form, the more she liked it. Jiang Xia stood up from the ground, and now he was nearly 2 meters tall. Compared to the slender physique before evolution, the current physique is stronger and more combative and aggressive. The mutated tail floated to his body, and Jiang Xia tried to control it. The good thing is, the blossom tail can still turn like a chainsaw like crazy just like before, and there is a bloody mouth in the bloom tail, and the end which is divided into 6 pieces is as hard as a razor blade or can become as soft as a hand. It can become longer and open and close freely, a linkage that seems to work like a blood drop, and more maneuverable than a blood drop. After carefully surveying the evolved body, Jiang Xia collected his demonized state. Lee Sidong similarly collected her demonized appearance and walked towards Jiang Xia step by step. Now let's talk about why you evolved after you killed the demon seed. Jiang Xia's heart tightened, and then he raised his head at the change and looked at Lee Sidong with the same puzzled face. I also want to know. Lee Sidong walked to Jiang Xia, and in the darkness, her eyes glowed red as she gazed into Jiang Xia's eyes. As far as I know, any kind of demon seed evolves by absorbing nutrients. But you haven't absorbed much nutrients from start to finish, and now you've evolved so quickly, and actually evolved after killing a demon seed. Jiang Xia's eyes are complex and puzzled. It seems like this. When I think about it, indeed my strength gets stronger every time I kill someone. Not being able to see a single thing in Jiang Xia's eyes, Lee Sidong circled around Jiang Xia and returned to him. Your flesh and blood is as nutritious as the awakens, and like the awakened, you seem to have gotten stronger by killing demonic species? Jiang Xia frowned. What? You think I'm an awakened? Lee Sidong shook her head and said softly, it's strange, you're obviously a demon caste, but it's as if you have a bit of the characteristics of an awakened. Jiang Xia revealed a bitter smile and snickered. I wish I was really an awakened, lest any special demonic qualities appear and turn me into a pervert who is neither human nor ghost. Lee Sidong's gaze was deep as she was curious about what Jiang Xia really was. The flesh and blood tasted almost as good as the awakened, and it was also very nutritious. Also it seems like the way he got stronger was the same as the awakened. By killing the demon seed? Lee Sidong asked. Can you tell us if your body had any special reactions when you killed our kind? Jiang Xia thought back carefully and shook his head. There's no reaction. Saying that, Jiang Xia paused as if he had thought of something. Wait, it seems like there really is a bit of a reaction, but it's not when I'm killing, but when I show my demonized state to fight, my body will be a bit hot, especially after attacking the opponent and breaking through the opponent's flesh and blood. This kind of feeling is especially strong. At first I thought that this should be a reaction to entering a combat state, but now that I think about it more carefully, it seems like it's not. As for exactly what kind of feeling it is, I can't quite say in detail right now. This was not something that Jiang Xia had thought of on the fly, but rather he had thought of what he would say when faced with this situation in advance. Lithonia half expected. Give me your hand. What's wrong? Jenga raised his right hand. Demonization. Vaguely, Jiang Xia seemed to guess what Lee Sidong was up to, when his palm magically transformed into a sharp claw. Lee Sidong violently grabbed his wrist and stabbed it towards her own arm with barely the slightest hesitation. Pust. Lee Sidong removed all her defenses, and the sharp claws dug deep into her arm. Is there any heat in your body? She was expressionless, as if she couldn't feel any pain at all. Jiang Xia shook his head. This answer silenced Lithonia dry. It's like you have to be completely in combat to feel that way. Jiang Xia said. What the hell are you? Pulling Jiang Xia's sharp claws out of her arm. Lee Sidong racked her brain and couldn't come up with an answer. She felt that Jiang Xia should be some unknown type of demonic species. The first thing that had to be clarified now was what exactly was Jiang Xia's method of becoming stronger. He can draw sustenance through normal humans, but he had other ways to get stronger besides this. This method, it has something to do with fighting? And this alternative method of getting stronger is fast? I'd also like to know what kind of magic I am. Too much of an alien sometimes doesn't seem like a good thing. Jiang Xia helplessly skimmed his lips and looked at Lee Sidong's arm again, digressing with concern. Is your hand alright? It's fine, just a small injury. Lee Sidong gazed at the two corpses on the ground. Eating them will heal them completely. Alright, then you enjoy it slowly. I'll go check on Yang Jie first. Jiang Xia planned to bolt. Wait, Lee Sidong called out to Jiang Xia. You said that feeling comes when you fight. How about this? I'll fight you and see if I still get that reaction. She couldn't wait to find out what exactly Jiang Xia's method of becoming stronger was. Why would it be that your body heats up when you fight and then your strength somehow gets stronger? Is it true? Or is Jiang Xia lying to her? Faced with the invitation to fight sent by Lee Sidong, Jiang Xia chose to decline. Forget it, I can't get into a state fighting you. This way, I'll pay attention to it when we fight next time, and tell you exactly what kind of feeling it is when the time comes, and you analyze it for me. After saying that, Jiang Xia didn't immediately bolt, urging Li Sidong to seize the meal so that the wound on her arm could recover as soon as possible. Watching Jiang Xia leave the room, Li Sidong didn't stop him and instead became more and more interested in this man. The door closed softly. Lithonia's eyes fell on the two hearty dinners on the floor, but she didn't rush to eat, but first squatted down, opened the two men's cell phones, and learned the whole story from the abbreviated chat logs, which completely put her heart down. Next door 402. Jiang Xia chose to use the roughest way. His tail poofed through the door of the room, controlling his tail to open the door from the inside. Once inside, the entire room was filled with that particular odor. Lights on. Yang Jia was lying on all fours on the bed and didn't move, as if he had been drugged with ecstasy. Jiang Xia walked over and reached out to place his hand on Yang Jia's chest. The good thing is, people are still alive. Pushing Yang Jia, the guy's entire body was motionless, as if he had completely fainted. Sitting on the edge of the bed and thinking for a moment, Jiang Xia's eyes flashed as if he was about to do something. Turning around, he took off the clothes and pants from Yang Jia's body. Even the pants were not left for him, using only the corner of the quilt to cover him. After doing this, Jiang Xia then began to shake his body violently. Ah Jay. In a daze, Yang Jia opened his eyes. His eyes looked at Jiang Xia in a daze, and even he couldn't lift a trace of strength to speak. Xia, Jia, are you alright? Jiang Xia's tone was urgent and full of anxiety. Yang Jia wanted to move, but his body was like a puddle of mud, completely unable to use his strength. What's wrong with me? Why am I powerless? Jiang Xia knelt on one knee at the edge of the bed. His eyes looked at Yang Jia, full of heaviness. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and avoided looking at Yang Jia's gaze. No, nothing, you didn't. How? Nothing happened. Why do you have that look on your face? Seeing Jiang Xia's complicated and heavy eyes, Yang Jia was a bit flustered. Tell me instead, did something bad happen? Where is Li Sidong? You were drugged. To be precise, it is one of our kind. That is the yellow hair at the front desk of the hotel, said Jiang Xia, his eyebrows wrinkled deeper. Then what? Why don't you finish in one breath? Yang Jia hated it when Jiang Xia sold out like this, and the more Jiang Xia did this, the more he had an ominous premonition. He ed you over. Boom! These words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in Yang Jia's brain. What? Yang Jia used his greatest strength to let out a shriek. Jiang Xia lowered his head deeply with a face of silence. Don't worry, I've already killed him to avenge you, and the tools of the trade have been confiscated. Natsu, don't scare me. You can't joke about something like this. Yang Jia felt that Jiang Xia must be joking, but he vaguely felt as if he was not wearing any clothes. Felix lifted his head to look. That's right, all over himself, all his clothes had been stripped off, and his entire body was naked. Natsu, you're kidding me. You're teasing me, right? Yang Jia was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. It was always him who played others, but tonight, he was actually played by someone else? His first reaction was to try to feel if there was any pain back there. No sentience. Jiang Xia pointed to the tattered clothes on his body and the asphalt-colored liquid. Would I joke with you about such a thing? Just look at the clothes on my body and you'll know if I'm lying to you. Noticing the tattered clothes on Jiang Xia's body and the blood that seemed to be of the same kind, Yang Jia's entire body froze, lying motionless on the bed with an expression like a lightning strike. Kit. Jiang Xia reached out his hand and shook it on Yang Jia's face. Yang Jia remained motionless. The whole person seemed to be completely stupid. 5 minutes later, Li Sidong finished her meal and came out from next door, saying that she couldn't stay here any longer and needed a change of scenery. Jiang Xia went back to room 401 and took out the spare clothes he had brought from his book bag to change into. After coming out, Jiang Xia assisted Yang Jia, who was still somewhat unable to walk, into the elevator, and Yang Jia, who had learned the truth, spoke in a voice that cursed dirtily although he still didn't have the strength to do so. Coming downstairs, Li Sidong opened her computer and cleared all the surveillance images. Coming to another hotel was already more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Compared to the hotel just now, the specification grade of this hotel was much higher. Even compared to the big hotels in Xinghua City was not much worse. In her room, Lithonia stomped off her shoes and took off her jacket, intending to take a hot bath. Jiang Xia said, Yang Jia isn't in a good state right now, so I'll be in a room with him tonight. Li Sidong readily responded, yes, there is one thing I'm more curious about. At that time in the hotel room, how did you notice that the smell in the air was not right? Jiang Xia said calmly, I didn't sleep. I've been thinking about things, and when I thought about it, I felt that something was wrong, and there seemed to be a smell of something in the air, so I woke you up. Li Sidong didn't hear anything wrong and smiled. That's thanks to you not being able to sleep and waking me up. Otherwise after a long time, even if I won't be unable to move like Yang Jie, my combat power will probably be greatly reduced. Saying that, Lee Sidong came to Jiang Xia's side and barfed him a kiss on the cheek. A reward for you. In the next room, Yang Jie was lying on the bed, still somewhat unrelieved. His body was sore and weak, and his expression was somewhat robbed. In the restroom, Jiang Xia removed the clothes on his body and turned on the shower head, feeling the warm water flow across his skin. Even without unfolding the demonized form, it was obvious that the strength of the evolved body had increased quite a bit. It wasn't just bits and pieces, but it was as if the whole body had crossed over to another latitude. In particular, the defense had risen a lot, with dark cyan scale armor, each piece of which seemed to be able to withstand the frontal impact of a bullet. The next day, at 8:08 a.m., as Janji said last night, there was rain, and not a lot of it. Misty rain shrouded the whole small town. Rolling thunder roared through the clouds. Cars whirred by on the road, swirling half-meter-high splashes of water, and raindrops hit the glass windows and slid down like densely packed tadpoles. Even though it was raining, Lee Sidong didn't sleep in and called Jiang Xia 8 minutes earlier to wake him up. Putting on his clothes, Jiang Xia simply washed up and came to the next door, which was unlocked and left a crack, like Lee Sidong had opened it for him in advance. In the room, Lee Sidong was sitting on the edge of the bed wearing shoes and socks, her cascading hair adding a hint of seductive flirtation to her features. To Jiang Xia's feeling, this woman, really want to be cute can be cute, want to be sexy can be sexy, well, want to be cold-blooded can also be cold-blooded. Putting on her shoes, Lee Sidong walked into the restroom to wash up. In a while, we'll first go to Guyu Town to see if the target is there. If he is, we'll find a suitable opportunity to strike. Chapter 55, A Perfect Hunting Ground. Jiang Xia leaned on the restroom door and curiously said, "The principal said that your codename is Pupil Snake. Is it a snake when you're fully demonized?" Until now, Lee Sidong had never been fully demonized in front of Jiang Xia, which made Jiang Xia wonder what Lee Sidong would look like when she was fully demonized. Is it like a snake? Or is it covered in tentacles? We'll let you see when there is a chance. Lee Sidong turned to Jiang Xia after washing her face. How is it? Are you hungry? Should I take you to find something to eat first? No, not hungry. Jiang Xia wasn't pretending. He really wasn't hungry. I had eaten enough yesterday morning at Lithonia's and shouldn't be hungry for at least 3 or 2 days. Coming down from the upper floors, the three of them boarded a cab and headed to Guyu Town, the map showing their destination to be more than 30 kilometers from their starting point. Nearly half an hour's drive from the county seat brought them to the town of Guyu. At this time, the rain also stopped. The whole ancient town was covered by rain and fog, the air filled with an aroma of soil mixed with green leaves. The old town is not small, located between 2 mountains. A meandering river bay divides the town into the east town and the west town, and the sound of gurgling water resonates in the ears. The drop-off point is in east town, and to get to the west town side, you need to cross a very long arched bridge or pay a boatman to take you there in an outrigger boat. Jiang Xia has never been here before, only seen on the internet. When watching the video to the time to think that this town's smoke and rain atmosphere is quite condensed, a little poetic, like an ancient poem. Now that I've experienced it in person, the feeling goes far beyond the video, even giving the impression that I've suddenly traveled to a world 200 years ago. The entire ancient town retains a classical atmosphere. The black tile and green brick houses are the essence of the town. Hidden in the moss and the stone cracks of the green stone pavement is the finishing touch. Even some of the things of modern society, such as street lamps, have their appearance forged to look like a dead tree. The town was not small. You couldn't see the end of the town at a glance, and the houses stretched from between the 2 mountains to halfway up the 2 hills. The rain stopped. Visible in the distance, a lot of girls dressed in Chinese dress with oil paper umbrellas standing on the arch bridge to take pictures to mark the occasion. Eggplant. Lee Sidong held up her cell phone and hooked her arm around Jiang Xia's neck as she took her first photo with Jiang Xia with the arch bridge of Qingshan River Bay as the background. Sis. Yang Jie's eyes glowed as he stared at the few girls taking pictures not far away. Split up. You look at your beauties. I'll take a turn with Jiang Xia. Lee Sidong sidetracked Yang Jie. The environment of this place was just too sensational, making her suddenly want to be alone with Jiang Xia for a while. An overcast sky enveloped the land, and after strolling around East Town, the two of them made their way back via the arch bridge, intending to go over to West Town for a bit. Walking on the arch bridge, Jiang Xia curiously asked, "How did that punk who accosted you know that our target this time is in this ancient town?" Lee Sidong replied, "This is the target's hometown." The punk said he was talking to a friend on his cell phone and heard the friend say the target showed up here yesterday afternoon. This Jiang Xia really didn't know. On the way here he had searched the target's details on the internet, but it only said that the target was from Yanbei County. It didn't pinpoint where in Yanbei County. So could the target have already left? Jiang Xia asked. Most likely, but I don't think she's going to go so soon. Li Sidong looked around. See so many tourists. For her, this is a natural and excellent hunting spot. As long as she is diligent, it is not difficult to hunt a few out-of-town or foreign tourists in one night. Jiang Xia also realized that this place was indeed very suitable for hunting. Looking at the opposite side of the bridge, walking over to a man in his 30s, Li Sidong tugged on Jiang Xia's sleeve. It looks as if he's a local. Just say that you're a fan of the target and ask him if he knows where the target's home is. Jiang Xia walked towards the man face to face and was about to open his mouth when the words reached his lips and swallowed. The sense of smell of a magic species is very sensitive, especially to blood. A strong demon seed could even smell blood from a distance of kilometers. The man walking towards us was wearing a black down jacket, in his early 30s, with a slightly slimmer figure, with angular features, and a 5 centimeter scar on the left side of his face, which he couldn't distinguish without a closer look. There was a very distinct odor of blood on him, and Jiang Xia could be sure that it wasn't animal blood. As the men drew closer, the smell of blood became more pronounced. It was just that when he passed by, Jiang Xia didn't feel the aura of the magic seed on him. Is it the hidden devil again? Seeing that Jiang Xia didn't open her mouth to ask the man, Li Sidong was puzzled at first, but as the man got closer, she smelled the same smell of blood. Experience had taught her that blood tasted fresh. Watching the man leave, Li Sidong withdrew her gaze and came to Jiang Xia's side. The scent of blood is fresh, and the fact that they actually dared to hunt in broad daylight shows that this is indeed an excellent hunting ground. Are there so many hidden demons? It wasn't until the man completely disappeared from view that Jiang Xia withdrew his gaze. Arriving in West Town, Jiang Xia found a B&B, and when he opened his room, he asked the owner if the star Zhang Niyue's house was in the neighborhood. The owner is a woman in her 40s, and this B&B is her family's own converted house. Facing Jiang Xia's inquiry, she said, "Seeing that you two are still in school at your age, why are you chasing stars here?" Jiang Xia sighed, his eyes sad. "My brother is her loyal fan, recently had a serious illness. His mood is very low, even affecting his condition. Every day he listens to her songs as a spiritual support. I heard someone say that in the past 2 days she seems to have gone back to her hometown, so I wondered if I could find her to ask for an autographed photo to bring back to my brother, as well as to give him a little bit of encouragement, so that he can cheer up a bit." After hearing Jiang Xia's words, the boss was a bit touched and very enthusiastic to tell what he knew. "Her hometown is indeed ours here. Her parents made a small fortune in business 20 years ago and moved to the city with her, but I did hear that she came back yesterday afternoon. I just don't know if she's still in the old mansion. It would have been better if you guys had come yesterday afternoon." "Where is her family's old house?" The boss pointed outside, over the bay of the river in East Town. "There's a very thick willow tree at the entrance. That's her old house. It's a big tree. It's very obvious. You can see it when you stand on the bridge and look towards the bank of East Town." "Thanks. I'll go over and take a look now." Jiang Xia's tone was filled with strong gratitude. Coming out of the B&B, Li Sidong held her hands and laughed. "The ability to make up stories is not bad," Jiang Xia said blandly. "Anyone can make up this kind of story." Walking out of the western town, the two of them went back to the arched bridge, and their eyes glanced at them to see a very thick and tall willow tree very easily. Directly opposite the willow tree was an old brick and black tiled mansion, which could clearly be seen to have been renovated once at most a year ago. It should be that house. Jiang Xia's gaze was directed at the mansion roughly 300 meters away. LOL. A door to the mansion pushed open. A woman in a white down coat, woolen hat and a black mask over her face stood by the door. Chapter 56, Strange Kindred. Although the woman's face was tightly covered, the red hair was too conspicuous, and coupled with her figure, it was almost certain that this was the target. Zhang Niyue. The woman didn't come out of the mansion, picking up a package that was sitting on the doorstep and closing the door behind her. It seems that there's really no intention of leaving anytime soon. It should be the right target, Li Sidong said. "What's the move to be?" "The action is simple." Li Sidong thought for a moment. "It's just that I'm not quite sure of her strength. Too far away to feel if she's strong or not. If her strength is completely above us, acting rashly would be risky for us. It would have to be felt up close for me to be able to discern her approximate strength." Jiang Xia also thought about it and said, "I don't think she should be too strong. If she's so strong that we can't kill her at all, the principal wouldn't have asked us to create this hilarity for him. It makes sense." Li Sidong nodded her head and looked towards the mansion again and continued, "And we're not familiar with the environment in the mansion. We're not sure if there'll be any defense traps she's set up inside, so rushing in to kill her won't be good for us. At night, she should come out to hunt, right?" Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong. "We can stand guard and wait for a rabbit. Wait to observe when she comes out to hunt at night, and strike when the situation is right, giving her a move of a yellow bird in the back. It's luring the snake out of its hole, plus the yellow bird in the back." Li Sidong's gaze was smiling as she looked at Yang Jia, who walked up from the bridge. "How's it going? Have you two little couples had enough fun yet? Did you fill up your cell phone albums?" Yang Jia hummed a little song and walked over with a cheerful pace. Leaning against the bridge railing, Li Sidong said, "The target specifics have been mapped out by Zhang Xia and I. We have a plan, and if it goes well we can accomplish it tonight. It's just that it might require you to sacrifice yourself and seduce the target." Seduce? As soon as he heard this, Yang Jia came into the spirit, and that star schoolmate's shapely figure began to emerge in his mind, immediately puffing out his chest. "No problem, let's not talk about seduction. As long as my sacrifice really accomplishes this operation, I'm willing to sleep with her even if I have to." "Very well." Li Sidong nodded and spoke out the plan. "The plan between Zhang Xia and I is like this. At night, she will most likely come out to hunt for food. At that time, you will hide away your body's aura and stand here pretending to call and fight with your girlfriend to attract her attention. And when you are sure that her attention has been attracted to you, then you will pretend to go back to the hostel." Wait. Yang Jia immediately stopped. "This is seduction? Isn't this using me as an earthworm? As bait?" "Well, you can read it that way too." Yang Jia immediately said, "I don't think this option will work. It will be very dangerous for me. What if she suddenly makes a move on me and you guys don't show up in time to stop it?" Lithonia said, "If she made a move on you and we didn't have time to stop it, wouldn't it be better if you let her see that you're one of a kind? And what if she's a foreign devil? Wouldn't I be dead?" Yang Jia strongly disagreed with this scenario. "In this way, before killing her, I can leave her a breath of air and kill her after you've had enough fun." Li Sidong smiled and said, "This is a big star. How many men can't get it even if they dream of it? It's considered cheap for you." "Really?" Yang Jia's eyes clearly released a brilliant light. Zhang Xia had a black line on his face. After a pause, Yang Jia leaned in. "I seriously doubt that you're just planning to screw me over." "Alright, don't talk nonsense, just do it like I said. Don't worry, 100% will definitely not put you in danger." Li Sidong finished thinking, "If this method doesn't work then think of something else. But I think there is a 70% chance that she will come out to hunt tonight." Knowing that he cannot avoid this robbery, Yang Jia also do not want to suffer, even if, after all, it is not guaranteed to turn into what disgusting monster I cannot afford to be interested in. This way, back to the Star River City. "You have to introduce me to 2 beautiful girl paper." "Okay, I'll introduce you to 3. As long as you can hold them, then whatever." Li Sidong snubbed Yang Jia, but it's not really a snub. If Yang Jia completes this mission beautifully, she can really go back and introduce 2 women to him, and the long ones are still okay. Zhang Xia said, "Take a look around. Staying here all the time is likely to arouse the target's suspicion." Li Sidong also agreed with Zhang Xia that he should first look around and move at night. Yang Jia didn't join them, saying he wanted to go around the west town side alone and meet up when it was dark. The time came to 11 o'clock in the morning. The sky was drizzling again, and the drizzle was like flower needles densely woven diagonally. And the river and bay were also fast-flowing because of the rain. After ordering a few dishes at a restaurant by the river bay and sitting by the second-floor window, Li Sidong drank the hot papaya stewed chicken soup to ease the chill on her body. Zhang Xia, on the other hand, picked up a piece of blood sausage and put it in his mouth. After tasting it, the result was disappointing. It did not satisfy the sense of satiety, but the flavor was slightly okay. "Chun!" A man came up the stairs and shouted enthusiastically at a man at the table next to Zhang Xia and theirs. At a closer look, it was the hidden demon that he had encountered on the arch bridge in the morning. Hey, don't shout like that. According to seniority I still have to call you a grandpa." A fat man with a round head and a big beer belly stood up at the neighboring table and took out a cigarette from his cigarette box and handed it to the man. The man took the cigarettes and sat down, asking, "When did you get back? Why didn't you let me know in advance?" "I came back 2 days earlier, but I didn't have time to contact you until something happened in the past 2 days. Fatty finished and asked, "How is it? Your business is still good, right?" The man shook his head, revealing a bitter expression. "Business has been getting harder and harder these past 2 years. Can you imagine that there are 6 restaurants on this street alone on the riverbank? Even if there are a lot of tourists coming every day, they can't help the number of peers who are stealing business. So what are your plans now?" Fatty said, pouring the man a glass of white wine. The 2 men raised their glasses and they clinked together. The man drank it down and smacked his lips. "I don't really know what I'm going to do next. Or should I hang out with you?" Fatty sighed. "I'm not good these 2 years Originally 2 years ago to take over 2 projects, is also considered to earn a small few million, but has been delayed until now. The project payments are not closed. To find the 2 bosses to it, disappeared, evaporated. Even his family do not know where to run. You say how I am so unlucky?" Jangda observed the man who smelled like blood and wondered if the man could hold out for a few minutes without going to the restroom to throw up. But has been the past 20 minutes or so. A glass of wine after a glass of wine. The man did not have the slightest sign of discomfort. On the contrary, it seems to be quite painful to drink. Li Sidong, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, also sensed that something was wrong. She had met kindred spirits who had a high tolerance for alcohol, like Kai Chen. But like this in more than 20 minutes, a glass of white wine after a glass of white wine and nothing at all. Even the forehead did not sweat. She really did not see. I've never even heard of anyone of my kind who can tolerate alcohol that well. It's almost comparable to a normal person. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong both suspected at the same time that this man was not of their kind. But if it's not the same kind, why does it have the scent of human blood on it? Chapter 57, Interlude. A person who had no scent of his own kind on him, and at the same time was able to drink so much strong liquor and not have any uncomfortable reaction from his body for such a long period of time. It can only mean that the odds are that he is not a demonic species. He smelled of human blood. That was a good explanation. It's possible that there's some kind of injury on the body and the smell of blood is showing. Or maybe a family member was injured in some way and blood got on him. Of course there's the possibility that he's a murderer who just killed someone this morning and has blood on him. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong exchanged a glance, and neither of them cared too much. Whatever this man really was, whatever made him smell like blood, it had nothing to do with them. By the way, Gio, where's your wife? Didn't you used to take her with you everywhere you went? Fatty asked. The man called Gio didn't answer immediately and thought for a moment before saying, I'm pregnant, so I've been staying at home all this time, and I hardly ever go out. After hearing this, Fatty immediately said, Pregnant? When did it happen? Found out a month ago, almost 20 weeks now. Not bad you kid. Can. Before always want children, did not want to, now finally want to. Congratulations. Come on, let's drink a toast together. Wish your wife to give you a pair of dragon and phoenix tires. Children and daughters. The fat man raised his glass and the two glasses clinked together. The man named Gio's eyes glazed over, as if he had something heavy and troubling, and he paused before pouring a full glass of white wine into his mouth. Until Jiang Xia and Li Sidong finished eating and went downstairs, Gio was still drinking, and it was almost certain from his ability to tolerate alcohol that he was not a demonic species. It was overcast and cold at 1 a.m. The rain had stopped, the moon was shining brightly tonight, and a few stars showed in the sky. The sound of the rushing water of the bayou was like a lullaby for the town. The entire ancient town was silent, with only 2 taverns and a few scattered homes still lit. On the bank of Shizhen River Bay, about 150 meters above the arch bridge, a huge stone tablet with red paint wrote the words Guyuan in large italic letters. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong were cats behind the stone monument. They weren't sure if their target would come out to hunt tonight, but as soon as she makes a move, then Yang Jia, who was standing on the arch bridge, closest to her position and still alone, would definitely be her preferred target. What is certain is that the target is still at home. At 10 o'clock the lights were still on in her old house, and it was about 12 o'clock when they went out. On the arched bridge, Yang Jia smoked a cigarette with one hand and cursed on the phone with the other. I've been so good to you, and now you're telling me to break up? I'll break up with you. Pick up the video. You pick up the video for me. I don't believe you're at home now. Listening to the person on the other end of the phone said 2 sentences. Yang Jia broke his mouth, and then said, Want to break up can? Surnamed Yang, these 2 months you spent me how much money you know in your own heart. Bits and pieces, I'm not going to talk about it. I gave you to buy those clothes, and cell phones, add together the minimum of 20,000 yuan. If you want to break up, return all the money to me. The other party seemed to have hung up, and Yang Jia called twice in a row to indicate that the other party was on the phone. Grass. Cursing, Yang Jia kicked the guardrail hard, and the whole group fell into distracted silence. This guy, he's a good actor. Li Sidong and Jiang Xia both lamented in their hearts at the same time, and hastily shrunk their heads back again. Granted, they were hiding behind a rock, and there was not a single light in the neighborhood, which was in complete darkness, but the night vision of the magic seed is very strong, and at night, the eyes of the magic seed are even better than night vision devices. Heaven and earth were silent, and the sound of the whistling wind blew past his ears. In the direction of East Town, someone's coming. In the darkness, a black silhouette walked step by step and stopped beside Yang Jia. Brother, lend me a light. By the sound of his voice, it's the man called Zhou. Yang Jia looked up at the man, not taking it seriously or smelling blood on the man, and pulled out a lighter and handed it to him. Zhou took the lighter and lit a cigarette before returning it to Yang Jia. Why are you still outside this late? Nothing, couldn't sleep, came out for a walk. Yang Jia took a drag on his cigarette and leaned against the railing, not really wanting to talk too much to the man. I'm curious as to why this man is still wandering around after 1 a.m. Thinking of this, a hint of vigilance rose in Yang Jia's heart. You look a bit strange. Not a local, right? With the help of the moonlight, Zhou sized up Yang Jia's appearance. From Star River City, traveling over here with my girlfriend. Yeah, where's the girlfriend? Got back from a family trip. Both were silent for a few seconds. Dude, I just heard you on the phone over there. Something to think about. Zhou relieved Yang Jia. his eyes turned to the river. His eyes became grave, and his tone became a little more sorrowful. Love is something that sometimes turns people inhuman. It's best not to touch it, seeing as you're not too old. You'd better study hard. Yang Jia looked up at Zhou's face. From what you're saying, you've been hurt by love? Zhou rested both hands on the railing, seemingly reminiscing about the past. I love her very much. I met her 8 years ago in a summer. That time I just graduated from college back to my hometown. She traveled to our place to find me to ask for directions. That time she was still very thin. Sensing a hint of something wrong, Zhang Xia and Li Sitong's heads poked out from behind the stone monument one on top of the other. Lithonia frowned. Though not close, they recognized the man instantly in the darkness. The appearance of the man at this moment gave Zhang Xia and Li Sitong a bad premonition. Then what happened later? In Yang Jie's opinion, this man should be really hurt by his love, and he couldn't sleep at night to come out for a break. Zhou looked up at the sky. The moon is full and bright tonight. Only now it's obscured by dark clouds. I married her and lived happily ever after but couldn't have children no matter how hard I tried. My dad was fine but my mom wasn't so kind to her. My mom told me a million times to divorce her and find a fertile woman to carry on the family name. Yang Jie silence. Thought for a moment. This I cannot say, but I think it. The woman is not a tool to give birth to a child. Cannot bear children and not her fault. She came to your home is to live with you, not just to give you a child. The two are happy is not just good. If it's me, to truly like, cannot bear children does not matter. No children also have no children good. That's right, that's what I told my mom, and now it's going well. My mom and the guys moved in with my sister and, a few months ago my wife got pregnant. That's a good thing. Then why do you still look sad and unhappy? Is your mom still not happy about having a baby? Zhou shook her head. No, I didn't tell them about it. Why? Yang Jia asked. The man looked at Yang Jia with a tired look. This would have indeed been something to be happy about, but I can't be happy. I'm under a lot of pressure right now. The burden of taking care of my wife is all on me. Yang Jia was puzzled. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? After a pause, Yang Jia felt that he should quickly detach this man, so as not to affect the smoothness of the plan. But if you chase the man away too deliberately, might you arouse the target's suspicion? Zhou said seriously, do you know what a pregnant woman needs most? Chapter 58, The Unexpected in the Unexpected. Yang Jia was unsure. He felt that what the man said afterward was beginning to be a bit inexplicable. Still, he replied, what a pregnant woman needs, care? Zhou nodded. Yes, it's care, no matter what. She needs to be careful in everything she does, so I can't let her come out on her own to find food, lest it affect the child in her belly. Yang Jia's eyes flashed as he detected a hint of something wrong. If the guess is right, this man's wife is the devil's seed. Without waiting for Yang Jia to make any movement, Zhou's hand violently grabbed onto Yang Jia's throat. Zhou's head came to Yang Jia's ear with an evil smile and whispered, sorry little brother, for the sake of my child, I can only sacrifice you. Who let you stay up at night and sneak around outside blindly? Boo! Yang Jia slammed his fist towards Zhou's face, intending to smash Zhou away with a single punch, but Zhou was extremely fast. His other hand quickly raised and wrapped around Yang Jia's fist with a huff. Taking a closer look, on Zhou's right fist, there was actually a layer of red fist armor wrapped around it, which was draped with wisps of flame. Buzz! Yang Jia's head sank. The Awakened. Behind the stone monument, Zhang Xia also looked at it with a questioning look on his face. Awakened one. Interesting, so interesting. Li Sitong didn't expect that coming to Guyu town would actually result in an unexpected gain, being able to run into an awakened. And this awakened person, or did he take the bait himself? This is the accident of accidents. Zhou, who was holding Yang Jia's throat, also sensed a hint of something wrong. The power of this punch that this teenager in front of him had just swung out could definitely not be something that a normal person should have. Phew! A tentacle came towards Zhou's abdomen, and Zhou hurriedly let go of his grip on Yang Jia's throat and grabbed this slippery dark purple tentacle. Magic seed. Zhou's pupils trembled. How could he not expect that this target he had chosen for his wife tonight was actually a demon seed? The heart was first surprised, but in an instant it calmed down. That's good. Being an awakened himself, he needs to kill the demonic species to become stronger. And this demon seed had already seen himself, so he must not be allowed to live. But just when he wanted to make a move, the direction of the West Town Bridge suddenly resounded with the sound of tiny footsteps. Zhou's eyes quickly looked over. Only in the direction of the bridge, a black shadow with reddish eyes took a step towards him. The dark clouds moved away and the bright moonlight hit the body of the visitor. A demonic species with a head shaped like a dragon's head. Zhou's head snapped up. What's going on? Why is there still a magic seed? This guy has company? Is this a roundup against yourself? Or did it just happen to stumble upon another demonic species? Grass! Yang Jia cursed and kicked out. Zhou immediately loosened his grip on Yang Jia's hand and his body immediately stepped back to avoid the kick. Whether it was a roundup against him or not, He knew he had to run now. He had killed several demon seeds, and the one in front of him coming from the West Town Bridge was no ordinary demon seed judging from the oppressive aura emanating from his body. At least one evolution has been completed. The strength of a demon seed that had completed one evolution could be said to be vastly different from a demon seed that had not evolved. Even if he could possibly handle it himself, Joe didn't want to take too much of a risk. If this was a roundup against him, there might be more than 2 demonic species. Cursing in his heart, Joe turned around and ran in the direction of East Town. Jiang Xia immediately moved to catch up, and Yang Jie followed closely behind to keep up. Joe was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he crossed the arch bridge and ran into the alleys of East Town. Having lived in the town for 30 years, he was confident that he could rely on his familiarity with the roadway to shake off the 2 demonic species behind him. Zhang Niyue family's old mansion. The gate pushed open a crack. A red-haired woman poked out half of her face, looking in the direction of the East Town bridgehead, her mind hesitant. At first Zhang Niyue was indeed attracted to the lovelorn teenager standing on the bridge, thinking that it was so close, and he was planning on coming out to hunt tonight. He might as well start with the lovelorn teenager. But all of a sudden, for good reason, an awakened person appeared, and that lost teenager was actually one of a kind. And then another one of a kind appeared. This seems to be a roundup against this awakened one? She wondered if she wanted to get in on the action and get a piece of the action. Or rather, exclusive? If these 2 of their kind weren't very strong, it would be possible to wait for them to fight with that awakened one and then go out and reap the benefits? The blood and flesh of the awakened was too much of a temptation for her. She'd never tasted it, but she'd heard kindred spirits talk about it. Almost all of her kind who mentioned the awakened to her said that it was the world's first-class delicacy, and that there was nothing more nutritious than the awakened. Maybe with the help of this awakened person, she could break through the evolutionary bottleneck and complete her evolution once again? The sound of running was urgent on the verdant streets. Joe ran lifelessly. He didn't want to get into a head-on fight with those 2 demonic species until he could escape. Utilizing his familiarity with the terrain, he turned left and right, running into an alley, across a street, and into another alley. In a 5-minute-long escape, he had almost turned around a small half of East Town with those 2 demonic species. In a dark alley, Joe's back was leaning against a brick wall, panting. After taking 2 breaths, he tried his best not to make a single sound of movement. The running footsteps were loud. He had turned the 2 demonic species. He couldn't run any further now before the footsteps attracted their attention again. Asterisk. Came out to find some food for my wife. How did I meet 2 demonic species? Joe cursed in his heart. He could clearly hear his poofing heart beating wildly. He didn't think his identity had been exposed before, so how could he have been targeted by the demon seed? No one else knows what's going on in the house. Now that the identity is exposed, this place must not stay. Have to go home as soon as possible. Take the wife and her baby in the womb to leave this place. A cool breeze blew through the alley, and when another dark cloud that had obscured the moon drifted away, the silvery moonlight tilted and spread over the brick walls of the alley. A light voice rang out, "Gotcha, Buzz." Joe's head sank and his eyes snapped to the mouth of the alley. And the magic seed. Upon seeing a drenched girl standing at the mouth of the alley, Joe's pupils contracted sharply and a heart instantly rose to his throat. He could even clearly feel that this woman was stronger. Much stronger. Swish! Li Sidong swung her hand, and a tentacle with a blade-shaped front section sliced through the air towards Joe's head. Joe's body quickly avoided it, and the knife-shaped tentacle slashed at the wall, splattering debris and setting half of the tentacle into the wall. It was enough to see that the power of this knife-shaped tentacle was even more terrifying than a bullet. Not wanting to fight in such a narrow alley, Joe turned around and ran. Even if he really couldn't escape to fight, he wished he could do it in an open field. Not in this alley that completely restricted his movements. But he had just turned around and hadn't run more than a few steps when he was stopped by a pair of reddened eyes on the other side of the alley. Immediately afterward, another pair of reddened eyes appeared panting. Quite the runner. Walking us like dogs? Yang Jia was running out of breath. He hadn't completed an evolution yet. His physical quality couldn't compare to Jiang Xia who had already evolved. Chapter 59, The First Battle of the Awakened. A bead of sweat dripped from the forehead of awakened Joe in the alley where the smell of death filled the air. It wasn't like he hadn't fought demonic species before, and had even killed several of them. But this time, it was a pair of 3s, let alone 1-on-3. He hadn't even tried 1-on-2. And this time these 3 demonic species, 2 of them had an oppressive aura emanating from them that was very strong. I want to know how my identity was revealed? In Joe's mind, this was a roundup against him. These guys knew what was going on in his house and knew he would be out at night looking for food for his wife. So they set up a trap to lure him in. But, how was his awakened identity revealed? It is reasonable that only his wife knows, that he does not think she will betray him. Is this important? Lithonia said. Yang Jia said, with you, an awakened person, helping to find food, your wife is quite happy. But I am more curious if she knows that you are an awakened person, and if she knows, has she ever had the idea of eating you? Joe didn't say anything. He moved to kill more than once after learning that his wife was a demon seed. He couldn't bear to watch his wife turn into a man-eating monster. People don't look like people. Ghosts don't look like ghosts. But the wife is pregnant. He couldn't kill her, much less kill the child he wanted with his own hands. All that being said, it still doesn't hold back. He couldn't bear to lay his hands on a woman who had been with him diligently for 8 years. The end result, he, who has helped his wife find food dozens of times, has also become less human and less ghostly. He even killed another of his fellow awakened with his own hands just so his wife could get enough sustenance. He didn't feel blessed to be an awakened, but instead hated this awful world very much. If God had chosen him to become an awakened, why did he let his wife turn into a demonic species? And why did he let her, a demonic species, carry the child of him, an awakened? I don't want to fight you guys. This way, let me go and I can tell you 2 pieces of information about awakened ones. Based on these 2 pieces of information, you can find more awakened ones as long as you're capable. You tell us first, and if it is indeed reliable information, we can consider releasing you. Lithonia ruffled the wet hair from her face back. She came across the river to Easttown quietly. The reason why they didn't surround this awakened person on the bridge was because there was too much space to escape on the arch bridge. And once they thought this awakened person jumped into the water, they might let him escape. Gio didn't say anything. He felt his own folly. What's the point of talking to the demon seed about this? All by themselves. They were being watched. No, they were being surrounded. Even if they were given more information, how could they let themselves go? To them, unsubstantiated intelligence versus a ready-made awakened person. Obviously the latter is more reliable. After a few moments of silence, Gio snapped his head up to look at the sky above, and his body jumped up with a slant, stomping a step onto a wall. The awakened's physical fitness was indeed good, and his bouncing strength was far beyond normal. He could indeed manage to jump out of the alleyway by relying on the walls on both sides if there were no tentacles tugging on his legs. Swish! Dark purple tentacles wrapped around Joe's legs and yanked so hard that Joe's entire body fell down. Just as he stabilized his body, a blood-drop-like tail with an open bloody mouth came towards his head. Joe quickly avoided his head. The blood droplets landed on his shoulder, and in the next instant, he felt countless sharp teeth piercing into his flesh. Phew! The moment the bloody mouth on his tail tasted Joe's blood, Jiang Xia's pair of eyes became redder. The flavor of the awakened is indeed an unparalleled presence, and the nutritional content, which is unmatched by anything else. Joe sucked in a breath of cool air. Both fists were wrapped in flaming red fist armor, and grabbed onto the tail in front of him, enduring the pain and pulling hard. With a poof, the bloody mouth in his tail hardened and tore a piece of flesh from his shoulder. The bloody mouth wriggled and soon completely ground up and swallowed the piece of flesh along with the pieces of clothing, and the nutrients went down the tail and into Jiang Xia's body. Joe's sharp gaze fiercely fell on Jiang Xia. The idea was simple. If he couldn't escape, he would pull it back even if he died. Jiao yanked hard, trying to yank the owner of this tail through it. The owner of the tail did come over, but instead of being yanked by him, he displayed 2 sharp, chilling claws charging towards him. At the same time, behind this figure rushing towards him, several dark purple tentacles came one after another like vipers flying in the darkness. With only 2 hands, Jiao was unable to deal with these several tentacles, and could only attempt to dodge in the narrow alleyway while slamming his fist towards this demonic species that had rushed to him. Boo! Jiang Xia quickly struck out, wrapping a hand around Jiao's fist. At the next moment, Jiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of red light, and red flames huffed and puffed out from the cracks of Jiang Xia's claws, incomparably blazing hot, as if what he was grasping was not a fist, but a red-hot branding iron. Jiang Xia immediately loosened his claws. It was good that it had already completed an evolution, and its body defense was greatly improved. If it was in a state where it hadn't completed its evolution before, I'm afraid that its claws would have been roasted into charcoal the moment the flames came up. Bang! 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 With his other hand, Jiao let go of Jenga's tail, ignoring the dark purple tentacles that were wrapped around him, and lashed out with both fists at Jenga. The fierce fist wind cut through the air, and the powerful force even issued a terrifying popping sound. The narrow alley didn't give extra space to dodge at all. Jiang Xia's body flickered from side to side, and his fists wrapped in flames mostly smashed into the brick wall. With each punch going down, a piece of the brick shattered. Several homes on either side of the alley heard the commotion in the alley, but the occupants didn't make any moves until they were sure exactly what was going on. Just keeping their eyes open, they quietly eavesdropped on the commotion outside, trying to figure out exactly what it was. Among the awakened, whether Jiao's strength was high or low, Jiang Xia wasn't sure, but what was certain was that this guy was strong enough to have the ability to single-handedly kill a demon seed that had evolved once, but he must not be as strong as the black-clothed female awakened that he had encountered before. After all, that awakened was an existence that could still escape even under the full force of Lee Si-tong's attack. Pust. The tail, like a blood drop, landed on Zhou's knee. Countless tiny fangs from the bloody mouth pierced deep into Zhou's knee, and as the fangs turned, Zhou felt like his knee was wrapped in a crusher. In terms of defense alone, Zhou was much worse than Jiang Xia, who had scales. His fist slammed into Jiang Xia, and although he could knock Jiang Xia back, most of the damage from his fist was absorbed by the scales, and once the tail like a blood droplet landed on him, even if he yanked it away in time, it would tear away a piece of flesh and blood on his body part. Jiang Xia's entire body lunged towards Zhou, and at the cost of a hard punch to the face, the tail that closed behind him pierced through Zhou's shoulder like a sharp sword with a poof. Drilling pain swept through Zhou's entire body. A dull sound of pain escaped from Zhou's throat, and a second before the tail was about to start spinning, he quickly moved to jerk the entire tail out of his shoulder, bringing out a shower of blood. Zhou did not intend to engage in a battle, and after lifting off Jiang Xia, he charged towards the entrance of the alleyway guarded by Yang Jie. Chapter 60. Zhou's most powerful thing was his two fists, but in this narrow alley that could just barely allow two people to pass through side by side, his two fists were greatly restricted. On the other hand, the demonic species he fought with its horrible tail, showed a great advantage, and there was still only one who did it. If even the woman guarding the other exit did it, then he would definitely be killed in the alley. If you can, he's going to run. Get out of this alley. Currently he had discerned the strength of the three demonic species. That woman was the strongest. The one he fought close to him was on par with him, but in this narrow alley, the one he fought with relied on that godforsaken tail to clearly have the upper hand. The one guarding the other alleyway entrance was much weaker. He was confident that he could open this weakest of the magic seeds with a single punch and escape the alley. But before he could run to the entrance of the alley, a tentacle swished down on his neck, strangling him tightly like a python wrapping around its prey. His entire body was yanked back by this tentacle, landing heavily in the center of the alley before the tentacle let go of his neck and retracted. At this moment, a deep sense of despair wrapped around Zhou's entire body. All hopes of life were crushed by that tentacle just now. He knew that he was not destined to live. The woman hadn't made a move, seemingly intent on letting the demonic species with a head like a dragon's head kill him, but whenever he tried to run out, the woman stopped it. Cackle. Zhou gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. Looking at Jiang Xia, the aura on his body suddenly became a bit off. Battle of the trapped beast. Jiang Xia frowned. When a beast is trapped without any way to live, it will become exceptionally ferocious and will gnaw a piece of flesh from its opponent even if it dies. Phew! The flames on Zhou's double fists burned even more fiercely, actually completely illuminating the 20-odd meter long alley. The blazing fire glowed with a searing temperature, like a wild beast chasing away the chill from the air. Barely, Jiang Xia ripped off the clothes on his body, revealing his sturdy and strong demonic body. The dark green scales were like impenetrable barriers under the light of the fire. The two figures ran at the same time, and the storming fire fist boiled the air, slamming into Jiang Xia's face with astonishing force. Asphalt-colored blood flew out of his mouth. The sharp black claws tore through the heat and broke through the flesh, leaving 5 bloody gouges across the entire chest of Zhou. Lithonia didn't make a move, just quietly watched the physical fight in the alley. It wasn't that he didn't help Jiang Xia, but didn't Jiang Xia say that his body would feel different when he was fighting? She just wanted Jiang Xia to feel that strange sensation and figure out what exactly Jiang Xia's special way of becoming stronger was. On the other end, Yang Jie fell back on shooting dark purple tentacles out every now and then like a stirrer, until he was completely honest after Zhou pulled him into the alley along with the tentacles and gave him a solid punch in the face. With just one punch, Yang Jie's face was severely burned, and he grimaced in pain as he sucked in cool air. In the alley, the rigid fist smashed against the brick wall, and the bricks shattered like powder, leaving behind a horrible fist mark. The sounds of a fierce fight followed by growling like a wild animal made the nearby tenants notice something was wrong, but none of them dared to come out. They didn't even dare to turn on the lights. The tenants didn't know what was going on. They only knew that if they came out now, their lives would definitely be in danger. After a dozen or so exchanges, a dozen or so bloody cuts had appeared on Zhou's body, and 7 or 8 pieces of flesh had been torn off various parts of his body, the worst being his abdomen, which had been stabbed out with a bloody cut by the tail that was like an ice pick. Jiang Xia, on the other hand, although he had suffered dozens of heavy punches from Zhou on his body did not have any serious burns. The dark green scales on his body seemed as if they were born to restrain the flames on Zhou's fists. When the fist hit him, first most of the power was counteracted by the scales, then almost 80% of the temperature of the flames was also isolated by the scales. Jiang Xia did not show mercy to Zhou just because he was a human or an awakened. This is a game of life and death. To be soft on your enemy is to be hard on yourself. Jiang Xia hardened himself against Zhou's punch, and his sharp claws stabbed towards Zhou's neck. Even if Zhou dodged as fast as he could, a piece of flesh on his neck was taken away by the sharp claws. At the same time, the comb-like tail was sharp as an arrow poking towards his face. Joe's eyes flashed with a flash of panic, quickly freeing a hand to grab the tail, Raleigh yanking back the tail that was about to stab inside his face, but the two claws suddenly stabbed towards his abdomen. Even if he reacted as fast as he could, with only one empty hand he couldn't block two sharp claws at the same time, and in the nick of time he didn't go to block the two sharp claws that were stabbing at his abdomen. Instead, he quickly threw a violent punch that slammed into Jiang Xia's chest, at the same time that the two sharp claws had just broken through the flesh and blood on his abdomen. Jiang Xia's entire body was lifted off by the power of the punch. Joe sucked in a breath of cool air, both hands covering his abdomen, leaning against the wall grunting and panting. Even if the abdomen had not suffered a fatal wound, there were several bloody cuts punctured by sharp claws. Using the heat from his fists and enduring the burning that was worse than death, Joe Raleigh used the flame to seal the blood and flesh of the punctured blood opening. Bare. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans slid down from Joe's forehead, and the pain made his skin redden as he clenched only his double teeth. His gaze went to Yang Jia, who was blocking the other end of the alley. Until now, he still wanted to live. He was going to take another gamble and try to see if he could escape in that direction. He didn't want to die here just like this, to be partaken by these three demonic species. But just as he was about to move, his body suddenly went limp, and blood clattered out of his neck like running water. It was the stab that had just been made that had damaged the aorta in his neck, and this, coupled with the strenuous movements he had just made, had caused the already shattered aorta to no longer be able to support itself, and it had completely collapsed. Plop! Joe's knees weakened and he fell to the ground, both hands tightly covering his neck, trying to seal the wound with the heat. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die yet. Jiang Xia didn't make another move. Standing in front of Li Sidong, he maintained the same posture as Li Sidong at this time, looking up at the top of the fence. Li Sidong frowned, her tone revealing a hint of displeasure. I hate it when after completing a hunt, someone doesn't contribute and still wants to come and get a piece of the action. We were worried that you couldn't deal with this awakened, so we came out to help you. It was a woman's voice. On the edge of the high wall stood a black figure, her head like a hairless rabbit's head in the moonlight, her eyes glowing red. Beside the rabbit-headed woman stood a demonic species with the head of an octopus and the voice of a man. This is my territory, and it's a little impolite for you to hunt on my land without permission, isn't it? Chapter 61, help me videotape this. Joe doesn't want to die. At this point, his eyes were bloodshot and livid, like a fish lying on an anvil, and both hands were tightly covering the ruptured arterial vessels, with more blood flowing out of his fingers with each spasmodic twitch of the larynx. To the five demonic species, the death-filled alley was filled with the aroma of food. Sharp footsteps crossed the alley, and Yang Jia came to Jiang Xia and Li Sitong's side, looking up at the duo on the fence. At a time like this, he didn't want to be left alone. Standing alone at one end of the alley, Jiang Xia and Li Sitong's gazes were fixed on the rabbit-headed woman, Niyuki Zhang. In the demonized state, it was natural to not be able to see what she looked like, but the clothes this rabbit-headed woman was wearing were exactly the same as the ones Zhang Niyue wore during the day. Without going to the head, the body shapes are extremely similar. I can't imagine that Zhang Niyue, the big star who is now a powerful and renowned figure in the singing world, is actually one of a kind. Without 100% certainty of his identity, Jiang Xia tried to swindle a bit. After Jiang Xia uttered these words, the rabbit-headed woman standing above the fence visibly froze. What? Is my voice that recognizable? My loyal fan? No, just that I've seen you far away from your doorstep on the bridge during the daytime. And weren't you wearing these clothes at that time? Jiang Xia blandly said. In his heart, he could not imagine that Zhang Niyue was actually lured out by them in this way. The way things are going, it does seem a bit interesting. The rabbit-headed demonic species glanced down at the down jacket on his body and muttered, I should have known to take this off before I left the house. Alright, I don't care where you three come from. Now, immediately, get off my property right now. The octopus-headed demonic species clasped its hands and looked down on the three from above. Li Sidong couldn't help but laugh, her tone revealing a murderous intent. So what you're saying is that we're working for nothing? The octopus-headed man glanced at Gio, who was still struggling, and then at Li Sidong, his tone rippling. In this case, seeing as you guys have more or less contributed, one of his hands you can take away, and you guys won't be returning empty-handed. Li Sidong couldn't help but smile again, gazing up at the octopus-headed man. It's dangerous to take food from a tiger's mouth. The octopus-headed man also let out a cold laugh in his throat. Since ancient times, the weak are the strongest, and whoever is capable will be fed. The temptation of a complete awakened body was too great, and neither side refused to part with it. But what made Li Sidong really angry was that the meat that was already in her mouth suddenly reached out a hand and wanted to yank it away. Swish! Both tentacles cut through the air at the same time, one from above and one from below colliding together. The two tentacles intertwined. and along with a forceful tug from Li Sidong, the entire body of the octopus-headed man on the fence swooped down. The 8 tentacles on the octopus-headed man's chin lengthened at the same time, like a soft but sharp lance. In his hands, one hand was a crab pincer, while the other was an octopus tentacle, and each sucker growing from the tentacle was a small bloody mouth, dense with sharp teeth. The two of them fought from the entrance of the alley to the street in an instant. The front part of the tentacles of Li Sitong's hands changed into the shape of knives, and the sharp blades sliced through the air, emitting a buzz similar to the sound of metal. The octopus man stepped back while blocking with the crab pincers in his left hand. The octopus tentacles in his right hand quickly lengthened and flung backward, wrapping itself around a street lamp a dozen meters away. A dozen blood-mouthed suckers clinging to the surface of the cold street lamp. Under the forceful yank, the 3-meter-high street lamp was pulled up by its roots, pulling the wires below towards Li Sidong. And while the wires were being ripped off, electric sparks jumped in the darkness and bared their teeth. Li Sidong didn't dodge. Her left hand turned into its normal form, and with just one hand, she grabbed the streetlight pole that was flung towards her, her feet not moving at all. A little bit of power. After testing Li Sitong's strength, the octopus man realized that this was going to be a hard battle, and he didn't want to fight with such a powerful kind if he could, but the temptation of a complete awakened body was too great for him. He didn't want this piece of fat meat from Guyu Town to be taken by an alien kind. Ka! With a pinch from Li Sidong, the pinched part of the street lamp sunk deep like an easy open can, and then, it was poked towards the octopus man by Li Sidong again. The octopus man's body quickly dodged, and the several tentacles under his head lengthened, partly wrapping around the street lamp and partly attacking towards Li Sidong. Above the fence, looking at the fierce battle on the street, Zhang Niyue was glad in her heart that she didn't come alone to seize the food, but instead asked the town mayor to come with her. Otherwise, with her strength, she could never be a match for that woman. She withdrew her gaze from watching the battle and quickly looked to the awakened man in the alley who was struggling to get up, covering his neck and moving a little bit against the wall. Just the right time to do it. Now she didn't want to share this awakening with the mayor, and she was certain that the mayor would never share it with her. At best, she would be given a hand, and she wanted the whole awaken more than a hand. The tantalizing scent that permeated the alley allowed her to be certain that this awakened person would be able to help her complete her second evolution. What she had to do was simple. Go down and kill the dying awakened. If she could quickly take the body of the awakened with her. Zhang Niyue's hands turned black, like two dry firewood. Black sharp nails emerged from her fingertips in a miso. Her body leapt downward to Ajio's back, and her sharp claws stabbed towards Ajio's back. When her sharp claws were still 0.01 centimeters away from Zhio's back, a tail swished and stabbed. Sensing the crisis, Zhang Niyue quickly turned around and grabbed the tail with the open bloody mouth, her scarlet eyes looking at Jiang Xia at the other end of the alley. Treating me like air. 2 bone blades emerged from Jiang Xia's arm area with a miso sound. Zhang Niyue smiled. Fight me and you will die. It's not worth it to get killed for an awakened. 1-on-1 may not be an opponent, but how about 2-on-1? Yang Jia revealed half of his body behind Jiang Xia. Zhang Niyue looked at Jiang Xia. With all due respect, if he helps you, you will only lose faster. These words, as if a knife, ruthlessly stabbed into Yang Jia's heart, hurting him a little breathless. Help me videotape it. Jiang Xia calmly finished speaking, and his entire body rushed towards the depths of the alley, rushing to Zhang Niyue's body. Jiang Xia's double claws cut through the air. Zhang Niyue's bouncing power was very amazing. The moment Jiang Xia rushed in front of her, she jumped in place and circled around to Jiang Xia's back from above. Then he quickly turned around and his sharp claws attacked towards Jiang Xia's back. Suddenly, a few dark purple tentacles shot from the mouth of the alley, almost in a flash, crossing half of the alley, wrapping around Zhang Niyue's sharp claws that had attacked her, and yanking them with force. Chapter 62 Bloodshed. It was with such a tug that Zhang Niyue's stabbing sharp claws paused in midair for a moment. By that time, Jiang Xia had also turned around, and while his sharp claws attacked towards her, his bloody mouth also bit towards her. Zhang Niyue once again relied on her amazing bouncing power to jump into midair, but her rising body suddenly stalled in midair. At the same time he turned around to attack her. Jiang Xia wrapped his tail behind him towards her ankles, in order to prevent her from jumping so high again. Zhang Niyue's eyes shook as her entire body was yanked to the ground by Jiang Xia, and immediately a strong body pounced on top of her, pressing her entire body to the ground. The best way to fight this incredibly bouncy kind is to get close to her and not give her room to bounce. Like hissing from the throats of wild beasts echoed in the alley, the surrounding tenants sweating, hiding under the covers and shivering, their faces as white as the first snow. Jiang Xia's bloody mouth displayed jagged fangs, biting into Zhang Niyue's skinny shoulder without mercy. Zhang Niyue wasn't willing to show weakness either. Opening her bloody mouth and revealing her red fangs, she retaliated in the same way, biting on Jiang Xia's shoulder. Although her bloody mouth was not as big as Jiang Xia's, The sharpness and power were not in any way below Jiang Xia, and even more so, as Jiang Xia's blood entered her mouth, her petite body trembled in a violent manner. Her body actually had an inexplicable comfort. The flavor and nutrition that was not inferior to that of the legendary awakened exploded on her taste buds. Why is that? She couldn't figure it out. But a thought, the same as the other demonic species that had tasted Jiang Xia's flesh and blood, appeared in her mind. She's going to swallow Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's sharp claws tightly held down Zhang Niyue's arms, securing her upper body to the ground, and the tail behind her back stood up, circling around a bend to Jiang Xia's face, aimed at Zhang Niyue's head and was about to stab down. A sharp pain suddenly rose under Jiang Xia's chest, a sensation that was like a huge bloody mouth wrapping around his lower chest area. Those neatly arranged scales also became fragments under the gnawing of the bloody mouth, and even a sound similar to teeth-crushing bones could be clearly heard. Jiang Xia wanted to get up, but Zhang Niyue reached out and hugged him whole. Through the distance between their bodies, something that looked like a sandworm could be seen wriggling and sucking on the lower part of Jiang Xia's chest. This thing, it came out of Zhang Niyue's stomach. Don't you want to hug me? Come on, hug me all you want. Zhang Niyue let out an oozing laugh in her throat. Jiang Xia emptied his right claw and grabbed the bloody mouth that was adsorbed on his body and fiercely pinched it. Zhang Niyue's face changed and she acted in extreme pain. Jiang Xia endured the excruciating pain, and a piece of flesh on his body was torn off by the bloody mouth at the same time as the entire bloody mouth was yanked off. Jiang Xia tightly grasped this bloody mouth, not giving it a chance to attach itself to his body again, and the tail behind him whirled and stabbed out, only to be grabbed by one of Zhang Niyue's free hands. The sea's tail opened its bloody mouth and moved forward with all its strength, trying to wrap Zhang Niyue's entire head. But although Zhang Niyue's figure looked weak, her strength was not weak at all. Just as Zhang Niyue was about to laugh out loud in excitement, she suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen. Glancing over, a black clawed hand actually tried to pull the bloody mouth of her abdomen out of her. Sticky, slippery liquid erupted from the gaping bloody mouth wrapping around the entire black sharp claw. Ah! Mixed with a monster-like shriek, Zhang Niyue let out a sharp cry of pain in her throat and hurriedly lifted off Jiang Xia with all her strength. A large portion of the bloody gash on her stomach had been torn down by Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia stood up in the alley and squeezed hard, the soft chunks of flesh and the sharp claws scrambling out of his fingers like jelly. You take a bite out of me, I'll pull a piece of your flesh. Fair enough. Suffering this serious injury, coupled with Jiang Xia's provocative words, Zhang Niyue's anger was ignited. You're going to die a horrible death. Her body leaped high. The sharp claws on her two hands sprouted a few more inches outward. Her body jumped in midair to cover the full moon in the sky, like a ghostly figure falling towards Jiang Xia. The conical tail shot out from the alley, and Zhang Niyue yanked it, landing in front of Jiang Xia while grabbing the conical tail belonging to Jiang Xia and poking it back towards Jiang Xia's chest. At the moment when the conical tail was about to break through the flesh and blood of Jiang Xia's chest, the tail blossomed like a flower, and the soft petals adhered to Jiang Xia's chest. Put! Jiang Xia's sharp claws attacked towards Zhang Niyue's front face, ripping off a piece of flesh on her right cheek. Zhang Niyue was also not willing to show weakness. Her left sharp claw stabbed at Jiang Xia's abdomen, and with a pinch of her 5 claws, the dark green scales were snapped off by her at the same time, along with a piece of flesh and blood was also ripped off, which was quickly stuffed into her mouth. Behind Jiang Xia, Jiao struggled to get out of the alley, one hand covering his throat, his face as white as snow as he staggered in the direction of Nishijin's house. Every step he took was very difficult, and with every second that passed, his face would whiten and the vitality in his body would dissipate with it. Jiao knew that he was not destined to live through this night. He knew he was a sinner, having harmed so many people for the sake of his wife and children. But the first time he hunts for his wife, he's already on the road to nowhere, the road to the monster. He was also tormented. Every night he woke up with nightmares of those he hunted as if they were transformed into ghosts haunting him, especially now, on the verge of death. He could even see those he had killed standing right next to him, knives in hand, just waiting to swarm him the moment he collapsed and divide him up. On the left, the blonde couple from a foreign country. On the right, a family of 3 from the far north. And a few dozen meters away directly in front, the companion who was killed by his. Compared to death, the existence of these hallucinations scared him to the core. I'm guilty, I can die, but please let me go home. The dying Jiao is also going crazy. The tussle in the alley had come to a head. Jiang Xia and Zhang Niyue were both in a frenzy, both upholding the idea of tearing each other apart. Their bodies crashed left and right in the narrow alley, eventually crashing out of the alley and falling onto the same street that Jiao had fled from. Zhang Niyue's body pressed down on Jiang Xia's body, her 2 hands pressed down on Jiang Xia's thick arm, and the 2 long hairless ears on her head quickly lengthened, wrapping around Jiang Xia's neck just like tentacles. Jiang Xia tilted his head and opened his bloody mouth, snatching a bite on Zhang Niyue's long ear, sharp teeth like steel nails digging deep into the ear. With Jiang Xia's forceful tug, asphalt-colored blood splashed from midair, and Zhang Niyue's throat let out a shrieking cry of pain. And these sounds, in the ears of Jiao, who was dozens of meters below the street, were the mournful screams of an unjust soul seeking its life from him. Chapter 63, The Sudden Birth. Jiang Xia's brutality and madness exceeded Zhang Niyue's expectations. Zhang Niyue also realized why she was clearly stronger than this kindred, yet she could never kill him. He was even beaten and bruised by him instead, with several chunks of flesh and blood being torn off his body. From the start this guy was putting his life on the line to fight her. This is a lord who does not want to die. Jiang Xia used all his strength. One of his arms broke free from the restraints and raised his upper body. A growl escaped from his throat, and his bloody mouth bit towards Zhang Niyue's proper face. The bloody mouth attacked too suddenly. Zhang Niyue couldn't react as well, and could only bite towards Jiang Xia with the same bloody mouth open. It was clear that she had made a bad decision, a stupid one that might even cost her life. The sharpness of Zhang Niyue's sharp teeth was not below Jiang Xia's, and her strength was not inferior to Jiang Xia's, but her bloody mouth was too small compared to Jiang Xia's. Her bloody mouth could swallow a tennis ball at most when it was open, while Jiang Xia's bloody mouth could bite her entire face. Zhang Niyue's mouth had just opened when Jiang Xia's bloody mouth wrapped around her entire face, the upper and lower jaws closing with a bang like a shuttered iron door, sharp serrated teeth poking through her cheek flesh. Zhang Niyue's tongue could even visibly feel a sharp tooth poking into her mouth. With a forceful tug, asphalt-colored blood splashed like ink, and a large chunk of flesh along with the black skin of his face was torn off by the bloody mouth in a scream of misery. Unbearable pain covered Zhang Niyue's face in an instant. Zhang Niyue couldn't restrain herself from losing her voice and crying out in pain, making a horrible sound like a rusty hacksaw cutting a glass pipe, and the sharp buzzing spread through most of the town. Taking advantage of the gap between Zhang Niyue subconsciously covering her face due to the severe pain, Jiang Xia made a move to break away from his left hand and grabbed the two long ears on Zhang Niyue's head. His right hand made a hooking motion in front of Zhang Niyue's body, and the bone blade on his arm that was so sharp that it looked like it had been polished for several years plopped across Zhang Niyue's throat, slicing through an opening 5 centimeters deep, and blood gushed out. With her trachea sliced open, Zhang Niyue's screams came to a screeching halt, and the sounds she made were like countless bubbles rising from a hole in the mud, asphalt-colored blood gushing out of her throat and mouth. Zhang Niyue was afraid, covered her throat and got up to run. Having come to this point, how could Jiang Xia give her a chance to escape? Jiang Xia quickly got up, his tail end blooming like a bazaar flower to catch up with Zhang Niyue, wrapping the entire head of Zhang Niyue who tried to jump. The 6-petaled tailpiece spun like a blood droplet, and the blood splattered out like a circle, showering down on the wall like raindrops. Under the violent cutting and tearing, Zhang Niyue's neck, which was already half broken, was completely separated from her body. Her head was yanked into the air by the blood droplets, and after her legs made a forward motion, her whole body collapsed onto the green stone road with a thud. The asphalt-colored blood penetrated every crack in the stone, and the sleeping moss was awakened and replaced with a new coat that fit the new world. There were more warm currents that appeared in his body than he could count, as if he wanted to fill Jiang Xia's entire body. Every cell in Jiang Xia's body greedily absorbed this energy gained from killing Zhang Niyue. It feels good to get stronger. 2A. Jiang Xia spat a mouthful of bitter, sticky, asphalt-colored blood onto the ground, with a few pieces of broken meat mixed in. When his eyes looked at the street below again, Jiao had already disappeared without a trace. Is everything alright, Xia? Yang Jia ran out from the alley and took his jacket off in a panic to cover the area under Jiang Xia's chest that was missing a large piece of flesh and blood. Zhang Niyue's head is still wrapped in the blood droplets, falling behind Jiang Xia. The picture looks very strange. More than 400 meters away from here, in the bay of the river, several octopus tentacles danced in the air under the cuts of sharp blades, and after snapping and falling to the ground, they struggled and twisted like a freshly dead viper. The octopus man who was just driving away the outsiders. At this moment his hands had been cut off. His body and feet was entangled by a tentacle thicker than his arm. Tentacles like a python strangling prey like a little shrinkage tightening. Octopus man's body internal clicking, as if someone holding a hammer in his body to beat. A few tentacles were still writhing and contracting, and his sternum ribs were as broken as they could be. Tearing pain swept through the octopus man's entire body, but he couldn't care less about the pain. He didn't want to meet down death. I lost. That awakened one to you. Each word seemed as if it took all the octopus man's strength to squeeze it out of his body. Li Sitong's head came to the side of the octopus man's face and smiled. You've already lost the qualification to say that. In the original alleyway, Jiang Xia maintained his demonized form and leaned against the wall to recover his strength. Li Sitong also came back. The clothes on his body were dyed in asphalt color. His clothes and pants were badly torn, and his exposed left wrist looked like it had been viciously clamped by a large pair of scissors, and the blood and flesh turned over to the sides. At the moment when the battle had just ended, Li Sitong's injuries were even worse than now, but after completely devouring that octopus man, the nourishment she gained allowed the wounds on her body to heal at an accelerated rate. It still hurt, but she didn't care, instead enjoying the nutrients that were still being absorbed in her stomach. That octopus man is quite strong, nutritious, too. Lee Sidong walked to Jiang Xia's side, and the distance of a dozen meters allowed a bloodstain on her face to heal, leaving only a shallow mark that could not be seen by the naked eye without looking closely. I was about to go find you. Jiang Xia looked at Lee Sidong, who walked to his side. Looking at Zhang Niyue's corpse with her head on the ground in the alley, Lee Sidong nodded slightly. Good job. Originally I was a bit worried that you weren't her opponent. Are you okay? Jiang Xia's gaze fell on Lee Sidong's left wrist that had lost a piece of flesh on both the front and back. It's all fine as long as it's not fatal. Where's the awakened one? Run. Run away? Lee Sidong gazed towards the end of the alley. It's almost dead. Where else can it run? Taking a deep breath of the air's scent, Lithonia turned around, her eyes looking towards West Town. The sense of smell of a magic species was unusually sensitive to blood, not to mention that it was the blood of an awakened. Zhou's home is located on the bank of the river bay in Shijin. After crossing the arch bridge and then following the bank of the river in Shijin up 200 meters, pushing open the heavy door, Zhou had long ago shaken his entire body to fall in. A woman in a maternity dress rushed out of the first-floor living room and looked at her fallen husband with her pupils contracting rapidly. Though only a few months pregnant, the woman's belly was already high and even larger than a woman carrying a child to term. Seemingly smelling the scent of the awakened's blood floating in the air, the thing in her stomach squirmed and acted unusually hyperactive. The woman laboriously squatted down, straightened both legs and sat on the ground, anxiously caressing Zhou's injured body. Her mouth opened, half unable to utter a word. Zhou struggled to raise his head, a face without a speck of blood. It was the will that sustained him from the East Town back to his home in the West Town. He came back with two things. The first thing to do was to see his wife one last time. He loves this woman so much that he loves her so much that they have become family, not people. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar face of his wife, his mind flashed through a scene from when he knew her. The second thing, he's going to kill his wife, with the baby in her belly. This idea had appeared in his mind many times, but every time he saw the face of his wife, who had diligently accompanied him for 8 years, he couldn't do it again. He had been expecting that the child in his wife's belly would be normal, but the result was obvious with that rapidly bulging belly in just a few months, and with the movement of his wife's violently squirming abdomen when she ate. Now that he was about to die, he felt compelled to do it. It's not that he's worried about how many people his wife and child will harm in the future. It's that he doesn't want them to live like monsters. A living man is not a man, and a ghost is not a ghost. One day it might even die a horrible death at the hands of another demonic species or awakened person, even if he was still a little hesitant. But it's time to get down to it. Honey, don't blame me. Zhou mobilized the last of his body's strength, and a layer of red fist armor covered the backs of his hands. The blazing flames caused the air around them to heat up quickly, and the thing in his stomach seemed to sense something was wrong, and began to squirm even more violently. His belly held up like a membrane by it. Through this layer of green veins intersecting the film, you can vaguely see that there is a very large thing struggling inside. The woman's pupils constricted, knowing what her husband was trying to do, but she wanted to protect her child. But before she could get up and escape, a black claw poofed out of her belly and grabbed onto Zhou's wrist, the flame touching against the sticky white liquid, rising a gust of unpleasant black smoke. Woo! The sudden birth made the woman's eyes widen. A whimper escaped her throat, and her body bent backwards in an exaggerated position. Chapter 64, Strange Brain Circuit. At the entrance of the mansion, a scene in the courtyard deeply shook Jiang Xia's 3 hearts. A black demonic creature covered in dripping, slimy liquid crouched on the red-stained ground, an arm meshed in its mouth. The demon is very disgusting, black in color, small in size, standing up to 1 meter 2. Its oval-shaped head was wrinkled and looked like a rat's head without hair. Beneath a pair of scarlet, narrow eyes was a nose that looked like it had been slashed, and further down, morose and cold interlocking canines were neatly arranged. Down the back was a meter-long tail that trailed wetly on the ground. On the floor, pieces of clothing merged with the red liquid. The demonic creature ate very quickly, almost without the action of chewing, and swallowed the food into its stomach in one big gulp. Its stomach was already bulging high, but it seemed as if it wasn't satisfied yet. Not far away from a woman lying on the ground, her stomach bloody, but she seemed to feel the slightest pain. On the contrary, look at their own face doting on the child as eating. She showed no pain at all for her husband's death. Vomit. Yang Jia, who was carrying Zhang Niyue's corpse, could not hold back, and threw Zhang Niyue's corpse from his arms to the ground as he ran into the darkness in the distance with a vomit. Bloody and violent scenes Yang Jia had seen a lot, but the matter behind this bloody picture in front of him made him feel extremely physically uncomfortable. This world, could it get any crazier? Jiang Xia frowned. Just like Yang Jia, he could stand the bloody and violent images, but he could not stand what was going on behind the bloody images a bit. Lee Sidong returned to her senses and smacked her lips. It's a pity that I'm too late, but I did get to see the tire demon. Roar! The feeding fetus demon heard the intruder's movement, and its head snapped to the doorway, splitting open its bloody mouth and letting out a sharp hiss that pierced its eardrums. Swish! A knife-shaped tentacle slashed at the head of the demon, and in the nick of time, the woman lying on the ground suddenly jumped up from the ground and blocked the knife-shaped tentacle with her own body. The woman's two hands tightly grasped the knife-shaped tentacles that cut into her body, and her eyes looked towards her child, still with a face of favor, as if she had gone crazy, and her mental state had become extremely distorted. It was as if, again, a twisted mother's love had taken over her brain. She collected the favor in her eyes and shouted at the tired demon with great effort, "Run!" Seemingly sensing that it was outmatched, the fetus demon got up and ran away with the little food left in its mouth, as if it didn't care about the life or death of its mother at all. The tired demon's skinny body leapt up, jumping onto the fence like a nimble monkey. It was about to escape when a tapered tail wrapped around its thin legs and yanked its entire body off the fence. The demonic creature let out a hiss in its throat and unfurled its sharp claws in one swing. Jiang Xia didn't expect this demon's claws to be so sharp, almost cutting off his entire tail. The woman's body was cut off at the waist, and the knife-shaped tentacle then jabbed through the air, poking into the body of the fetus demon from the back, running through the entire body of the fetus demon that was trying to jump up and escape again, and pinning it to the fence. The tired demon nailed to the wall struggled violently, its sharp hands clawing at the wall as clattering debris fell from the wall. But no matter how much it struggled, the knife-shaped tentacles inserted into its body didn't move at all. In the next second, a tapered tail stabbed through the back of the demon's head, the tail piercing in with ease. The demon's bones were still soft. With its head penetrated by the conical tail, the demonic creature instantly stopped moving, its limbs sliding against the wall like a puddle of mud. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia with grudging eyes. What's the point of killing it so soon? I haven't studied it properly yet. Well, you didn't say it either. Jiang Xia retracted his tail, and a wave of warmth appeared inside his body. Yang Jia's face was white as he patted his chest to ease his nausea and came to the side of the two men, his eyes looking towards the demonic creature that was still pinned to the wall by Li Sidong's tentacles. Is this thing human or not? Even its own father. This thing is a fetal demon. Li Sidong gazed at the woman split in half on the ground. She's a mother demon. Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong. What kind of strange magic seed is it again? Li Sidong explained. The day a mother demon becomes a demonic species, a new kind of life will be conceived within her body. It's hard to gauge the character of other demonic species, but almost all mother demons have the same character. They will try to do everything they can to make the child conceived in their womb be born safely, and the cycle repeats itself after that, as if this is their mission. The life that was conceived in their bodies was called a fetal demon. There are very few cases of mother demons at the moment, and I've only overheard people mentioning them. Yang Jia immediately said, so this thing isn't even that awakened one's child? Well, you can say it like this. According to the information I've heard about the mother demon, the fetus demon conceived in her belly shouldn't have anything to do with outsiders. A large portion of the nutrients she absorbs will be absorbed by the fetus demon, and as long as it absorbs enough nutrients, the fetus demon in the mother demon's belly can even complete its evolution in the placenta. Jiang Xia looked at the woman. No wonder she's so weak, but her child is stronger than her, so the nutrients were all absorbed by that little one. Li Sidong's eyes looked at the tired demon nailed to the wall. In a sense, this thing is a real demon. Not a little bit of humanity, even do not have too much ability to think, born as a beast with only hunting instincts. With that said, Lithonia focused her gaze on the pieces of clothing on the floor and murmured, you're weirdly pathetic, too. Before leaving, Li Sidong went into the bedroom to find a suitcase and stuffed Zhang Niyue into it, and went to the restroom to wash the blood off her face. Only when Jiang Xia also washed the blood off his face did the three of them leave the mansion. Li Sidong did not have the slightest appetite for that pair of mother and son, and even she found these two things a bit disgusting. Coming out of the mansion, the three of them came to a street where Jiang Xia broke the glass of a clothing store and entered to change his clothes. Just now in the mansion, Li Sidong had brought Jiang Xia a set of Ajo's clothes for him to change into first. Halfway through the change it was taken off again by Jiang Xia, a rather strange feeling that made people uncomfortable from head to toe. Wearing clothes worn by a person who had been killed by himself on his body, the diaphragm in his heart was not a little bit. There were no women's clothes in the store, and Li Sidong also changed into a set of men's clothes, style black, very cool and valiant. Since he had just carried Zhang Niyue's corpse, Yang Jia was also stained with blood, so he simply changed his set as well. As he left, he also fished out less than 1,000 in cash on his person and left it on the counter. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xia gave Yang Jia a thumbs up, telling, it's not easy for people to do a little business. Since we wore away their clothes, of course we have to leave the money behind. Yang Jia had an impassioned look. What about the glass? Jiang Xia pointed at the shattered glass window. Glass? Yang Jia gazed at the glass window and said in a serious voice. It's not like we're taking the glass with us. Makes sense. Jiang Xia nodded. Li Sidong looked at the two of them speechlessly. What kind of strange brain circuits are you guys having? The injuries on his body made Jiang Xia grimace with every step. The injuries from the fight with Chang Wen hadn't even completely recovered yet, and now there were a few new ones, so it could be said that the injuries were on top of the injuries. Yang Jia dragged the suitcase oozing blood behind him. The collision of the rollers with the green stone slab seemed incredibly abrupt in the silent town. The voices left toward the town, like demons from hell being dragged away. As the voice went away, a strong wind blowing from the depths of the two mountains covered the entire town, like the dead wailing. I've thought about it. I have to hurry up and get stronger too. Otherwise I'll be dragging you guys down every time. And how can I be a dragger if I'm not the protagonist but also have to be an important supporting character? I've already thought of a way to maintain my bottom line as a human being and still get stronger. Yang Jia chattered in the middle of the two, and then looked at Jiang Xia in confusion. Say Xia, how come you're getting stronger so fast? Did you go out hunting behind my back? Almost out of the town. Li Sitong's footsteps came to an abrupt halt and she slowly turned around, her gaze rising through the darkness and locking onto the top of a tower in the distance. Noticing Li Sitong's abnormality, Jiang Xia also turned around, his gaze following and locking together. Above the top of the tower, two figures stood in the wind, the corners of their clothes hunting and fluttering. Dividing line. Orange would like to thank all the great support. Update will be stable and continue. You don't have to worry about the book will suddenly cut off Unix. You can rest assured that the bookshelf to catch up with more. About the worldview will be a little more perfect. The war will not collapse. We can rest assured that the role of the personage will not collapse. Orange has had tens of millions of words experience. These 2 points can be guaranteed. After reading The Great Move to Earn a Billion Fingers, click to urge more. Have time to see the great ads to send a little free gift, but do not have to spend money to send gifts. Send gifts to keep the money to buy some fruit to eat it. Oranges rely on the ads to share the money can also earn money. Finally, thank you again for all the great support. Important thing to say 3 times. Chapter 65, both sides become stronger. In the darkness, 4 gazes collided. Awakened, or one of a kind, too far apart. Jiang Xia couldn't feel the breath, and when he looked at Li Sidong again, Li Sitong's eyes glowed red and contracted into a pair of snake pupils. Go! A few seconds later, Li Sidong tugged on Jiang Xia's hand. Even she couldn't tell if she was an awakened or one of her kind. It was best to leave quickly at a time like this. Just now when she was fighting that octopus head kind, she had a vague feeling that there was someone staring in the dark. Now it seemed that the feeling they just had wasn't an illusion, and the ones who had been staring at them fighting should be the 2 guys on top of the tower in the distance. At the top of the tower, 2 gazes watched the 3 people who were leaving the town in a hurry. Should we go after them? A youth wearing a black mask spoke up and asked. Chase? How to chase? That woman is a foreign devil. Her strength is not weak. Especially after swallowing that town mayor, her strength must have increased quite a lot. The risk of fighting with her is too great. I don't want to take this risk. The other middle-aged man's face was heavily painted with camouflage, making his appearance indistinguishable. Staring indifferently at the trio as they left, the middle-aged man's teeth clenched and cackled as he cursed indignantly. Damn it! I should have known that I would have killed that town mayor a month ago, and raised him for a month for nothing. And in the end, he's become a sustenance for the foreign devils. At those words, the youth looked sharply at the man, his pupils contracting rapidly. What do you mean? Realizing the slip of the tongue, the middle-aged man kept silent and did not speak. The youth was incredulous. You're raising that mayor. The middle-aged man's gaze looked at the youth and his tone changed. What? I can't raise it? How could you raise him? The youth reacted vehemently. What was the difference between being able to kill a demon seed but not doing so, and having to raise him and wait for him to harm more people before taking action? Why can't I raise him? The middle-aged man retorted with reason. We awakened ones become stronger by killing demonic species, and the higher the evolutionary level of the demonic species we decapitate, the more we increase our strength. Why can't I keep that mayor and kill him when he completes his next evolution? What's the point of killing a demonic species with average strength when you've gone to the trouble of finding one? Wouldn't it be better to kill him after he completes another evolution and becomes stronger? The middle-aged man's words made the youth feel like his worldview had been shocked once again. Trying to digest the words for a long time, the youth whispered, I really didn't realize that this game could be played this way. I always thought we were supposed to be. The youth said no more. If this is a game, the ones who come out on top must be those who don't follow the rules of the game. The middle-aged man patted the youth's shoulder and laughed. Don't idealize things too much. Our opponents have never been demonic species. What's that? The youth wondered. The middle-aged man was turning over, looking at the moon and the sky, and musing for a few seconds before saying, It's this world of gradual chaos. Your words make me very inspired. Just trouble you next time such a serious conversation occasions. Youth gazed to the middle-aged man crotch position launched out of the column of water. Cannot you say while peeing? On the country road. Yang Jia dragged his suitcase behind the two. I should have known to prepare a car. Dumping hams in the middle of the night is exhausting. How was it? Did you get a cab? Li Sidong came over to Jiang Xia's side and looked at the cell phone in his hand. Jiang Xia shook his head. At this point in the night, still outside the city, where can I get a taxi? Saying that, Jiang Xia's face ached, his head fainted, and the upper half of his body fell into Li Sidong's arms. Seeing Jiang Xia's body collapse, Yang Jia hurriedly caught up and anxiously shouted, Xia! Xia! Li Sidong stroked Jiang Xia's face and tenderly said, pretending is quite decent. Ugh! Jiang Xia opened his eyes and stood up straight. I had thought I could sleep for a while. Then when I woke up, I was lying at home. You're pretty thick-skinned. Yang Jia skimmed his mouth and blankly glanced at Jiang Xia, saying that as soon as he did, he dragged Jiang Xia onto his back. After walking for a while, Yang Jia stopped and asked, aren't you going to be polite to me and let me put you down? Show your macho demeanor? What's polite between brothers? Jiang Xia leaned on Yang Jia's shoulder and closed his eyes for a small break. If you're tired, the suitcase can be taken for me. Yang Jia paused. You're holding the suitcase. I'm carrying you, so isn't the weight all on me? Pursing his lips, Yang Jia added, well, don't talk, take a good rest if you want a rest. A little faster, maybe an hour to the county. Yet only 10 minutes passed before Lithonia called a cab on her cell phone. Cab is from Yanbei County down. Late at night on the country road on the car is very little. Only 10 minutes time cab unimpeded from the county down to receive 3 people. The driver in the driver's seat didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about the trailer stuffed into the trunk. Jiang Xia sat in the back row with his eyes tightly closed. The wounds on his body hurt and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Jenga is thinking. Awakened people become stronger by killing demonic species. And one can not only kill demonic species to become stronger, but one can even be just like the demonic species, and can gain sustenance through normal humans, as well as awakened people. Seem to have found a bug? If you can absorb the nutrition of an awakened person to become stronger, then does your own awakened body mean that you can drink a little bit of your own blood every day to become stronger? Even if you don't drink a lot each day, it adds up over time? For a moment, Jiang Xia was also confused. He even began to be a bit confused as to whether he was an awakened, or a demonic species? It doesn't seem to matter whether it's an awakened or a demonic species. Jiang Xia murmured inwardly, associating it with Jiu tonight. Jiang Xia opened his eyes and looked through the car window at the bright sky outside, as if he realized something. It seems that the answer is not the string of information in your head. Surviving the chaos in a different way will determine whether you are an awakened or a demon seed. Yang Jia was too lazy to transfer the car, and before he arrived in Yanbei County, he gave the driver a code to pay $2,000 and let the driver send the 3 of them directly back to Xinghe City. It was a big order for the know-nothing driver, and lifting his spirits, he delivered the trio at dawn to the highway exit nearing Star River City. But they were almost in Xinghe City before the 3 of them remembered that they had forgotten to leave Zhang Niua's head in Yanbei County. But it was impossible to make another trip back now. Solely go with the flow. Mostly, I'm just too tired and lazy to make another trip. 6:46 a.m. The pale green sky is like washed rice paper with a line of fish belly around the edges. And the morning bus follows the city road washing trucks as they grind over the wet asphalt. Janji went back to his house to rest. Li Sidong, on the other hand, came to Jiang Xia's house with her suitcase, and after calling the principal and agreeing to meet him at 12 noon, she dove headfirst into Jiang Xia's room. Although he was tired, Jiang Xia did not rest immediately and first took a hot shower in the restroom. The hot water washed away the dried blood on his body and the unhealed wounds exhibited reddish-white flesh and blood. Enduring the pain, Jiang Xia pressed his finger on the wound and put the red liquid smeared on his finger into his mouth. Chapter 66, A Special Way to Become Stronger. The red liquid on his fingers went into his mouth. Feeling the hint of nutrition that appeared in his body, as well as the faint feeling of satiety, Jiang Xia frowned. This plugin is a bit big. The magic seed has superb healing abilities and can obtain nourishment by eating itself. How long does it take to grow back a broken arm? Can grow out? Jiang Xia muttered in his heart. But it doesn't seem to work too well. Cutting off an arm and eating it, a large portion of the nutrients gained seems to go to healing the injured body first, allowing the wound to heal? Don't get to the point where an arm is chopped off and stuffed in your mouth and the nutrients gained are just enough to make the arm grow. It's a waste of pain, isn't it? Coming out of the restroom, Jiang Xia changed into a loose undershirt, and just as she picked up her cell phone to call her mom, she saw that her mom had sent her a text message. The text message said that she was safe, and now she was going to a place with no signal, and if there was any emergency, let Jiang Xia go to her dad. Jiang Guohai, It said that she would call him in as long as 3 days or as short as 2 days. Jiang Xia tried to call and was prompted that the number was not in service, where there is no signal. Jiang Xia guessed in his mind where his old mom was now. Could it be in some deep forest? Or maybe it's arriving in the safe zone? But as long as mom's okay. Jiang Xia made another call to his father, Jiang Guahai, and the call connected quickly, as if the person on the other end was worried that something was wrong with Jiang Xia. After chatting for a few sentences, he learned that Dad and the others were still in Yanbei County. Jiang Xia asked them to pay more attention to safety. As for whether they came back or not, Jiang Xia was quite hopeful that he could see them anytime, anywhere. But as far as the current situation was concerned, it would be best to let them come back in a couple of days before it was clear that there would be a demonic species that would go after the family in order to get a clue about their old mom. At least compared to Star River City, Yanbei County was far less dangerous than this side of Star River. In Star River City, there weren't just one or two powerful demonic species. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Xia again in the chat software back to the message of Yang Jia arrived home. Just after returning the message to exit the chat page, was attracted by a group message. The chat group is a gaming group. In the past, Jiang Xia was still quite fond of playing games, and was a vice captain of a gunfighting game. But as this game out of the various guns more and more fancy, Jiang Xia also gradually lost interest in this game. This group is the chat group for the war party. For night owls who like to play games, it's common to score points and do game missions all night long, and usually this chat group will talk about what's there and what's not. Rather, today's chat was a little different. A guy with the group note, Gun Guy, forwarded a couple videos. The video is of a dark alley. A woman with a bag on her back passes by an alleyway and is suddenly wrapped around her neck by a tentacle. No matter how much she struggles, she ends up being dragged into the alley by the tentacle. Crossing the trail gets crossed. Holy, really? Monster? Likes the smoke ceiling in the middle door? Tentacles? TSK, 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 TSK. Laughing, with bag no less, at gunman. Captain, can you stop hiding and follow up? What about the follow-up? If you can't, I'll give you a red packet. Open mouth. Eat thunder. I think I've seen this movie, but it's an anime style. Is there a live-action version out now? Gunman, wiping sweat, this was sent to me by a friend of mine, and I'm telling you guys, it's best to go out less at night these days. There might be monsters in this world. Over the trail to have to hand over the life. Come on, a look at this video is peas. 10 or so years ago there are not people say what the world has lizard people, and also made several documentaries. Girl catching gun, don't tell me. Last night I saw a psychopath run out into the road, yelling monster 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 like a madman, and was finally dragged away by the mental hospital. Gunman, have you ever called someone a psychopath with such innuendo? Girl catching gun, Captain, don't get me wrong. I didn't say you're a psycho. I'm telling the truth. Last night there was really a crazy person who ran out into the road yelling that there was a monster, running around with a kitchen knife in his hand, and was finally dragged away by the psychiatric hospitals. Gunman, anyway, you do not go out at night recently. Be careful. My brother is now in an emergency management department. This department is very special, responsible for dealing with some corpses. He said that those corpses do not look like they have been killed. Well, too much I cannot tell you. In any case, do not go out after dark as much as possible. Opens mouth, eats thunder, really. Go on. I just like to hear Captain you blow awesome in a serious way. Crossed the trail and had to hand over his life. Panic what? Even if there really is a monster. So what? As long as it is a carbon-based creature. In front of the 762 have to call their father, with bag no less, at gunman. So are we still playing in the Battle of the Bands tournament this week? Gun Guy, fight. Opens mouth, eats thunder, got it. Summed it up. The captain is blowing awesome. Sleep. It was 11:20 p.m. when I woke up from a nap. After waking up from her sleep, Lee Sidong first took a shower and sat on the sofa again, looking at Jiang Xia who was lying on the opposite sofa playing with his cell phone. You haven't been sleeping? Slept for a while. Jiang Xia returned Yang Jia's message. It was Yang Jia who sent him a few pictures of girls to help him pick one. Jiang Xia, if you don't restrain yourself, you'll die a woman sooner or later. Lee Sidong asked again. Is the injury better? Recovery is okay. Complete recovery should take a week, but 3 or 4 days shouldn't affect the next fight again. Jiang Xia sat up straight from the sofa. It's good that it's okay. Lee Sidong nodded and stepped into the main topic. Then let's talk more about the strange feeling in your body when you were fighting. When you fought with Zhang Niyue and that awakened person last night, did that strange feeling appear again? It appeared. Jiang Xia nodded with a serious expression. I've also been thinking back just now, and now I count on more or less figuring out the reason why I suddenly became stronger. Oh, tell me about it. Li Sitong's eyes put on a bright light and her body leaned forward. Jiang Xia began. Normally when a magic species eats food, the nutrients that enter the body will be quickly absorbed, right? Right, but I seem to be a bit different. Jiang Xia pursed his lips. After I eat, the nutrients stored in my body won't be absorbed all at once, as if a part of it will hide somewhere in my body. When Jiang Xia said this, Li Sidong understood. You mean, when you fight, your body will start absorbing these stored nutrients? Right, and it's not just as simple as absorbing those nutrients. Chapter 67 Ticket to Safety. These were the words that Jiang Xia had prepared long ago to say that he was going to create a new identity for himself as a magic type. Jiang Xia continued. When I was fighting, these nutrients stored in my body became more as if they exploded, and the more intense I fought, the more nutrients became. I didn't pay much attention to it a few times before, but last night when I fought that Jiao, didn't I rip a few pieces of flesh and blood off of him, and that feeling became even more pronounced. Those nutrients entered my body, and as my body fought fiercely, they became more and more. Is that so? Li Sidong nodded thoughtfully. In that case, the special way for you to become stronger is to fight, and the more intense the fight, the faster the strength will increase for you, provided that you have stored nutrients in your body. Jiang Xiao looked like he wasn't too sure either. I'm not sure if it's specific, but it gives me a feeling that it is. After playing 2 matches last night, I now clearly feel like I've become stronger. Kind of. Li Sidong never expected Jiang Xiao's special way of becoming stronger to actually be this kind. But it seems like normal fights don't work. It has to be the kind of fight where I'm fully in the zone. Jiang Xia also added. Try to perfect his identity as a new type of magic species, so that every time after eating, nothing Li Sidong wanna find him to fight. Well, so, the two of us seem to be a perfect match? Li Sidong revealed a smile. You become stronger through fighting, then you can go and fight those flagging kindred, and when you kill him, you'll leave it to me, a foreign devil, to devour. Jiang Xia nodded. That seems to be the case, but I'm still a bit unsure if what I just said is right. I need to have at least one more fierce battle before I can make a conclusion. Don't worry, I guess we'll get our chance soon. There's simply no shortage of intense life and death battles in this world right now. Li Sidong just wanted to continue. The principal White Tiger came to the phone. After confirming with the principal that they would meet at Jiang Xia's house, Li Sidong hung up the phone. Looking at Jiang Xia again, he wondered, say, have you ever tasted your own blood? Several of his kind that weren't foreign demons were able to gain nourishment after tasting Jiang Xia's flesh and blood. She was curious. What about Jiang Xia himself? Tried. The answer is the same as yours. Li Sitong's eyes became complicated as she looked at Jiang Xia. Without a doubt, Jiang Xia was definitely the most special one among the types of magic seeds she had seen and even heard of. You're still a strange thing. So according to this, you don't need to store up your nutrients in advance before every fight. Just take a nibble of yourself before you fight, and the nutrients that your own flesh and blood have turned into will explode in your body in multiples. Saying that, Li Sidong paused. That's not right. Since the nutrition will explode exponentially in your body, it's only logical that part of that nutrition will help you heal your injuries. But why is it that after you fought 2 matches yesterday and ripped off several pieces of flesh from the awakened called Jiao, your strength has gone up, yet your injuries are still so severe? Don't know. Jiang Xia shook his head. What he couldn't make up for the time being, a uniform reply of don't know was accurate. Li Sidong thought for a moment. I see. If my guess is right, these nutrients exploding inside you will merely only boost your strength. Possibly. So what should I call my type of magic seed? Li Sidong couldn't say it either. I don't know. The type of magic seed. The name is not born with it. It's all taken by people. Maybe you're the first of your type of magic seed, you still have the right to name it. Naming rights? Wait for me to take some time to think about it. Jiang Xia was thoughtful. The principal, Huang Tianfu, came nearly half an hour earlier than the appointed time. The reason for this is that the thought of Zhang Niyue's body back to Xinghe City. Unusually excited, he could not wait to be more excited. Today he was dressed quite normally, the black formal jacket he usually wore at school. In the living room, Huang Tianfu pulled open the suitcase with a trembling hand. Looking at the woman curled up inside whose body had gone a little stiff, his throat unexpectedly gave a comfortable Well done. It's only the 3rd day, and you've brought me a great gift. Jiang Xia's gaze was on Li Sitong's face, and in the woman's eyes, there was the same flicker of excitement. Li Sitong's attention was not on the suitcase, but on the principal White Tiger. Jiang Xia roughly understood that the principal of the school at that time had also become Li Sitong's chosen hunting target. It's just a shame that the lower half of the face is ruined, so it's a little hard to tell what it looks like. Wait, no. Forcing down a trace of the excitement on his face, Huang Tianfu realized something was wrong and looked back at the two Jiang Xia Li Sidong. What's going on? Huang Tianfu pointed to the head tucked alone in a corner in the suitcase, and his tone sank a few points. Didn't I tell you guys to leave her head in Yanbei County and hang it in a conspicuous place? So why did you bring the head back too? Li Sidong calmly said. We were targeted in Yanbei County and came back without having time to leave our heads behind. If you have to leave your heads there, I can have someone send them over now. Huang Tianfu thought about it. His eyes became a little twisted and his breathing started to get heavy. No need. I thought of a more fun one. Eyes reluctantly moving away from Zhang Niyue, Huang Tianfu came and sat down in front of the sofa, turning to Jiang Xia and pulling out 2 crimson tickets from his arms and placing them on the table. I'm a man who keeps his word, and the 2 spots in the safe zone are yours. Jiang Xia didn't pick it up first and his eyes surveyed the 2 tickets. Can't tell what material it's made of, not plastic or paper, like some kind of special metal? A gold design resembling a shield is printed on the front, and at the bottom of the ticket, there is a line of numbered figures, D09116, D09117. That's 2 safe zone spots? Jiang Xia picked up the 2 tickets, even in his hand, still cannot feel what material, close to look like plastic, but has a metallic feel. When viewed sideways, the design and number on both tickets change color, and on the back of both tickets, a golden dragon totem is printed, which also changes color with the viewing angle. Huang Tianfu nodded. Yes, take these 2 tickets and present them at the security zone, and after testing that there is no problem with the person who carries the tickets there, they can enter the security zone. Where did you get these 2 tickets? Jiang Xia wanted to figure out the source, just by looking at the appearance alone. These 2 tickets really didn't look like fakes. I told you 2 days ago that you wouldn't be able to confirm it even if I told you. But seeing as you guys completed this mission so beautifully, it's okay to tell you to satisfy your curiosity. Huang Tianfu began to explain. Currently all those who enter the safe zone are on an invitation system, but most of the people who are invited are not issued tickets. Instead, the management of the safe zone directly brings the invitees into the safe zone. Only a small group of special people are qualified to get the tickets, and they can give them to anyone. Jiang Xia said, if I guessed correctly, most of the special people you are talking about are witch awakened people who are close to the officials. Chapter 68, Newly Ranked 1. Huang Tianfu nodded. Yes, every awakened who has leaned on the official side will be able to obtain at least 3 tickets to the safe zone. They can choose to give the tickets to their family members, to their friends. After all, as an awakened who has also defected to the official side, this point of privilege is still there. These 2 tickets, that's what you got from the awakened? Huang Tianfu nodded. There were a total of 3 on that awakened person. 1 I gave to someone else, and the remaining 2 are now yours. Where is the exact location of the safe zone? Jiang Xia asked again. Huang Tianfu shook his head. This isn't a purchase. There's no after-sales service. I'll only give you the ticket. You'll have to find the safe zone yourself. I'm afraid you don't know the exact location either, Li Sidong said, taking the 2 safe zone tickets in Jiang Xia's hand and examining them carefully. Huang Tianfu didn't say anything. He just took out a cigarette and lit it. Before the cigarette was lit, Jiang Xia saw that there was something wrong with the smoke. Not the usual brown color. It was red, like it had been dipped in something. When I smelled it, a familiar flavor drilled into my brain like a silk thread through my nose. Seeing Jiang Xia's attention on the cigarettes, Huang Tianfu handed out the cigarette case. Want one? That New World Cafe by the lake has launched a new product, which is widely acclaimed. Haven't you always forbidden students to smoke? Jiang Xia joked. This comment made Huang Tianfu laugh and take back his cigarette case. That's right. As a principal, how can you let your students smoke? My turn. Li Sidong couldn't wait to find out the answer, and the anticipation of lifting the fog to reveal the veil made her want to stop. Huang Tianfu shook his head. I'm a man of principle. I promised your boss that I wouldn't tell anyone about his identity. Li Sidong was silent for 2 seconds. I like people with principles, but I hate people who go back on their word even more. Huang Tianfu didn't say anything, just drew out a photo from the inner bag of his clothes and put it on the table. You have a pretty special way of following your principles. Lithonia laughed softly as she picked up the photo and turned it around to look at it, the smile disappearing from her face. But just as the smile disappeared, another wry smile appeared on her face. It's him. Looking at the photo, Jiang Xia also didn't expect that Li Sidong, the boss of their organization, would actually be this guy. The person in the photo is Chen Kai. This was beyond Jiang Xia and Li Sitong's expectations. Jiang Xia had even thought that the boss behind Li Sitong's organization was Dad, not even thinking that it would be this guy. Li Sidong said softly, it seems that the boss I met before was an actor he arranged. Cunning guy. If the principal hadn't taken out this photo, Li Sidong felt that given more time, she wouldn't have thought of Chen Kai in the direction of the boss. I still have things to do, so I won't chat with you guys. Huang Tianfu stood up, put the black mask back on his face, and zipped up his suitcase. He can't wait to get started on the next event. Dragging his suitcase almost to the door, he turned around again and said, by the way, it's better to have fun alone. So remember to come to school early tomorrow so you don't miss the fun. Something will happen if you mess up like this. Li Sidong kindly reminded. The commotion is too big, causing social panic, and you may become a thorn in the side of the officials. Once the officials find out that you did it, they might take action against you in order to avoid you messing up something similar again. Thanks for the reminder, but I'll be careful. You're a good student. Chang Wen seems to be dead. You'll take over the position of his student council president. Huang Tianfu finished dragging his suitcase and left. Li Sidong was amused by the principal's remark and couldn't help but say, "Thank you for the promotion then. If I were at school, I would maintain the campus morale for you. I believe in you." Boo! The door closed. Jiang Xia looked at Li Sitong's side face. He knew why Lithonia had been kind enough to warn the principal. Not out of any so-called teacher-student friendship, but she had set her sights on the principal. In her eyes, the principal had already become her prey. She didn't want the principal to be resolved by the official awakened because of her death-defying behavior before she could even make a move on the principal. Jiang Xia took the photo in Li Sitong's hand. It's actually going to be him, hiding deep enough. Li Sitong stretched a lazy waist, lay down and leaned on Jiang Xia's lap to look at the ceiling. This world is really getting more and more interesting. Movies can't even be made this rich. Jiang Xia looked down at Li Sitong's face. You next. You want to move your mouth on Chen Kai? Lithonia replied. I'll lead whoever's in charge. Neither left the house for the rest of the day. Jiang Xia played with his cell phone for a while and slept for a while, trying to get as much mental strength as possible so that his injuries recovered faster so that he could be ready to deal with any special situation that might happen next. For her part, Lithonia stayed quietly in her study drawing with colored pencils. Neither of them bothered to talk about the magic seed about the world, as if it was a short break, a cozy time. In the afternoon, the two of them took a trip together to a nearby food market and bought a fish back to make soup for dinner. Back in Guyu Town, Li Sitong had said that she had actually lost interest in normal food a long time ago, but she still quite liked the broth. It's not so much the flavor that I like, it's the warmth that the broth brings to my body when it goes down. At night, Jiang Xia checked his body's injuries. Some fragmented injuries were basically healed. It was estimated that once he woke up, his body would be able to recover most of it. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the masterpiece from the White Tiger swept all the major chat software. By the time the officials started to take action to clean up the incident, the video had already been circulated for many to see. Jiang Xia also watched the video, which was sent to him by Yang Jie. The location of the video is a theater in Star River City. On stage, Zhang Niyue's head, which had half of her face destroyed, was cleaned, and the upper half of her face was made up, dabbed with false eyelashes and pupils. The behind-the-scenes guy even gave her a wavy hairdo, her head hanging in mid-air by a couple of silken threads. In front of her stood a microphone mic, and the song came out of her mouth, through the mic, and then to the radio, echoing through the theater. The song was very melodious, but with this horrible image, it was extremely weird. Even Jiang Xia, a person who knew the truth of all things, couldn't help but sweat his hairs after seeing the video. His body was like a pot of cool water splashing down from his head, and the chill went straight from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Not to mention what kind of reaction people who don't know the truth, or even what's going on in the world, had when they saw this video. Crazy, utterly crazy. Jiang Xia cursed under his breath. The pervert list is updated again. The principal is number 1, a well-deserved number 1, and will probably be sitting on that throne for a long time. Standing Man retired to 2nd, Chen Kai 3rd, Jay Young, kicked out of the top 3. After watching this video, Jiang Xia now even felt that Yang Jie that wasn't even called a pervert. He was simply normal. Normal couldn't be more normal. Even Chen Kai, who likes to get off on people after they've made a good relationship, can barely be considered normal. Li Sidong was also watching the video, holding her cell phone to Jiang Xia's side. I'm rather curious about the song inside. Is it coming from Zhang Niyue's mouth, or is it being played in the backstage control room? Jiang Xia estimated, for someone like him, who likes hilarity and the pursuit of perfection in hilarity, it most likely wouldn't have been put on by the backstage control room, and I'm guessing that he stuffed a small stereo in Zhang Niyue's mouth. After all, the song in the video always sounded like it was being blocked by something, and there was no way it would sound like that if it was being played from the control room. That's a good point. He's a person who likes to pursue perfection when it comes to hilarity. Li Sidong continued. He really wants hilarity for his life, and he deserves it if he's afraid of being targeted by the officials. Chapter 69, Make the World a Little More Joyful. The next day, Thursday, 6:45 a.m., the entire Star River First Middle School blew up. The screams of the students mixed with the teachers came out of the building and the whole school was in an uproar. Several female students were fainted on the spot, and several delinquent boys who usually hang around the school were even scared to the point of incontinence on the spot. Jiang Xia came quite early. He did not want to see what masterpiece. Is Li Sidong hard to pull him? Said to come a little early, to see what the old man can make art to. Standing at the door of the classroom, Jiang Xia looked at the body in the classroom wearing a flashy gown but empty above the shoulders. His brow furrowed and a low curse escaped his lips. That's my ing spot. Ah! Lee Sit-ong covered her face and screamed, trembling in fear, her body leaning against the corridor parapet wall as if she had already suffered a mental breakdown from fear. Jiang Xiao looked at Lee Sit-ong, because he couldn't see Lee Sit-ong's expression. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether her body was trembling because she was afraid, or because she was excited, or was she pretending? What's wrong? What's wrong? Principal Huang Tianfu came up the stairs in a flaming hurry, and countless screaming head holders ran past him. A female teacher was so frightened that her face turned pale and she grabbed the principal's arm, stammering for half a day without being able to say a word. Looking down, on her short black skirt, she had gotten a big wet patch. Huang Tianfu's brows locked as he walked towards the Class 1 classroom, shouting, "Don't be afraid with me all. Everyone get behind me." Of all the people present, only Jiang Xia noticed that the tone of this almost 60-year-old man's speech was trembling somewhat uncontrollably due to the excitement that had reached its peak. Soon, several police cars and ambulances drove into the campus, and several girls who were stunned were carried into the ambulances. Boo! In the senior 1 classroom, a man in a police uniform with a scar on his brow bone slammed his fist on the blackboard. What the hell do they want with these things? He and the people in the room were not only police officers, but they were all organized into the emergency management department. They had dealt with many corpses left behind by the demonic species, but the level of insanity brought about by this one was one of the few he had ever seen. At first, before coming here, he thought this would be the first crime scene, already thinking about how bloody the scene would be, with blood all over the floor and various limbs torn up. Breakfast would probably be hard to swallow again, but the result was, the body was dressed in exquisite new clothes, carefully cleaned and completely washed of blood. This isn't the first crime scene. Someone dressed the body and put it here on purpose. It's a picture that's more creepy than a gory scene. The bites of sharp teeth on the body followed by claw marks indicated that the odds were that this was the work of a demonic species. A woman wearing a mask came up to the male officer's ear. There's a possibility that it's the body of singer Zhang Niyue. This thing behind it is most likely trying to cause social panic. Thinking about the head that sang in the theater last night, the male officer couldn't think of how perverted one would have to be to commit such an act. As the words fell, another male police officer walked in from outside, asked the security guard. He said there was nothing out of the ordinary last night, but all the surveillance footage, it's gone. With such a big event happening in the school, it was definitely impossible to have normal classes anymore, especially for the students from senior 1, 2, 4 classes. In this situation, not to mention normal classes, they didn't even have the courage to go back to that floor of the school building. All the students, a few classes in a batch, were taken to the latter classroom and calmed down by a few teachers who were still psychologically sound. Including all the teachers up and down the school were also scattered in various classrooms and gathered together. At times like these, the only way to have peace of mind for everyone is to stay in a crowded place. Led by Huang Tianfu, the male police officer with a scar on his brow bone walked into a step classroom on the first floor. Every time he walked into a step classroom, he would speak for 2 minutes to calm the crowd. At the same time, he watched the expression on every student's face, every teacher's face. As the team leader of the emergency management department, he had dealt with many of the special sites left behind by the demonic species over the past 6 months. He surmised that the killer was still at Star River 1, if not a student or teacher now mixed in. Since that murderer went to such lengths to carefully dress the body and then move it to the school classroom, he probably couldn't have dropped it off and never returned. Mostly, they'll stay and watch the whole mess to maximize their perverted minds. As long as you can see a person who looks a little bit wrong and has a little bit of excitement in his eyes, it is likely to be the murderer. Although the investigation of the killer was out of his hands, he felt that now was the best opportunity. But a few classroom turns turned up nothing. He had just finished going through a few of the lecture rooms when another call came into his cell phone, a new incident waiting for them to deal with. He knew he couldn't afford to hold up too much time here. His main task was simply as simple as cleaning up the scene. But before he left, he called out the owner of the location where the body was. Jiang Xia shivered and came to the male police officer, not waiting for this male police officer to open his mouth. The first sentence was, "I didn't kill the people. I didn't kill them." Looking at the teenager who was shivering and waving his hands back and forth, a face in shock, the male officer put one hand on Jiang Xia. "I didn't say that you killed the people. I called you out just to tell you not to have too much psychological burden. This kind of thing is hard to accept no matter who it happens to. Go back and rest properly. Don't think too much." Jiang Xia stammered, half unable to say a good word, and could only nod his head with a trembling body. After a few more words with the principal, the male officer took his people and left, leaving a small group to seal the crime scene while he got into a police car with a few others and headed to the next location. Looking at the police car that drove off campus and making sure no one was around, Huang Tianfu whispered, "Good acting. The one with good acting skills should be you." Jiang Xia looked at Huang Tianfu, not knowing what expression to show. taking that officer around for half a day, but he froze and didn't find anything unusual on you. Huang Tianfu forced down his inner excitement and tried his best to restrain his tone of voice. This should be the so-called black under the lights? In fact, just now he was on the verge of losing control of his excitement. The feeling of trying so hard to hide himself really made him horny. Why did you put her body in my place? Jiang Xia asked. Huang Tianfu had a face of enjoyment. Because she used to sit in your seat. It's very fateful, right? The person who killed her actually went to the same school as her and sat in the same seat. Chapter 70, Crazy Ideas. Jiang Xia's heart is extremely speechless, thankful that his mental ability is getting stronger a little bit. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would have to be psychologically shadowed by this group of crazy people. Huang Tianfu said with one hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder. To outsiders it looked like he was calming Jiang Xia down. You guys did a beautiful job for me in this incident. Are you interested in working together again? I can give you a more generous reward. Jiang Xia lowered his head and said, you'll die if you keep this up. Huang Tianfu was unimpressed. If my death can bring a little joy to this world, it's worth it. Actually, I don't think you dressed the corpse perfectly. Jiang Xia thought about it and said, in a place like this, she should have been dressed in a school uniform. Just after saying that, Jiang Xia froze, wondering if he was also psychologically twisted to be able to say such things. In the police car, the male officer sat in the passenger side smoking a stifling cigarette. Team Leader Lu, what are you thinking about? A young police officer driving the car asked. Team Leader Lu didn't reply, his eyes looking out the window at the street. In his mind, there was a silver revolver, along with a string of information. Divine Sequence 098, Enforcer. He would love to join the Awakened Squad and go on a mission to go head-to-head with the Demon Seed, but he understood that it was best not to expose his awakened identity if he could. The reason why I just tried to find that murderer in the school was that I wanted to lock down the target and strike at night, but now that I think about it, what he did was too risky for the whole school. For something that might like to create chaos, it's hard to say whether the killer will do something on the spot when his identity is recognized. At noon, one by one, the students of Singa 1 were evacuated home. When the school was nearly empty, the principal, Huang Tianfu, lay on the floor of his office. He wriggled on the floor, his limbs and body taut, like a man bitten by a walker. A huffing and puffing sound of exuberance emanated from his chest. His eyes were as wide as goldfish, and his entire face was red from congestion. Jiang Xia, who was sitting on the sofa, and Li Sidong exchanged a glance. Jiang Xia was livid, while Li Sidong blinked. Neither one bothered the old man enjoying the excitement. Is it rude for a demon to interrupt him when he's at the height of his emotions? A full minute or so passed before Huang Tianfu's excitement faded. Sorry to make you guys laugh. Getting up from the ground, Huang Tianfu's face was covered in sweat. Not that he wanted to make a fool of himself. Rather, he couldn't control it, really couldn't control it, and as soon as he entered, his entire body collapsed to the floor from extreme excitement. Human nature. Hearing Li Sidong say this, Jiang Xia looked at her and thought to himself that this word could still be used in this way. Jiang Xia opened the door and asked, you asked us to stay, do you have something to say? I haven't been as happy as I am today in a long time, and to thank you, I'd like to invite you to a dinner party. Huang Tianfu sat in his office chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel as he looked at the two men. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong shook their heads at the same time. Both of them had little interest in the dinner. Huang Tianfu immediately said, this is not a normal dinner party. I will invite a dozen people to go camping and have an outdoor barbecue. Then every time someone leaves for convenience, he will never come back. As the number of people dwindles a little bit, I think the last remaining person must have a lot of ideas. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong exchanged a glance. Jiang Xia shook his head. We appreciate your kindness, but we all have things to do in the meantime and can't go. Really? That's a shame. I was going to treat you all. In that case, I'll say the second thing. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong both listened patiently. Even if the principal still wanted to work with them again, it wasn't impossible, as long as the compensation he offered would make their hearts sing. Huang Tianfu said, I don't know if you guys have received any news, but in a small country in the northern hemisphere, the humans and the demonic species have already torn their faces apart, and the end is already unfolding. Li Sidong nodded. I've heard of it. Originally I wasn't sure if it was true, but now that it's all coming out of your mouth, then I guess the news should be accurate. Huang Tianfu continued. That country was already on the verge of being destroyed by the war. There was a demonic species that had evolved to a height that no one could have imagined, and in the end, the human army used a single, very large amount of nukes to wipe him out. But the war of the demonic species didn't stop there. Another small neighboring country followed suit, and now the war has covered 2 countries. I think it won't be long before the news will no longer be able to be covered up, and the world will be plunged into chaos. Get to the point, Lithonia said. Huang Tianfu stepped into the focus. Instead of waiting for the human army to lift the table when they are ready to answer the war with us, it would be better for us to be the first to tear our faces apart, before they're fully prepared. Let's have our country enter chaos early. It starts right here in Star River City. Jiang Xia and Li Sidong exchanged a glance. This idea of Huang Tianfu's was simply too crazy. Li Sidong was silent for a few seconds and said, "Headmaster, with all due respect, you are a person who likes to make a lot of noise. To put it bluntly, you are a person who wants to see the world in chaos. But Jiang Xia and I don't have the same interest as you do. Again, to put it simply, the saying that a gun is a gun is a gun is a gun, and this has been applicable since the beginning of time. Don't think of our country as weak. I am certain that if you take the lead in plunging our country into early chaos, you will not be able to wait for complete chaos before you are taken care of." "What? Are you guys afraid?" Huang Tianfu smiled. Li Sidong also smiled. "You don't need to provoke me. If I was the kind of person who would be easily provoked, I wouldn't be able to live now. I'm not afraid to die. I just don't want to follow some stupid people and do some stupid acts. I also advise you to better put away this crazy idea. You are indeed strong, but I don't think you've reached the point where you can't even be killed by a nuclear bomb." Hearing Li Sitong's words, Jiang Xia looked at Huang Tianfu as if to say, "With so many demonic species in the country, you are the most conspicuous." After a pause, Li Sidong continued, "And, do you really think that our country is not ready? Don't challenge the capabilities of a superpower with your childish ideas." After hearing Li Sitong's words, Huang Tianfu wasn't angry, but instead lamented. "After so many years of teaching, it's the first time I've been educated by a student. If you don't have anything else, we'll leave," Li Sidong said. Huang Tianfu nodded. "Alright, since you guys have something to do then I won't keep you. My dinner party is on Saturday. If the time is free, feel free." Chapter 71, The Same Enthusiasts. Coming out of the school, Jiang Xia Li Sidong walked on the road around the lake, discussing the crazy idea the principal had just had. "He's just a crazy person. Don't pay too much attention to him. But he's right about one thing. The doomsday has already shown its tip, and it won't be long before it will cover the globe." The sunlight sprinkled on Li Sitong's face. Her lips were tanned with a light red. She raised her hand and lifted her broken hair behind her ear, but the wind blew it down again. "So in this available time, we have to hurry up and raise our strength as little as we can." Jiang Xia couldn't wait for his injuries to fully recuperate before going on to the next battle to boost his strength. Time is of the essence now. If you don't fight for your life now, you may not even have a chance to fight for your life when the day of great chaos comes. Yes, it is true that after completing one evolution, the body's defense has been able to carry weapons like guns, but it's one thing to be barely able to carry it. It's another to have a Gatling sweeping against it, not to mention tanks and airplanes and artillery, especially those of his kind who were stronger than himself with the awakened. Li Sidong nodded. "It's necessary to speed up the rate of raising my strength, but hunting ordinary people is too slow for me in terms of efficiency. Hunting 10 or 20 ordinary people is not as good as hunting one of my kind, and again, you'll have to be in a fight to increase your strength faster, and there's no way an ordinary person will let you get into a fight, so try not to waste time on them after you've satisfied your hunger. The awakened are the richest in sustenance, excellent sustenance for you and me, but finding them is not easy, and unless they appear to us of their own accord, it's not very cost-effective. The best, most convenient way for both of us is to take on our own kind. You fight to raise your strength, and I'll raise it by absorbing nutrients. You're going to make a move on Chen Kai? Tonight?" Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong. "It's only a matter of time before we do something to him. 4 or 5 days, 2 or 3 days, and until then, let's do the other thing." "What is it?" Li Sidong looked in the direction of the New World Cafe a few dozen meters away, and then revealed a bad smile to Jiang Xia. "I want you to seduce someone." Jiang Xia thought he had heard wrong. "What? Asking me to seduce someone? The main purpose is not for you to seduce someone. Didn't I just say that hunting the same kind is the quickest way for you and I to improve our strength? That cafe over there is quite a few of its kind going every day. You go over there and sit and have a cup of coffee and observe if there are any suitable targets for us to go after. And by the way, go seduce someone." Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong with grudging eyes. "Is this the art of language? Clearly you just want me to go over and seduce someone." Li Sidong looked towards the lake, her eyes following the fluctuations of the sparkling lake water. "You know, I like to devour strong kindred. The stronger the kindred is perceived to be, the more I have the desire to devour them. What does this have to do with seduction? In the past 2 months, I have had a strong desire to eat 3 people. One of them is the leader of our organization, whose identity is now known. One is the White Tiger, now I know who he is, and the remaining one is the owner of the New World Cafe. I found that you seem to be my lucky charm. I have been investigating for a long time but could not find out the real identity of our organization's leader and White Tiger. But as soon as you came here, the mountain was immediately revealed. Who do you want me to seduce?" Li Sidong looked in the direction of the cafe. Chen Yusin, the store manager of that cafe. The normal shopkeepers probably don't know who the boss behind the scenes is, but she's the store manager, so I'm guessing she'll know. Jiang Xia thoughtfully said, is it possible that she, the store manager, is the boss behind the cafe, just like Chen Kai, getting herself a doppelganger? I suppose it's unlikely. I don't sense that very strong aura of her kind in her. How do you want me to seduce? Seduce? Although he was indeed very handsome, jade-like, elegant and handsome, it was not difficult for a man to seduce a woman, was it? It's okay for a woman to seduce a man. A swing of the thighs, a throw of the winks. 80% of men have to fall. If it's like Yang Jia, then it wasn't the woman who had seduced him. When the woman had thrown winks at Yang Jia, she had put herself in danger. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia. Are you men also shallow? Who says seduction has to be seduction? If you are seduced, the most you can get is her body. The highest means of seduction is to attack the heart, and become a good friend with her without words. Attack the heart. How? This Jiang Xia fell to understand. The internet is not said. Since ancient times, the high beauty plan is not to use the beauty of seduction, but from the heart to start. From my many trips to the cafe, she loves to read, and she reads all kinds of books, especially literature. Li Sidong said as she handed Jiang Xia a book she was holding in her hand. You don't have to do anything when you go in there later. Just read quietly and she'll definitely be attracted to you. She sees a lot of magic types every day working at the cafe, but I'm sure she's seen very few that would be there to read a book in peace. The book was just coming out of the principal's office when he passed by the teacher's office. Li Sidong went in to get it. When you were a student, who hadn't bought a few romance novels? And how many of you hadn't been confiscated by your teachers for reading extracurricular books? The name of the book is The Wind in the Falling Leaves. This novel Jiang Xia Junior High School read is a relatively famous foreign published literature. The author is a great writer, and I remember reading the book and remaining engrossed in the story for days afterward. I vaguely remember that probably the story is a topsy-turvy love story between a man and a woman, but none of the whole thing is abrasive about love, but rather it's expressed in a different kind of familial way. Some time ago the same table Yang Jia is also addicted to this novel. Every time the class is bored he will take out and secretly read. Jiang Xia smacked his lips and said, letting your own boyfriend seduce other women. So true. It's not a real game. Besides, I said I'm not asking you to seduce. I'm asking you to attack her. Make a good relationship with her, and when the time is right, I'll try to get some information out of her mouth. Besides, there are a lot of similar people in that cafe. If there are similar people going in, you can observe whether there is a suitable one to start with. Then again, you still have injuries on your body, and it's still broad daylight, so we can't do anything else, can we? Jiang Xia immediately said. See, it's a slip of the tongue. At the beginning you said but let me go to look for a suitable target, and then seduce by the way. Li Sidong strangled Jiang Xia's neck, pinched him hard on his waist, and said arrogantly, I can say whatever I want, can't I? Row, row, row. Jiang Xia sucked in a breath of cool air and yanked Li Sidong's hand away. Jiang Xia didn't know if he had become a pervert as well, and in his heart, he actually had such a hint of liking this sense of dominance in Li Sidong's body. Li Sidong continued, I would like to go there myself, but I'm already mixed up there, so if I suddenly go over there with a book and read it, I might be seen to be fishing. Also, Jiang Xia pursed her lips, but I always feel a little weird. What's wrong? Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong. Are you sure you won't get angry if I'm chatting hot with a woman? Li Sidong smiled, her tone gentle. This is what I asked you to do. How can you be angry? Word of mouth is no proof. Let's sign a note. No picking fights afterward. Li Sidong was a sickly girl. This Jiang Xia could deeply understand. Yeah, no problem. Li Sidong paused and added, can I add to the note that if you talk too enthusiastically with that woman, and I look at you with displeasure, I can beat you up afterward? Just one punch. Jiang Xia had a black line on his face. Listen to what you're saying. Are you speaking in human language? Under Li Sidong's continuous deception and lulling, Jiang Xia didn't even warm up to the plot of the book before she pushed her in the direction of the cafe. On the contrary, Li Sidong had a good point. Since he was going to go after his own kind, the cafe was indeed a good place to scout for targets. Walking into the cafe, Jiang Xia found a seat by the window and ordered a cappuccino. The first time he came in he locked onto Chen Yusin, the store manager, through her badge. Short hair, age about 23-4. Looks and body are very good. Showy face green with a hint of his crossing into the maturity of the rhyme. Dressed in a pink work dress that was short, above the knee, with a pair of long white legs exposed to the air. And further down her feet she wore a pair of dull yellow marten boots. She was a beautiful sight in the cafe standing alone. Li Sidong was right. Just after coming in, the store manager Chen Yusin was attracted by the book Jiang Xia was holding. The cafe had a moderate number of guests, 7 or 8, each exuding an air of sameness. After scanning the circle, Zhang Xia withdrew his gaze and turned the first page of the book. 19-year-old Zhang Yu was a palace guard. Looking at the first sentence in the book, Zhang Xia realized that something was wrong. That's not true. I was under the impression that this wasn't a Western novel, so how come the palace guards even did it? Zhang Xia didn't feel that it was his memory that was skewed. Even if I really misremembered, the span can't be that big, can it? Moving on to the next. Princess Xiao is one of the most favored concubines of the current saint. 20 years old. She has a plump figure, cicatrices, full lips, a pair of small jade feet in. Zhang Xia couldn't help but frown. Hurriedly check the book cover. Sure down. This book has been tampered with. The original book cover of this book was torn down, mentioning the replacement of the current book cover up. Sniffing the top and looking at a familiar drop of red ink on the book cover, Zhang Xia slammed the book shut and quickly looked in the direction of Yang Jie's house, admiring him in his heart. Yang Jie, you're great. Time passed by, and Zhang Xia sat motionless. Ding! Li Sidong sent over a message. Didn't I tell you to read the book? Zhang Xia gazed out the window, not finding where Li Sidong was hiding and observing. Reading a book? Flipping open and reading this book in such a place. First of all, because of the weakness of the heart, it will certainly be sneaky. And once the sneakiness arouses suspicion, and someone accidentally sees the contents of the above, what's that? A devil who is so horny that, in order to find excitement, he wrapped the contents of a court romance novel in the cover of a romance novel and secretly sat down in a crowded place to read it? If word of this gets out, I won't have the face to go out and see my kind again. Maybe later on, when he is powerful, the history book will leave a name, and it will be written, "This is a strong man who likes to sneak a look at his royal uncle in public." Flipping the book open, Zhang Xia took a picture and sent it to Li Sidong. This book is Yang Jie's. Li Sidong. Even Li Sidong was speechless to the extreme and immediately sent a message to Yang Jie, ********. You read this novel too? Chen Yusen, the store manager, came to Zhang Xia's side. Yeah, you read it too? Zhang Xia also didn't expect this woman to take the bait so quickly. One hand pressed down on the book for fear of the contents leaking out. Chen Yusen obediently sat down opposite Zhang Xia and softly said, I used to like reading this novel as well. And the content inside is not to say that I know it backwards and forwards. The main character in it was also a book lover. Even after his death, he put a book in his coffin. It was his favorite thing to read during his life. Zhang Xia said, I usually don't have any other hobbies. I just like to read books. I read this book once before, and it gave me deep insights. The most memorable thing for me is that the hero and heroine in the middle of the war knew each other because of a book. And I suddenly thought of that image before I went to bed last night, so I planned to revisit it. Zhang Xia had just finished speaking when he clearly saw a flash of excitement in the eyes of the woman sitting across from him, and even her petite body trembled along with it. Then we're really meant to be. The woman's voice suddenly choked a little as she spoke, as if something was clogging her throat, which was fast restraining her excitement. To actually be excited to this extent was somewhat beyond Zhang Xia's imagination. It was as if he didn't even need to say anything else. As long as the topic continued to go down to the aspect of liking literature, he would be able to strike up a good relationship with this woman. Shopkeeper. A woman at the front desk shouted, Excuse me for a moment, Chen Yusen said as she stood up and walked to the front desk, taking care of things before coming to the storage compartment. With trembling hands, she quickly slammed the storage room door shut. In the next second, the whole body was uncontrollably leaning against the wall, the delicate body twisting and trembling, a face showing a kind of sick beauty due to excitement. The same hobby. I can't believe I've stumbled upon a kindred spirit with the same interests as me. The woman couldn't control the sound that escaped her throat, and her body tensed as if her entire being was going to be set into the wall. Rare, too rare, so eager to become one with him as soon as possible. Her 10 fingers stretched out, her nails snapping hard against the wall with a bone-chilling sound. 2 minutes later, when the woman returned again with a flush on her face and a fresh cappuccino in her hand, she placed it in front of Zhang Xia. Buy you a drink. Zhang Xia looked at the same coffee, and a familiar odor penetrated his brain. Don't say, it's a touch hungry. Thanks. Zhang Xia was curious as to why the woman had a flush on her face. What had she just done? Chapter 72. Go on. The flush on the woman's face made Zhang Xia feel very wrong, and his intuition told him that the woman's level of psychopathy might be very serious. It's rare. It's really rare. Chen Yusen looked at Zhang Xia with a happy face and whispered, I used to be a book lover and have many book friends, but since the change, perhaps my character has changed. There are fewer and fewer book friends around. I can't imagine that today in the same kind. I can actually bump into one with the same hobby as me, and also look at one of my favorite novels. I also find it strange. Although I used to read books, I didn't like them as much as I do now. Maybe it's because the world is too chaotic, and reading books can make my mind quieter. Zhang Xia said, shaking his head and smiling. If I don't watch for 2 hours a day, it's hard to feel anything. Chen Yusin propped up her face with one hand. Looking at the opposite teenager's eyes were glowing. Even your speech carries a literary flavor. It seems that you are really a bibliophile. It's rare to meet someone with the same interests in this status and under these circumstances. It's just a pity that we can't drink. Otherwise we could have a drink to celebrate. But wine expresses a form. And I think it does just as well with this. Chen Yusin said as she picked up the cup of coffee that Jiang Xia had drunk. Drink this one. I've had that one. Janga pushed the woman's complimentary coffee over. It's okay. It's all the same. The two coffee cups gently touched together. Chen Yusin's pair of eyes looked straight at Jiang Xia, and her small, but sharp mouth swallowed all of the cup of coffee that Jiang Xia had drunk into her belly. With the addition of special flavoring coffee into the belly, Jiang Xia's body appeared a trace of satiety, as well as a few nutrients. The way the woman looked at herself gave Jiang Xia a strange feeling. It's indeed rare to meet someone in your kind who also likes to read, but you don't have to get so excited about it, do you? It's not right. Putting down the cup, Chen Yusin realized that she was overexcited and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I may look a bit excited, mainly because I didn't expect to run into a person who shares the same hobby as me in the same kind of class. This is simply too incredible. Jiang Xia nodded and lamented. I'm the same. Most of our kind. They are either hunting or on the way to hunt every day. Who would have the free time to waste their time on reading books? But now that the world has become like this, reading books is indeed of little use. You can't find in it a way to live later on way. But there is spirituality in it, and those who like to read books have lonely souls. After Chen Yusin finished speaking, Jiang Xia felt something touch him under the table. Looking down, it was Chen Yusin's feet in boots. Sorry, accidentally touched it. Chen Yusin hurriedly explained. It's okay, Jiang Xia said lightly, but in his heart, he didn't feel that the woman had accidentally touched it. The woman had given him a strange feeling from the beginning until now. Jiang Xia had a bad feeling. He felt like he was being punked by Lithonia. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chen Yusin. I just graduated from university last year. A local of Xinghe City. Chen Yusin smiled and said, my name is Jiang Xia. I'm a senior at Star River First High School, and I'm also a local. Jiang Xia responded politely. I can't believe you're still in your senior year. Chen Yusin sighed and continued after a pause. I just heard that something strange seemed to have happened in your Star River First Middle School this morning. Jiang Xia nodded and told what happened at school. Headless body? Chen Yusin shook her head. Her eyebrows sank and she smacked her lips. A kindred spirit who can do such a thing must be a master who is not afraid of death. Isn't he afraid of being targeted by the officials to be pulled out? Jiang Xia said. If I look at this as also a good thing, someone is ahead out to attract the attention of the official. We will also be able to read in peace for a while. Have to cherish the present time. God knows that after the world chaos, there is still no place to put a quiet desk. As long as the mind is quiet, then there is a quiet desk wherever you go. Seeing that Jiang Xia was so keen on literature, Chen Yusin was so excited that she hid one hand under the table and pinched her thigh fiercely, trying to desperately restrain her excitement. By the way, how come you come here alone to read books? Meeting a friend here. Maybe he'll be here in a bit. Is it the same kind? Chen Yusin asked hurriedly. Jiang Xia nodded, hearing that it was also one of a kind. Chen Yusin again immediately couldn't wait to ask. So is it a fan of the same books as us? Jiang Xia shook his head. Chen Yusin is a little disappointed. Think about it. How can there be so many fans within the same kind? Can meet one or two is already good. For the next 10 minutes or so, the two explored some more literary works. Jiang Xia is actually a school slag. In the class is not very good, perennial in the middle and lower levels, but the good thing is that usually also read a lot of literature. Instead of giving Chen Yusin the initiative to ask questions about some of the works he was unfamiliar with, he took the lead in bringing out the ones he was familiar with as topics. After chatting for a while, Chen Yusin had already deeply fallen in love with the teenager sitting opposite her. Store manager. A beautiful store clerk called out. Chen Yusin looked back at one of the customers who had entered the store and said to Jiang Xia with some intent, you read quietly first. I won't bother you. I still have work to do. Good. Jiang Xia of course knew that Chen Yusin, as the store manager of this cafe, usually had a lot of things to do. I'm afraid she'll be responsible for all sorts of transactions between the various demonic species. As for how strong this woman was, Jiang Xia was not good at estimating. On the contrary, it was certain that it wouldn't be too weak, judging from the aura emanating from her. Then again, it was natural that the person who could be the store manager of this cafe couldn't be an ordinary magic species. Chen Yusin just got up to leave. Li Sidong came to the message. Chat good well. It seems that she has been interested in you. Continue to slowly with her to cultivate feelings. I have something at home to go back to a trip. Jiang Xia, I always feel that there's something wrong with the way she looks at me. Li Sidong, she is not a normal person. Of course she won't look at you in the same way as a normal person. Well, no more. I have a real emergency at home. Notify me first if there is any new situation. Jang ha, okay. The new guest was a man in a black suit with a beer belly, both hands in his pants pockets, exuding the aura of a boss who often changes his ways to clean up after his employees in the workplace. At first glance, Jiang Xia only felt that the man looked a little familiar, and he could be sure that he and the man must have met before, but he couldn't recall when or where. The man whispered a few words to Chen Yusen, who nodded and then walked up to the second floor alone. After looking around the cafe, the man also visibly froze when his gaze landed on Jiang Xia. Chapter 73, Strong Love. The man's eyes froze for a moment as he looked at Jiang Xia, a little surprised and a little puzzled. Apparently, he had also met Jiang Xia. After thinking about it, the man pulled his hand out of his pants pocket and walked over to Jiang Xia. You are Jiang Xia? Song Qiu Yu is your mother? You are? My name is Wu Daji, and I work with your mother. Come to think of it. Jiang Xia nodded. No wonder why the man looked so familiar at first glance. Wu Daji, the supervisor of his mom's department, a boss who harassed his mom in various ways before she divorced his dad. Jiang Xia knew about this because a few years ago when he was playing a game on his mom's cell phone, he suddenly received a harassing text message from this guy. It wasn't long before mom and dad divorced, and the man's harassment became more frequent. At a certain time Jiang Xia even asked Yang Jia to prepare a sack, intending to beat this man up. In the end this plan did not work out for various reasons. As for why this man could recognize himself, this Jiang Xia could figure out. When I was in junior high school, the school was close to my mom's company, and many times I forgot to bring my house keys or ran out of money, so I would go to my mom's company and sit down and wait for her, over and over. Many of mom's co-workers in the company know what he looks like. Wu Daji was not polite and sat down without receiving Jiang Xia's invitation. Where's your mom? She hasn't come to the company for a few days, and people have been unable to contact her. Jiang Xia shook his head. I don't know. Probably missing. I haven't contacted her for a few days either. Wu Daji grinned. Alright, don't pretend. I heard from someone that she isn't awakened, and her identity was exposed a few nights ago, and I heard that she has fallen into the hands of others of her kind. Jiang Xia didn't have the slightest emotion on his face and calmly replied, Not really. Wu Daji observed Jiang Xia's expression. How come you don't seem to care about her at all? What? Do I have to care about her? Jiang Xia's tone was without ripples. Wu Daji didn't get suspicious. After all, the teenager in front of him was now one of a kind, and his character might have changed a lot a long time ago, including himself. He didn't really care about the life or death of that old thing at home right now. Alas, it's a shame. I have to say that I've rarely seen anything as superb as your mother among her peers, Wu Daji said, closing his eyes with a face of enjoyment. Like a boar in heat. 40 years old, her body hasn't lost any shape at all, and she still has the flavor of a mature woman, especially the sultry look she has when she wears her glasses. Saying that, Wu Daji stopped, seemingly realizing that he had lost some words, and opened his eyes to look at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia also looked at him, a pair of eyes exuding a hidden coldness, and faintly said, Go on, why don't you say it? Wu Daji smiled and explained, but there was no trace of apology on his face. I may have slipped up a bit just now, but that was indeed from the bottom of my heart, and it's not often that I would give a woman such a high rating. Jiang Xia calmly said, If you can't talk, you can actually open your mouth less. Wu Daji's expression sank, his cross-faced face like a puddle of stagnant water, but after a few seconds he laughed again. Ha ha ha, not too old and not too short-tempered. Jiang Xia didn't give the man in front of him a good look. His mother had been humiliated, and he still had to grin and bear it? It wasn't like he was a teenage mutant ninja turtle. I don't have a big temper, but if someone messes with me, I won't hold back. Didn't you just say you didn't care about him? Does it have anything to do with him not caring? If you don't have anything else, leave. I have friends coming over later. Jiang Xia gave an expulsion order. Turning back to see Chen Yusen walking down the stairs, Wu Daji stood up, a little displeased in his heart, but his expression remained a smiling one. Good, then I won't bother you anymore. Receiving a black plastic bag from Chen Yusen, Wu Daji walked toward the Ben E300 parked at the door. Looking at Wu Daji leaving, Chen Yusen sat across from Jiang Xia. You know that guy just now? Jiang Xia said. Recognize, but not very familiar. Met and chatted a few words. Chen Yusen curiously surveyed the teenager sitting across the table. You are very strange, vaguely exuding a tantalizing aura. I don't know if it's my illusion. Chen Yusen had noticed when Jiang Xia first arrived that there was an aura on this teenager that had whetted her appetite. At first she hadn't been so sure, but now with further confirmation, she was certain that the scent was real and not an illusion. Of course Jiang Xia knew that this was because the wounds on his body had not healed yet, and the blood qi was emanating from the wounds. One's own blood was a bit more flavorful to the demonic species than the blood of ordinary people, and it would be strange if Chen Yusen didn't notice it instead. Maybe it's because it's stained with the blood of awakened ones. I ran into an awakened one last night, but luckily nothing much happened. Jiang Xia was breezy, not revealing a single crack. Chen Yusen scared, being targeted by an awakened. You have to be careful then. I don't think it's staring, it's just happening. But you're right, it's something to be careful about. Chen Yusen immediately asked again. Then do you have any accurate information on that awakened person? In exchange, you can make conditions. He wore a white mask and held a chilling scimitar in his hand. A male, don't know much else. Jiang Xia mixed the information of 2 of the awakened he had encountered so far. Yes? Chen Yusen nodded, but her eyes revealed a touch of suspicion. In the information she had gotten, there was indeed an awakened person in Star River City whose ability was a curved sword with a chilling aura. But from what she could tell, it seemed like it was a female only. However, she didn't doubt Jiang Xia's words, thinking that perhaps it was another awakened. Jiang Xia opened his cell phone and looked at the time. My friend said he couldn't get away on his side and asked me to go over to him. At times like these, you have to stop, develop a relationship gradually, and stay to talk to her all the time to get along and develop a relationship. But it seems a little too intentional. Good, then go about your business before you do. Chen Yusen said and took out her cell phone. By the way, add a friend. I'll share a few works with you. It's not worse than this one you're reading right now, and we can go out together when we have time. Good. After scanning the code to add friends, Jiang Xia left the cafe. Chen Yusen's gaze had been following Jiang Xia's departure, staring at him through the glass, until Jiang Xia's figure completely disappeared from sight before she reluctantly withdrew it. Jiang Xia, she mumbled, her eyes curved into crescent moons, her eyes full of love. Chapter 74, The Charge of the Steel Beast. Late night, 0:21 a.m. A crane tower standing like a giant was motionless in the evening wind, and an E300 limousine shook violently on the construction site, which had been shut down for 7 days due to safety concerns. Snap! A tentacle flung against the windshield. After a few minutes of this, the sedan stopped shaking and a man and a woman lay on the lowered seats breathing heavily and sweating hot. Snap! The lighter illuminated the interior of the car briefly, and when the flame went out, a red cigarette butt flickered in the darkness. The hot-bodied woman lay on her side on the passenger side, drawing circles on Wu Daji's arm with the tentacles of her right hand. After turning into a demonic species, you seem to be even more powerful than before. Receiving the woman's appreciation, Wu Daji smiled. Better than your punk husband, right? Don't mention him. Mentioning him pisses me off. I'll call him out sometime and get him killed. Don't. Just gotta keep him alive. That's what makes it exciting. Wu Daji hemmed and hawed, exposing his pet peeve. Why are you such a pervert? The woman cursed with petulant hatred, and said as she pulled up the dress she had taken off to her waist. Both of them were silent for a while until the woman put her clothes back on before Wu Daji cursed out of his mouth. Damn! That brat! The woman looked at Wu Daji and said in a thin voice. What? Still upset about that incident today? The annoyance is not annoyed, is a little upset. That kid, not just said 2 sentences, drag with a 250,000 like, have the patience of how he did not tear me on the spot? The woman laughed and said, what do you care with a kid who doesn't know the sky? But then again, it's best to kill him, lest he's something that holds a grudge and just because you said those 2 words made him hold a grudge against you and do it to you later. Ha ha ha, just this kind of hairless kid. Before the words were out of his mouth, a blinding light shot straight up from the distance, as if to light up the sky. How come there are still people coming from the construction site this late? Wu Daji was puzzled and just exhaled a mouthful of smoke, but in the next second, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Listening to the roar of the engine as if it had reached its maximum power, and realizing that something bad had happened, Wu Daji quickly placed one hand on the car door, but before he could get the door open, a blue pickup truck came at him like a steel behemoth, its rough front end giving no defense as it slammed into the side of the door with a bang, while the body of the car was severely deformed. The glass of several windows blew out in an instant, and the entire sedan was lifted several meters away. Step on the gas, step on it to the end, ram the hell out of him. On the co-pilot, Yang Jie loudly commanded. The blue pickup truck backed up a notch. The engine case once again resounded with the roar of the beast, weighing about 2 tons, and once again rushed towards the weak sedan. Boo! Upon further impact, the sedan nearly overturned. Its shape became disastrous, and various car shell parts flew out dozens of meters away. The blue pickup truck stopped where it was, the panting of the beast coming from the hood. The door opened and a teenager in a black jacket got out of the driver's seat, both hands magically coming to the side of the sedan. 10 black claws grabbed the deformed door and yanked it so hard that the whole door was yanked down and thrown to the side. A tentacle shot out of the car like a crossbow. Jiang Xia quickly shot out and grabbed it, while the other hand probed towards the car. The huge palm pinched a woman's whole face, the sharp claws embedded in the flesh and blood. The domineering power ripped her out from inside despite the woman's resistance. Yang Jia did not wait for Yang Jia shouted out female to me. Sharp black claws pierced into the woman's throat. In the raw pulling and pulling, the woman's throat issued a heartbreaking scream. She could distinctly feel, even hear, the sound of her skin tearing. Swish swish swish. The woman's hands turned into several thumb-thick tentacles that wrapped around the two sharp claws that were tearing at her throat, trying with all her might to rip them away. But she hadn't completed an evolution yet, so no matter how much she resisted, it was futile. Even though she had used her full strength, the two sharp claws that tore at her throat remained unmoving, as if they were a hanging tower standing in the wind not far away. She didn't get a good look at what the killer looked like, only vaguely seeing a pair of glowing red eyes and the head that gradually changed into the shape of a dragon. Eventually, with a tearing sound, her entire head was separated raw from her neck by two sharp claws, and her screams ended abruptly as asphalt-colored blood gushed out. Boo! The warped door at the other end of the sedan was violently lifted open, and a huge figure rushed inside, shaking the whole car violently. With the sound of steel morphing, a pig demon much larger than a boar burst out of it. The pig devil has a strong body, nearly 2 meters long, with 4 hooves on the ground, covered with black hair harder than steel needles. A pair of eyes glowed scarlet. A black unicorn horn grew above the pig's head, and 2 black tusks emerged from the corners of his mouth longer than his hands, dripping white slime. The pig demon rubbed its hooves together, and even made a charge towards the blue pickup truck. With only one impact, the power that erupted from its body lifted the blue pickup truck by one section. The second before the pickup truck was overturned, Yang Jia quickly jumped out from the passenger side, but just as he stabilized his body, the pig demon had already rushed to him, and his huge head was thrust against his chest. Yang Jia's body was as if he was hit by a large truck. His entire body flew backwards. His abdomen was poked open by the unicorn horn on the pig devil's head with a large bloody hole, which hurt him and made him grimace. Wu Daji, who had taken the form of a pig, quickly turned to look at the other person. His huge body resembling a chariot crushing towards Jiang Xia. The demonized Wu Daji appeared to have a large and bulky body, but in reality, his speed was not slow at all. The tail behind Jiang Xia quickly grabbed the car door on the ground and blocked it in front of his body. The ferocious pig's head slammed into the car door. The front part of the thick head horn easily broke the car door, pushing Jiang Xia's feet rubbing against the ground as he kept backing up. The howl from Wu Daji's throat echoed throughout the construction site, shrill and terrifying. No matter how you looked at it, you couldn't see any weaknesses in Wu Daji's demonized appearance from head to toe. The leathery carapace was covered with black steel needles, and from the looks of it alone, there was no way to get into it. And the guy actually exploded with more power than a pickup truck. In the aspect of strength, Jiang Xia thought that he was far from being a match for this pig. At the top of the hanging tower in the distance, Li Sidong sat on the edge of the tower with her hands propped up on her sides, wiggling her legs and looking down at the battle below with interest. She wasn't worried at all that Jiang Xia wouldn't be an opponent. The demonized Wu Daji looked as thick-skinned as a wild boar and had no weaknesses, but that happened to be his biggest weakness. He wasn't like Jiang Xia, whose body type was born for fighting and had a variety of flexible attacks. He would just be able to rampage like a wild boar. Jiang Xia grasped the car door with both hands, his tail hanging empty above Wu Daji's head, about to stab down from above. Seemingly sensing the danger, Wu Daji's head snapped upwards, and along with Jiang Xia with the car door in his hands was violently lifted off. By the time Jiang Xia stabilized himself and looked at the pig again, the pig had already jumped onto the top of the deformed sedan. The sedan was overwhelmed by several hundred pounds of body weight and made the sound of steel warping. Wu Daji's scarlet gaze scanned up and down, roughly identifying the person who had made a move on him from his attire. Chapter 75, A Precious Scene. Wu Daji's voice was furious, not a small amount of guts. How dare you make a move on me? Jiang Xia looked at Wu Daji. He had estimated Wu Daji's strength during the day at the cafe. Judging from the aura of his kind emanating from Wu Daji's body, his strength was similar to his own, and he should have completed an evolution as well. Estimating the opponent's strength through similar sense wasn't something that Li Sidong told Jiang Xia, but rather something that Jiang Xia had figured out on his own. Generally speaking, it was possible to sense the strength of each other's aura between kindred spirits. Jiang Xia made 4 alignments of the strength of the different sense. The first, the aura of the same kind emanating from the other party did not make him feel uneasy, which meant that the other party's strength was mostly not above his own. The second, one could clearly feel that the aura of the same kind emanating from the other party was not weak, which meant that the other party's strength was not much different from his own. In the third type, one could clearly feel that the aura of the same kind emanating from the other party was strong, which meant that the other party's strength was above his own. The fourth, one could clearly feel that the aura of the same kind emanating from the other party was extremely dangerous, which meant that the other party's strength was far above his own. The aura emanating from Li Sitong's body belonged to the third and fourth types, and when nothing was wrong. Jiang Xia could sense that her aura of the same kind was strong, but when something is wrong, like when Lithonia does it, the aura of her kind becomes extremely dangerous. Of course, for some of their kind who could deliberately hide their scent, this approach would probably not work. I'm a person who holds grudges. What you said in the cafe during the day made me a bit upset. If you can cooperate with death a bit now, I'll be very happy. Jiang Xia looked at the pig devil on top of the sedan and said indifferently. Wu Daji's throat issued a kind of weird laughter. He. What did I say? Not just said a few words about your mother. Said and so what? She wears glasses look indeed sultry. Several times I intend to use force. Tear off the clothes on her body one by one. I'm sure. She's only conservative on the surface. When it really comes down to it, she might scream more than anyone else. Jiang Xia didn't say anything. The tail behind him whistled and cut through the strong wind, stabbing towards the roof of the car. Wu Daji's massive body leapt down, opened his bloody mouth, and a black, slimy hose shot out of his throat. The hose did not shoot toward Jiang Xia, but the hose suddenly ejected a black liquid bead inside. The speed and power was no less than a bullet. Put! A series of black liquid beads shot out like rain. Jiang Xia's body quickly dodged to the side, and the black hose followed his dodging movements, spraying one after another. The speed of the liquid beads was too fast. Even if Jiang Xia used his fastest speed to dodge, his body was also solidly hit by several of them. Although it didn't manage to break through the scaled defense on his body, the part of his body that was hit hurt like hell. In the midst of dodging, Jiang Xia's tail whooshed and lengthened, grabbing onto a bag of cement not far away and pulling it in front of him again. As the concrete dust swept skyward, Jiang Xia's figure was briefly obscured. The black hose still kept spraying liquid beads towards the diffused cement gray, and what greeted Wu Daji instead was a steel bar shot out from the gray mist. While Wu Daji dodged, Jiang Xia's body rushed out from the mud and ashes, grabbing one of the pickup truck's wheeled steel rims in his hand, and in just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wu Daji. The rounded wheel was raised high in the air and slammed down towards the massive pig's head. Wu Daji didn't dodge either. As if he was confident in his own body's defense, raising his head high to catch Roll's heavy blows hard. Boom! The steel ring smashed into the pig's head, but it bounced off the hard head and did no damage. Jiang Xia inwardly marveled that this guy's skin was actually so thick, and with a glance of his afterglow, his two sharp claws quickly grabbed the two pig ears. The defense on the ears was not as tough as that on the head. Feeling a sharp pain in his heart, Wu Daji's body began to sway violently, his head slamming towards Jiang Xia in front of him. At that time, Wu Daji was harder to hold down than a New Year's pig. There are hardly any households near the construction site, but the pig's howl from Wu Daji's throat is too shrill to be heard, and it travels several hundred meters away. The tenants who were awakened wondered why someone was killing a pig in the middle of the night. Wu Daji shook his body violently, and under the brute force, Jiang Xia's entire body was lifted out. The intense pain caused Wu Daji to let out a sharper howl. After falling to the ground, Jiang Xia's body slid out a little along the flowing sand on the ground, and in his two sharp claws, he grasped two black pig's ears that were bigger than his face. Standing up from the ground, Jiang Xia stuffed a pig's ear into his mouth and tore off a piece, chewed it for a few moments and spat it out with a yuck. With a disgusted face, "It stinks." Wu Daji was furious. The eyes that were glowing with red light reddened a few more points due to anger, and his huge body was like a chariot that had its horsepower increased to the maximum, crashing towards Jiang Xia's body. Every time the huge body ran, it shook the earth and trembled continuously. Suddenly, several dark purple tentacles cut through the air, and with a few puffs quickly wrapped around Wu Daji's forepig's hooves. For Wu Daji, who was at full speed, it was as if a stick had suddenly been inserted into the tire, and his body was not in control, and the whole thing rolled over on its side. Yang Jie's divine cooperation gave Jiang Xia the opportunity to rush up, and his entire body pounced on the pig demon like a wild beast. The black thorns on Wu Daji's body were incomparably hard. Holding him was like holding an iron ball full of steel thorns. Fortunately, the scales on Jiang Xia's body were also hard enough, although there were a few scales that were picked apart in the violent struggle, and the flesh was pierced, but it wasn't a very serious injury. Wu Daji while standing left Jiang Xia with no way to strike him. Even a full-force blow to his head couldn't cause any damage, but the sideswiped Wu Daji exposed all his weaknesses. His back was impeccable, but his abdomen, the defense was nowhere near as strong as his back. Jiang Xia grabbed the unicorn horn on Wu Daji's head with one claw. The other claw probed towards Wu Daji's throat, while the tapered tail behind him poked towards his abdomen. Even though Wu Daji's body was thick-skinned, the flesh and blood were still broken open under Jiang Xia's full force. Double-barreled, half a sharp claw missed the throat, and the tapered tail stabbed into the body. Having fought several times between life and death, Jiang Xia's manipulation of the tail had become more and more skillful. The moment the conical tail stabbed into the abdomen, the tail end immediately bloomed. The tail that looked like a circular chainsaw turned frantically in his stomach, and a pig-killing scream pierced the sky. Wu Daji stomped on all four hooves, splattering a cloud of dust, and screamed a mournful, gut-wrenching cry. Jiang Xia tries to hold Wu Daji down dead. It only takes 10 seconds. No, 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, the tail can churn out all the organ guts, including the heart. But Wu Daji's strength was just too great, and the four hooves that stomped around casually kicked at Jiang Xia's body. All of them were able to crack the scales on Jiang Xia's body. Vaguely, Jiang Xia even heard the sound of his ribs being kicked off. In just less than 3 seconds, Wu Daji broke free and stood up straight. On the tower, looking at the pig devil running around and Jiang Xia riding on that pig, a question mark appeared on Li Sitong's face. Hurriedly, he pulled out his cell phone and turned on his camera to capture this precious scene. Chapter 76 Naming Proposals. Yang Jie also grunted and gulped, his eyes trembling as he looked at the spiky pig demon, and Jiang Xia, whose butt was sitting solidly on top of it. This must hurt, right? Wu Daji was standing up, but the tail that was stuck in his stomach didn't retract. It was still spinning madly in his body. Jiang Xia's 2 legs were tightly clamped around Wu Daji's strong body. One hand grasped the unicorn horn that grew on top of his head, and the other grasped the black hose that shot out of Wu Daji's mouth. The hose covered with sticky and slippery liquid was like a sea cucumber. Jiang Xia used his full strength and his black sharp claws pierced into the hose, which was barely tugged. It was the first time for Jiang Xia to ride a pig, and the feeling, it was very exciting. The sharp pain in his stomach caused Wu Daji to rampage across the construction site, but no matter how desperately he flung his body, he couldn't get rid of Jiang Xia on his back. He was, as it were, in a dead end. His body's defense was top-notch, and the flesh and skull on his head could even resist a high-precision sniper bullet head-on. But now, a chainsaw was turning in his stomach, pulverizing all the organs and flesh in his body, a pain he had never known before. The shroud of death made Wu Daji give up everything, his head rushing head-on towards a blender, trying to use this to knock down Jiang Xia, who was on top of it. The entire mixer, which weighed several hundred kilograms, tumbled out under the impact, along with Jiang Xia, who also fell out under this impact. Wu Daji turned his body and ran backwards for a while, then turned around again and opened his bloody mouth, running on all four hooves, like a chariot's body crushing towards Jiang Xia. Without waiting for Jiang Xia to take any measures, the huge head smashed heavily on the ground at a position 3 or 4 meters away from him. The huge body rolled up a sky of mud and dust, and its body slid to Jiang Xia's feet. Wu Daji's body looked almost unharmed from the outside, except for 2 missing ears, but inside his body, it had been churned into pulp. Various broken pieces of organs mixed with blood and flesh flowed out from the bloody hole in his abdomen, and a sweat-inducing odor filled the air. The 2 eyes bigger than fists were still glowing red, staring at Jiang Xia to death, as if he wanted to carve Jiang Xia's appearance into his brain and seek revenge on him even after death. On top of that, the huge eyes were filled with unwillingness. It was as if he couldn't believe that he, who had such a high physical defense, would actually be defeated by his opponent from within his body. Whoosh! A figure leapt down from above and landed beside Jiang Xia. How much stronger has it gotten this time? Li Sitong sized up Jiang Xia. I guess 2 more battles like this will complete the secondary evolution. Jiang Xia's chest rose and fell violently, and his speech broke off. After killing Wu Daji, the warmth that appeared within his body was no less than Zhang Niyue, and even a bit more than Zhang Niyue. The cells in his body greedily absorbed the nutrients from Wu Daji, not letting go of any of them. Not bad. Li Sitong inwardly marveled at the speed at which Jiang Xia was raising his strength. At this rate, it seemed as if it would be a matter of time before Jiang Xia caught up with her. Yang Jie covered the bloody mouth on his stomach and walked over with great effort. What's up? You still have to look at me at the critical moment. Good job. Jiang Xia's eyes appreciated. This time, Yang Jie definitely got the credit for salting Wu Daji. After saying this, Jiang Xia looked down at Yang Jie's abdomen again and his eyes tightened. Are you seriously injured? It's not much of a big deal. Yang Jie waved his hand in a show of bravado, but as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it was as if it didn't really matter to the demon seed. Okay, you 2 go on back. I'll take it from here. Li Sitong said as she reached out and wiped the asphalt-colored blood on Jiang Xia's face and said with a smile, Wow, you've exhausted yourself by giving me a snack hunt so late. This way, as a reward, you can be allowed to kiss me. Upon hearing this, Yang Jie shivered and cursed, covering his stomach as he walked toward the distance. Show love. Get struck by lightning. Back home, after taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, Jiang Xia sat on the sofa, easing the hurt on his chest. Jiang Xia, I have a question. Why do you have a smell on you that gives me an appetite? Or is this my illusion? Yang Jie sat on the opposite side of the room, leaning back on the sofa motionless with the same pain in his chest. Again, it was the same question as the others of the same kind. and Jiang Xia had already explained with his lips worn out. Ben was still thinking about which lie to use to fool Yang Jie. When he thought about it, he suddenly had a good solution. And even this solution could be used to explain to Li Sidong. Want to know why I'm getting stronger so fast? Come on, what's the best way to share with me as well? Yang Jie couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Xia was not in a hurry, and told the lie that he was fighting to become stronger. After hearing this, Yang Jie suddenly realized, no wonder you guys are getting stronger the more you fight. Jiang Xia explained without haste, the reason why the blood in my body gives you an appetite. I think it might be due to those nutrients stored in my body. After the food is eaten by me, the vast majority of the nutrients are not immediately absorbed, but are hidden in my flesh and blood. When fighting, these nutrients increase exponentially and are absorbed by me. The fact that you feel an appetite for my flesh and blood right now is perhaps because there are still a lot of nutrients hiding in my flesh and blood. Yang Jie's eyes glowed. Getting stronger by fighting. A new type of magic species. This is too cool. I'm thinking of what to name a magic seed like me. Li Sidong said she's never heard of much less seen a type like me. So maybe I'm the first and I have naming rights. Jiang Xia pondered. Name it. Yang Jie fiddled with his chin and raised his head. After eating, nutrients are stored in your flesh and blood, and these nutrients will explode into more and be absorbed by you when you fight. You become stronger by absorbing nutrients while fighting. There. What's your best idea? Jiang Xia looked at Yang Jie. I have two names here, one with 2 words and one with 3. Which one do you choose? Jiang Xia raised his head and thought, most of the magic seeds seem to be 2-worded, so I'll just 2-word it as well. In 2 words, it's called Camp Demon. Yang Jie blurted out. Jiang Xia froze. Can't you be normal? What? What's wrong with me? You got stronger by absorbing nutrients while fighting. It's good to call it that. It fits your characteristics well. Stop. That name suits you, not me. Talk about 3 words. When Yang Jie said the 3-word name, Jiang Xia realized how wrong a decision it was to let him help with the name. For 3 words, it's called Big Camp Demon. Okay, you shut up. From now on you lose my naming rights. No, even senatorial rights you lose. Jiang Xia rolled his eyes, seeing Yang Jie's look of pain and asked, is everything okay with you? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yang Jie waved his hand and said lightly, don't worry, it's not that big of a deal. It's just poking a small opening. Hidden Demon's self-healing ability seems to be a bit stronger than other demon species. Now it doesn't even bleed much. That unicorn horn of Wu Dajis. Jiang Xia didn't think that it would only poke a small opening, but for the demonic species, as long as they didn't get killed on the spot, odds were that the wound would heal. After calming his hurt, Yang Jie added, by the way, I've found a way to become stronger. Can you help me hear it? Chapter 77 Yang Jie's Nature. Jiang Xia sat up straight and came interested. What solution? Yang Jie said, I've got my eye on some criminals and I'm going to go after them. Yes. To Yang Jie, who did not want to maim innocent civilians, Jiang Xia felt that this was indeed a good solution. Yang Jie shook his head and laughed bitterly. Sometimes I also wonder what the hell am I tossing? But don't say. Every time I stick to the bottom line of being a human being, my heart will have a sense of pleasure. Holding on to the bottom line as a human being is perhaps one of your magical qualities. It's unlikely. Magical nature doesn't usually come in twos. And if this is my magical nature, then what about the fact that I've suddenly become so colorful? Changing color may not be your demonic nature. It's your nature. Well, you don't talk either, and there's no ivory coming out of your mouth. Yang Jie skimmed his lips and then turned his words around. Ah, Xia. I thought about it properly. The safe zone may not necessarily be safe. After all, why people turn into demonic species can't be figured out until now, so it's not likely that many demonic species will appear in the safe zone in the future as well. Well, I've thought about that too. Jiang Xia then often had nightmares about sending his sister into the safe zone after it was full of demonic species. Yang Jie continued, maybe we can get ourselves a small safe zone and hide it anywhere. It can be a basement or in the mountains. When the world is in chaos, we'll send our families in and we'll keep them safe. If we want to live together, we'll die together. That's a good idea you brought up to consider. Yang Jie's idea was indeed good. In fact, Jiang Xia had thought about this. It is indeed much better to keep your family close to you than to send them unseen into a safe zone. The idea could indeed be implemented. But what was troubling Enya right now was that sense of wrongness in his dad. It occurred to Riveria that dad would most likely not be as weak as he described. Why could mom leave at ease, and leave Ling Ling in dad's care, and even say that she could go directly to dad if she had any problems? The reason behind this may be that mom trusts dad's strength to protect them. This also explains why mom can often feel free to travel and leave him in Xinghe City. But if dad was strong, why did he hide his strength from him? On top of that, there was something else that made Jenga apprehensive. What would a sister be? She didn't have the scent of a demonic species on her, but that didn't rule out the possibility that she could be a hidden demon? Or perhaps an awakened? Good. Then I'll go back and pick out a few positions and discuss it then. Yang Jia stood up and walked towards the door. I have something to do tomorrow night. If everything goes well, I should be able to complete my first evolution tomorrow night. Good luck, and holler at me if you need help. No, Jay, I can handle it alone, Yang Jia said as he opened the door, and in the next second, he paused all his movements and his entire body froze in the doorway. Zhang Xia suspiciously walked over to Yang Jia. Outside the door of the neighbor's house across the street stood a girl in a plain nightgown, a silver bracelet on her white wrist, long and pretty, with the demeanor and temperament of an obedient good girl. In front of the girl stood a little boy who only reached her stomach. The girl covered the little boy's ears with both hands, smiled imploringly when she saw Zhang Xia, and lowered her head to look at the floor again. The girl's name was Bailing, a very pretty name, but she was a mute and couldn't make the sound of a lark. The same age as Zhang Xia, did not go to a special school, but in the second high school in the senior high school, usually good academic performance. Their family is Zhang Xia in elementary school when they moved here. If everyone had a childhood friend, Zhang Xia felt that Bailing was even his childhood friend. Before going to junior high school, the two went to an elementary school, although not in the same class, but played quite well, coupled with being neighbors. They went to and from school together every day, so it can be said that they were bored together all day long. It was only later, after middle school wasn't in the same school, that we gradually didn't get along very well. Most people seem to be like that, having one or two great playmates of the opposite sex when they are young, but as the days go by and they get older, the relationships become more mundane. It wasn't a complete disconnect. Bai Ling's parents would often fight at home, sometimes even in the middle of the night. Every time her parents erupted in conflict, she was at the door. She used to be alone, but now she had an extra brother. In the past, when Zhang Xia's mother saw it, she would call the two siblings to her home, give them food and drink, and then they would go back again when the fighting in the house stopped. Apparently, her parents had another fight tonight. The commotion wasn't too bad, and the argument could be heard in the hallway. You have to give me a clear explanation tonight. What exactly is your relationship with that man? How many times have I told you? I have nothing to do with him. We're just normal friends. Ordinary friends? An ordinary friend gives you such an expensive gift for your birthday? If you want me to believe you, call him now and tell him to get lost. Who am I to tell him to get lost? I can stop being friends with him, but he has business dealings with our company, so let me call him and tell him to off. You want me to off from the company, don't you? Don't give me an excuse. You obviously can't let go. It's hard to get a big money. Can't wait to lie in someone else's bed every night, right? Surname Qian. You. Zhang Xia looked at Bai Ling. Originally wanted to say that it was too cold outside for her to go in and sit down, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed. It was better to stay out of the way at a time like this, and for the sake of Hyrule. After all, Li Sidong couldn't say that she would suddenly cat over in the middle of the night, in case she came over just in time to see herself sitting on the couch at home with Bai Ling, especially in the middle of the night. I'm not afraid of myself, but don't implicate Bai Ling. Without waiting for Zhang Xia to speak, Bai Ling pointed at his face. Zhang Xia touched the cut on his face. I accidentally fell. Yang Jia tugged on Zhang Xia's hand and whispered into his ear. She's the neighbor girl you were talking about, right? The looks are good enough. TSK. Xia. Yanfu is not shallow well. My father will not bother you to pick up girls. Pay attention to safety, ha. I mean, can never let that crazy batch of girlfriend of yours know. Zhang Xia returned his blank stare, and when Yang Jia left, he spoke to Bai Ling and returned to the house to close the door again. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Xia replied to Yang Jia's psychotic-like message. Within a few minutes, the doorbell rang. Who would ring the doorbell at night? Chapter 78, Want to Break the Law? At 2:30 a.m. The sudden ringing of the doorbell alerted Enya. Is it Li Sidong? Or maybe Janet forgot something and came back for it? Cautiously, he went to the door and peered out through the cat's eye, and it was Hyrule. Opened the door. Bailing stood in the doorway clutching a pillbox, her hands fumbling and gesticulating, her expression both nervous and anxious, and eventually quiet. One could tell that she meant to treat the wound on her face for Zhang Xia. No, it'll be fine in a couple days. This action of Bailing caused Zhang Xia to be a bit surprised. Hiring pointed to the medicine chest and shoved it into Zhang Xia's hand, and then pointed to his face, presumably meaning in that case let him take care of it himself. Okay, thanks. I'll give you the pillbox when I'm done using it. Seeing how her hands were busy, Zhang Xia couldn't refuse her kindness. Just after receiving the medicine box, he vaguely sensed a vaguely similar aura. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhang Xia's head poked out of the house. At the end of the walkway, at the elevator entrance, stood a woman. Lithonia clasped her hands and gazed at him sharply. Without any movement, Li Sidong looked at Zhang Xia fixedly, revealing a chilling smile. Zhang Xia's head exploded. No, it's a strange coincidence that you're here. Bering gestured twice. which probably should have meant to say good night. Okay, good night. Jiang Xia looked at Bailing Fire and said, "It's getting late. Go back to rest early." After Bailing closed the door, Lithonia took a step over to him with her hands clasped. "You can do it. Peach Blossom luck is so strong. There are pretty girls to chat with at night." Li Sidong looked at the entrance of Bai Ling's house. Jiang Xia calmly said, "No, the neighbor, seeing that I have a wound on my face, had to send me a medical kit. 2:30 in the morning. Bringing you a medical kit?" Lithonia questioned. Jiang Xia held up the medical kit in his hand. "Isn't this it? Well, delivering a medical kit at 2:30 a.m. Does seem a bit out of character, and in a normal human mind, how is that possible if there's nothing going on?" Her mom and dad just had a fight and she was standing in the doorway with her brother. And when I dropped Janet off she saw that I had a bruise on my face and knocked on the door after a few minutes to bring me a medical kit. "She likes you?" Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia. "Unlikely." Jiang Xia shook his head. Li Sidong smiled. "You don't need to worry. I'm not going to go after her just because she likes you. That would only make me look too petty and like a child with an immature mind. On the contrary, this is still a thing to be happy about. If no other girls are interested in you, wouldn't that mean that my vision is not good enough to look at a man that no other women like?" Li Sidong said this was completely unexpected by Jiang Xia. At first he thought what would happen if Li Sidong saw him alone with a woman at the door in the middle of the night. In the next second, a cold light shot out from Li Sidong's eyes. "But no matter what the reason is, you meeting privately with other women in the middle of the night makes me very unhappy." After saying that, Lithonia paused and gave an impish smile. "Then again, if I hadn't come, would you have invited her in for a sit-down and a do-over?" Jiang Xia looked at Li Sidong. "What are you talking about?" Li Sidong smiled faintly. "Don't worry, you can do that, but I will definitely get you killed." As she spoke, her eyes went cold. "You are punished to sleep on the couch tonight. Who let you browbeat other women in the middle of the night?" Li Sidong walked into the house. Jiang Xia had a question mark on his face. "Never mind, too lazy to explain." In the morning, the rain hadn't stopped, and the sound of tires running over puddles came into the house through the unshuttered windows. Jiang Xia's eyes snapped open on the couch. Just now, he had another dream, but wasn't sure it counted as a nightmare. In the dream, one's identity as an undercover agent is revealed, but not as an undercover agent of the awakened hidden in the demonic species, but as an undercover agent of the demonic species hidden in the awakened. Turning on his cell phone and looking at it, at 8:11 a.m., Lithonia just happened to come out of her bedroom. Chen Yusin, the manager of the New World Cafe, also happened to send a new message. "Chen Yusin, we have a new coffee in the store. Want to try it? My treat." Li Sidong looked like she hadn't woken up and sat beside Jiang Xia listlessly. After hearing Jiang Xia say that Chen Yusin had sent a message to her, he faintly said, "Go ahead. It proves that she's already attracted to you." Jiang Xia sat up straight from the sofa. "I always feel that she looks at me in an odd way. That feeling can't be described." Chen Yusin's eyes gave Jiang Xia a strange feeling. The kind of look that didn't seem to be looking at food, but revealed a sense of not letting him go. Jiang Xia thought it might be dangerous to continue staying with Chen Yusin. However, it was not possible to directly take action against Chen Yusin. This was the next best thing. If she could just do it, Lithonia would have done it long ago. What she wanted was to quietly get information about the owner behind that cafe, and to be able to choose the moment to strike any time after she grasped the identity of her target. Directly hands. If Chen Yusin character tough, maybe dying she will not say. Even because of her death there is a possibility that will also hit the grass to scare the snake. She's interested in bookends. Of course it's unlikely that she just wants to be friends with you. Even if she wants to eat you don't have to worry about it. Just try not to go alone with her in a place where no one else is. Saying that, Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia. "You just woke up?" "Yeah, what's up?" Li Sidong laughed. His gaze slanted down. "You that side. Seems really not too good." "Huh?" Jiang Xia jerked his head down to look down, then quickly raised his head to look at Li Sidong. "What?" "I see the internet said. Generally you boys wake up in the morning. Not all will." Li Sidong's eyes moved down to point, "But you seem to have no a little reaction change? Is the focus so novel?" I that's because I'm tired and I haven't slept much at all. I've just been having nightmares and haven't." Jiang Xia tried to explain, but it seemed like the more he talked, the more confusing it became. "Can't he? How is that possible? Dragon essence okay. The root cause is that I've been really tired these past few days. I've added a new injury to an old one, and my butt hurts like hell after a night's sleep." "Right. It's like this. That's it." Li Sidong changed her position and sat sideways on the sofa, her face fiercely close to Jiang Xia. "Then the first night when I lay with you, you told me again that you couldn't do it since you were a child? Don't you think that your words at that time are somewhat conflicting with what you're saying now?" "Alas. In fact that night I just want to tease you. Even if you lie I will not be so easy to fulfill you." but the results you really cannot. Jiang Xia had a head full of question marks. Li Sidong smiled. Well, there is no need to explain. No, can't, just can't. I like you as a person, but not. Lithonia's eyes shifted downward once more, revealing a mocking expression. Seeing Li Sidong get up and leave, Jiang Xia felt his strength being questioned and yanked her back. Wait, what? Trying to break the law? Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia with a smile and tugged his hand away. Why don't you get up and go drink your coffee? By the way, let's go and look for any suitable targets for tonight. Chapter 79, The Kingdom. Seeing Jiang Xia staring at herself, Li Sidong knelt down on one knee on the sofa and leaned down to kiss Jiang Xia. Go ahead. I'll go home. There's a reward for helping me with this. Half an hour later, Jiang Xia arrived at the new world. Even if Chen Yusen looked at herself oddly, she still had to come. After all, this place could identify a suitable target to start with, couldn't it? Star River City is so big. The number of magic seeds is 2 to 3,000. It's too much of a waste of time to go outside to look for them, and this place is the second best choice. Just after entering the cafe, Jiang Xia greeted Chen Yusen, who was busy at the front desk. Chen Yusen enthusiastically came out to greet, brought Jiang Xia to a window seat, and served a cup of new product coffee. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the coffee cup. Until now, Jiang Xia was still a bit resistant to eating this kind of food inside, but he had to admit that the odor that wafted out made him have a big appetite. It's a collision of the physical and the psychological. Try the new product. Chen Yusen was still wearing pink overalls. Her feet were still the same pair of Martin boots. Her face was lightly painted with makeup, and she even had a wavy hairstyle, which made her look a few points sexier than yesterday. Jiang Xia picked up the coffee and took a sip. The flavor was similar to the one he drank yesterday, and said facetiously, "It tastes good." "I think it tastes good too," Chen Yusen said, picking up the coffee that Jiang Xia had just put down and took a sip from the same spot where he had been drinking. Jiang Xia could clearly notice that the woman's eyes were trembling a bit. Putting down her coffee cup, Chen Yusen looked at Jiang Xia again. "What happened to your face? Remember, when Jiang Xia was here yesterday, he didn't have so many subtle wounds on his face. Something happened last night. Met another awakened?" "No, where there are so many awakened. Met one of our kind and had a bit of a confrontation with him." Chen Yusen nodded, her expression heavy as she said, "Calling you over isn't just for you to drink coffee. There's also something else I need to tell you. The situation in Star River City has changed a lot lately, and there's been serious internal predation amongst our kind." "Internal predation?" Chen Yusen continued. "According to the intelligence we have, there are now several alien devils within Star River City that have joined together and formed a team that specializes in preying on their own kind. As long as any of their kind has completed at least one evolution or more, they will be their targets, and there have been several nights in a row where a kind has been hunted by them." "Thanks for the reminder. Looks like we can't still just sneak around at night anymore." Jiang Xia's face was grateful. "In a sense, he and Li Sidong seem to be like that now." "It's nothing. It's only right. After all, you're the only bibliophile among my kind. If something happens to you, where can I find someone with the same interests among my kind?" After Chen Yusen finished speaking, Jiang Xia felt his feet under the table being touched by her boots again. This intentional touch, like a tease? Intuition told Jiang Xia that this woman was perverted inside. How on earth did Lithonia feel comfortable sending him, her boyfriend, to such a perverted woman? Then you have to be careful too. After all, you're also my only bookie in your kind. Jiang Xia said, "Did you read that book I recommended to you yesterday?" Chen Yusen changed the topic. "Read, and that book I have read before. The content is good. I remember at that time after reading that book I was thinking that in the future when I have money I will buy a caravan and travel around the country like the main character in the book. Maybe I'll even make a good friend every time I go somewhere, just like the main character in the book." Strange to say, Chen Yusen to recommend that book. Jiang Xia really read before. Of course, did not finish reading, only read half of the story, feels too chicken boring. Jiang Xia continued, "I'm thinking that in the future I will have time to write a book. The main character of the story is me. Write the story of the changes in the world, and write all the people and things I have experienced. Of course the premise is that in the future you have to have this time." I realized that the two of us are really getting more and more in tune with each other. Chen Yusen's tone of voice became shaky. "Wait for me for a moment. I'll go get something." After getting up, Chen Yusen immediately came to the storage room, and just like yesterday, she was completely unable to restrain herself, her entire back pressed tightly against the wall, and her fingers, which were doing manicures, clasped hard against the wallpaper. She could barely restrain herself and couldn't wait to become one with Jiang Xia as soon as possible. This man, the more she looked at him, the more she really liked him, and it just made her want to be there. In the window seat, Jiang Xia pondered. He was sure that when Chen Yusen came back in a while, she would more than likely have a flush on her face just like yesterday. What does this woman want? Jiang Xia was still a little puzzled by her character. and it was certain that she must have some sort of dangerous thoughts about herself. As expected, when Chen Yusin returned 3 minutes later, a flush hung on her face. Do you have time tonight? I get off work early. Want to go see a movie together? It's the adaptation of the book I recommended to you. Chen Yusin smiled and issued an invitation. Tonight? Jiang Xia shook his head. I might not have time tonight. I have something at home. Yes? Chen Yusin was a little disappointed. This cafe of yours is not small. Jiang Xia looked around the cafe. There are quite a few customers who come every day. Of course, after all, this cafe of ours is the only one of its kind in Star River City. Are you the owner of this place? Chen Yusin shook her head and pointed to the badge. If you were the boss, would you still be hanging this badge? Jiang Xia sighed. To have the ability to open such a cafe in Star River City, your boss ability should not be small, right? Chen Yusin shook her head. Speaking of which, I don't know who our boss is. This answer made Jiang Xia surprised. Ha? No way. You're the store manager. You don't know who the owner is? I really don't know. I do know the titular owner of this cafe, but there is a real owner behind it. I haven't really seen who exactly. I only know that it's a man. His age is estimated to be over 40. Jiang Xia couldn't tell if what Chen Yusin said was true or not. If she didn't know who the boss behind the scenes was, wouldn't it be in vain to develop a relationship with her? But on second thought, even if she knew, she certainly wouldn't say it so easily. Plus, it wasn't like she hadn't gotten useful intel, and even if she really didn't know, the titular boss she was talking about probably did. Chen Yusin continued, there is one more thing we can be sure of. Our boss's background is indeed not small. He should be a member of that secretive organization. The Kingdom. Kingdom? Yes. The number of our kind in Star River City is no less than 2,000. This number varies according to the daily kills and the new appearance of our kind. But at the moment this number is never less than 2,000. When the number is high, there will be all kinds of cooperative hunting organizations. In terms of strength and quality of members, there are about 10 cooperative teams of magic species in Xinghe City that can be ranked. The more famous ones are Wolf Slayer, Climbing, and Club. Among them, the most mysterious one is this kingdom. The number of members in it is not large, but every single one of them is at the top of the pyramid among their counterparts in Star River City. Chapter 80, Another Guy with a Brain Disorder. The club Jenga knew that the principal, White Tiger, had founded it. Climbing Jiangxia is more familiar. Li Sidong and Shen Kai are the people of this organization. Climbing, meaning to become a climber in the new world. To climb to the top. I thought you didn't know who your boss was, but how do you know he's from the kingdom? Jiang Xia asked. Guess so. He never allows the store to discuss anything about the kingdom, nor does he allow anyone to buy or sell information about the kingdom, so I'm guessing he's probably from the kingdom. Chen Yusin finished and continued. Then again, if he's from the kingdom, in a sense, I should count as well. After all, I work for him, I just don't have access to the core of the team. Then, is it true that anyone in this kingdom, if any one of them comes out, can hang the other demonic species in Star River City? Jiang Xia was filled with curiosity. Knowing a little more about Star River City would be more beneficial to him. Chen Yusin shook her head. That's not true. A mountain is higher than a mountain. Although there aren't many powerful magic seeds in Xinghe City, there are not a few. It can only be said that in terms of overall team strength, there shouldn't be any magic species team that is the kingdom's rival. They should be the first magic species organization to appear in Xinghe City. Kingdom, Jiang Xia murmured. The name, it seemed to have some sort of symbolism as well? Upon closer examination, Jiang Xia seemed to have discovered something else. Perhaps what Li Sidong wants to know is not only the identity of the owner of the coffee shop. She wants to find out information about the whole kingdom. To the members of the entire kingdom. Find out who owns this coffee shop first so you can follow the trail and find out everything? By the way, there's a special organization where our kind call themselves Defenders. I don't know what they're thinking, but they're actually thinking of defending the human race. Chen Yusin said with a smile, as if she felt that the group of people were a bit unassuming and whimsical. But the latest news is that they were all eaten 2 days ago, and the ones who took care of them were the Fae that hugged them together and ate them down to nothing. After listening to what Chen Yusin said, Jiang Xia felt that his understanding of Star River City's worldview had become even more grandiose, worthy of being the #1 intelligence station for the demon species in Star River City. There was indeed a lot of information. Jiang Xia was about to speak again when the pleasant cell phone rang. I'll take a call. Go on. The call was from Yang Jia. Jiang Xia walked outside the store and answered it. Hello? Nat Su. Something's up. A special situation. Need your backup. Backup? Okay. Where are you? I'll be right there. I'll send you the coordinates. Wait. First of all, did you get caught sleeping with a woman again? What are you talking about? Don't I, Jia, have anything else to do every day besides looking for girls? It's about the one I told you about last night. The matter of me becoming stronger and evolving. The situation is special and urgent. Okay, send me the coordinates and I'll come over. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Xia returned to the cafe and told Chen Yusen that she had something to leave first. This trip over is not without any gains. Got a lot of useful information. It is a pity that we did not identify a suitable target here. Before leaving, Chen Yusen packed a cup of new product coffee for Jiang Xia. Looking at Jiang Xia leaving, Chen Yusen's eyes were filled with the same love as yesterday. A female clerk walked up to her and snickered. Store manager. Fancy? What? Chen Yusen still couldn't take back her gaze at Jiang Xia. The female clerk fell into a flashback. I think I've seen him before. 2 people came to our store with climbing before. Probably climbing's people. Not important. Chen Yusen stared at Jiang Xia and gulped. No matter which organization Jiang Xia was from, she had her eye on him. Having let this one go, she didn't think that she would be able to find another one of her kind with the same interests. Walking on the road around the lake, Jiang Xia checked the target Yang Jia sent him over. Just at Yang Jia's house. Yang Jia, meet me at my home first. After the specifics at my home, I promise to open the door to a new world for you. Jiang Xia was becoming more and more curious about the special situation Yang Jia was talking about. Jiang Xia, hearing someone call out to him, Jiang Xia, who was calling an online taxi on his cell phone, looked over at the guardrail next to him. On the parapet, lying on his back, was a youth, dressed in a white jacket. He had a clean-cut face, probably in his early 20s, with a slate haircut and powerful eyes. The aura of his kind emanating from the youth was not weak. Jiang Xia didn't remember knowing this youth. There was no impression at all in his mind. We know each other? My name is Yi Kai. The youth changed his position and leaned his back against the railing. Yi Kai? Jiang Xia still had no impression of this person at all. I'm a climber. Climbing? An organization with Li Sidong? Did Li Sidong send him to find himself? Unlikely. Hello? What's the matter? Uncertain of the other party's intentions, Jiang Xia responded politely. The youth called Yi Kai smiled faintly. So you also had the chance to become one of us, but you didn't complete the required tasks within 3 days. Jiang Xia shook his smile and laughed. Well, maybe hunting 10 people is difficult for me. You've got a sense of humor, so it's okay if I just make it clear where I'm coming from, right? That's fine, and I kind of like to get to the point. Yi Kai thought for a moment and looked towards the azure lake. I have a very strong possessive desire for this person. What I see, no one else can touch it. If I touch it, I will feel that something that belongs to me has been stolen. You mean? Seems like another guy with a bit of a strange problem? Yi Kai looked at Jiang Xia. The expression is no longer as polite as just now. You touched me a lot of things. For example, pupil snake. To you should be call her Li Sidong. She is mine. From the first day she entered the organization, I decided that she is mine, including the cafe you just stayed in, the store manager inside, Ms. Chen. She is also mine. Understand what I mean? Easy to understand. Simply put, as long as you fancy something, whether it belongs to you or not, no one else is allowed to touch it. Hegemony. Jiang Xia thought to himself that he had met an unreasonable one this time. Yi Kai shook his head. It's not hegemony. It's just that I fancy things other people touch again. I will be very uncomfortable in my heart. Is the heart diaphragm understand? Right? As if you like a thing, in your subconscious this thing should be your. But one day you suddenly see this thing in the hands of others. An example to make you understand a little better. Yi Kai reached out his hand and grabbed the coffee in Jiang Xia's hand. I have my eye on this cup of coffee. I can choose to drink it or not, but you can't drink it. Both men fell into a brief silence as the cool lake breeze blew between them. Jiang Xia didn't say anything, just reached out and took the coffee back, tore open the packaging of the straw, inserted it into the cup in front of Yi Kai, and took a hard sip. Tastes good. Delicious. Chapter 81, The Lord God. What Jiang Xia's move brought with it was an ironic look on Yi Kai's face. Sound made by an empty stomach. Jiang Xia didn't care about the displeasure on the face of the youth in front of him and took a big gulp of coffee. These days he had learned one thing from following Li Sidong, that when facing those of his kind who had nothing better to do, when it came to qi, one should never be soft. Being weak would only make the other party feel that he was being scornful of him, leading them to be more aggressive and intensify their efforts. Like this kind of sick in the head, looking for trouble over nothing. Jiang Xia didn't want to spoil it. Perhaps because of this move it would cause the other party to rise to the idea of killing him, but Jiang Xia didn't care. It wasn't certain who would make the first move. After a whole cup of coffee was finished, the coffee cup Jiang Xia precisely put into the distant recyclable garbage bin. Let's go buddy. See you around. Good, hold up. Patting the shoulder of the person in front of him, Jiang Xia didn't say anything else, like he had nothing to say, or maybe there was no need to say too much to this guy. Slowly, Yi Kai looked at Jiang Xia's back with intriguing eyes. At Yang Jie's house, the old man leisurely sat on the sofa and watched a gunfight movie. Jiang Xia came in and looked very restrained, putting the fruit he bought on the way onto the table, and greeted him politely. not completely letting go of his ego until he entered Yang Jie's room. It wasn't the first time that Jiang Xia had come to Yang Jie's room, and the feeling he got was still the same as before. Sure that this was really a rich third generation's room? It's a pigsty. Alright, the only thing I have to brag about is that although the mess is messy, there is nothing smelly in the room. Jiang Xia sat on the computer chair, flipping open a beauty magazine to savor it. What special circumstances, but also open the door to a new world? Do you believe that there is a god? Sitting on the bed, Yang Jie's expression was mysterious. God? Jiang Xia was confused for a moment and raised his head in suspicion. You mean the awakened? Yang Jie didn't talk nonsense and directly stepped into the main topic. The cause of the incident was simple. Yang Jie wanted to become stronger and wanted to complete his first evolution as soon as possible without dragging his feet. But he still wants to stick to the bottom line of being human, and doesn't want to be completely reduced to a monster who casually kills ordinary people in order to become stronger. So he set his sights on some piggish criminals, getting stronger and doing the people a favor at the same time. That person is called Ah Bao, used to be a famous gangster on the road, has done a lot of things that hurt the world, was arrested and squatted for 6 years, and came out still dead, became more than the original. He was followed by a couple of others. Again, not good. The original time is scheduled to do it this evening. Yang Jie even installed a locator in advance in the car of Ah Bao. Convenient to wait to do it can be the first time to find the location of Ah Bao. But last night, after coming out of Jiang Xia's house, in an alleyway, he happened to bump into that Ah Bao. Wait, stop. When he said this, Jiang Xia wondered. You came down from my house. Shouldn't you logically take a taxi directly to your house downstairs? Why did you pass by an alley? This, Yang Jie scratched his head. Harm, this is not on the internet chat. A divorced young woman. Last night it rained. She said that her home windows cannot be closed. The water flowed all over the place. Let me help to go over to see the. Jiang Xia bristled. Okay, go on. I was getting out of my car at the end of the street, walking into that alley, and halfway there I suddenly heard someone yell out Brother Panther. That immediately caught my attention. I came to the side of the alleyway, hiding behind a tricycle cat. Look up, not far away standing two people wearing masks. The ground is also lying. It was raining at the time. This situation is certainly not right. I listened carefully, and threw a mail calling out to another leopard, as well as turning on my cell phone to locate leopard's car parked nearby. I'm almost certain that this is leopard, the target I've chosen to lay my hands on. Just as I was hesitating to make a move, I heard that Pao say something like, together with this woman tonight. We've already made 10 in the past 3 days, and they're all very young, so if we sacrifice them to the Lord God tomorrow night, the Lord God will surely be very happy. Maybe tomorrow night the Lord God will grant him the divine power to fight against evil demons. This feels even more wrong to me. What Lord God? What evil demon? If the evil demon refers to us, then what is the Lord God? The awakened? But why would an awakened one accept a sacrifice? Also, granting him divine power. Really? Jiang Xia nodded thoughtfully. It does sound fishy. And it sounds, well, a bit like some kind of cultist. Then I did not do it. Let them go. After all, do not know what they say that the Lord God in the end. Rash action is not reliable. Through the installed in his car locator view, they left the alley. They drove to the suburbs, parked in the suburbs about more than 10 minutes before returning to the city. I estimate that the 10 people they captured are hiding in that area. The main god, Jiang Xia muttered. In his opinion it mostly couldn't be any god. You can ask Li Sidong about this. Maybe she knows. Coincidentally, Li Sidong just happened to send a message asking where Jiang Xia was, and the two of them arranged to meet at Castle Peak Park. When he went out, Jiang Xia received a call from his dad, said no 2 sentences. Phone was picked up by his old sister Jiang Ling, said they still have to play a few days in Yanbei County, after 2 days before coming back. On the phone, Jiang Ling also said that there are a lot of beautiful women in Yanbei County, and she had her eye on several good-looking beauties, and helped Jiang Xia to ask for a phone number and give it to him when she came back. This sister, she has to be given credit. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Xia called a car on his cell phone and headed to Castle Peak Park with Yang Jie. Halfway through the morning, the tiny wounds on his face had healed completely, and not a trace of them could be seen. Perhaps it was the 2 cups of new product coffee that Chen Yusen had treated him to that caused the wound to heal faster. Lord God? Never heard of it. Sitting in the pavilion of Castle Peak Park, Li Sidong held a cup of hot coffee in her hand, and after listening to Jiang Xia, Yang Jie finish talking about the main god, she also acted very confused. If there really is a god, will it be dangerous for us? Yang Jie asked. What are you thinking? If you are really a god, would you look at these 10 people? And the god who accepts the sacrifice also can't be something good. At least I'm sure this main god must not be a god. Most likely there is something pretending to be a god. Li Sidong said quietly for a few seconds, as if interested in this main god, but if we can figure it out, it's even better. Don't they want to make a sacrifice tonight? So let's follow them over there tonight to find out what's going on. What if the opponent is very strong? A trace of worry appeared on Yang Jie's face. Don't worry, if the opponent is very strong, I will definitely take Jiang Xia and run at the first opportunity. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia with a sweet smile, her eyes still full of interest in the main god. Looking at her expression, Jiang Xia felt that Li Sidong more than likely knew something. At least it's unlikely that she'd say she's going to find out without knowing anything about it. God? Don't tell me. I haven't tasted what God tastes like, Lithonia muttered to herself. Chapter 82 Believers of the Lord God. After agreeing to rendezvous in the evening, Yang Jie claimed to be too tired last night to go back to catch up on his sleep, and the rest of the young couple strolled through Castle Peak Park. As the time came to noon, the clouds cleared, beams of light shone through the canopy on the earth, and everything warmed up. Jiang Xia spoke out the harvest in the cafe this morning. Li Sidong nodded after listening and told Jiang Xia to wait for Chen Yusen to contact her again. She felt that Chen Yusen knew more than that. After learning about Jiang Xia's encounter with Yi Kai, Li Sidong laughed. You must think he's like a retard, or else anyone with a more mature mind wouldn't be able to say something like that, right? Good. I did think it was a bit retarded for him to say those words, but childish for sure. In Jiang Xia's opinion, it was impossible for a person with a little bit of mental maturity to say that kind of childish words. Since his favorite thing was being hijacked and his heart was upset, it was logical to either find a way to secretly get rid of his opponent, or to deal with his opponent in a different way. Instead of saying it in that way like a dumbass, making it sound like he had to have such an extra enemy today, but the magic seed well, all kinds of personality strange, Li Sidong said. In fact, possessiveness and all that is just nonsense from him. He is a person who likes to abuse and kill, and he especially loves to abuse and kill people who are weak inside, including his own kind. He would magnify the fear and cowardice of the abused to the maximum in the process of abuse, and he enjoyed that moment, Jiang Xia said. So he said that in the morning, he actually wanted to try my psychology? But whenever I say a soft word and show some cowardice, I will immediately become his target, instead of him being a real retard? Mostly, this guy likes to abuse cowards. It's true for people, and it's also true for his own kind. Although he's not a foreign devil, there have been several of his own kind who have been abused by him. Regardless of whether it's a person or a kindred spirit, as long as he sees that they are cowardly and weak at heart, they will all become his targets. It was also by accident that I discovered he had this hobby, Li Sidong said as her gaze sank. The situation is a bit bad for us. What's wrong? Li Sidong said. He's Chen Kai's beloved. He knows that you're one of my people, and he would actually still have abusive thoughts about you. Not only that, but he even stepped in to try and see if you meet his criteria for abusive killings. This shows that for some reason, he is no longer afraid of me. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed. Chen Kai is going to go after you? Li Sidong's gaze was deep. To Chen Kai, keeping a foreign devil like me around is a very dangerous thing to do. Not to mention, he also knows that I have moved to kill him. Or perhaps even he already knows that I have recognized the identity of his organization's boss. If I were him, I would also definitely find a way to erase me from this world. Strike first. Have you figured out when you're going to do it? Jiang Xia asked. Soon. Li Sidong suddenly looked at Jiang Xia. The gravity on her face swept away and turned into a smirk. If I die one day, you have to avenge me, and you have to bury me afterward. What's with the demoralizing talk? None of us are going to die, Jiang Xia chanted. Regardless of whether Li Sidong was a demon or not, as of now, he really didn't want Li Sidong to die. Hear that? Li Sidong strangled Jiang Xia's neck in a chokehold. I told you not to say such demoralizing things. Jiang Xia tried to grab Li Sidong's hand away. This crazy batch of women's strength was really strong. A few young guys passing by saw the playful young couple and looked at the man with jealousy. Do you already know something about that main god? Continuing to stroll through the park, when there were fewer people around, Echidna moved on to formal topics. I don't know. Li Sidong's expression was mysterious, which made Jiang Xia even more certain that she must have grasped something. Really? Really? Jiang Xia questioned. We won't all know when it's nighttime. Li Sidong smiled mysteriously again and turned to pick up a new topic. I'm more curious about what your second evolution will look like. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia. The second evolution is different from the first. There will be a big change, and maybe some kind of special ability will appear. Special abilities? Jiang Xia was suddenly looking forward to it. If he could evolve some kind of special ability, would it mean that he wouldn't have to fight close to the ground every time in the future? But special abilities don't seem to include just attack classes either? Yes, special abilities. After all, how can I compete with those awakened with special abilities if I just rely on my flesh and blood to evolve? My special ability is what appeared after the secondary evolution. What is your special ability? Jiang Xia asked. Secret. Li Sidong again a mysterious look. Sell the cell. Jiang Xia heart itchy. All day long, the two of them spent their time in cozy dissipation. and it wasn't until almost 10 o'clock at night that they met up with Yang Jia downstairs at his house. At 23:50 capital time, night covers the land, and the evening breeze is like a piercing needle, wrapped in the dampness of the rain as it passes between heaven and earth. According to the locator in Pao's car, the trio arrives at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The size of the factory is not small. Through the gate there is an open space, the left and right sides of the production workshop, and further in the warehouse and staff canteen. This used to be a feed processing plant. 7 or 8 years ago, the owner built a new factory in the industrial area and moved away. Here has been idle until now. At night, the wind creaks through the rusted factory fence. A bonfire burns in the open space in the center of the plant, bringing a touch of warmth to the chilly night while illuminating the surrounding area. 8 men in white cloaks stood on either side of the campfire, their hands folded in front of them, each with a strange totem drawn in blood on their faces. 37 or 18 years old, the lanky Pao, dressed like the 8 men, stood in the center, facing the campfire. Behind him knelt 10 shivering men and women with their eyes and mouths covered with black cloth. The atmosphere was very weird, like some kind of cult that was about to start some kind of evil sacrificial ritual. 50 meters away from the factory's main door, in a patch of bushes, Jiang Xia's 3 men hid inside and watched what was happening inside through the gaps in the bushes. Li Sidong controlled the aura of the magic seed on her body to within 5 meters. Jiang Xia, who had already completed 1 evolution and was even close to completing his 2nd evolution, also made an effort to contract his body's breath to within 15 meters. Contracting the magic seed breath for a short period of time wasn't really difficult. It could be controlled as one wished. What was difficult was to maintain the contracted state for a long period of time, which required a great deal of mental energy, just like holding one's breath. Inside the factory, Pao knelt facing the bonfire, cupping a dagger reflecting the firelight in both hands with a look of devotion. Great Lord God of Order, thank you for giving us mortals the opportunity to become your followers. It is your shelter that has allowed us to be safe from evil and survive in this chaotic world. And only you can lead us to fill the cracks in this world and recreate the temple of God. Chapter 83, the situation is chaotic. Inside the factory, Pao's voice drowned out the movement of the campfire crackling and burning, bits of sparks jumping in front of him. Great Lord God of Order, please accept the offerings we bring to you. Take away the sin from their bodies and purify them. LOL. Directly in front of the warehouse, the steel roll-up door shook violently, as if something horrible was about to descend. With a loud bang, the roll-up door was torn to pieces by several tentacles, and a huge figure slowly crawled out from inside. Seeing the gods descending, Bao's entire body prostrated on the ground, and the other 8 believers on the left and right sides also hastened to kneel down and prostrate, and the expression on everyone's face was devout to the extreme. Which good god has 8 legs? In the bushes, Jiang Xia couldn't help but spit. The Lord God of Order that came out of the warehouse was undoubtedly of the same kind, black in color around his body, flowing with viscous black liquid, and from a long way away he could smell a heavy fishy smell coming from his face, like he had been thrown a basket of seafood towards his face. Not unlike a family SUV in size, the lower half of the body was 8 thick octopus legs, and the upper half of the body had no octopus head. Instead it had a very large, shark-like upper body. It was more like taking the octopus head off and putting a shark-like upper body on it. Judging from the features and the seaweed-like hair, it seems to be a woman. Instead of hands, she has 8 octopus legs, 4 of which serve primarily as body support. 2 eyes bigger than fists glowed with a greenish light in the darkness of the night, and the large mouth opened as if it could be as big as a face basin. It should be the mind-enchanting demon, Li Sidong whispered, a kind of demonic species that can make people hallucinate and manipulate other people's minds. This thing's ability to mesmerize the mind is so strong that even awakened people can be trapped. I knew it. There's no such thing as a main god. It's just pretending to be a god. Jiang Xia knew that Li Sidong must have guessed something, most likely during the daytime when she knew what this enchanted demon ghost. On second thought, Jiang Xia worriedly asked, then if we're here, if she finds us, will we be confused by her as well? Li Sidong shook her head. No, I've encountered a mystic heart demon before. And even if it's a mystic heart demon that's evolved 3 times, it needs to give the other party something to eat in order to make the other party lose its mind and be manipulated by it. On the contrary, if it's evolved more than 4 times, it's hard to say. Yang Jia busily asked, then could this thing have evolved more than 4 times? Li Sidong was speechless. You think that demonic species that have evolved 4 times are all over the streets? Of those of your kind that you've seen, there aren't many that have completed more than 3 evolutions. In the eyes of the 3 of them, this Lord God of Order was an ugly one of its kind. However, in Bao's in their eyes, the main god that crawled out of the warehouse was a 2-meter-tall sky god, surrounded by golden light, with divine eyes and 3 pairs of pure white feathers on his back. The black sticky liquid that flowed down from their bodies, that was the golden divine liquid, the divine power that overflowed from the god's body, and just by smelling it, It could wash away the mortal aura from their bodies. Snap! A black tentacle landed on Panther's face, black slimy liquid staining it. Pao was thrilled. This is a gift from God. Thanking the Lord God in front of him repeatedly, he flexed his fingers to hook the slime off his face and couldn't wait to stuff it into his mouth, savoring it. 10 men and women were kneeling on the ground, and they all smelled the fishy to the point of revulsion in the air, and felt the wheezing of a behemoth in front of them. Fear made their scalps numb, several had become incontinent, and some even couldn't stand the fear and fainted on the spot. With the screams of a young man, a thick tentacle wrapped around his body and pulled it to his mouth. The huge shark opened its bloody mouth, revealing 2 rows of egg-sized jagged sharp teeth in its mouth, and with just a click, half of the youth's upper body was torn off. Bao raised his head, his eyes excitedly looking at the scene. In his eyes, it was the main god who sucked out the sins from these people, changing their flesh into a feather on a pure white plume. After just a few casual chews, the sharp serrated teeth in his mouth ground the torso into pieces and swallowed it whole, and in the second bite, 2 tentacles forcefully shoved both legs into his mouth. Her huge size and huge bloody mouth made her feed incomparably fast, as if she was a giant meat grinder. Soon, it was time to start the second one, but in 10 seconds or so, there was a third, fourth. Li Sidong got excited again and tightly pinched Jiang Xia's thigh. It was as if she couldn't restrain her high excitement at the mere sight of her kind feeding cruelly. Jiang Xia grimaced in pain. No, you pinch, just pinch. Do not be so hard. Okay. Just as he yanked Lithonia's hand away with all his might, the hand turned to pinch his waist again. Sore, painful and numb almost made Jiang Xia scream out, and he hurriedly grabbed this hand and put it back on his lap, letting her fool around. How strong is this thing? Not being close enough. Jiang Xia couldn't feel the strength of the breath on this thing, but judging from the state of her feeding, it wouldn't be too weak. Wouldn't you know it if you tried? Li Sidong smiled sorrowfully, and without waiting for Jiang Xia to get ready, he pushed his entire body out of the bushes. Caught off guard by this violent push, Jiang Xia's entire body stumbled out and almost fell to the ground. Phew! In the factory, hearing the commotion, several gazes were cast on Jiang Xia. The corners of Jiang Xia's mouth twitched. Li Sidong, you big man! The head of the mesmerized demonic shark that had already fed on the 6th person tilted, its eyes larger than fists swiveling as it surveyed the teenager not far from the gate, its mouth still clicking and biting, its juices splattering in all directions. The color of the moon. It's so nice. Jiang Xia stood up straight and raised his head to look at the bright moon in the sky. It's just a pity that I'm blind and can't see anything. Pao stood up from the ground and fiercely pointed at Jiang Xia. Grab him! 8 believers lifted their cloaks and drew their daggers as they rushed out of the factory, only to have their heads swept off by a tail just as the 2 at the front of the charge were confronted. Pust! The tapered tail extends and runs through the chests of both believers at the same time. The other 4 believers didn't even have a chance to react, and before they could even reach within 5 meters of Jiang Xia, they were decapitated by the cyan tail. The speed was so fast that it seemed like chopping and slicing. 8 bodies lay sprawled outside the factory gates, blood spurting, some even blinking and twitching. Bang! A shot rang out, breaking the peace of the dark night. The powerful impact exploded in Jiang Xia's face, and the smell of gunpowder bubbled up along the barrel. This was the first time Jiang Xia had been hit by a bullet, and his entire head sank for a moment, like a heavy hammer hitting his face. Half of his face instantly numb and unconscious, and his head buzzed, reaching out and touching his face. The bullet did not penetrate the entire face, but the powerful impact still broke through a circle of flesh and blood, and several pieces of greenish scales were sent flying into the distance. Luckily, the demonization was fast enough that most of the power was blocked by the scales along with the sturdy flesh. Bang! 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 Bang dash! Pao pulled the trigger one after another, firing all the bullets in the magazine in a brain. He counted himself as a sharpshooter, and from dozens of meters away, half of the bullets in the magazine hit Jiang Xia. However, Jenga wasn't too big a deal. The scale armor worn on his body was like a bulletproof vest, blocking the majority of the damage for him. Evil demon! The pistol in Pao's hand shook off, and he was busy turning to look at the Lord God who was still eating. Looking panicked, Lord God, it's an evil demon! It's an evil demon! What greeted Pao was a tentacle that ran through his head. His body stood straight up, first stiff and tense, then becoming like a puddle of mud. Then he was dragged by the tentacles to the bloody mouth and the entire upper half of his body was shoved in, accompanied by a click as his remaining 2 legs fell to the ground. It's a pity that he didn't realize until he died that the main god he believed in was also evil. Jiang Xia stood in front of the factory, the sound of sharp teeth chewing in his ears. What difference does it make if it's a god or a demon? How many good things are there in that group of awakened people who claim to be god envoys? It's not all about living. The demonic species at the center of the factory finished, and began to eat faster, leaving only 2 people on the ground who had already fainted and were dragged to their mouths by her 2 tentacles. The voice, which was indeed a woman, was a little hoarse, clicking a mouthful of the half-formed body into her mouth. She swallowed it after just a few casual chews. She looked out the factory gates and slurred. I'm more curious. What do you want, Fey Demon? To eat me? Nothing, just happened to pass by. Jiang Xia said indifferently, trying to feel the strength of the aura on this kindred spirit. Well, you're still as full of as you were when you were a kid. Before? Jiang Xia was confused for a moment. He and this kindred knew each other? Xia, don't you remember Auntie Qin? When you were little, Auntie Qin used to hug you. The demonic species that called herself Aunt Jin stuffed food into her mouth in large gulps, the red liquid mixing with the black slime on her body in an eerie color. Two pairs of glazed eyes then gazed at Jiang Xia, as if the food in her hands smelled better when she looked at this acquaintance. Auntie Jin? Jiang Xia was just about to reminisce when the sound of a fight suddenly rang out behind him. First a figure flew out of the bushes. It was Yang Jia, falling heavily at his feet. On his shoulder, a bloody hole was gurgling out blood, and he grimaced in pain. Then, two more figures came out from inside, and Jiang Xia was busy stepping forward to stabilize Li Sitong's body as his eyes quickly looked at the other one. Not far away, a man in a red suit and a clown mask steadied himself, a guttural sneer escaping his throat. In his hand, he toyed with a golden coin, flicked up, down, and up again by his thumb. I'm fine, but I was almost attacked by this awakened one. Li Sitong gazed at the clown man with a slightly irritated tone. Yo, there's two more. You guys wouldn't be the same alien demons that Star River City is currently hugging, would you? Otherwise I can't think of a reason for you guys to target me. In the factory, the demonic species who called herself Aunt Jin stuffed the last thigh into her mouth, juices splashing from the corners of her mouth. Jiang Xia and Li Sitong looked at each other and both realized something was wrong. With the appearance of an awakened, it was logical that the first moment of attention of this kindred spirit who called herself Aunt Qin should be on the awakened. However, in the face of this awakened's appearance, her tone was unusually calm, not caring about this awakened in the slightest, instead focusing all her attention on the two newly appeared of her kind. There's only one possibility. They're a gang. Chapter 84 Auntie Qin's Passion. There was another awakened in the shadows, something Jiang Xia and the others didn't expect. Or maybe there were awakened people appearing. That could be figured out. After all, even though the number of awakened people in Star River City wasn't as high as the magic seeds, it wasn't so low as to be in the poor single digits. But this awakened one was actually in league with the demon seed, which was beyond their expectations. Little beauty, the strength is not weak. Well, just now that kick almost broke Uncle's bones. The man wearing a clown mask looked at Li Sitong and let out a weird cold laugh in his throat. Even you said that the strength is good, so it should be quite strong. Husband, be careful. The voice came from the magic seed in the factory. Hubby, Jiang Xia had a question mark on his face. Don't worry wife, I'll be careful. The clown man threw a flying kiss at the factory and looked at Jiang Xia. Li Sitong again, a ghoulish laugh in his throat. No matter what your purpose is, now that you've stumbled upon it, you'll be the dead souls under my gold coins tonight. Li Sitong whispered quickly to Jiang Xia. Things are complicated. This awakened person is most likely controlled by that mesmerizing demon affecting his mind. Or maybe not. Glancing at the one of her kind in the factory, she added quickly, that guy shouldn't have long finished his second evolution. It's going to be very stressful for you. Stall it. I'll come and help you after I finish this awakened. But this awakened person is not weak, so it might take a bit of time. As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden coin catapulted towards them. The speed was so fast that it even made a popping sound as it passed in front of both Jiang Xia and Li Sitong. The coin that shot out was like a bullet that flew 100 meters away in a matter of moments, with only a bit of golden light seen fading away. But in the next second, the coin suddenly folded back again and was not slowing down at all. Get out of the way. As soon as Li Sitong pushed Jiang Xia away, her body also tilted in a hurry. What are you whispering about? But I have to say, little beauty, the reflexes are not bad. Not bad. Among all these demonic species I killed, you should be the strongest. The golden coin is back in the clown man's hand. Correction, I haven't been killed by you yet. Lithonia steadied herself, her tone rippling. Not bad, not bad, not too old and quite calm. Or do you not smell death yet? Lithonia's head tilted. Have you always been so crap? Ha ha ha. Well then, let's cut the crap. Uncle will try to make your death as painful as possible, so that the pain produced will take you through the experience of being alive a little more. Crap. Crap again. The eyes under the clown man's mask suddenly changed, and the golden coins in his hands were once again catapulted towards Li Sitong. This time, the coins no longer looked like bullets, but suddenly became as big as a manhole cover, and with a bang, they smashed into Li Sitong's arms. At the same time, a tentacle came towards Jiang Xia, who was busy withdrawing his gaze from watching the battle and quickly dodged his body to the side. Xia, do you know how sad Aunt Qin is? When you were little, Aunt Qin hugged you every day. And now you actually want to kill Aunt Chin. Jiang Xia stood at the factory gate and tried to recall, finally remembering who this Aunt Chin was. Mom used to play very well with a female friend. Is a rich woman, skin white, beautiful long legs, temperament, a glance like a noble woman. When I was a child, I often came to the house as a guest, but since I was in the second year of junior high school, Jiang Xia has never seen it again, and it is said to have traveled abroad, but I don't think she has a husband. She's a non-marrier, so it's Aunt Chin. You've misunderstood. I didn't want to kill you, just passing by, passing through? This is not a normal place to pass by. You've already said this nonsense once just now. Forget it, no matter why you came here. Haven't seen you for so long. Come here, let Auntie Chin hug you again. Looking at the 8 octopus legs rapidly coming towards him, Jiang Xia's eyes widened and his feet stepped back. Come on, Xiaoxia, throw yourself into Auntie Chin's arms. Didn't you love to kiss Auntie Chin when you were little? Auntie Chin lets you kiss her properly. There was indeed a hint of sexiness and flirtation in her voice, but with the way she looked now, who could get off on that? Hundreds of gold coins weaved in and out of the area behind them, creating a battlefield-like shower of gunfire. And Yang Jie covered his chest and ran to the side of the open space. Jiang Xia was unable to retreat, so he could only quickly dodge the few tentacles coming towards him and dive headfirst into the factory. Looking at Jiang Xia slipping out from under her tentacles, Aunt Chin immediately turned around, crushed meat mixed with mucus flowing out of her mouth. Xiaoxia, don't go let Aunt Chin hug. Grew up and became so handsome, even after demonization looks so handsome. Aunt Chin has to hug you properly. Swish swish swish. Several tentacles thicker than his thighs struck towards Jiang Xia from all directions. Jiang Xia dodged in a hurry, facing a tentacle that struck towards his diagonal rear. The tail behind him quickly bloomed and reached out, his bloody mouth biting into the slippery tentacle. Auntie Chin let out a comfortable cry from her mouth. Xiaoxia, is this the way you hug Auntie Chin? Auntie Chin likes it so much. Harder. Use more force. Hold Auntie Chin tightly. Nima, can you not be so sick? Jiang Xia could clearly feel the bloody mouth on his tail, as if he had grabbed a python, and although the surface was all sticky and slippery liquid, the muscles were very tight and powerful. Feeling her tentacles being gnawed on by countless teeth, Auntie Chin quickly drew her tentacles back, her tone somewhat complaining. Xiaoxia, this is your fault, letting you hug Auntie Chin. Why are you still biting Auntie Chin? You bit Auntie Chin, so Auntie Chin has to bite you back. The 8 octopus legs were crawling on the ground at the same time, obviously large in size, but they were rushing towards Jiang Xia at a very exaggerated speed. Xiaoxia, don't run. Don't you remember saying when you were a child that you would marry Aunt Chin when you grew up? Jiang Xia's body crashed through the glass and tumbled into the first workshop on the left. Boo! Auntie Chin followed closely behind, her huge body crashing through the door of the workshop, her 2 octopus legs slashing out a strong wind as she hooked towards Jiang Xia. The workshop area is not small, but the entire workshop has long been emptied. Empty. Jiang Xia cannot avoid. Both claws quickly unfolded and grabbed the 2 striking octopus tentacles, facing 2 more octopus tentacles attacking from the left and right. Jiang Xia's tail behind him bloomed with a whoosh to grab one, and the other was kicked away by him. Jiang Xia clenched his teeth, and his 10 sharp claws pierced deeply into the flesh and blood of the octopus tentacles. In pain, Aunt Chin's entire body began to tremble violently, her tentacles twisting and struggling desperately. Let go! Let go! Swish! The thick tentacle that had been kicked away swept back across the room. Jiang Xia's claws immediately loosened and his body quickly retreated. The tentacle tip almost grazed his forehead and passed, banging on the workshop wall with a splash of debris. The horrible crash echoed through the empty workshop. Xiaoxia, Auntie Chin is very angry right now. Auntie Chin opened her bloody mouth and let out a vomit sound as a jet of black water shot out from her mouth. The black water seemed to have a corrosive effect, falling to the ground with a nuisance sound and bubbling up with an unpleasant odor. Jiang Xia dodged this impactful black liquid in succession, his body spanning half of the workshop. Soon, black water columns were sprayed all over half of the workshop, and Jiang Xia didn't want to touch the black water until he was clear about what it did. Auntie Chin was a mind-obsessed demon, and it was possible that this black water was the means she used to make people lose their minds. The opponent's strength made Jiang Xia feel tricky. Li Sidong was right. Aunt Chin must have completed her secondary evolution, otherwise she wouldn't be so strong. Although he himself was also close to completing his second evolution, and on the surface the difference was an evolutionary process. The most damaging thing was this evolutionary process. Evolution represents a new round of sublimation of the body's flesh and blood capabilities, light-powered defense speed. The difference is not a little bit. It's a tough fight to win. The black liquid kept spraying at Jiang Xia, spilling everywhere in the workshop, while several tentacles kept attacking. In the end, facing the black liquid that sprayed past in front of him, as well as the tentacles that twined around from all directions, Jiang Xia's body could no longer avoid it. The muscles of his two arms rippled, huffing and puffing as he grabbed two of the tentacles, but the other two wrapped around him in an instant, like two boa constrictors wrapping around their prey. No matter how hard it was pushed, or torn, or yanked, or stabbed, it never broke free. The tentacles exerted an irresistible force, dragging Jiang Xia over. Finally caught you, little one. Can make Ant exhausted. Come here, let Ant hug you well, then become Ant's slave. Woohoo! Give a 5-star review, send some free gifts. You don't have to pay for a freebie, just check out the ads if you have the time. Chapter 85, Tactics. The two tentacles wrapped around his body quickly contracted and tightened, and a strong sense of suffocation filled Jiang Xia's entire body. Even his hands were tightly yanked by two tentacles wrapped around his wrists, and his tail behind him was similarly locked together by the tentacles wrapped around his body, making it impossible to break free. The body was pulled in front of the sharks, with his feet dangling in the air. This was the most serious crisis Jiang Xia had ever faced. Although the other party's mouth was a mouthful of Ant Qin and a mouthful of Xia, Jiang Xia understood that this was a battle between life and death, which could not be terminated by playing the emotional card. Having learned herself that she had an awakened companion, there was no way the other party would show mercy. Either you die, or she manipulates your mind and turns you into her slave. No matter which result it was, Jiang Xia couldn't accept it. Little one, you've worn Auntie out. Finally I've got you. From today onwards, you will be Ant Qin's slave. Hunt food for Ant Qin, and if you serve Ant well, Ant can consider letting you live. Ant Jin stuck out her black tongue and licked the roof of her mouth, her belly drumming against her throat. This is going to be jet black. Jiang Xia struggled desperately, but it never helped. Suddenly, just a second before the black water was about to spurt out of his mouth, a huge black shadow rushed in through the workshop door and slammed his entire body into the shark. Under this collision, the black water ejected from his mouth deflected away from Jiang Xia's head and just happened to spray on Jiang Xia's left hand. The tentacles quickly loosened, and Jiang Xia dropped to the ground, stabilizing his body as he gazed over. What came rushing in? A kangaroo? To be precise, it was shaped like a kangaroo, with a kangaroo-like body structure, but covered in crocodile skin cuticles, and the left and right hands were sharp claws. Yang Jie. The aura of his kind was completely concealed. This was definitely Yang Jie without a doubt. It was also good that Yang Jie was able to completely hide the aura of his kind on his body, so he was able to succeed in his sneak attack. If it were any other kind, I'm afraid that just approaching the entrance of the workshop would have already aroused Auntie Qin's alarm. Under the strong impact, Ant Qin's entire body was knocked away, but she soon used her tentacles to open Yang Jie up, and the several octopus legs underneath her quickly stood and stabilized her body. How is it, Xia? Is it alright? Yang Jie quickly came to Jiang Xia's side. You finished your first evolution? From the fact that Yang Jie had just rushed in and knocked Auntie Qin to the ground, Jiang Xia was sure that he had completed his first evolution, or else he couldn't have been so strong. Use those few believers to complete the evolution. Yang Jie continued. It's good that the number of believers is not small. Jiang Xia's gaze went to Yang Jie's lower body covered by the broken clothes, curious if there would be a kangaroo-like bag there. Ant Qin, who had fallen, looked at them angrily. Xia, your resistance has made Ant Qin very angry. Ant Qin has now changed her mind and is going to kill you. To be precise, I'm going to beat you so much that you can't move, and then bring you out to let my husband kill you, so that you'll be the undead soul of him getting stronger. Together, fight to survive. Jiang Xia shouted. It's not clear if you can beat it 2-on-1, but the only way to find out is to fight it, and backing down will only make one weaker. As the two rushed up, two thick tentacles struck from above, as if they were two fallen pillars. The two tentacles swooped down and landed on the floor with a loud thud that echoed through the workshop, smashing two crater marks into the floor raw. The two of them, Jiang Xia to the left and Yang Jie to the right, used a hand to surround Auntie Qin. Facing the siege of two people, Ant Qin did not feel the slightest pressure, and with her several tentacles, the advantage was that she could fight one against many. Besides, she could be above them. With a bang, Yang Jie's body was smashed by the tentacles. His body smashed out heavily, rolling several times in a row. His body was covered in black water. Jiang Xia violently grabbed two tentacles with both hands, and the tail behind him swished towards Ant Qin's head. In the nick of time, the two tentacles that Ant Qin used to deal with Yang Jie were quickly retracted, and the ends of the finger-thick tentacles wrapped around the tail in a deadly fashion. Looking at the tail that was less than 10 centimeters from his head, he put on a smile. Little guy, no way. But in the next moment, the ends suddenly unfolded, and in the open, bloody mouth, she saw something black. The 6 petals at the end were like a human hand manipulating the black object. Without waiting for any reaction, she only heard a bared sound as a stream of liquid jetted from the black object into both of her eyeballs. In less than a second, oozing screams rang out across the workshop. Several tentacles quickly retracted, covering their eyes as their massive bodies rampaged across the workshop. This bottle of black stuff was stuffed into Zhang Xia's hand by Yang Jia moments before the strike. This is the defense props that Yang Jia has carried with him since he came back from Yanbei County. Anti-wolf spray. It's not bought. He made it himself. It is said to be made of heavy industrial chili water. The spiciness is very amazing. Ordinary people's hands casually stained with a drop will have to hurt for half a day. If the eyes are stained with a little bit, within a short period of time will certainly lose their eyesight. Leaving it unwashed for a long time can even cause permanent blindness. And in addition to the industrial chili water, there was also a high level of alcohol added into it by Yang Jie. Even if Aunt Qin had already completed her secondary evolution, as long as her eyes were still flesh and blood, she would definitely not be able to endure this move. It must have affected her very badly, at least for a short time. It's not called meanness, it's called tactics, intelligence, and in a fight to the death, any means are possible. Take advantage of her illness. Zhang Xia looked towards Aunt Qin, who was still wailing in intense pain, and unfurled his claws to pounce towards her. This move was indeed fatal to Aunt Qin, and in just a few seconds, the pain caused her to burst into tears, and even her head buzzed. She tried to open her eyes to regain her sight, but her body's instinctive reaction caused her open eyes to close quickly, and even when she opened them with force, the tears that fought their way out of her eyes severely obstructed her vision. Hearing the commotion behind her, Auntie Qin quickly turned around and opened her huge mouth, spraying black water in the direction where her kind scent came from, while her two tentacles struck indiscriminately towards in front of her. Zhang Xia whirled around to avoid the black water. His sharp claws grabbed a tentacle. The sharp tips of his claws sank deep into the flesh and blood that seemed to be harder than steel, and violently tore it, leaving two palm-sized gaps of flesh and blood on the tentacle. Aunt Qin's anger reached its peak as two more tentacles wrapped around her from different angles. One hooked tentacle brushed against Zhang Xia's shoulder, the crunching sound of scales being scraped off mixing with the swish and crack of air. Dodging the attack, among the three tentacles that were waving around, Zhang Xia once again found the one that he had just torn off two pieces of flesh, and grabbed it with both claws with unerring precision. The tentacle joints on the left and right sides, which had already lost two chunks of flesh and blood, were already very weak, and the whole thing snapped off under the vigorous tearing. The torn-off tentacles struggled like living fish in Zhang Xia's hands, and Aunt Qin let out an even more oozing scream in her throat. Chapter 86 Secondary Evolution. The way to deal with Auntie Qin. Zhang Xia found, although Auntie Qin had 8 tentacles like octopus legs, 4 of them had to be used for body support, and with one less, her body would be off balance, and she was only able to actually use 4 of them for attacks. As long as these 4 tentacles used to attack were destroyed, her strength would be greatly reduced and killing her would be much easier. Now that one had been destroyed, her strength, obviously, had been cut down a notch. Losing a tentacle, Aunt Qin completely went into a violent state, forcibly enduring the severe pain and trying to open her eyes. Although she could more or less see a little, it was still blurry. After briefly opening his eyes, he couldn't control his eyelids from closing again. The 3 tentacles waved haphazardly in mid-air, and the floor of most of the workshop was smashed into pieces. 2 of the tentacles attacked in a scissor-like fashion, closing in towards Zhang Xia left and right. Zhang Xia's body quickly retreated. The power generated by those 2 tentacles crashing together made his heart palpitate. He didn't dare to imagine how serious the consequences would be if he didn't dodge and was clipped by those 2 tentacles. Maybe the entire body's flesh and blood would be instantly crushed. Yang Jia intentionally created a big commotion to attract Auntie Qin's attention and lure away the 2 tentacles to attack him. Over here, Zhang Xia grabbed a tentacle with his left sharp claw, and his right bone blade slashed down from above with a cover-up. With this slash, all the power in his body was used. With a poof, asphalt-colored blood sprayed onto Zhang Xia's face, and a nearly 2-meter-long section of the tentacle fell to the ground. The heart-rending screams hit the eardrums. Xiaoxia, Auntie Qin has hugged you when you were little. How could you do this to Auntie Qin? Perhaps sensing that his situation was becoming a bit dangerous, he played the emotional card from the sharks. The black water also stopped gushing, and Auntie Qin's body seemed to be a bit exhausted from the massive jet of black water. Come to think of it, how could black water be supplied in unlimited quantities? And for the body to create black water internally, it would definitely require the vast majority of energy as a price. Ignoring the hoarse and trembling voice, Zhang Xia rushed up to grab the other tentacle while Yang Jia was holding it with his body. As he did, the sharp bone blade of his right hand slashed down from above. The movement of blood and flesh tearing echoed in his ears, and the section of tentacle that had split down this time was 3 meters long. It fell to the ground, rolling and twitching on the black water, and the accompanying screams became even more dismal and oozing. 3 of the tentacles that could be used for attack were torn off and chopped down by Zhang Xia, and with only the last one remaining, Aunt Sheen realized that her situation had become extremely dangerous. From the very beginning, she had been too gullible, thinking that with her strength, she could completely subdue this little nephew, but the power that erupted from this little nephew, and his experience as if he had been through several life and death battles, exceeded her expectations. Not daring to fight any longer, she struggled to keep her eyes open for a way out of the workshop, her body staggering and crashing sideways through the workshop doors. The two figures followed close behind. Yang Jie's body leapt up in midair, very bravely pouncing onto Auntie Sheen's back from the entire back. The tentacle that was only left that could still be used for attacking quickly wrapped around Yang Jie's body, and just as he threw Yang Jie out with force, a green-colored tail followed and stabbed into the back of the shark. Aunt Jin's reflexes were quick, and her tentacles quickly retracted to open up her tail. Still not in the mood for a fight, she quickly ran towards the workshop across the street. She couldn't see anything with her eyes, and 3 of her tentacles had been destroyed, so if she fought any longer, she would have to die at the hands of Jiang Xia. Now she can only pin her hopes on her husband. The 4 octopus legs under the body were as fast as wheels, and every move was filled with the desire to survive. Soon, her body slammed into the wall of the opposite workshop, and the countless suction cups on the 4 octopus legs underneath her latched onto the wall, dragging her body quickly upwards. Unexpectedly, when her body climbed halfway up the high wall, several octopus legs suddenly lost their adsorption power, and her body landed heavily on the ground. She wondered, not understanding where all the power that had disappeared from her body had gone. It wasn't until she struggled to open her eyes that she could see that, on Echidna's tail, she was clutching a heart dripping with asphalt-colored liquid. Xiao Xia, how can you do this to Aunt Sheen? Quickly give me back my heart. Jiang Xia didn't say anything and quietly watched the image of Aunt Sheen's death. It's impossible to kill with your own hands one of the ants who used to hug you when you were a child and not have the slightest ripple in your heart. But there's no way, if he doesn't kill her, it's him and Yang Jie who will die. Jiang Xia's latest realization about this new world, in this world, only the weak deserve to have too many feelings. He wouldn't become a cold-blooded person, but the feelings in his heart would be better spent only on those around him with his family. Pust, as Jenga's tail closed like a gate, the rolling heart was crushed into mincemeat. Woo! Aunt Sheen's body stiffened and her soul dissipated into the blackness with the wind. Almost at the same moment, majestic warmth appeared in Jiang Xia's body, and furious energy drilled into every cell in his body. Feeling like his body was going to burst with this power, Jiang Xia realized that he was going to start his second evolution. Poof! The energy rampaging through his body was like a raging dragon, and for a moment, Jiang Xia's body was somewhat unable to withstand the impact of this power, and he fell to both knees on the ground. Sounds like bubbles bursting exploded inside him, and Jiang Xia's claws snapped 10 deep marks on the ground. The power that rushed through his body was like a hammer for forging a weapon, and in the process of hammering, it made his body stronger. There wasn't much change in terms of body size, but starting from his forehead, the scales changed from a greenish color to a deep red color, changing down layer by layer, until the scales of his entire torso turned crimson, and the blazing heat roasted the air. As Jiang Xia coughed, a few points of red liquid splashed out from his mouth, landing on the ground and not dispersing, like lava, emitting a scorching heat. The entire body was starting to heat up, and it was as if a small furnace had risen within the body, and was continuously emitting an amazing temperature outwards. Those asphalt-colored blood attached to Jiang Xia's body also bubbled under the baking heat, turning into a stream of black smoke and emitting an unpleasant smell. The evolution lasted for a few dozen seconds, and as it ended, the power that hammered the body gradually dissipated. Jiang Xia knelt on the ground, grunting and panting. The sensation of the second evolution was the same as the first, an indescribable taste, and the whole process was very arduous. But with the end of the evolution, the eyes opened up, and the whole body seemed to have risen to a new level. After the evolution ended, the red scales on Jiang Xia's body, which were emitting high temperatures, also faded out without control, turning back into a dark cyan color. I guess this would be the special ability that Li Sidong was talking about. Congratulations, you have completed your second evolution. My father is very pleased. Yang Jie's breathless voice attracted Jiang Xia's attention. Eyes looked over quickly, only not far away. Yang Jie was lying on the ground, under the illumination of the campfire. There was a bull-sized hole in his stomach, and the same on his left shoulder, and his face had lost a piece of flesh and blood. Chapter 87, The Spoils of War. Yang Jie lay on the ground, his breath weak, asphalt-colored blood flowing from the bloody hole in his stomach. Jiang Xia came to his side and immediately squatted down to check the injury. It's not too heavy to say it's not too heavy to say it's not too light. To an ordinary person, this kind of injury would surely lead to death, and there was no possibility of the gods coming to save them. But Yang Jie is a magic seed. Maybe, it won't be too big a deal? Looking at Jiang Xia, Yang Jie had the breathlessness to say, Xia, for my father is not able to. If I die, you will burn me with a fire. By the way, my family's old man, as well as my grandparents, you take the time to help me take care of it. For my father in the 9 springs, will bless you. Well, shut up. Enduring the pain, Jiang Xia tore off a piece of bloody flesh from his left arm and threw it into Yang Jie's hand. Hold on first. Standing up and turning to look, the battle outside the factory was dazzling as hundreds of gold coins traveled like bullets. The strange thing was that many gold coins hit Li Sitong and didn't do any damage to her, but some of them managed to leave blood marks or thumb-sized holes in her body again. Jiang Xia looked closely and found the end. Most of these hundreds of gold coins are fake, and only one seems to be real? Except for this real one. The other gold coins can be said to be shadows, or maybe they are residual shadows created by the real one. But the fake ones are almost indistinguishable from the real ones, and the only difference is whether they can do damage. This leads to not knowing which gold coin to hide in this weaving pile. Li Sitong was in the middle of the group of gold coins. Multiple blood holes had appeared on his body, and the 2 knife-shaped tentacles swished towards the clown man who was a dozen meters away. All the gold coins converged in front of the clown man at the same moment, as if 100 rivers had entered the sea, fusing into a huge shield of gold coins that blocked the 2 swift knife-shaped tentacles. Ahem! The clown man temporarily stopped his attacking movements and coughed twice, one hand busily removing the clown mask from his face, revealing a slim face in his 30s. The mask had just been removed and a stream of black water gushed out of his mouth. He wiped his mouth, his disoriented eyes gradually clearing, his gaze looking towards Aunt Chin's corpse in the factory, pausing for a moment before landing on Jiang Xia again. Apparently, it was Aunt Jin's death that freed him from the grip of his disoriented mind. Little brother, thank you. If it wasn't for you, God knows when I would have gotten rid of that S-control, the clown man said as he put the mask on his face again with trembling hands. As a thank you, I'll give you a hard time when I kill you later. Li Sitong was not affected by the injuries on her body in the slightest, and said indifferently, then I have to congratulate you in advance. After killing the 3 of us, this ability you have awakened will perhaps be able to complete its next evolution. The clown man coughed 2 more times and shook his head. No, 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 no. The word evolution is used by your magic species. In our awakened people's mouths, we upgrade. It's called the first consciousness, the second consciousness, and the third consciousness, which corresponds to your 1 evolution, 2 evolution, and 3 evolution. Well, no more nonsense. Let's have a quick battle. Are you going to die first, or is that little brother going to die first? In 1 minute, I'm going to be unable to kill you, and I'm going to stand and let you kill me. Li Sitong's eyes remained calm. Little girl, talking quite wild. Don't deny it when the time comes. The clown man's eyes suddenly flashed as he spoke. He noticed a pair of red serpentine pupils rising from the eyes of the woman in front of him, a circle of red light spreading like ripples from her eyes and swirling out in all directions. The clown man's insides tightened. At this moment he didn't know what was happening, or even if he should block the circle of red ripples. In the next second, along with a roar, the originally dead Auntie Chin returned to her demonized state and rushed out of the factory, her huge body seeming like a van crashing towards the clown man. Jiang Xia also didn't understand what was happening. The red light that drifted out seemed to be Li Sitong's special ability? You can bring the dead Auntie Jin back from the dead? At the same time that Aunt Chin rushed out, Jiang Xia saw Li Sitong turn her head towards him, and with a heartfelt understanding, she followed behind Aunt Chin and rushed up together. The clown man's eyes panicked, and he was about to make a move to toss the gold coins out to deal with this Auntie Chin who had come back from the dead, but the woman across from him made a move at the same time. In particular, a figure also jumped up behind Auntie Chin, lunging down towards him from above. For a moment, he had no idea which one to respond to. Even if one could zoom in on the gold coins to block them in front of themselves, it would be impossible to block this attack from all 3 sides at once. In the end, he made the decision to use the millstone-sized gold coins to block the woman's 2 tentacles, while he himself turned and ran. But the next moment, Jiang Xia, who had fallen from above, tackled him to the ground. Aunt Chin's body followed suit, crushing Jiang Xia's entire body on top of the clown man after knocking him away. The clown man wanted to struggle, but under the weight of Auntie Chin's huge body, he didn't even have a chance to roll over, so he was busy recalling the gold coins that were as big as a millstone, and smashed them on Auntie Chin's back with a bang. At the same time that Auntie Chin flew out, a knife-shaped tentacle came at the same time, plopping onto the back of the clown man's head and sinking into most of his head. Pust! Li Sitong retracted the knife-type tentacles and changed his hands back to their normal form, taking a step towards the clown man who had fallen in a pool of blood. Your ability as an awakened person is the most wasted I've ever seen. Gold coins are a good attack weapon. It's a pity that there's only one of them. You can at best deal with an evenly matched enemy at the same time. And once you're up close and personal, you're nothing. Maybe when your ability evolves again, you'll have more real gold coins I guess, but unfortunately you don't have that chance anymore. Gee, I would have been no nonsense. Learned from you. As the red snake pupils in her eyes dissipated, Anshin's body fell heavily to the ground again. 1 minute. Really just took care of Joker Man in under a minute. Finished the secondary evolution? Li Sidong asked, looking at Jiang Xia. After receiving Jiang Xia's nodding reply, she was quite satisfied. Not bad. You're afraid that you're the fastest strength improving of your kind that I've seen so far. What about the special ability? What is the special ability after completing the second evolution? Under Jiang Xia's control, his body's dark green colored scales changed to crimson in an instant, emitting blazing heat. Li Sitong's eyes glowed. Immediately walked to him. Separated by half a meter can feel the gusts of high temperature that came to his face. His fingers were only gently placed on the red scale armor, and was scalded and immediately retracted. It's hot. It was a look that she heartily liked. A pair of eyes curved into a crescent moon, full of love. It seems to be able to breathe fire. Jiang Xia paused, and it seems to be not fire. It is a very hot liquid. Jiang Xia couldn't tell what kind of thing it was. It was like magma, and it was like melted steel, but it wasn't that sticky. Anyway, it's a very hot liquid just right, and the temperature is probably not close to that of iron. No need to perform now. I'll enjoy it when we get back. Saying that, Li Sitong's gaze fell on the dead clown man. Now let's split the loot. I don't want this kind. It's too ugly. There's still black water on it. There's no appetite at all. The three of us will split the awakened one. Which part you want? You pick first. His eyes fell on the clown man, seeing from head to toe, and for a while Jiang Xia was a little uncertain. Chapter 88, You and I, we are the main characters. 2:30 a.m. Back home, took a shower and sat on the sofa. The injuries on Jiang Xia's body had basically recovered, and the piece of flesh and blood torn from his left arm had healed and recovered as before. After taking a shower, Li Sidong walked out of the bathroom wearing Jiang Xia's clothes and sat across from him with her legs folded, surveying him with interest. Until now, you still can't get past that hurdle in your heart? Who says? If I can't get past that hurdle in my heart, how will my body heal so fast? After saying that, Jiang Xia felt some regurgitation in his heart again, and took a few deep breaths before forcing down the nausea that was rushing straight to his brain. He didn't admit it, but the act of throwing up several times along the way betrayed him. He shared in the spoils, and was still very much resisting at the time, but there was nothing he could do about it. He didn't need to rely on that awakened person to become stronger, but he needed to heal his wounds, or else if he continued to be in such a state of injury, it wasn't easy to say if he could survive the next battle. That awakened man left a whole body. It's just dry. Li Sidong smiled faintly. In fact, I still quite like you like this. Is more curious. You cannot go on like this. As well as your magic in the end, what is it? It's not that you try to restrain yourself and be a normal person, is it? Or is it that your personality and heart are not affected at all? Not quite. Jiang Xia shook his head. He was also quite apprehensive about whether he would appear to be magical, and if he did, what would it be? Li Sidong stood up and ruffled her wet hair. I won't be accompanying you tonight. I'm going to go home and sleep, lest my dad come back early tomorrow morning and see me not at home again. Do you want me to give you a ride? Send me? Then if you're in danger, will you protect me, or will I protect you? Li Sidong said and smiled, her eyes giving Jiang Xia affirmation. But with your current strength, if something really happens, you'll be able to do me a great favor. There shouldn't be anything tomorrow. Get some rest. Nourish your spirit. It's almost time to take on Shen Kai. After Li Sidong left, Jiang Xia sat in silence on the sofa for a long time. Ding! The screen of his cell phone lit up with a message from Jae Young. Yang Jia, Menda, a big tonic. Jang Ha, stop it, will you? Nausea welled up again at the thought of sharing the image of that awakened person at that moment. Yang Jia, now not only is my injury all healed, but I also feel full of strength. Believe it or not, if I were to pull 10 cows over here right now, I could subdue them on the spot in an instant. JH, you mean, cow? Yang Jia, don't be so disgusting, okay? I realize that sometimes what you say is quite perverted, but I have to say, Xia, your cooperation with me is simply perfect, and the fact that we won the battle at a higher level shows that we have already tacitly understood each other and formed some kind of bond. If both of us were awakened, we'd be a great team. Yang Jia, but after thinking carefully again, following you guys these few days, I have a brand new understanding of the changes in this world. There is no positive or negative difference between the awakened person and the magic seed. It's not the identity that's the problem. It's the heart. Who says that a magic seed can't be the protagonist? You and I are the protagonists. Jiang Xia, okay, don't push it. Go to sleep quickly. This night, Jiang Xia didn't go back to his room to rest. Leaning on the sofa, he fell asleep without realizing it. At 8 o'clock the next morning, a succession of new message alerts on his cell phone jerked Jiang Xia out of his nightmare. He leaned back against the couch, his chest humming and panting, his forehead dripping with sweat. There hasn't been a day that goes by that I don't have a nightmare since I was exposed to the other side of the world. This time the nightmares, like most of the previous ones, were those of his own kind or awakened ones that he had killed. The image that comes up the most is Auntie Jin, who was killed last night. After calming down a bit, Jiang Xia picked up his cell phone. The new message was from Chen Yusen, inviting him over for coffee. She said she'd received a little more new intel on the situation in Star River City, as well as a bit of useful information on that boss of theirs behind the scenes. Jiang Xia wanted to reply that she would go in a while, but the message was just about to be sent over and then he deleted it all. He felt that he couldn't rush things now, and once he was busy rushing over there, he might look like he was curious about the identity of the boss behind the curtain. It was even possible that Chen Yusen had been alerted to something, and this message was a test for him. You have to be steady at times like this. There's no rush anyway. If Chen Yusen really grasped any important clues, it would be the same to go in a couple days. I may not have time today. I'm meeting a friend for an errand. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chen Yusen, okay. After replying to the message, the medical kit on the table attracted Jiang Xia's attention. Glancing at the date on his cell phone, Saturday, Bai Ling should be up at this hour. Simply washing up and taking the medical kit, Jiang Xia rang the doorbell of Bai Ling's house. In order to prevent Bai Ling from noticing that the injury on his face had fully recovered so quickly, he put 2 band-aids on it. The door opened before the third doorbell could fall. Bai Ling opened the door wearing a white jacket. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes when she saw it was Jiang Xia. This one's back to you. Thanks. Jiang Xia handed over the medical kit. Although this medical kit did not help his injuries in any way, Bai Ling's behavior still made him quite grateful. Bai Ling took the medical kit and compared her hands, pointing at Jiang Xia's face. Already recovered almost. Next time walking is to pay attention. Good thing there is no disfigurement. Otherwise it will be difficult to find a wife in the future. Jiang Xia joked. Bai Ling smiled and compared her hands again, probably meaning that she seemed to be asking Jiang Xia to go in and sit down. Without waiting for Jiang Xia to refuse, an exquisitely dressed woman came out of the house. Ling Ling, who is it? Yo, Jenga. Bai Ling's mother, Aunt Gu, was pleasantly surprised. Hello Aunt Gu. Jiang Xia politely greeted. What's wrong Natsu? Is something wrong? It's nothing. It's just that I fell 2 days ago. It's just that I happened to meet Bai Ling. She saw the injury on my face so she gave me a medical kit. I came to return the medical kit. Yeah, was it a bad fall? Not serious. Not serious. Then Aunt Gu, I'll leave you guys alone. Jiang Xia said and looked at Bai Ling, thanking again. Bai Ling, thanks ha. Aunt Gu smiled and said, what are you thanking for? More than 10 years of neighbors. You and Bai Ling are still playing since childhood. This little thing should be. Come in and sit down. How long has it been since you came to sit at home? No. I'm meeting a friend and I have to stop by his house later. A little while is a little while. Now is now. What's the hurry? Really I can't, I'll drive you there in a little while. Chapter 89, It's cold on a hot day. Jiang Xia waved his hand repeatedly, politely refusing to be enthusiastic. No. Aunt Gu, next time. Anyway, our 2 families are right across the street. It's only a matter of 2 steps to come. What this time next time? Next time you kid probably still say so. Bumped into then this time. Come in and sit down for a while. I'll get you something. By the way, ask you something. Aunt Gu was still as enthusiastic as ever, and wasn't the kind of person to politely say a few words and leave it at that. Tugging Jiang Xia towards the house. On the sofa, the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Jiang Xia was very formal. Bai Ling sat across from him, and both of them kept their mouths shut. Aunt Gu was cutting fruits in the kitchen, wearing a set of home casual clothes, dressed as a good woman of the Gu family. Xia, there's only 1 more semester until the college entrance exam. Have you thought about which college you want to go to? When she finished cutting the fruit, she came out of the kitchen, put the cantaloupe on the table, and sat down next to Hyrule. Haven't studied as far as I'm concerned. Just be able to go to college. I'm not picky. Jiang Xia scratched his head and responded. How can you say that without picking? A good college could be tied to the rest of your life. Aunt Gu had a serious face, a tone of an elder teaching her juniors, and she had indeed taken care of Jiang Xia quite a bit. In the past, when her parents worked overtime and couldn't come back in time, Jiang Xia's dinner was always settled at her house. I'd like to go to a good college. It's not about academic performance. Jiang Xia is ashamed to smile. Elementary school period he learns quite well. Every test is hovering in double hundred. But in middle school, especially after high school, academic performance is a river of spring water. Maybe addition, subtraction, multiplication and division don't require a brain. If you're not good at studying you can work on it. It's not too late. And if you don't understand anything you can come and ask Ling Ling. How can this be? Bai Ling also has to prepare for the college entrance exams. Won't I be delaying her studies if I ask her? Who's with you and Bai Ling? You've been playing with her since we were kids, so if there's anything you don't understand you'll come and ask her anyway. After Aunt Gu finished, she asked, by the way Xiaoxia, where's your mom? Haven't seen her for a while. On a business trip, probably back in a couple days. Aunt Gu sighed. It's not that Aunt Gu is too talkative. In fact, it's quite hard for your mom to bring you up all by herself, and if she meets the right one, you have to understand her as well. Jiang Xia said, this is nothing for me. I told her long ago, I will not interfere in her feelings. If she meets the right one just let her. But she did not have this idea, and had to say that she would wait for me to start a family first and then say, you can think so that you have grown up. We have a colleague in the unit, divorced from her husband. It is difficult to meet as suitable, but the children in the family temper tantrums, dead and alive do not agree, and hard to her to get a number of objects yellow, to each his own, I guess. In fact, what confuses Jiang Xia now is, mom and dad's divorce is really because dad cheated on her. Stayed in by Ling's house for more than half an hour, chatting about some have and have not. After coming out, Jiang Xia tried to call his old mom again, or prompted not in the service area. Inwardly, he couldn't help but get a little worried. Just returned home. The principal Huang Tianfu called, once again issued a dinner invitation, asked Jiang Xia tonight whether there is time. If you have time, call on Li Sidong to go to the camping dinner he prepared tonight, saying that there are more than 20 people tonight. It will be very lively. Rejecting the principal's invitation, Jiang Xia took a nap at home and didn't go out until Yang Jie called him at 12 noon to ask for a meeting. Today is a rare good weather. The blazing sun is not strong and not manic. The traffic on the streets of the breeze, do not look at the calendar, and even give people a feeling of early summer. At the intersection, two teenagers squatted on the curb with a green-tongued popsicle in their mouths. Positive. One of the teenagers stared at a black silk thigh-length walking from the opposite traffic light, sucking hard on his saliva until the black silk thigh-length walked past, and then he withdrew his gaze with fondness. Can you show some restraint in broad daylight? Squatting with Yang Jie, Jiang Xia had the feeling that he was also a pervert. This guy, it's obscene. So lewd that anyone else who saw the look on his face would mistake his own self crouching next to him for the same little rascal he was. What's restrained about it? Isn't she dressed up like this just to come out and show people? If no one looks at her, if no one compliments her on her decency, then what's the point of her being well dressed like this? May I ask? Yang Jie's words were so reasonable that he didn't know how to refute them for a while. Asha, actually, sometimes, you're too proper. Yang Jie slapped the stoplight bar next to him. You gotta look like this, he said and shook the floppy green tongue in his hand. It can't be this all the time. You're just too immodest, and if you don't want to die a woman someday, then you'd better look like this most of the time. Jiang Xia shook the floppy green tongue in his hand and slapped the light pole again. It can't be this all the time. Saying that, the two people's sights were simultaneously attracted by one black silk long legs again, until this beautiful figure walked away before reluctantly retracting their gaze. Look at this, look at this. This is even better. Yang Jie quickly looked in another direction. Jiang Xia line of sight to look over. Inwardly praised indeed great. After 2 seconds paused, asterisk. I come out with you is not just to squat on the side of the road to see this? Can you not affect my Dao Xin? Or, can you not try to make me the same as you? Isn't the point of asking you out for a walk to see a beautiful woman? And if you don't see a beautiful woman, then what's the point of coming out for a walk? Yang Jie looked smug. Last night I knew from my nightly observation of the sky that today's weather must be very good, and the beautiful women on the streets would definitely not be wrapped up as tightly as they were a few days ago, and the facts proved that my reasoning was right. This. After saying that, Yang Jie quickly looked at another one. A pair of eyes put on a fine light. This one is even better. It looks like although she's a little bit older, but she's well maintained in all aspects. Her style is still intact, and it looks like she's the kind of woman who's decent at home, but windy and seductive outside. I like this kind of contrast between inside and outside the most. Once you take it down, it's a great sense of conquest. Jiang Xia followed Yang Jie's line of sight and looked over. It was indeed just as Yang Jie said. Although slightly older, he had a sense of charm that no other age other than this one had. And so on. Why does it feel as if things are going a little wrong? Do you want to squat with Yang Jie on this roadside curb all day today? Like a perverted hooligan looking at beautiful women? This is also good. Yang Jie looked at the opposite traffic light again. These legs, long and round, all natural, and then look up. This face, how is it a bit like that crazy batch girlfriend of yours? Jiang Xia's sight fell on the opposite traffic light. Across the room, Li Sidong had one hand crossed and the other jerked up to point at him. Across the distance, the murderous atmosphere came to the face. Obviously a bright sunny day, but cold as if the cold months of winter. Chapter 90. Don't ever say you're sorry. Dozens of meters apart, only less than a second. The woman across the road and the eyes of the cold shot through the road wrapped Jiang Xia's whole body. No good. Run. Yang Jia got up and intended to bolt, but was yanked by someone close to him. There's something to run for. Looking at Li Sidong, who walked over quickly, Jiang Xia's tone was unusually calm. Yang Jia looked flustered. If you don't run and let me run, she'll probably get me killed if she knows I'm taking you to look at pretty girls on the main street. Looking at Li Sidong getting closer and closer, Yang Jia hurriedly said, in a while, just say that you dragged me to see it. I can say that, if she believes it. Just as Li Sidong walked over, Jiang Xia asked, didn't you say you were going to have a good rest day at home? Didn't you also tell me you were going to sleep at home? Lithonia said, this is called fate. Star River City is so big, but the two of you can bump into each other when you casually come out for a walk. This means that you two are a match made in heaven. The Moon Elder's red thread is definitely not lazy. Yang Jia had a strong desire to survive and was very vain. Li Sidong held her hand and looked at Yang Jia, and then measured to their boyfriend. Hidden needle in the smile, squatting on the side of the road to look at beautiful women. Even the older ones do not let go of. Tone can be well. I can see from a long way away your fast drooling expression. I'm not coming. Is not still going to hit on too? No, you misunderstood. Yang Jia and I didn't look at the beautiful women. We were looking for the crowd. Is there any suspected? Jiang Xia looked around to make sure that there was no one in the vicinity and then whispered, suspected presence of an awakened one. That's right. Yang Jia immediately followed and hooked Jiang Xia's shoulder. What kind of people are Jiang Xia and I? It's not like there's a lack of beautiful women around us. So why squat on the road to do this kind of looking for plums to quench our thirst? Oh, so Jiang Xia has a lot of beautiful women around him? Li Sitong's tone was light. Much, aren't you? You, the great beauty beside Jiang Xia, tops the hundreds of beauties beside me. With one topping 100, this word is simply tailor-made for you. Quite the talker. Lithonia said, making a wink. Yang Jia nodded and comprehended. I've got a date with a pretty girl, so I won't bother you two youngsters on a date. Deduct me again if something happens. After Yang Jia left, Li Sidong held her hands and walked towards a shoe store not far away. Let's go. Road pervert, since we bumped into each other, let's go buy something with me. Road pervert? It was shopping time again, and after 3 or 4 hours, Jiang Xia was almost paralyzed with exhaustion, with big bags of stuff hanging on his body. But the big bag wasn't all Li Sitong's. There were also quite a few he bought himself. It can't be helped. The demand for clothes is getting bigger and bigger nowadays. After every battle the clothes are in pieces, not to mention washing them. It's difficult to repair them, so you can only buy new ones. After putting their purchases back in the house, the two of them went for a walk around the lake. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the clouds were a golden red, as if melted by some mysterious power, and when burned at their fiercest, the lake crystallized whole honey-colored amber, which was again rubbed by the blowing winds, and the ruddy gold swirled in layers of rippling ripples. Compared to morning, noon and evening, Jiang Xia liked dusk the most. It's a strange time of day. It doesn't have the morning's yearning for a new day, but it does have a vision of what's to come. There is no noise at noon, but there is a buzz of activity everywhere. It doesn't have the tranquility of the night, but it makes the heart quieter than ever in this moment. Was it your special ability that brought Aunt Jin back from the dead last night? Jiang Xia asked curiously, having planned to ask Li Sidong last night, but she took a shower and left. Right. Is it manipulating objects? Or can you manipulate dead bodies? I think it's the latter, right? Secret. Che, don't say never mind. Jiang Xia skimmed his lips and looked at the rippling lake, reflecting the golden light in his eyes. It is possible to manipulate corpses, but only corpses of our kind at the moment, and only if they are barely intact. If they're broken into pieces, they can't be manipulated. Li Sidong stopped in her tracks and laid both hands on the parapet. It seemed that she quite liked the dusk as well. And what is the strength of the corpse you manipulated? It's definitely not as powerful as when the corpse is alive, and it's physically draining to use this particular ability. Li Sidong said and looked at Jiang Xia. This special ability you got by evolving is the same. All these liquids need to be generated with the energy in your body. The more you use, the more energy you consume. Understood. This one went deep last night. Although Jiang Xia didn't use his evolved special ability to fight, he had watched with his own eyes how Aunt Qin had sprayed black water indiscriminately, which then led to some exhaustion. There's one more thing to tell you. In a battle, don't use your abilities recklessly until the critical moment, especially if your opponent is not clear about the premise of your special ability. If you use it easily and the attack doesn't work, he will know that you have some special means, and he will definitely be on guard next. Li Sidong cautioned. I know this. Can you tell me how many times you've completed your evolution? Jiang Xia changed the subject again. At first, he thought that Lithonia should have completed 2 evolutions, but now that he himself had also completed 2 evolutions, it was still obvious that there was still a huge gap in strength between him and Li Sidong. What? Are you so curious about the number of times I've evolved? Don't tell you. But well, With this speed of your strength enhancement, it's very likely that you'll be able to catch up with me sooner or later. Lee Sidong once again sighed in her heart at the speed with which Jiang Xia had raised his strength. In less than 2 weeks, Jiang Xia had actually completed her secondary evolution, knowing that it had taken her almost 2 months to complete her secondary evolution in the first place. How many times can the magic seed complete its evolution at most? Jiang Xia asked again. I don't know, only that each subsequent evolution will be more difficult and require more nutrients than the last. Lee Sidong continued. A lot of things in this world don't have answers right now. They are explored little by little. The difference between me and you is that I turned into a demonic species earlier than you did, and I know more than you do. Thank you. I'm afraid I'd have run over like a headless fly if it wasn't for you. This was the first time Jiang Xia formally thanked Lee Sidong. Regardless of whether she was with herself for a single purpose or not, she really should thank her. It's okay to say thank you to me, as many times as you want. Lee Sidong looked at Jiang Xia. Her eyes deepened after her smile. One hand placed on Jiang Xia's chest and gently stroked. But don't ever have a day when you tell me you're sorry. Jiang Xia was just about to reply when the words reached his mouth and swallowed. Both of them sensed a similar aura approaching, and their gazes were unanimously alert as they looked toward the rear. Chapter 91, Going to the Banquet. The visitor was Chen Kai, wearing a dark blue suit with a meticulous hairstyle and shiny leather shoes. He still exuded the same gentlemanly air as before. What a coincidence. Chen Kai was the first to speak, smiling as he came before the two. First, he looked at Lee Sidong. Then his eyes fell on Jiang Xia. His eyes froze first, and he couldn't help but sigh. After not seeing you for a few days, you seem to have gotten a lot stronger. He has a better appetite these days. Lee Sidong answered for Jiang Xia and asked, why are you here? I've moved home. It's in the lake residence villa near here. The environment is not bad. Chen Kai faintly pointed to the villa area not far away. Lee Sidong nodded slightly. Quite rich. Why? You used to live there, can not live? Or do you feel bad? It's not bad, right? It's just that this place is more suitable for me now. The villa that just opened hasn't sold much yet, and there are very few neighbors, so it's convenient for me to dine at night even if the commotion is a little bit bigger, and it won't affect other people's rest. Lee Sidong was amused by Chen Kai's witty remark. So you're still a good neighbor who doesn't disturb the public? Disturbing the people. Not good. Chen Kai smiled and continued. Right, since we've bumped into each other. Come to my house for dinner tomorrow night. Lake Residence Villa 68. I'll prepare a dinner tomorrow night. It's sumptuous. No, you can eat by yourself. I don't really like your dining style. Lee Sidong refused without even thinking about it. Chen Kai refused to give up and invited again. Food is something that needs to be shared together. What's the point of just me enjoying it alone? You've all rejected me several times, so don't reject me this time. Lithonia snickered. Unless your main course tomorrow night is awakened, in which case I might consider it. Chen Kai was amused. If there is an awakened person, I won't be able to eat it all by myself? It's a deal. Come to my house tomorrow night. Come after 11 p.m., late at night. Your appetite will be better. Lee Sidong thought for a moment. It's fine to come, but we have to find a bit of common ground. Otherwise it's too meaningless to just eat. Like this. I'm very curious about the true identity of our organization's boss. So let's talk about him tonight? Chen Kai shook his head and said helplessly. I would like to talk to you, but I really can't expose his identity. But if you guys are willing to come and have dinner with me, we can talk about that kingdom. I have a lot of information. Lee Sidong nodded thoughtfully. Sounds like it's quite tempting. Let's see tomorrow night. We'll come when we have time. See you tomorrow night, Chen Kai said. After Chen Kai left, Jiang Xia looked at Lee Sidong. Are you planning to make a move on him tomorrow night? Lee Sidong thought for a moment and said, go and take a look first. Listen to the intelligence of the kingdom from his mouth. If the situation is suitable, then do it. If the situation is not suitable, then just go and have a meal. Didn't you say that he has most likely decided to get rid of you? Will it be a hongmen banquet? Jiang Xia's face was worried. Maybe, but the more I do, the more I'm looking forward a little to tomorrow night's dinner. Lee Sidong's face is not the slightest bit worried, but instead full of passion for what is likely to happen next. Jiang Xia figured out that Lee Sidong was one of those who were not afraid of anything at all, and even the more dangerous the situation was, the more exciting it was for her. Scared? Lee Sidong looked at Jiang Xia with a faint smile on her face. Chen Kai is no ordinary demonic species. Among our kind in Star River City, he's very strong. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Lee Sidong laughed and put both palms on Jiang Xia's face. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you die. Have a good rest and rest today. Get ready for the banquet tomorrow night. Back home at night, Jiang Xia tried to call mom again, still prompted not in the service area. With worry in his heart, lying on the bed, Jiang Xia's mind was thinking about going to Chen Kai's home for the banquet tomorrow night. Chen Kai's strength was strong, There was no doubt about it. To be able to become the boss of an organization was by no means the kind that was easy to deal with. If there was a hierarchy in the hunting abilities of the Star River City's demonic species, Chen Kai would definitely be in the upper echelon. But one-on-one Lithonia killing him solo might not be a problem? The key lies in the location of the banquet at Chen Kai's home. Will he prepare any traps in advance? That's really hard to say. If Chen Kai had the intention to make a move against them, then it was impossible for him to prepare nothing. At first glance, it sounds a little dangerous. A little bit of knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. But Jiang Xia wasn't afraid. He was already prepared to die. In a world like this, cowering can only keep you alive. And if you want a family to survive, then one of that family has to move forward. Dad and mom's strength is unclear. Maybe they've got a little bit of what it takes to protect their family. But Jenga wanted to be the one to go forward. Early the next morning, the sunlight shone through the window into the room, and Jiang Xia was awakened by a video call from his oldest sister. No sooner had the call been answered than my oldest sister's face appeared in the phone, picking at a piece of fried potato with a piece of bamboo skewer and putting it in her mouth. Chewing a few times, he said in a loud voice, "Jiang Xia, what time is it and you're still not up? You played games all night again last night, right? Where's Dad?" Jiang Xia rubbed his eyes and wiped the sweat that covered his forehead from the nightmare. Walking in front, Zhang Ling folded the lens and pointed it at the middle-aged man walking in front. "When are you guys coming back?" Jiang Xia asked. "I don't know. Anyway, when the two boys I beat up bring his family to apologize to me, I'll go back to school." Zhang Ling sucked in her saliva at the spice and flipped the camera back again. Jiang Xia was confused for a moment and patted his brain, almost thinking that he hadn't woken up. "What kind of are you talking about? You beat someone up and you want them to bring their family to apologize to you before you go back to school? You don't understand. Those two boys owed it to themselves to get beat up, and I haven't realized since I met them both that there are actually boys in this world who owe it to themselves to get beat up more than you do." Jiang Xia's eyes went black and he was almost exasperated by the words. With an old sister like that, you really have to live a few years less. The oldest sister in other families would either say, "Brother, I won't dare to do it next time," or "It's not all my fault. They messed with me first," but in Jiang Ling's case, it was alright. "Jiang Xia, I can't imagine that there are actually boys in the world who deserve to be beaten up more than you. I can't believe there is a boy in this world who owes more than you a beating." Jiang Ling continued. "And their parents aren't any good either. They said a lot of insulting things about me and Dad, so they must apologize to me. Otherwise this school, I'm not going back." Jiang Xia nodded thoughtfully. "Well, this is indeed a good reason to skip school. I'll also randomly select 2 people to beat him up at the start of school next week, and make them bring their families to apologize to me, or else I won't go to the school." Jiang Ling skimmed his mouth. "Well, you say this now. I feel that you are the most beaten boy in the world again. Well, no more. You take care of yourself alone at home, play with your cell phone less, don't go out and wander around after dark, wait for me to come back and buy you food." Another question mark appeared on Jiang Xia's head. "No, am I your brother or are you my brother?" Hanging up the phone, Jiang Xia looked at the ceiling. His old sister's quirky vivaciousness reinforced his desire to move forward. All day long, Jiang Xia stayed at home, and only in the evening when he couldn't lie down could he go downstairs and take a turn. Coincidentally, I happened to run into Aunt Gu coming out of the elevator when I went upstairs, dressing up beautifully, even a little flamboyant, red skirt, black stockings, a pair of 10 centimeters of black high heels. The whole elevator is filled with the smell of her perfume. After saying hello and looking at Aunt Gu leaving, Jiang Xia shook his head slightly. What could make a middle-aged woman go out in the evening dressed like that? Uncle Money is away on business and the results seem obvious? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Sidong drove a black convertible sports car to the downstairs of the neighborhood. Tonight she was dressed pretty much the same as before, but she was wearing a different color style, a green turtleneck sweater with a pair of black slacks and a pair of white sneakers. It gives a very refreshing look and the green color is white, but it seems that Li Sidong's skin doesn't need to be set off by the color. Getting out of the driver's seat, Li Sidong sat on the passenger side. "You drive." Looking towards the dazzling black sports car, Jiang Xia was not very confident. He didn't know how to drive before, and driving that blue pickup truck that night was actually something Yang Jia had taken an afternoon to teach him. "I'm not very good at driving, but I can drive bumper cars. For example, driving a blue pickup truck into a sedan, which does not require any technical content. The gas pedal stepped on the forward is. Hand shaking a little bit is not a problem, but driving a car properly, especially a sports car on the road, seemed a bit difficult for him, who had only touched a steering wheel once." Sitting in the driver's seat, after Li Sidong's brief introduction of the sports car, Jiang Xia lightly stepped on the gas pedal and drove the millions of dollars worth of sports car slowly away from the neighborhood. On the road, the evening breeze was refreshing. Jiang Xia thought he was a genius. It's amazing how steady you can drive on your second drive. Lee Sidong sat on the co-pilot. The evening wind blew her hair a little loose. After a while to Chen Kai's home to see what happens. The situation is not right, we withdraw. As long as it has not been done. We want to go, he cannot stop. Okay. Zhang Xia concentrated on driving the car. Very afraid that at this time he would encounter traffic police and ask him to take out his driver's license. If this happens, I'm afraid I'll lose my face. A demonic species that had completed its second evolution was taken to the police station and detained for several days for driving a motor vehicle on the road without a license. And when it came out, its face was flattened with hunger. Luckily, the ride was smooth, and after a 20-minute drive, the sports car pulled into the villa area by the lake. Parking the car, Lithonia raised 2 gift boxes from the trunk of the sports car. Janga looked at it curiously. What is it? Cookies? Bomb. Li Sitong's smile unfolded, handing over the 2 gift boxes to Zhang Xia. When you come to someone's home as a guest, of course you have to bring some gifts. How can it be good to have empty hands? A bomb? Really? Zhang Xia's gaze fell on the gift box in his hand. The weight alone doesn't feel like there's a bomb inside, but it's hard to tell with Li Sitong. Maybe she really stuffed 2 light bombs of some kind in there. Big deal. We're all going to die together? But the magic seed that finished once could block ordinary pistol bullets, like Li Sitong and the others. Ordinary bombs couldn't kill them, right? Even on his own. Zhang Xia was confident that normal small bombs couldn't do much damage to him, no matter if there was really a bomb inside. Zhang Xia carefully carried the gift box for fear of shaking it. It's the kind of thing where you're not afraid of anything. Chen Kai live in the villa has 2 floors. The villa style is similar to the Autumn Maple Villa. The difference is that the appearance of the villa in the Autumn Maple Villa are light red. The villa area here are gray and white. Ring the doorbell. Soon the door opened. The person standing in the door was not Chen Kai, but a young man who had had a meeting with Zhang Xia. Yi Kai. Here, come in and sit down. Yi Kai chose to ignore Zhang Xia and smiled at Li Sidong. The villa also looks similar to the Autumn Maple Villa. Ceiling living room, rotating staircase, crystal headlights. But the living room is much larger than the Autumn Maple Villa. In addition to Yi Kai, there was also a man sitting on the living room sofa, in his 30s, with an inch head and full of tendon flesh, who was being amused by the comedy movie playing on the TV. When he saw them come in, the man with a reddened smile turned around, greeted Li Sidong, and continued to turn around to watch his movie. But Chen Kai was nowhere to be seen. Where's Chen Kai? Lithonia asked. It's on the way back. He said that if you guys arrive before him he'll let you sit for a while. Yi Kai replied. Lithonia sniffed. A scent that smelled good and appetizing to them filled the air. What? Did you dine without us? There was a small situation. Yi Kai looked at the man sitting on the sofa and his eyes sank. It's mainly him. The man turned around and retorted. What's wrong with me? It wasn't her disobedience that made me do it. Yi Kai sneered. If Chen Kai comes back and realizes that you moved your mouth first and messed up one of his ingredients, he will probably lose his temper. Still talking about me? Didn't you also didn't hold back to nibble a couple of bites? Besides, Chen Kai is not that kind of careful person. Anyway, that person is dispensable. Without her, there is still a small one. As usual, it will not affect tonight's dinner. Besides, there's nothing else but them. Unconcerned, the man turned around again after that and continued to watch the movie, giggling and laughing at the movie's plot of fixing people up, talking about food 1 minute and being amused by a comedy movie the next. The picture is unmistakable. Placing the gift box on the table, Zhang Xia surveyed the surroundings, and so far, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The next second, his eyes were drawn to a wall. A glass enclosure was mounted on the wall, 3 meters long and about 1.5 meters wide. Inside the glass enclosure are small compartments, each of which holds an item. Some are watches, some are glasses, belts, perfume, gloves, scarves, everything. It's getting bigger. Lithonia's eyes went to the wall as well, and she walked over to the glass enclosure, clasping her hands and surveying its contents. Zhang Xia also walked over, vaguely able to guess where these objects came from. These are all things from the victim's body? What victim? It's food. Yi Kai came to Zhang Xia's side and similarly looked at the glass cover with eyes like he was admiring a work of art. He continued, for every food that brother Chen Kai brings to his home to enjoy, before he does it, or after he does it, he will remove an item from their body to save it as a souvenir. After all, every ingredient that comes to his home is a friend he gets along with very well, or those friends' relatives. Zhang Xia swept his eyes and saw that the entire glass cover actually held no less than 200 items. Even if the objects were separated by a glass cover, invariably there was a very strong smell of blood coming out. Zhang Xia knew that this was a psychological effect and was just about to retract his gaze when he was suddenly attracted by something in the very last compartment. It was a bracelet. A silver bracelet with a pattern he'd seen before. Buzz. Zhang Xia's head shook. Bailing? Chapter 92. Extraordinary Peace of Mind. It was like an electric motor in Zhang Xia's head, spinning his brain buzzing. The bracelet appeared to be the same one that Beiling had worn as a child until now, with a similar pattern. Jiang Xia would rather it be her memory that was faulty than the bracelet was Beiling's. The owner of this bracelet, a girl? He pointed his finger at the bracelet and asked Ye Kai, holding a hint of luck in his heart. Without even needing Ye Kai to answer, Li Sidong said, "Have you ever seen a boy wear a bracelet like this? Don't say." The owner of this bracelet, I seem to recognize. Jiang Xia looked at Ye Kai, his tone as calm as possible. "Can you let me meet him? I'm afraid this one is a bit difficult." As soon as Ye Kai's words fell, the sound of the villa's combination lock unlocking sounded. Tick-tock, the door opened and in walked Chen Kai, in his hands, dragging a large black suitcase. "Welcome." Chen Kai let go of his suitcase and walked towards Jiang Xia and Li Sidong with a smile on his face. Li Sidong pointed to the gift box on the table. "Brought you a little gift. You're welcome. You don't need to bring any gifts when you come to my house as a guest in the future. It's good for people to arrive," Chen Kai said and looked at Jiang Xia, one hand on his shoulder, joyfully saying, "Jiang Xia, I'm glad you're willing to come and share your food with me, even though you didn't complete your previous hunting mission. Tonight I think we can talk about letting you join us. I appreciate you." "Okay, let's talk about it later," Jiang Xia replied, while his gaze looked at the black suitcase at the door. Ye Kai walked up and unzipped the suitcase. Inside lay a woman in a red dress, as if she had been drugged and knocked out. Looking at the woman lying in the suitcase, Jiang Xia's eyes then went to the silver bracelet in the glass compartment on the wall. The answer, obvious. Ye Kai picked up Aunt Gu in the box and walked into the restaurant, and Jiang Xia followed to the door of the restaurant. Inside, Ye Kai didn't start the process right away, but instead fixed Aunt Gu on a steel chair with both hands and feet tied to the outline chair. "The one you guys just moved ahead of time. Is that the owner of the silver bracelet?" Jiang Xia asked. "Is it important?" After securing Aunt Gu's body, Ye Kai clapped his hands and walked to the door. "How many of the family did you arrest?" Jiang Xia asked again, glancing at the unconscious Aunt Gu in the chair. When he met Aunt Gu at the elevator entrance in the evening, he only thought that Aunt Gu was most likely going out on a date with someone, but he indeed didn't expect that this person would be Chen Kai. Is the person beside himself so attractive to Chen Kai? Too large and too small. A family of 4. Ye Kai replied. Isn't the one in charge traveling? When they chatted at Bai Ling's house yesterday, Jiang Xia remembered that Aunt Gu had said that her husband was away on a business trip. The one in charge hasn't arrived at the airport yet. He was captured by us just after he came out of his house. Chen Kai said that he wouldn't let one go. Ye Kai finished and continued. It seems like you really know this family. My neighbor. Ye Kai froze, and then lightly said, Oh, neighbors this I really did not pay attention to. This family is the old strong catch. Just sit outside and watch a movie that man. Where's the girl with the silver bracelet? What? She's your prey chosen in advance? TSK. That's really unfortunate. You should have done it earlier. Ye Kai patted his stomach. A third of it is here now. Most of it was absorbed, and the remaining 2/3 is at Old Strong's. Jiang Xia inhaled deeply and briefly held his breath again. The air, which smelled mostly from acquaintances, was too much for him to get used to, mentally and physically. Following the scent, he came to a door, and he could clearly feel that the odor was coming from behind it. Jiang Xia inwardly murmured, Bai Ling. One hand was on the doorknob, but he was hesitant to open the door. He held out a glimmer of hope that Bai Ling was still alive, but he was afraid that the image he would see if he pushed the door open would be one he didn't want to see. Click! The door pushed open a crack, and the strong smell of blood hit him, pushing it halfway open again. There were 7 people tied up in the 20 square meter room, unconscious on the floor. Uncle Rich, Bailing's brother, and 4 other men and a woman, but Bailing was nowhere to be seen. On the floor against the door was a pile of blood-stained rags. The white jacket, which seemed to have been seen before, stood out. Jiang Xia's feelings towards Bai Ling were complicated. All along he had felt that his relationship with Bai Ling had long been less than an ordinary friend, but the brief contact with Bai Ling over the past 2 days had made him realize that in fact his friendship with Bai Ling had always existed, especially that night when Bai Ling gave him a medical kit. It touched him more or less, but I don't know why. Looking at the ground belonging to Bailing's broken clothes, Jiang Xia could not feel a trace of sadness, not even a trace of anger. His heart at this moment, actually surprisingly calm. Django wondered why that was. Why did Bai Ling's death not make him rise a trace of sadness and grief? And even the murderer Ye Kai and Ah Chang did not have the slightest anger. His heart, it was quiet. Had he become so cold-blooded that he didn't even care about the death of his childhood friend? Jiang Xia. Chen Kai's voice pulled Jiang Xia's thoughts back to reality. Closing the door, he walked back to the sofa position and sat next to Li Sidong. Chen Kai looked at Ah Chang with a serious expression, clearly displeased with Ah Chang's behavior of messing up one of his ingredients in advance. Do you know how long it takes me to cultivate the ingredients? It can be as short as half a month, or as long as a month. and even though there are 4 of them in the family, missing one of her will greatly affect the flavor of the dinner. I really didn't hold back this time, so I'll pay attention next time. Chang also knew that it was indeed his impulsive behavior, knowing that Shin Kai was far more serious about his ingredients than most of his kind, and that he still made an early move before the dinner started. Shin Kai thought about it and his expression eased. Forget it, who made you one of us? But the next time won't be an exception. Ah Chang smiled. Kai, this time it is indeed my problem. I apologize, but I have to say, that woman just now. Okay, let's not talk about that now. Shin Kai finished and smiled up again, saying to the couple sitting across from him, don't worry, it's just one less person. It's irrelevant, it won't affect tonight's dinner party. Just think of it as a bit of pre-dinner dessert for these 2 gluttons. With that, he looked at Jiang Xia again. On the contrary, Jiang Xia, I'm sorry, I know that there are a few people in tonight's ingredients who are your neighbors, but they are too tempting to me. It might be a bit rude to make a move on your nest egg, but food is all about sharing to make it interesting. So you're going to move first in a while. Nesting grass, this word sounds interesting. Jiang Xia's tone was unperturbed, then said, there's something I'm quite curious about. How come it feels as if you have a grudge against me? Why do you keep staring at the people around me? First it was my mother, now it's my neighbor. Chapter 93, Jiang Xia is angry. You guys are in deep. Shin Kai was busy explaining. Hey, I have to make this point clear. I was eyeing them first, and only got to know you later. Assuming that I got to know you first, of course I wouldn't lay my hands on the people around you. Besides, I've never had bad thoughts about your mother. I really just want to be friends with her. Then it seems I misunderstood you. Jiang Xia's heart was like water, and it didn't matter what Shin Kai said. It's okay, it's good to have the misunderstanding cleared up. Shin Kai lifted the golden Rolex on his wrist. It's 10:49 now, there's no rush. Let's chat first and dine at 11. On the side, Chang seemed to be a foodie. Kai, why don't we eat while we talk? I'm hungry, didn't you just eat? A hint of dissatisfaction shot out of Shin Kai's eyes again. Yes, I just ate, but your dinner party is so seductive. I can't help but drool, almost spewing out just thinking about that image. Chang said and sucked in a mouthful of saliva. His own way of dinner was praised. Shin Kai was very happy, but did not agree to eat early. Food is something that needs to be taken seriously. The original time is 11 o'clock. A minute earlier, a minute later, will affect the taste. Okay, I'll wait then. Chang patted his stomach and leaned back on the couch next to him. He gazed with Jiang Xia, both of them gauging the aura of the same kind emanating from the other. Seemingly, not comparable? What information do you have about the kingdom? Lithonia didn't want to hear anything about the dinner party, and was only interested in the kingdom's intelligence. Shin Kai didn't make any nonsense and crossed his legs to get to the point. According to my inference, the kingdom should be the strongest team of magic seeds in Xinghe City nowadays, and in terms of team strength alone, there is no other team of magic seeds that is a match for them. The leader of the kingdom, the king, is most likely the strongest magic caste in Xinghe City. Li Sidong shook her head, her expression a bit tedious. I can find out about this from any random person. Can you get to the point? What we don't know, like how many specific people they have. The number of core members of the kingdom should be small, just a few I'm afraid, but they have people under their hands. Take that cafe by the lake for example. I suspect that the owner behind the cafe is a member of the kingdom. The employees of the cafe don't count as core members of the kingdom, but in a sense they should count as people of the kingdom. Li Sidong was pondering. The information Jiang Xia brought back from the cafe was similar to this. Besides this, is there any other information? There was another piece of information that I heard from someone, and that person heard it from someone, supposedly from the mouths of core members of the kingdom. What? I heard that the kingdom was founded with the intention of creating a kingdom in the future, a kingdom that would belong to them, on the world stage, Chen Kai said, took out an iron box from his clothes and lit a cigarette with a dark red filament, the refreshing fragrance wafting in the living room. Creating a kingdom? Li Sidong sked. Not a small ambition. To have such a big ambition, it seems that the king leading the way is indeed very strong. Chen Kai exhaled a mouthful of deeply colored smoke. Although no one has ever seen this king strike, many of our kind feel that he is the strongest demon seed in Star River City. The strongest demonic species? Li Sidong murmured, her heart already taking a stronger interest in this king. A few minutes later, Chen Kai lifted the Rolex on his wrist again and looked at it. Seeing that the time was not even 11 o'clock, he looked at Jiang Xia again. Jiang Xia, now tell me about you joining us. I'm very interested in you and appreciate you. Kai, why don't you guys talk first and I'll go get the ingredients ready. Ah Chan couldn't wait. What's there to prepare? Chen Kai thought for a moment and turned his mind. Cut off that woman's husband's head and put it on the dining table. Splash the woman with a pot of cool water to wake her up. And listen to her voice and chat first, just as a pre-dinner warm-up. Ah Chan's eyes flashed. Brother Kai, I have a good idea. How about we cut out that woman's tongue? Cut out her tongue. How else is she going to scream? Chen Kai's gaze drifted to Ah Chang. K, you don't know something. You haven't heard what mutes sound like when they're desperate. Fear, pain, haunts them, but they can't give vent to it with their voices, and the sounds that come from their throats are like the howling, choking, crying of an animal's young, Kung said, closing his eyes in great enjoyment. Although I usually don't deal with old Chang much, I agree with this point. He was right. The sound coming out of the mute's mouth. Ye Kai took a deep breath, feeling the flavor of the meal that had just been in the air, and also closed his eyes to enjoy it. That's the best sound in the world. Opening his eyes, Ye Kai couldn't get enough of it. Originally I didn't want to mess up that ingredient with Ah Chang, but the sounds coming from her throat made me unable to restrain myself, and every whimper seemed to be saying eat me, eat me. Kang immediately followed up. Kai, trust me, cut out her tongue first. The whimpering mute vibrations in her throat and the frenzied look on her face will surely take tonight's dinner party to a new level. Shut up! Chen Kai immediately rebuked and fiercely glared at Ah Chang. His eyes again looked at Jiang Xia, whose body was emanating killing intent. This mute in Ah Chang's mouth seems to have more than just an ordinary neighbor relationship with you. She was the first friend I ever really had. Jiang Xia's gaze was mixed as he looked towards the room that smelled of death. It wasn't until now that he realized why he hadn't been angry or sad just now. It was because he hadn't accepted Bai Ling's death until now. It was a girl who would smile at anyone, because she could only show others that she was a very friendly person by smiling. 2. Jiang Xia remembered that for a long time, he had pretended to be deaf, and anyone who called out to him pretended not to hear him and gave no response. When 100 Spirits was very anxious and asked him by gesticulating, he said that he was indeed deaf, so whether 100 Spirits could speak or not didn't matter to him anymore. It was a memory worth going back to. It's just that too much time has passed and it's been dusted off these past few years. Maybe she didn't realize until she died that just because she couldn't talk, it resulted in her being eaten by 2 scumbags before she lived long enough for me to come over. What did you say? Ah Chang's eyes crossed, and the hand he had just raised was quickly pressed down by Chen Kai. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Sidong looked at Jiang Xia's icy side and blinked. My boyfriend is angry. I haven't seen him this angry. After saying that, she looked at Ah Chang and Ye Kai and said, you guys are miserable. Jiang Xia stood up, a pair of eyes erected with red pupils, glowing red as he stared at Chang. I also want to hear the voice of you scum after you've run out of tongue. Chen Kai's eyes paused for a second, and his gaze went to the wall clock. Li Sidong revealed a faint smile. No need to look. The help you're waiting for won't be coming. Chapter 94. At the same time Li Sidong's words fell, Jiang Xia's body completed its demonization in an instant, and his entire body pounced towards Ah Chang, who was sitting on the opposite side of the room. Already expected that Jiang Xia would make a sudden move. Ah Chang's body hastily rolled to the side, landing at the same time his body began to demonize, his muscles rapidly expanding. His black t-shirt was torn out of the cracks by the expanding muscles. His demonized appearance was greenish-black, resembling a black gorilla with scarlet eyes. A bloody mouth spread from the root of one ear to the root of the other, fully open and able to bite a person's head, and the black tongue spitting out of his mouth was more than 20 centimeters exposed. Every inch of his strong physique was full of power and his skin glowed like black iron in the reflection of the light. Being forced to the mouth of the rotating staircase by Jiang Xia, he quickly swung out a punch, the powerful force driving a strong wind that whistled past Jiang Xia's face. Faced with a greenish-colored cone-shaped tail that was stabbing towards his face, Chang's right hand reacted quickly and immediately raised up to grab a handful of it, while his neck that was thicker than his thighs was quickly choked by a sharp claw. The sharp tips of his claws pierced through the flesh and blood, and in pain, Ah Chang let out an angry growl, his strong body seeming like a chariot as he pushed Jiang Xia backward. In terms of body size alone, the demonized Jiang Xia was 2 meters tall, not losing to Ah Chang at all, and even the muscles on his body, the power that erupted from it, was not inferior to it at all. With a kick that sent Ah Chang flying up the rotating staircase, Jiang Xia's body swiftly assaulted and pressed on Ah Chang before he could get up, his claws falling like a raging storm. Boo! Ah Chang punched out, hitting Jiang Xia's chest, shocking Jiang Xia's entire body backward, falling diagonally on the rotating staircase, and the green-colored tail behind him immediately flung out, forcing back Ah Chang who wanted to pounce on him. Chen Kai turned back, faintly glanced at the fierce battle, his eyes focused on Jiang Xia, could not help but sigh. His strength progresses so fast. Remember a week ago, the strength he showed should not have completed a primary evolution, but now he can actually fight with Ah Chang, who has completed a secondary evolution. With that, he looked to Ye Kai, who was also watching the show. Go up and help Ah Chang. Yes. Ye Kai stood up from the sofa and his body began to magically transform. After demonization, he was also greenish-black, with a head like a horse's head, and had a huge bloody mouth even bigger than Chang's, filled with jagged, sharp teeth. while his torso resembled a lizard man, covered in a slimy liquid. He carried a turtle-like shell on his back, and behind him, a tail made up of a dozen black tentacles. On the rotating staircase, Jiang Xia resisted a hard punch and violently kicked out. Ah Chan's body was hit by this kick. His body smashed the glass guardrail behind him, and the whole thing tumbled down from the rotating staircase and fell heavily on the living room. Ye Kai took a step to Ah Chan's side and looked at him with some teasing eyes. Can you do it? Kong rose from the ground, a piece of bloody skin torn from his throat, revealing flesh mixed with asphalt-colored liquid. His eyes looked angrily at Jiang Xia, who was standing on the rotating staircase, and he took a step to the stairway. Don't mind your own business. I can clean him up alone. As soon as the words fell, he stomped his feet. The tiles on the floor were stomped into powder, and his huge body rushed towards Jiang Xia above him, and every time he stepped on a step, the steps shattered due to the force that became unable to withstand his body. Looking at the two people who hit the second-floor living room from the rotating staircase, Ye Kai turned his neck and made a cackling sound as he walked up the steps step by step. On the sofa, a man and a woman sitting opposite each other were immobile as if they were not affected by the battle at all. The wall clock on the wall exceeded 11 p.m. Chen Kai realized that Li Sidong had not lied to him, and that the help he had waited for would indeed not be coming. How did you know I was going to kill you? He asked. It feels, Li Sidong said and raised her head, gazing through the glass at the living room on the second floor. To be precise, it was 2 days ago that Ye Kai, this idiot, was exposed, although at that time I was not sure of my guess, but this kind of thing would rather believe it. If I had known, I would not have revealed the matter of killing you to Ye Kai. This is the biggest mistake in my life. To be honest, I still appreciate you more, but you have to die. You are too big an uncontrollable factor for me. You are a foreign devil. It is possible that one day I will become your food, and you seem to have risen to the idea of killing me more than once, which makes it all the more impossible to keep you. Chen Kai flicked the ashes of his cigarette and asked again, how did you know that I had gotten help? Li Sidong withdrew her gaze from looking at the second floor. You are a very careful person. The fact that you are clearly the boss of our organization, yet you have to fake another boss is enough to show that you are careful enough. Since you want to kill me, you definitely won't fight me alone, because in terms of strength, you're not sure if you can kill me with yourself alone. Setting traps and stuff in the house is too troublesome, and normal traps are useless against me, so the best and safest way is to find a helper who isn't too weak, and kill me 2 against 1. And how did you know who I was getting help from? Chen Kai racked his brain and couldn't figure out how Li Sidong knew the identity of the helper. The helper he had found had a big grudge against Li Sidong, and that person would never be able to eat his words and tell Li Sidong about it. Although the beloved Ye Kai knew that he was going to kill Li Sidong, he did not tell him that he had found help, and did not even tell him that he was going to kill Li Sidong tonight. We don't need to know who you're getting help from, 1 or 2. It doesn't matter to us. Li Sidong set her gaze looking again at the second floor where the fierce battle was taking place. This method was Jiang Xia's idea. We used a sum of money and hired a team of bodyguards. Tell them that my family lives in this neighborhood. I always feel that there are people staring at me near my house these nights, and ask them to arrange for a dozen or so people to disguise themselves in this neighborhood after dark, and protect me in secret. Cluck cluck cluck. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head and smiling. That helper I found. Once he gets close to this neighborhood, he will find that there are a lot of mysterious people in the dark. Before it's clear what the identities of these people are, he won't dare to make any rash moves near this neighborhood. It would even feel that I've been targeted by the official awakening squad. Li Sidong laughed lightly. Maybe he'll even think that you've colluded with the officials, and calling out to him tonight is actually a trap set for him. So even if he can't come, he won't say a word to me. Chen Kai said with suspicious eyes. Then why didn't I feel anything wrong in the neighborhood before I left the house in the evening, and when I just came back? If those in disguise were in the immediate area in the evening, 1 or 2 would be fine and one might not notice, but with a dozen or so people, it's impossible to not notice the slightest breeze on your own. He didn't think he was numb and stupid enough to do that. Phone, Lithonia said faintly. Chen Kai froze, once again couldn't help but laugh. I said why there are so many harassing phone calls today. Arranged a person in the distance to keep an eye on me. As long as I go out and the car starts up, I will make harassing phone calls to me. As long as I connect the call, my attention will be distracted. In order to prevent the successive harassing calls from making me suspicious, even you have made 1 call to me. Even when my car came back, as soon as I entered the villa area, the calls came again. Good tactics. With that, he crushed out the cigarette in his hand as his eyes sank. Jiang Xia, I should have killed him earlier. How about this boyfriend I found? Not bad, right? Li Sidong smiled. Not bad, very good. Nowadays, the world is not short of warriors. What's lacking is people who can use their brains. Chen Kai was furious. As soon as he thought that his plan to obliterate Li Sidong was actually cracked in this way, He was so angry that he couldn't wait to go and tear Jiang Xia apart right now. Calming down, Chen Kai asked again. There's something else I'd like to know. How did you know that I'm the organization's boss? I won't tell you that one. All you need to know is that I want to eat you. Swish. Facing the incoming tentacles, Chen Kai's demonized black sharp claws quickly raised and yanked on them, and his entire head transformed into a black goat's head in a matter of moments. Li Sidong wore a smile on her face. Let's make this quick. I don't want Jiang Xia to be killed by those two guys before I can kill you. Without help, one-on-one, I'll still kill you. Chen Kai let out a shrill whistle from his throat, and his entire body after being completely demonized lunged towards the woman across the street. In the blink of an eye, the second-floor living room was in ruins, glass particles bouncing off the tiled floor, wooden tables and chairs dismembered with just a casual bump. Boo! Jiang Xia's swinging elbow blast had just opened Chang up when Ye Kai's huge mouth under his horse's head came biting towards his shoulder. With one bite, the entire shoulder was almost encased, and dozens of sharp teeth broke through the scale armor and embedded deeply into the flesh and blood. At the same time the severe pain occurred, there was also the green-colored tail behind his back, which was being torn by Chan's bloody mouth, and it was being bitten off hard from the middle. Jiang Xia's flesh and blood drove the two men insane, and Chang chewed on the torn-off green tail in large mouthfuls, not letting go of a single bit of the essence that remained in his mouth, tearing a large chunk of bloody meat from his shoulder. Ye Kai didn't even make a move to chew it and swallowed it into his stomach with a grunt. After tasting the sweetness of Jiang Xia's flesh and blood, although they didn't know why it was like this, the duo reached a tacit agreement in an instant. They were going to gnaw Jiang Xia to death. Two bodies rushed towards Jiang Xia one after the other, just a blink of an eye, and in the confusion Jiang Xia was pounced on the ground. Two large, bloody mouths bit down without mercy, the wet, slippery sound of blood and flesh being torn apart rising and falling. Chang and Ye Kai had both completed 2 evolutions as well, which put a lot of pressure on Jiang Xia, and it was as if this was a battle that was simply impossible to win. Listening to the sound of his own flesh and blood being torn, Jiang Xia felt no pain. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: he was going to kill these two scumbags. He wanted to hear their screams after they had no tongues. Whether he could win or not, he wouldn't make it easy for them. Ignoring Ye Kai who was gnawing on his thighs, Jiang Xia's 2 claws broke free of several tails and quickly lifted up, one on top of the other to grab the bloody mouth that was biting down towards his head, and his upper body steeply straightened up, biting down on that black tongue. Woo! A pained sound came out of Kung's throat, and 2 thick palms immediately grabbed onto the faucet that bit his tongue. As he pulled his head away, a black tongue was yanked out of his mouth as well, and asphalt-colored blood splattered all over Jiang Xia's face. Woo! Chang got up, covering his throat and backing away, both eyes glaring as if they were brass bells. No scream could come from his throat, blood oozing from his severed tongue, blood bubbles exploding in his throat with a sticky gurgling sound. Phew! A scorching heat instantly emerged from the cracks of the scale armor, and in an instant, the scale armor on Jiang Xia's body turned crimson, emitting a fiery aura. Feeling the high temperature emanating from the red scale armor, the dozen or so thumb-thin black tails wrapped around Jiang Xia's body quickly loosened, and Ye Kai hurriedly got up and left. At this moment, Jiang Xia's body was rolling as if it was a glowing red iron. Asphalt-colored blood continuously emerged from the wounds on his body and flowed onto the red scale armor, raising gusts of black smoke. After a short gap, intense pain swept through Jiang Xia's entire body, hurting him so much that he was on the verge of losing consciousness. After surveying the changed Jiang Xia and swallowing the blood and meat hanging around his mouth, Ye Kai's shocked gaze looked again at Chang, who couldn't send out a scream and covered his throat as he backed up repeatedly, and his pupils contracted. Looking at Chang, who was covering his throat and pressing his body against the glass wall, Jiang Xia smiled. Good sound indeed. The mute screams are indeed the best sound in this world. Chang forced down the pain, his eyes blinded by blood, staring angrily at the guy who had taken his tongue. He opened his bloody mouth but couldn't let out a roar as his body charged towards Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia wasn't willing to give in and charged head-on. The two beasts collided, their claws mooching out sharp whistles on the tiles. Under the raging power, Jiang Xia's entire body was lifted off by Chang. Just as he landed on the ground, Chang's body was like a fierce tiger preying on its prey, pressing down on his body. Ignoring the burning of the red scale armor on his body, he opened his bloody mouth and bit down towards his head. Jiang Xia's 2 arms were fixed to the ground by 2 thick palms, and it was impossible to break free in a short period of time. Just a second before the bloody mouth was about to fall on his face, a red liquid gushed out of Jiang Xia's mouth, and crimson streams of fire rushed into the bloody mouth in the form of a giant python. The moment the hot fire flowed into his mouth, Chang lost all means of attack and rolled on the ground covering his throat. In just a few seconds, the pain from the stream of fire reached the limit of what his body could handle, but he, unable to make any sound, unable to ease the pain in his mouth, through sound, he clenched his throat. trying to stop the flow of fire from going down his throat. His body rolled back and forth on the cold tile floor, and unable to utter a scream. He seemed to be able to reduce the pain in his mouth and throat only by rolling back and forth in this way. Explosive pain in mouth and throat, then esophagus, stomach. The intense pain caused extreme discomfort to occur in Chang's body as well, and large gulps of black mucus erupted from his throat in an attempt to douse the red stream of fire in his mouth. Jiang Xia did not attack Ah Chang again. He wanted to give Ah Chang some time, plenty of time, so that he could properly experience how painful it felt to not be able to scream.